Welcome to the Wonka world. Glowing checkered star, all day, well, maybe not all day, but quilt top complete sew along, folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm so excited that I'm actually pretty nervous right now. Is that even possible? My name's Rob Appell. I'm a quilt maker here at Stitchin Heaven in Quitman, Texas, and we are all about the quilting community. Thank you so much for all of you. Oh my gosh, as we are getting technology set, and it's not your fault that I'm anxious, but it's such a blessing to see so many of you were logged in early this morning and following along. This is really, really exciting. And mostly because, as I was starting to say, today is just about community. Today is just about sewing together. A long time ago, I was asked to work on a block, and that developed into this quilt, and we'll talk about that a little bit in a few minutes. We're just making sure that all the mics are up and running and the lights and everybody's we got a feed. When we did our New Year's Day event, which we do a mystery quilt every New Year's Day, we had so many folks logged in when we tried to log in that the system crashed in the beginning. So you may have noticed we logged in a little early. I'm looking for a thumbs up from the tech team. We've got the bar going back and forth with my crazy audio, and fantastic. So we're gonna have a blast. So as the show gets started, let me just talk a little bit about expectations. This is a live sew along, and yes, we are going to make the glowing checkered star. As I was starting to say, a while back, gosh, maybe even 2 years or more, I received an email asking if I could come up with how to make a checkerboard on point. So here's where this whole quilt started. And funny enough, folks, I had to basically made like a 16 patch checkerboard and whittled it down and had more scrap than actual block unit left when it started, which was no problem. And so I thought we could probably do better. So I've been working on the quilt for quite a while, and I'm really excited to present it to all of you. And like I said, it's gonna be a blast today. My goal is to make sure that before this video ends, the whole quilt top is done. I'm gonna work from one of our pre-cut kits here today. And with the pre-cut kit, you can see I haven't started anything. However, I really want to set some expectations. I don't expect any of you to finish your glowing checkered star quilt top today, especially those of you who are working from your stash, because I'm not cheating, but I mean, I have my pieces pre-cut here, right? And they're labeled and they're organized, and staying organized is really helpful when we make our quilts. So I don't want you to think you have to finish your quilt tops today. We have a recorded version of this that we'll post on Wednesday. We will keep this version up. It'll probably turn out to be 5 or 6 hours long because none of you can sew as fast as I can. Many of you probably don't have the super sewing machine that I do. But like I said, I promised we would finish the quilt top in a day. But I never promised I would make this quilt top by myself. And you know it's all about community. So let me introduce to you one of my best friend, Tiffany Hayes. Come on in.
Best friend.
Yeah, so
hey.
A little surprise today for all of you. I hope this is a wonderful thing. I'm not cheating. I'm just making sure that I'm not exhausted and silly by the end of the day. So Tiffany and I are going to work with a single machine, a single iron, a single kit, but we're going to make the quilt top for you all. Okay, I need you to take over because I am still just rambling because I'm
okay.
Coffee. So will you just say hello to the nice people for me?
I will say hello to the nice people. Hello, nice people. Hello, quilters. So here's the deal for me. Rob asked me to come, and I'm here, but I am like you. I hardly know anything. I know what the quilt looks like, but I have not really seen the instructions. I'm right where you are. So we're going to just start when Rob tells me to start.
Yes.
And I'm going to do whatever Rob tells me to do today.
Although, because if you didn't know, I'm a bit more of a carefree quilter. So those of you who have a passion for precision, Tiffany might be adding some information. Once she knows what I thought I was doing, she might add some tips and tricks for those of you who like points that match and silly stuff like that.
Silly stuff like that. Points.
Points that match.
Points that match.
Right?
Yeah.
The other thing is we want to let you know we have a customer service team. We have a whole tech team in here working today. We're going to be monitoring the comments. All of this is happening just right here on YouTube. But we also have a group on Facebook. It is the Glowing Checkered Star group there. So we have a team that'll be monitoring those comments for a few hours as well. But let's just try to do all of our communication if we can on YouTube. I think it'll just make things easier. We will be doing some prizes throughout the day. Anybody watching will have an opportunity to win the prizes. So we'll be letting you know what the secret codes will be throughout the day. You can type in those codes in the comments and have an opportunity to win a prize off the random generator. We love random generators
Yes,
around
we
here.
do.
I don't know that I'm missing anything other than that, folks. Do I have all the announcements and housekeeping done? I think I might already. It seems so smooth, but we might as well start sewing. Oh, right, that's right. One housekeeping issue. Okay, so again, I made the pattern all myself. So we only know of one housekeeping issue at the moment. But on the cutting instructions that went out a while ago, and here's an example of it. I don't know if you guys want to do the overhead camera or not, but on fabric D, so this is my my teal fabric of sorts, right? So on this one, originally I had requested 1.25 yards in the cutting chart. This only pertains to those of you at home who are working from your scrap pile. And again, you'll have plenty of time, but you needed a little bit more fabric if you hadn't figured that out. If you have a pre-cut kit, all of the pieces match the cut list. And if you pre-cut your fabrics to be ready for this morning's sew along, you've probably already noticed that I shorted you on the supplies, but you had the right yardage on the cut list itself. So at any rate, I don't want to concern anybody, but we will just want to make sure if you get to the end and you're short a few pieces on D, you probably just need to run back to that stash and cut up some more. So anyways, I'm going to get rid of these notes. I have the official working pattern here now with that correction made on the back in case we need to address it later. And I'm going to teach Tiffany how to make this to begin with, and then we're just going to start rocking and rolling. We've got a hot iron, a rotary cutter. We're going to use a couple different size rulers today, and but nothing special. It's all super simple because part of the concept was, and of course I love green, green is my favorite color, but I wanted to make something that could be really, really fun in quick. I like those like turning 20s quilts. Yep. I like, I used to do the 3 Dudes quilt. Do you have a favorite like one day wonder kind of quilt?
I'm gonna go no.
No. Well, maybe this could be it.
Maybe this could be it.
Yeah, I don't know. Are you too precise for one day quilts?
No, you know, my deal is I don't like to make the same thing over and over again. Even in different fabrics, I just like to make a new quilt every time. So to have a favorite means I'm gonna make that same thing over and over again.
Ah. Makes sense. So you might have had them that you've enjoyed.
Oh, yeah.
But you don't necessarily return to them because you've always got another one you want to try.
Yes.
Oh, that makes total sense. All right. Got it. My kids are getting married.
They are?
Yeah, in June. And so I'm already thinking of all the different little quilts. You know what I'm saying? Little quilts I'll be making. I hope.
You hope.
I hope. Is it bad for to want to be a grandpa? I mean, I'm going gray, right?
It's not bad.
No, all right.
Grandkids are the best.
Grandkids are the best. And folks, we have not practiced any of this. So my goal at the moment is to just start making the strips. I'm going to watch the clock. If I have to jump forward a little bit to complete blocks, we can. But like I said, we've got all day. So let's just follow the instructions if that's cool. And we're going to make strip sets using our width of fabric or our 45 inch, 44 inch, 42 inch, whatever it is nowadays.
When I do math, I do it for 40.
That makes sense because that accounts for any selvage, any shrinkage, pre-washers.
Exactly.
Okay. So we have white strips for us.
Woohoo.
We have black strips for us, and we're going to need more black strips than white strips. And I'm just going to refer to the colors today. I'm going to try to mention the letters as well, but even in the pattern, these were labeled as black and white because these are where the checkerboard focus comes from, if that makes sense. I think I'm just going to set these down. So what we first need to do, let's do overhead, gentlemen. What we first need to do is we're going to go ahead and make a series of strips so that we can cut them down into subcut units.
All
Make
right.
sense?
What's my job? You want me to sew?
Yeah, why don't you sew? I've put an edge guide on the machine
Perfect.
so that no matter which one of the two of us is sewing, we just butt it up to the edge guide and we should have equal seam allowances.
Awesome.
So let's just start blowing together. And if what I find is actually easiest in this, if you look close, everyone's going to have a black and a white. So let's just pair up all of the black and whites as 2 pairs first.
Oh, I see.
Right?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
That's a bad instructions.
Is it?
I think so. Because if I say all of the black and whites, then we're going to end up with these and we're not going to have 3 parts.
True, true.
So in that, let's just follow the real instructions.
Let's follow the
If I hadn't had my
instructions.
hand over it, I would have been able to see it. I told you I was nervous. We're going to make 5 with 2. Yes, I'll slow down. I'll drink more coffee.
if that works, if that works for
Amazingly
you.
enough, it can. So folks, let's go ahead and start by sewing 2 width of strips, black and white together.
Yes.
And we're going to make 5 of those sets. And then what I'm going to start doing while you're doing that is organizing all of our fabrics.
Okay. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, yes, please. Now we have, like I said, the 1/4 inch seam allowance on there. And we're just going to sew and sew and sew today. This isn't like the New Year's where we've got it all kind of one block at a time figured out. Binding I'm going to set way over here. We won't need that for today. Binding comes at the end of the quilting, folks. I am really excited to see what different colors folks do come up with.
Isn't that the best?
It is.
Can I talk while I sew?
Fine. Yes.
I mean, can I be heard, or is it?
I believe so. If they can't be heard, they'll let us know, and we'll,
true.
We can turn up the microphones for sure.
Yeah, there's a, when we do the New Year's one, the Facebook group where everybody posts their pictures. I still look at that. There's still people posting new versions as they finish them, which I think is amazing. And the colors that people choose blow my mind.
I'm going to say that the New Year's event has really become one of my all-time favorite days. I really enjoy doing that. I really especially enjoy doing it. Are you on strip 1 or 2?
1.
Really? Still?
I don't usually sew standing up.
Oh.
I'm trying to talk. I'll speed up, I promise.
Did you bring a whole list of excuses today with you? Oh my goodness.
They're in my back pocket.
Oh, good. All right. Well, that's one of the things I always teach at the beginning of every class is be prepared with your excuses for why it went the way it did. And yes, folks, often when you're sewing standing up, you'll be standing on the bottom end of your strip. Have you done that?
No,
I
not
have.
yet.
Oh, because
but
you don't standing up.
It might happen today.
Oh man. I've done it more than once too. And like you don't quite notice it at first. You can start to see it in the threads gathering and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
All right.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I have at least one sewn together if you want to cut that off and press it.
Do I dare reach in there?
Yeah, I'm not going to. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to use these things.
We have 110 people watching.
Fantastic.
Woo! Good morning, 110 people.
Yeah, like really, should we apologize for how early we've started? I mean, I'm not even on my second coffee yet. My friends on the West Coast are just thinking I'm
They're
crazy
thinking,
right now.
Yep.
I'm going to press to the dark fabrics for all, I'm going back in teaching mode. For all of the strips, press over to your dark or the black fabric if you're following our colorway.
Absolutely.
And that's actually really going to help because we're going to match them up. These strips, the 3-part strips, become our checkerboard strips. So I like to press from my inside out. So I'm just going to lay that iron against my white fabric and then start to lean it over onto the black. It's a nice crisp little press that way. And now that you've got the strip, I don't think it would be bad if I start subcutting these. That was part of the goal here. So once I get this pressed out, I'll talk them through it, and then I'll try to keep up with you. These ones are machine ready.
Okay.
What'll be interesting through the day, if you guys watching the comments will help me keep our eyes on it, is if anyone stumbles across the show, if anyone's just kind of cruising around on YouTube on a Saturday morning and they're like, wait, what's this dude dressed up half like Wonka doing? And we'll talk about the Wonka thing because those of you, and we've got to find out, Tiffany, did you hear there are 2 missing golden tickets to my knowledge right now?
I did not know. How many are there total?
5 total golden tickets out there.
So you have 3 claimed and 2...
3 claimed. And the golden ticket is free registration for the August retreat.
Woohoo!
Okay, so I'm going to just square this up on this end over here first. I start on the end where the selvage is kind of matched up, so I'm going to get the most yield, right?
Yep.
And then one of the things I'll also do as I'm cutting is I'm going to watch, maybe I should move this here a little bit better, but I'm going to watch that line on my ruler using the skinny line so I can make sure that my line doesn't start to twist.
Exactly.
That's another little trick we can point out to our friends that might be new to quilt making. So I'm going to slice. I'm desperately right-handed, so I'm going to now rotate my whole unit. And these Quilter Select rulers that we now have here, ooh, I've loved them for a long time. But the reason I love them is they are grippy. I almost said sticky, but sticky's not the right word. They are grippy.
Grippy is a really good word.
Grippy is a really good word, and so they don't slip at all. Folks, we are going to now subcut these down to 2.5 inches. All of these are going to be cut 2.5 inches this way, and partially, those of you who are trying to learn quilt making, again, we're making some of these different checkerboard parts, and if they were 2.5-inch strips this way, a 2.5-inch cut this way is going to give us a really good squared out unit. So sometimes if you know where you're going when you're making your quilts, you can do it like this, making it a little bit faster or more efficient. Oh, you know what I better do?
What better you do?
Because I'm talking. I'm going to go grab some blue tape. I'll be right back.
All right, I'll just keep
You
sewing.
keep sewing. That's what you're here for today.
That's my job.
All day, every day.
I might have to get
A stool?
a stool at some point.
Of course. Or,
Because I'm not
Yeah.
used to this, and my
No.
left leg is.
yeah, you're going to hip out.
I am gonna hip out. Here comes Elijah with
Here
a
comes
stool.
a stool. Ask and you shall
How,
receive.
how easy was that?
Right? Well, wait till you sit there, though. Can you reach the foot controller any better?
I can reach it. I got long legs.
Okay. If not, I can.
We can lift it up a little.
We'll put an apple box underneath it.
Yeah, we might need to at some point.
Just, yeah.
Boy, we didn't test out this situation for me.
No, it was a surprise to a lot of us, wasn't it?
Yep.
Got a phone call. Hey, Tiff, what are you doing tomorrow? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to throw some blue tape just for a little bit along the line just wide of my 2.5 mark. So that way my eyes find the line easy. That's just a good little trick.
It is. There's nothing worse than making a bad cut, and you're like, dang it, I hope I have enough. I hope
Well-
I have enough fabric to, fix that or take care of that.
You are correct. Oh, let's go ahead now. If I just give you this, are you
Yep.
comfortable with that?
Yep.
Thanks. So two that have two
Yes.
of the white. So she's going to start making 2 strips that have 2 white with 1 black, and then 3 sets that have 2 black with 1 white. We need more of the black
Okay.
fabric showing.
Okay.
And you see that here in the quilt for a lot of reasons.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I don't know if, I doubt the camera's on me right now. Not me, but the sewing machine.
Okay.
But because the base of the machine is white, I like to put the black fabric underneath and the white fabric on top. So if I'm getting uneven, the black will show on either side of my strip.
Ooh,
Does that make
that's a great
sense?
tip. That's a great tip. We've got the camera close. We can do it while you're sewing, probably.
Probably, huh?
Probably.
That's just one of those things I like to do. Stick the darker fabric underneath.
Yeah, because if you get into this mass production or fast sewing, it's easy for things to start going wonky quick.
Apparently wonky is your theme today.
Wonky is my theme this year.
This year?
My whole theme this year. Not only
okay.
I just did another wonky log cabin and I loved it. Just loved it. And with the Scrap Masters, that can be as wonky as we want it to be.
Absolutely.
But I don't know if wonky is necessarily poorly stitched. It's just got that little bit organic look.
Exactly.
So poorly stitched.
No.
No.
Everyone's saying hi in the comment sections to each one of you.
Oh,
Oh,
fantastic.
hey.
Hello, everybody. We've got a bunch of folks out there right now.
Yes, sir. We have some people from Florida watching.
Awesome.
They're-
Carl's on here.
Of course, Carl's out there.
Florida, they're an hour. They
They got to
they got
sleep
more
in.
sleep.
They got to sleep in and have their second coffee. That's exactly what happened.
We have some shop hoppers over here too.
Oh, very
Whoa.
fun. Well, we had a bus here yesterday, Tiffany.
I heard.
Yeah, and Elijah talked them all into going home, sleeping on the bus so they'd be rested up for today. And
Good job.
Yeah, going home and prepping out all night, staying up all night, getting their stuff ready so they could sew with us today.
So wait, back to the shop hoppers. We have shop hoppers?
Yes, ma'am, we hear you.
All Texas Shop Hop.
I don't know. Did you know I have a quilt in that magazine?
I thought it was on the cover.
Well, it's rolled up. All of them are on the cover.
Oh.
I mean, you get this much, you know.
Right.
But yeah.
Well, excuse me. Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, no, that's such an honor, isn't it?
It is.
I'm only subcutting down the strips right now in the 2 sets.
Okay, did
right?
you take your 5? If you, because I just keep
you've
sewing.
got a method. You've got a method. I've only done 1. We're never going to
Okay.
get this done today.
Yes, we are.
Oh, yeah. So 1, 2, 3,
4. I
and
just
cut
started
my
on.
5.
Good. Now
Okay.
you take those.
All right. Seems like you're catching up pretty quick here.
Well, I'm trying.
I mean, you figured this out. She's already given me instructions.
Oh, you poor thing.
I know. I'll get through it.
You will.
Man, I feel disorganized as can be today. We'll catch
Well.
up.
You're just fine.
I'm just fine.
Do you need to take a deep breath? Do you need to shake it out? What do you do?
You know, I go skateboarding.
Oh, well,
I
you're
went
not going to ditch
skateboarding
me
last
yet.
night. I'm not going to ditch you for that. But the new wheels here are truly wonderful. They really, really work well. Oh, I think I'm ditching the bow tie. Apparently, I'm ditching the bow tie.
Oh, see, I thought you were going to ditch the jacket and keep the bow tie all day.
I might do both here soon.
It's going to get in your way
Um,
and hot.
The bow tie apparently was probably already making the microphone really obnoxious, is my guess. I'm going to point out that I'm not cutting all the subcuts with the strips stacked.
Okay.
You know, my friend Charisma will do that.
Yeah.
She'll stack them. She'll get all the seams nested. I don't trust myself enough that way. Do you stack them or do you do them one at a time?
No, it depends on the project, but I've also figured out that I can take a couple strips, and if I line them up along the line of the mat,
Right.
and I put the next, I can overlap, but I can overlap them, but I can make sure every line is straight, and then when I subcut, I get them in chunks,
That makes sense.
but they're not nestled.
right?
Because I think something happens when you nestle them and you start going across the strip.
Yeah.
They get
I think you get that elevation because there's too many seams or yeah,
Something
goes wonky,
It just depends on
In a
what
bad way.
what I'm working on and how fast I need it done.
right?
As to, sorry, I'm just trying to readjust over here.
That doesn't look very comfortable.
Ah, well, I'm getting better. Just having to figure it out. There we go.
I think she's trying to get one of those Martelli tables on the set, guys.
Is that what I'm doing?
Yeah, she's trying to get one of those adjustable Martelli tables that goes up and down, super slick, like we had at Expo. Right?
Actually, what I did, okay, well, I'm on a square stool, right? So I
Right.
had to rotate it so that I could get my right leg down to the pedal a little bit easier.
That works on the corner of a table too at classes. If you can't get your mat right, or if you don't have your Martelli mat to spin it around. I don't know
Yeah.
if you knew that trick. Work off the corner.
Work
of
off the corner.
Yep. So I've taped my ruler, but I still have to make sure I'm using the right side of the
Oh,
tape.
you know what? Put another piece of tape on it.
Like that?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just thinking.
Oops, I just dropped my microphone pack.
Uh-oh, I got you.
It.
It's dangling. Oh, it's because you're sitting on the wire.
Oh, all right.
There you go.
Here, I got it.
I'm coming up high.
There, that's what it needed. It was in that pocket, and that pocket
Can't
has a
trust Pat.
flap.
You can't trust Pat.
You
for
can't
any of
trust
this.
Pat? I trust Pat.
No, I love her, but I don't trust her. See, it's different.
It is different. Are we good? I'm afraid to sew.
You should be. I don't know what the heck's going on over here. Somehow
Nobody
I think this
knows.
isn't upside down. That's the biggest problem.
Oh, on the pack itself?
Or that or me. There you go. That's going to really be nice.
All
There you
right.
go. That'll never
Oh,
fall
that's
off now.
so much better.
Isn't that more comfy?
More comfy.
More comfy, more better.
Yep.
All right, so let me see. I'm watching the clock. In about a half hour, I'm supposed to do about the first prize. So I'm just going to kind of keep an eye on that. We got a bunch of prizes today. I didn't even tell them about prizes, I don't think. I just wanted everyone to sew.
You like perused? I'm making up words.
Cruised?
Yeah, why not?
That's a passing cruise over
I
it?
think so. You mentioned it briefly.
Did I?
Yes.
I'm always trying to give the farm away over here.
The farm?
They discovered your video about your story yesterday, and they're watching today.
Oh, wonderful. Thank
Nice.
you. Well, hats off to Elijah for making a beautiful video about that story. 13 years, folks.
Woohoo, high
13
five.
years. There it is. Feeling better every day. Well, you know what's interesting? Let's be true about it. I mean, we got lots to talk about while we're cutting and sewing today. What's been interesting the last few years is physically and mentally I feel at more peace, but I don't always feel more calm. But I've just learned how to work with the tools, right? Like even yesterday, I was pretty wound up last night thinking about today, and I was having a hard time settling, and I was just kind of anxiously pacing about and whatnot, and I thought, you know what? The best thing to do at this point is just close your eyes and go to sleep. You know, your head might spin for a little while, but you will eventually fall to sleep. Because sometimes what I'll do is I'll pace for another couple hours and then try to do the same thing, and now I'm
Exhausted and
correct.
Tiffany, we have a question.
yes.
Oh, Tiffany.
Someone's wanting to know what pattern it was that was on the front of the Shop Hop magazine.
Oh, it is called, I believe it's called The Great State, and I think the quilt is here out in the store. We could probably get Pat to bring it in.
Okay, so but we're not sure that they can hear Elijah. Will you repeat the question, please?
I can repeat the question. That's
Yeah.
what Elijah said. We had somebody that was asking me which quilt was mine in the All Texas Shop Hop magazine.
Yeah.
And it's called The Great State. And I was saying I think we have it here, and we might be able to go
Fetch it.
fetch it.
Okay.
We might be able to fetch it. Okay, Rob, I have a technical question for
Okay.
you. Do you want these pressed before I put the third strip on?
I do at home. Yes.
So
let me do this.
okay, you
How many do you need?
well, I need two to begin with.
Yep. So let me press you out a couple of these strips and hand them
Okay.
back to you,
Okay.
and then I'll get back to my cutting.
Yep.
That's a great idea. Yeah, I like to press because I press. I don't do every step that every quilter would do to make the cleanest, most precision quilt, but this is a step I find important.
Me
I think
too.
That's the easiest way to state it.
Yeah, me too. That's why I stopped and asked.
Thanks.
And since you were on the pressing side, I figured we should do it.
Let me know if you want to trade.
I'm good for now. You can let me
Sure.
know if you want to trade.
I will eventually. I like to drive the machine too, you know.
I know.
Okay, so let me hand you this back.
Okay.
Not perfect, but will
It's-
certainly get us through.
Yep.
And
Here's another one.
Thanks.
Thank you.
At the moment, they're all the same, but for some reason, this pile is something different.
Yes.
Because I've already counted it 3 times.
Exactly.
Oh, how many?
Oh.
I want to know how many folks at home, when you're working on this kind of stuff, like count your piles and then count your piles and then count your piles. Do you do that?
I'm more likely to count it and mark
Label?
it somehow, label it,
Okay.
and then leave it.
Yeah.
Once I know I've written it down, I don't have any pets in my studio. There's no cat's going to come rearrange it for me. No little people.
I think it's something about the way my focus works, because I'll get 3/4 of the way done. I'll be really happy just cutting. And I'll get 3/4 of the way done. I'll figure out I need to stack them and count them. But then once I've stacked them and counted them, about every 5 pieces I add, I feel like I have to count again, even though I can't add 5. It's just the craziest thing. And then when I have like 2 more to go, even though I know what it's going to be, I count them, and then it's just weird. It's so weird. But I think that this is partly why we turn to quilting and sewing and stuff, is because some of our odd behaviors still work nicely that way, right?
Yep. It's so many things work nicely. I love, and I'm sure other people love this too, but and you know this, Rob, I've been in a funk the last couple days.
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday I gave myself just a day to sew, and
Right.
to be here with you sewing, the funk is gone.
Oh, good.
I mean, I feel normal again.
Did you set a timer for your sewing, or were you going to just allow yourself to sew all day before you just went to bed?
Yeah, I sewed all day,
Mm-hmm.
and then last night I sat and did some cross stitch and
Right.
watched baseball.
Oh.
Because
baseball
now
season.
it's baseball season.
Oh, good.
I got Rob into football last year.
Yep. I don't think I'm going to get into baseball.
Okay, you don't have to.
I don't think I can get into baseball.
Why? Too slow?
I think that might be it. Yeah. Although I really enjoyed football season this year. It was good, especially the last couple of weeks of it was really entertaining. That's when I got into it. I'm a fair weather football fan. I wait.
It's okay.
Look at this. I'm letting go, and I'm just pressing my strips, and I'm putting them back in your pile.
Well, look at you.
I know. You've got to practice letting go sometimes.
It's just
Controlled.
fabric.
It's controlled letting go. That's what they told us at the middle school when we dropped our first kid off. They're like, listen, parents, we know what you're thinking right now. And we know your kids aren't thinking right now. But we got it. This is a controlled experimental zone for them.
That's funny.
Stephanie says it's called OCD.
Oh. Why? It is.
For both of us, we have our own. I think, Rob, you and I both have our own OCD going on.
I think everyone has their,
I think so too.
it's just some folks are more extreme than others.
Yes.
And I recognize my extremities.
Well, Scott was OCD in some areas and completely not in other areas.
I think that could be partly a trait. I don't know. I don't know that I'm not. I'm trying to think of what areas I'm not OCD in. Elijah, what areas am I not OCD in? If you can't hear him because he's not mic'd right now, the laughter, he's rolling on the floor in tears.
She also has OCD.
OCD.
Who does?
Is that Stephanie Stitches?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Hi, Stephanie.
Well, I think, as you find a hobby or a passion, let's be straight, a passion like quilting, you find that the people that are passionate also have a lot of the similar concepts and or traits. Oh,
Somebody was listening.
bang! I tell you what.
We didn't even
smooth.
leave the room.
Smooth as smooth. You're not leaving that spot, lady.
Oh, I'm not leaving. I've been told.
Look at this. I'm sorry. Please, you're not leaving that
I'm-
spot.
I'm not
please.
even
I don't want to
turning.
get in trouble for not being
I
polite
know,
today.
I know what this is, so I don't even have to turn around.
So this is the quilt that Tiffany created, yeah,
Yep,
in the All Texas Shop Hop.
yep.
And you can come here while you're out shop hopping and get your picture taken with it. Remind us of the name again, please.
The Great State.
The Great State.
I have one in the Florida Shop Hop magazine right now too.
Did you call it the second greatest state?
No, I called it the Sunshine State. It was so creative, wasn't I?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have you know that I have the title of the third best barbecued chicken in Morro Bay.
The third best barbecue.
Third best barbecue chicken in Morro Bay,
right.
according to my wife.
Oh,
Yes.
awesome.
Some of these, you're going to need them all.
I know. Here's the first. Here's the first of these.
Okay.
The second one is on the machine.
I'm
so
not
now,
going to cut any of these three parts until we have a count. Back
That's
to this
fine.
OCD count thing. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Because I'm going to go back to my two parts.
May I have those black strips, please, since I'm not
Yes.
allowed to leave my seat?
Yes,
Thanks.
you're welcome. I was a line cook for 1,000,000 years.
Really?
I don't know if you, yeah, oh yeah. I don't know if you've noticed that, but when we are working together, it's partly because I have also helped with camera and try to think about what everyone can see at home, right? But also it's because on a line, you never cross the body of the other person,
Oh,
right? I don't know if you noticed,
No.
because we're yielding knives and hot stuff. Like
Right.
every time you started getting too close, I had to move my rotary cutter into my chest. The folks at home were catching it, I'm sure.
on on New Year's?
No, right now.
Right now?
Yeah, because I was standing too close, and so you kept reaching in for your strip, so I kept doing this.
Oh.
Yeah, it was just a weird habit. I caught myself doing it. It brought me back to my line cook days. I started as a salad boy.
Huh.
Oh yes, this is the Alicio. Oh no, sorry, this is the Panasonic. Why is it Alicio? This is
don't
the
know.
Panasonic cordless 360. So yeah, I absolutely love it. And the best part is, and in a little bit, the steam tank comes off.
Nice.
So I can take this over, I can fill it up, do whatever I need to, and or sometimes when I'm working around fusible web, because I do so much applique, I don't want any residual steam, so I'll just take it off altogether.
Oh, well, that's smart.
Thank you.
I really like that it's double pointed.
Oh yes, well you're a football fan.
That's funny.
I'm quick. Yeah. No, I do too. And even when I was working on my hexagon quilt, because I was pressing the edges over to stabilize, I was able to use this iron. Although I used a different iron a little bit differently. Oh,
Oh,
I'm going to say it. No, I'm not. This is top secret. I'm not going to say it.
Well, now you got everybody wondering,
No.
including me.
Yeah, I'll tell
Yeah.
you later.
Okay.
During baseball season.
Topic change.
Huh?
Someone asked what your favorite football team is now, Rob.
Oh, my
Oh.
favorite football team. I was rooting for, help me out. It was the team with the rookie quarterback that got to the semifinals, or was it?
The Texas
Yeah.
Houstons.
Yes, the Houston.
Is that right? Texas. That sounds right.
They used to be the Oilers.
I know the guy's name, C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, yeah. So
The Texans.
the Houston Texans.
Just the Texans.
The Texans. My favorite team. I know everything about them, obviously.
Obviously.
I was so excited to think that the rookie quarterback could make it to the Super Bowl, and by his performance, in my humble opinion, knowing not a heck of a lot about sports, I thought for a moment he could dethrone the Patrick Mahomes. You know what I'm saying? I just figured that it was going to make for a great game and a really good setup. I'm afraid that was just a lot of pressure. I was even one of those guys pressuring the poor kid to get to the Super Bowl. And I felt bad, especially being my first year in the league. You know, I felt a little bit like I was being pushy, but man, I had high hopes for that. So that was fun to watch. And then, one day I was just watching because we were sewing, and I saw the Hail Mary pass. Hail Mary pass, Hail Mary.
The original or one this season?
The one this season.
Oh, I must have missed that.
And it might have been that same young guy, Stroud.
Oh.
But for some reason, I thought it was the Eagles or the Falcons. Maybe it was the Falcons. If you know,
There's a lot of
today-
birds
I know. That's why I like football.
because there's so many birds.
Yeah. If you remember, it was about like 6 or 7 games before the end of the season, and it was like the last 3 seconds, and they left the quarterback completely unrushed because they sent everybody back to the end zone. The ball goes up and it becomes 3 flies up, right? And one of the guys tips it, and just like we were all, by the way, I played football in high school, just like we were all taught, one guy stands back. For when all of the chaos ensues, the ball goes back in the air usually. And so the one guy that was standing back there doing his job, right in his arms. Boom, touchdown, wins the game. No time left on the clock.
Just a side note, I didn't play football in high school.
Why not?
I was a cheerleader.
There you go.
So I knew enough football.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
what? Go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. I know offense, defense, you need however many plays to get, your 10 yards, that kind of stuff.
So why sports? Why such a sports nut?
That's a really good question.
We got all
I don't
day.
know.
You can come back to me on that.
My dad didn't play. My mom didn't play anything. My
Right.
mom will tell you, oh my gosh, my mom will tell you she is the worst sports person. Apparently when she was in college and took PE class, they graded you by your scores. And so she took golf one semester and bowling the next semester. And apparently her instructor told her if she could swap scores, she would have aced both classes.
Oh, no. Nice, right. Because one you're going for the high and
You
one
went
you're
going for the low. Yeah, but I
love
don't know
it.
why. I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like my dad got scholarships, to college on baseball, and so there's always sports at my house going on.
Oh, really?
And I think that's probably why I don't care for it. I don't do well with noise. What you hunting for?
I
Iron?
think that's the second one
Thanks.
of the white, black, white.
Okay.
And I need 3 of the black, white, black. So here's 1,
Okay, that looks like
2. So I'm going to get the third one.
You have the pressing you needed. Okay, perfect. So then I'll just go back to pressing
Yes.
when these ones come out. Yeah, I think that's part of it. It's the background noise is tough for me. It's too much.
Yes, unless I choose the background noise. If it's chosen for me, it's too much. My rough spot is repetitive noise.
Right.
I am not a wind chime girl. Don't put wind chimes at my house.
There's a bird here outside in the tree.
Yeah?
He just makes one single peep every 30 seconds. Beep, beep,
He's
beep. He won't.
Yeah.
He's not long for this world if I find him. That's what he is.
It's you.
Elijah.
Elijah
He
puts
sets a cell
he
phone
puts
timer.
some machine out there that
Right.
just beeps every 3
Oh.
seconds for
Oh.
you.
So when I like to prank folks, and so we used to have the water jug outside Mark's office, and so one day I recorded the water glug glug, and I made a loop.
Oh my goodness. And where is the water jug now?
It's not that we don't have a water jug
Good
anymore. We have the filter waters in the house, in-house filter water.
We have someone from Ireland watching.
Oh, wow, Ireland. What time is it in Ireland, I wonder?
Can look that up.
Can we look that up? We can ask them, too.
Yeah,
tell
they'll
us.
probably, they
Let's
might
see if
ask.
we can figure it out faster.
Ooh.
The person in Ireland or the camera operator. The disadvantage is the slight delay we have.
The other disadvantage is the camera operator is not looking to see if
Where?
the Ireland person is answering.
Oh.
He's busy searching on his
Oh,
own.
so he could have already lost it.
Yeah.
It's 3:40 in Ireland.
AM or PM?
I imagine that's AM.
You think they would say it was like 1500 or something if it was
It's 3:40 p.m.
3:40 PM?
There you go.
Oh, so we don't need to apologize to the good folks of Ireland that we've started at what time? Oh, and of course they're watching because of the color of the quilt.
Yes.
Is that completely stereotypical? Sorry, folks.
Yep. Completely is. Although, you know, this is the color of East Texas, too.
Yeah,
She said 15:41 p.m.
Yeah.
She's going military.
Ooh.
she is. Because she realized we weren't going to be able to figure out the AM PM thing over here anyways.
I think I'm wrong because I was a minute off.
Oh, well, don't forget about the delay. Okay, I'm going to keep pressing these strips and then we'll have a little conversational here in a minute.
Okay.
Make sure we know where we're at on these. Now, with the black and white ones, though, I'm going to try to press black back into the black on this other side.
Because you know what's happening next.
Because I know it's going to nest for the checkerboard. And I did
Okay.
also with and I just didn't mention it, I pressed to the black on both sides of the white. So
Okay.
I don't know if they can even see that in an overhead camera or not, and so this way I'm just going to now come backwards, holding up the white strip as I come off of what I was working on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I know what's going on.
Okay.
I think. So we have the second one here where it's black in the middle and white on either side. We needed to make two.
Yes, and I
You've
have
got
one in my hand.
and one up there.
Yes, correct.
Then where it's white in the middle and black on both sides, we need three. There's
Correct.
one that's pressed and two right
I
here.
believe that's two here. Nope, I was incorrect.
Okay, so
On
what's
two there.
left is probably what you stole from the beginning strips. So
That-
I still need to make,
That is correct, because I've only subcut down two, and I believe we needed 5 to begin with.
but I have too many black strips. Do we use black for something else later?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, well, I'll sew what I have.
Okay,
How's that?
sounds great.
Okay. Is everybody else still sewing strips? That's all they should be doing is sewing strips,
Sewing
right?
strips, yep.
Maybe subcutting, but sewing
Yeah,
strips.
because we're going to need these strips throughout all of the different steps.
Yep.
So we're just going to knock at least this portion of our day out. We'll do some prizes once the strips are done.
Okay. Do you like sewing strips?
No, not necessarily.
I find them so boring.
Yeah, no.
It's a good thing you're here to talk to
You
me.
noticed that I didn't jump
Didn't
right
jump?
on top of this.
No.
What it is, though, is I love strip piecing.
Yes.
Or quilts that are built off of strip block piecing.
Yes.
What am I trying to say?
Well, the efficiency is fabulous.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
But the sitting here just sewing strips
Not so much.
is not so exciting.
Don't forget, I just finished a grandfather's flower garden hexagon quilt. Right? So like there I was for days and days and days. Oh, it's not in the stack, sorry, partner. But yeah, no, that one's at home. I wanted to bring it, but I was packed tight.
You're here for a while this time.
I am. We have a wedding in the family out here in Texas that I get to attend next weekend. I'm super excited about. And want to come in for this. Get to go
well,
to
you
Easter
had
service tomorrow.
You
with-
had to come in for this.
I had to come
You
in for
did
this.
schedule this.
I did schedule this.
We have 165 concurrent viewers.
Nice.
Wonderful. We had over 7 or close to 700, I think it was, at the end of the emails that came in. That was really fun. I had one person had to retract their RSVP this morning. They sent me a personal note.
Oh.
Said sorry they couldn't make it after all. Thought that was kind of sweet.
Yes.
But again, what's fun is just knowing that we're able to offer something that is fun, functional. It's a good way to spend a Saturday. I wouldn't have technically planned it on Easter weekend had I been paying attention to the calendar, but I wasn't, and this is what's happened, and here we are.
And here we are. So we do New Year's and Easter.
Yeah,
And
maybe we'll just start to make. I don't really necessarily want to make this a holiday tradition.
No.
Not this one. But I do want to make. So, at the beginning of the video, I was forgetting to tell folks the other portions of why we're doing this quilt. So, yes, we do a mystery sew along every January 1st. And Tiffany usually designs the pattern. We do it in a couple different colorways so that and usually one colorway in the past has been patriotic. I think it's enough to say, where there's conversations that we might do different colorways this year. That's fair enough.
that's fair enough.
That's fair enough. It's a mystery. So at any rate, but we do offer 2 different kit colorways. But it is a mystery, and we will only tell you what size and what time the quilt is and what time the show starts. Other than that, it's a mystery. But that's been really fun the last few years.
Miss Barb said she already did all her strips.
Nice.
She's on step 5.
Whoa,
What?
Barb, did you download the pattern in advance and get started without us? I'm hoping the answer is yes, because that was also what we wanted to make. Again, this was a non-mystery project. So. No, there's a binding chunk on the floor. Yeah, they were wondering what our strips were for. Yeah, I would have actually, but not everybody loves a 2.5-inch binding. I think maybe is why they didn't pre-cut the binding
Yep.
down.
I'm pretty sure that's why they don't cut it down.
Some folks prefer 2.25.
I do.
You do.
I do.
Back to that passion for precision thing. Oops.
Yeah.
Oh, well, here's good news, and I'm not going to fix it. I've pressed over to the light, and you can hardly see it. A lot of times we tell folks to press
To the dark.
dark so you don't get that bleed through.
Right.
Can we go to the overhead camera, please?
But the difference is these aren't going to nestle.
Should I redo it?
I
probably
would.
should. You would. Okay, I will.
Not because of the shadowing necessarily, but because nestling for later.
Sure.
If you don't want to pin,
Yeah,
and you don't pin,
I don't pin. I don't even own pins.
there you go.
There was one I found in the side of the design wall with the side of my hand yesterday.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, I'll fix it. You want me to fix it?
It's
I'll
up
fix
to
it.
you. It's your
Yeah,
quilt.
but I wanted to also show that it doesn't bleed through too much. That's the nice thing about using quality fabrics.
Yes.
But, okay, so now to fix this, though, the easiest way is to press it back like it was stitched. So it
This
won't fight
machine's
me.
starting to sound a little funny. Do we have oil in here?
Oh, or maybe you're just getting low on bobbin.
Maybe.
And the answer to Earl is yes.
Well, I might as well. Oh no, I got plenty of bobbin.
Rob's about to show us how to oil.
Is Rob gonna oil? I was just gonna put a dot in there, but
Yeah, you're welcome to. I trust you. Although, let
the
me see
camera
if it's
angle's
open.
not great for even trying to see how to oil.
Elijah,
so-
if we go tight, he can probably zoom in. And
True, but everybody's machine's different.
True.
This is how to oil.
so this is for Nancy.
This is for Nancy?
Yeah. You're showing Nancy where to oil her machine right now.
Oh, okay.
Because Nancy always watches, Nancy Gilbert. I
Got
think
it.
we've got a,
We gotta cut it?
are those your sewing scissors?
Yes.
Okay.
We
these
have
are-
a tutorial on how to oil this machine, actually.
We do?
Yes, Rob did one.
Awesome.
and how to oil your finger
Oh,
at the same time.
who knows if I know
now,
how to oil it
normally I
right?
would dust, but there's probably no
There's
dust in there.
no.
This is a machine straight out of a box 2 days ago.
Oh, is it?
Uh-huh.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I do believe deeply in keeping our machines well serviced, though. That is true. The other thing I will point out, sometimes on mine, is after using the thread cutter, if
Oh, yeah.
the thread
Twisted.
twisted in any way, the noise will get a little bit louder because the tension's increased.
Got it.
I wonder if everybody at home just caught that amazing tip I just offered.
Rob, someone wanted to know which way to press.
I had been pressing to the dark side, and if they just tuned in, that's what they were looking at. I had made a mistake because I was chit-chatting over here. And so, yes, while I'm dealing with the strips, I'm trying to press to my black or my darker of the fabrics. And that, yes.
After you do that one, why don't I press these next two and you do prizes or something?
Okay.
Whatever it is you need to do next.
We need to keep cutting, too.
We keep cutting?
Yeah,
oh,
we got to subcut
we
all
gotta
these
subcut.
down, and then we got to sew them back together, and then we got to subcut them down,
And we gotta
sew
sew them back together.
Actually, no, we're just going to subcut once. sew it back together, but yes. But not all of the strips are for the first block.
I see that.
So we need to focus on the 2-part strips, the 1 black, 1 white strip.
Got
for
it.
The
So
first block.
we'll just set the 3 block or the 3
Yep.
strips
Yep.
sets apart for now.
Yep. So what
Got
time
it.
do we have here? We're 10 minutes from prizes. I've got
Oh.
I've got a slightly different plan.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to look ahead in the pattern and let everyone at home also know how many of these units they're going to want.
Okay.
Because we're going to start to do as we build our first block. Our first block is the checker around the green.
See it? I see
Okay.
it.
So then we're just going to join from the 2-part strips
Yep.
on the short ends.
And we need to make 24 that look like this.
Correct.
Okay, so we've got to start with 48 of those. I need my
Correct.
water.
Yep.
Oh, look, there's fabric pieces all over the floor. I mean, not pieces for our quilts, just salvage chunks.
Know nothing about that.
Rob, we have one more question.
Go for it.
Someone asked if the seam guard on the sewing machine, is it universal?
Oh, that's a great question. Okay, so the question is the edge guide, let's go to the needle cam, gentlemen. So this edge guide right here, this is a semi-industrial machine and many manufacturers have it. We prefer the Handy Quilter or the Burnett BO8. Those are what we have available here. And yes, on those machines, they do have a secondary accessory screw port right here. So we screw this down. Not every machine has that, and this accessory actually comes with this machine. So if you don't have that screw port, or if you're using, a lot of machines nowadays will have like a drop-in bobbin. And so those drop-in bobbin machines, there's a magnetic little seam guide you can put on top, but I find that often shifts. At those machines, I'm using more of the seam guide tape that you showed me, the black and red striped tape. I like
Yeah.
that a lot. There's also some really cool little ones that are like a foam and it sticks down. What happens is anytime you go to service your machine, you have to remove it generally and fix and then replace it. But having an edge marking is really, really efficient. It not only keeps all your strips the same or all your piecing the same, but it's really nice when 2 people are using the same machine, right? Like
Yep.
we're doing. Or for me, a lot of times I'll sew part of my project in California where I live and then bring the rest of it out here and work on it while I'm here so we can get good videos.
Something is
off.
Something's
you wanna
off.
trade places?
No, I can
No,
do it.
you know it. Okay. So in that case, what I do is when I get to town, I recalibrate the machine here to match what I was working on at home, and then it just stays dialed in. Know what I'm saying?
Yep.
We have one more question.
Please.
How many black and white strips do we need?
Of the set of 2 parts, 1 black, 1 white, there should be 5 of these strips made. And we're going to subcut down into 72 of these little units right here. And that's on the first page of the instructions, which actually doesn't have a page number on it. But it's got the big title page going.
We got all kinds of questions for you today.
This is what we're here for. This is what a live sew along is all about. So originally also we were talking about doing it as a multi-day event. And I thought, I don't know if I have, the way my energy level works is I can go all day until you say stop. And then I'm going to just go sit with 1 shoe on and 1 sock on the steps of the little purple cottage and watch the cardinals fly around for an hour. And I'll just be done for the rest of the day. Like I won't be able to do anything else.
Rob, somebody asked in the comments, when will Elijah start sewing?
Oh,
Well, that's an Elijah question.
yeah, there's a,
When will Elijah? Well, our question is, when will Elijah start sewing?
I believe the answer is it started, hasn't it? Haven't you started working on a project?
No, not yet.
No, he's too busy goofing off with the laser cutting machines. Have you seen what he's doing with the laser? So everyone wants to know when Elijah's going to start sewing. So number 1, Elijah is making friends left and right around here. I watched him give the tour yesterday, and oh man, he had everybody just, it was wonderful. It was great. The gals really enjoy his presence. And then, so not only that, but he was showing me some of the things he was doing in the Thunder Laser.
Yeah.
Really, really cool. I think that I might be starting to have a slight laser interest.
A fear of missing out with the laser machines.
A little laser FOMO.
A little laser FOMO.
Little laser FOMO.
A lot of woodworking stuff.
I do a lot of weight, yeah. And originally what I wanted was one I could just put my initials on the back end of the pens and the seam rippers and stuff, you know, so you could laser engrave at the end right before you clear coated.
But now there's more.
I want one bigger to do everything with. I did want to come back to the football thing.
Okay. I'm sure everybody's just dying to hear more football.
I'm sure they are.
Okay.
Well, here's what it is.
15 Tiffany roots for.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to know?
The Eagles, right?
No,
Why do I always think you like the Eagles?
I don't know.
Oh. I've been rooting for the Eagles for you for the all year. No wonder.
Seriously,
I thought, is it the Falcons?
no. It's not a bird.
Cardinals?
No. You and the bird teams.
I think Cardinals is baseball, isn't it?
Yes.
The Texans? Are you a Texans fan like me?
I
love those guys.
Yeah, I'm all about CJ Stroud, but that's not the team we've cheered for years. Our team to cheer for years has been the Steelers.
Oh, Steelers.
And you either love the Steelers or you hate the Steelers. It's
Okay.
one of those.
That's one of those things.
So I just made half friends and half enemies of any of the football
Playing quilters out there,
Yes.
football fans.
followers. Yes.
Well, what I wanted to talk about was because I was being a little bit disrespectful to the volume and the noise of football on television.
Oh,
And what I really wanted to be was more disrespectful to the other football, which is the European version of football. Because I tried to watch that while sewing, and the fans are so rowdy the entire time, you can't tell what's happening. But with American football, you can sew, and the fans start to get really excited as the play develops.
and you know that
You know
need
when to look up.
Exactly.
So I actually had to take back what I was starting to say earlier. I do listen to the football volume at a moderate level because I can just tell by the cheering when it's time to look at the television.
Absolutely.
But with the European version of the game, football,
It's
and
just
you know they don't
steady.
use their hands in that one. And
Only the goalie.
only the goalie can use his hands, which makes it more challenging. And they don't take breaks like they do in your American football. American football, they get a break every play.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's just you're right. They play much more continuously.
I think we should make a new game that's kind of like hockey and soccer, where you can fight and go to the penalty box. Because I like the concept in hockey about being a man or two down. Like, if you're going to fight,
yeah.
you should be penalized, but in a way that really counts. Like, don't just give them 5 yards. Like, really, like, let's get out there and see what you can do without 2 players.
Do you watch hockey?
No,
Do you
I
know
never have
Do you know
watched.
the rule about how long they can fight in hockey?
No, I don't know anything about hockey. I'm just making it up as I'm going along over here.
They can fight till I could be wrong.
Till one tooth falls out?
Nope, till
Oh.
a player hits the ground, hits the ice.
Oh.
If I'm wrong, somebody will correct me.
Right.
But I
right?
think that's the rule. They can fight until one of them hits the ground.
New quest, hockey enthusiast.
Right. Let's see where we're at.
Yeah.
There's not a tapping out, or you just lay to the ground.
Well, I guess you could just
Lay
you'd be
down. That's a little embarrassing when
Yeah.
everyone's watching.
yeah.
Just laying down like that. Plus, they got all that gear on. It can't hurt that bad.
Except for the teeth. They were,
Except for none of them have teeth. That's true.
that's the puck, I think.
Oh, they want to know.
Oh, they want
sewing
quilting information.
Okay, Handy Quilter. This is the Handy Quilter 510.
Yep.
So it is a single straight stitch only machine. So no zigzag, but it has a speed controller on it, and it has a wonderful thread cutter on it, and it has a needle down on it. And what I love is when you go to needle down mode. Take some of these away from you. Do you know? Are you counting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you go into needle down mode, when you use the thread cutter, it still lifts the needle, so it assumes you're at the end of a seam.
Yep.
So that's really, really cool. I love it, and it's. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's straight and it's fast.
And
And
it's strong, and it actually can handle thickness. A lot of
Yes.
folks don't know that when your foot comes up, it opens your tension system. And so when I was demoing this machine, I guess it was during Expo, I was sewing over huge layers of, I had grabbed some upholstery fabrics that somebody had brought. And I was just going over layer after layer after layer, then folding those layer after layer, like it would be if you were really doing like a jeans. So I have a friend that made a whole denim jacket on a machine like this. So I focus on them for quilting, and I often forget to talk about the benefits as a sewist as well of that machine. Only disadvantage I can think, and it's not a disadvantage, it actually makes the machine run smoother, is it doesn't do zigzag. One of these days, I want to find an industrial zigzag machine with a big table, because I want to get into those rugs like I was doing before, the rope rugs. But my setup was really challenging, and I did get a little bit of waffling or bowing up in the rug. It lays pretty flat, especially when you keep the chair on that part, but it's not perfect. And you know me, I'm not worried about perfect, but when it comes to home decor, it should lay flat on the ground. Dog wet on it recently. Talk about that. Always
This
get bold.
is, so this machine, this is the exact machine that I sew on at home. I love this machine. The other thing about it being fast, I have a long arm now, I have a handy quilter long arm, but when I want to machine quilt on a domestic, it's got
Right.
a nice opening here, and I think I told you this at Sew Expo, but when I would teach machine quilting on a domestic machine, I would have the students push the speed to the top range all the way up, and actually not. I put it all the way down and put your foot pedal all the way down. That way you're controlling the variables.
Yes. You're taking
So-
one variable out so that you don't have to do the whole.
Yes.
Let's see. Rub.
Rub and pat.
Rub and pat. We both
Right,
do
right.
it.
I can do it.
Let's see how long we can keep it going. for.
No.
Oh yeah, you're supposed to be sewing.
I know. I know.
We have,
Anyway, the machine can go really fast
Yeah.
to machine quilt as well.
Yeah, I love it.
It says your machine needs stickers, Rob.
Oh, this machine isn't mine, Carl. Sorry. Carl wants to put stickers all over this machine. Please note the machine at home that I have in California, also not my machine, but is covered in stickers.
Someone asked what kind of handy quilt do you have at home, Tiffany?
Oh, I can answer that. She has the exact same 510 handy quilter at home, because that's the one we had used in the past on our shows when we were selling, because every now and again we will accidentally sell our floor model. Don't listen to us, handy quilter. And then it'll be like the day before I need it. That's what happened when Nancy came in and got hers, I think.
I think they're asking which long arm I have.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
No, that, I was wrong. Sorry. Which
It's
long
a
arm
handy
do you-
quilter long arm. I actually have a Fusion, 10 years old, and I love it. And it is basically the same thing as the Amara 24, but it doesn't have as many bells and whistles. But I only quilt for myself, so I don't have a gazillion stitches on my machine. So I'm not trying to I don't need to upgrade because I love my machine and she's not worn out. It's like having a 1998 vehicle with 135,000 miles on it.
Or what about a 2002 with 342,000 miles on it?
Same kind of opposite numbers, but same deal, right?
Okay, remind me after we do prizes to talk about the fact that the gear shift came back off of the car this week.
Okay.
Yeah, crazy.
I don't know what
Those
that-
of you who have followed my adventures in my old truck.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm thinking it's almost time I'm getting really warm in the good old Wonka. I don't know that
All
we're
right.
benefiting from the
You
Wonka.
can de-Wonka.
Well, oh yeah, we'll do one AC. Okay, so we're ready to do a prize because in a second we're going to walk them through how to do these blocks.
Perfect.
But I'm getting a little bit lightheaded from looking down so long. Let's go ahead and do a prize first. And then while they're waiting to do the prize, we'll start talking about the next step.
Perfect.
Then we can start sewing again and we'll be caught up here. This is going very smoothly. I just need to grab the notes because I think our first one has got a secret code. I know it now. Okay, so this is the way the prizes are going to work today. This is really fun, and we wanted to make it so that everybody could participate. Both those who had emailed in advance got early access to the pattern. If you're just joining us right now, for some reason you stumbled onto this, in the link below, there is the full access to the pattern, and it will stay there, including it'll be there on the video in the future. So today we're going to give you a 5-minute window to comment and I'm going to tell you what to comment in a second. We'll start the timer, and then all of those comments get tossed into a random comment generator, and then we will announce the prize,
Awesome.
and then that person will just email in info@stitchinheaven.com, and that way they'll be able to claim their prize. Now, I have some prizes behind us. I don't know what's in them yet, so I'm going to ask you. I thought,
Well, I
if
have
I'm going
no
to make you
idea.
sew, you might as well get to do the fun thing,
All right.
which is do the prize, showing off what the prize is, and then we're going to tell them. So get your keyboards ready. If you haven't commented yet, why don't you comment something at the moment to make sure your commenting process works, and then that way we'll let them know what to comment in a second. So they, yeah.
You get the bag?
Yeah.
I
Oh,
don't.
cool.
This is.
I hadn't seen that yet.
Me neither.
know.
There's a nice pocket right here.
Right?
Yeah, I don't
love
have.
the denim look too.
I have a variety of bags from being on quilt cruises, but I don't have this bag.
I love the turquoise one.
Oh,
with the
this
really
is
pretty
funny.
stuff. Oh.
No wonder you gave me
recognize
this. Yes,
Recognize these? Oh.
I do.
Maybe somebody knew you were coming and you wanted to talk more about what was available here.
Maybe so. Here's a Ruby Star 2.5-inch strip roll. Okay, it's beautiful. It's got some yellows and oranges and pinks and what do you call this? Turquoise, navy. It's very pretty.
Tealish, greenish, turquoise-ish?
There we go.
Yeah.
And then a pattern called Palisades, which is one of my patterns.
Yes, I like that.
Isn't it
That's
fun?
going to work beautiful without that.
Yes. Every so often I teach a workshop. I haven't done it in a while with this pattern, and it requires just one strip roll.
How big does that quilt finish up?
Not too huge.
But it's a good lap size.
Yeah, it's 38 by 47. It's a baby quilt size.
It's a baby quilt size.
You need
and
to
you can
note-
do it in one day.
Note.
You know,
keep
now
notes.
I know why you weren't telling me about your favorite one-day quilt, because that could have been it.
Oh,
And you
it
didn't
could have
want to
been.
be like just
I had-
promoting your own stuff.
I had no idea this was in here.
I know, that's why I don't know what's in. I think I know what's in one of them because it's hanging out the top, but other than that, I don't know. It's like
Oh.
Easter for everybody around here. Okay,
Okay.
so this prize, you get the bag, you get the jelly roll, you get the pattern. I'll give you Tiffany's phone number so you can call her. She'll walk you through. Okay, so what we need you to do now, if you would like to win the prize, go ahead and comment on YouTube, Hoppy, like the Easter Bunny, Hoppy Easter. So we're going to give you 5 minutes, and I'm going to ask Nick to kind of keep track of the timer over there, and he'll let us know when we have a prize. So we can go back to sewing here. Hoppy Easter in the comments below. I don't think there is a limit to the amount of comments. So go ahead and blow up the comment feed if you want to, because it all goes into a generator.
They only enter once?
No, that's what I'm saying. Enter
Yeah,
as
as many
type
times
it in
as-
as many times as you
Oh
can.
my
Yeah,
goodness.
we might let you know later that it's an issue, but for right now, let's play. Let's have some fun.
All right.
Part of what I love to do, folks, is just push the limits because I want to know what we can do for next time. Okay, so
Okay.
here's our first prize. I'll set this over here. Hoppy Easter, Hoppy
Hoppy,
Easter,
hoppy, hoppy,
Easter.
hoppy, hoppy, hoppy.
Okay.
All right, you keep talking. I'm going to get some water.
We didn't time that right because I need some coffee. No, you go get some
Ah.
water. Wonderful. The official timer cam. I like that, guys. Timer cam going. I wonder if we could insert a 5-minute timer into our production. I bet we could if I was paying attention. Find that for the next one. Okay.
Okay, I need to know what to do now.
All right, so now what we're gonna do is, I wanna make sure I'm telling us exactly the right stuff. Oh, this is the one I said would be perfect, because this is gonna be, I think, a 4.5-inch square. So if you're working from home, we have the 4.5-inch square that's gonna go in between our checkerboard palette. And it's fabric number, or fabric letter A, but this could be a really cool, like I said, I Spy. This would be something where you could frame different
yeah.
fussy cut fabrics
Yep.
of maybe, if my friend Tiffany, the other friend Tiffany I have, not my best friend Tiffany, because your best friend Tiffany watching, but almost best friend, sorry Tiffany. She used some really cool corn fabric in her Scrap Masters block last week.
Yeah?
It was like photographic corn kernels,
Oh,
right?
I
you
missed
could
that.
You could make an I Spy
Yes.
food product. Yeah, let's
Yes.
just stop there. Okay. Oh,
Did
I have multiple bags in my kit. Okay, like I said, folks, this is exactly how I'm working right out of the package. So these 80 pieces of fabric A at 5 by 5 are not what you want right now. So we have 12 pieces in the bags that are 4.5 by 4.5. So I'm going to set these ones aside for later. That makes sense now?
Yep.
These 4.5 by 4.5 are what we want. We're making 12 total of these blocks.
Perfect.
Do you want to keep sewing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now the trick is we're going to put short sides on first.
Okay.
Okay? And all we have to do, and you can chain piece these as well, and we can sew on one side then the other and press at the end.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Does to me.
The only thing you want to keep straight, please, is that you have one black, one white. And technically, even if you did them opposite, it wouldn't matter. Just make sure they're on diagonal edges.
Yes,
Does
sir.
that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, okay.
I gotcha.
So all of those with a bunch of these, and I'll keep pressing out the 3-parters, or the 4-parters now.
Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Don't mind me stacking them nicely over here
Oh, yeah,
with my own little
just take your time.
issues. Hey, we don't have
Really.
time.
I mean, really.
Really?
Clock's running, but don't worry about that.
Clock's running on the prize
On the
too.
prize timer.
We're looking at 1:20.
Ooh, 1:20. Happy Easter. Comment Happy Easter if you want to win Tiffany's cool baby quilt pattern and a super sweet Ruby Star strip bundle.
Hey, you know what?
No.
That pattern has a specific template tool in it, or that you need to use for it, but the paper version is in the pattern,
Right?
but not the acrylic template. I'm going to throw in an acrylic template.
You're going to toss in an acrylic template for that?
Yep.
Ooh. All right.
I'll have to get it here before that ships out. But
Add on the acrylic template. That's all right. I'll bring it up next week
Okay.
or whatever. Yeah. Because I'll come over and watch baseball or something and
Okay.
be the gopher.
Are you knitting? You going to knit on my couch?
The sock is close.
The sock is.
Minus 30 seconds.
T minus 30 seconds. I'm almost to the toe. I really need to get to the toe and finish out the toe while I'm here so I can get the sock off the needles and really reevaluate if there's going to be a second sock started. I don't want to be a one sock knitter in my life. I don't want that title, but I have not enjoyed the sock as much as Amy promised me I would.
You know, life's too short to do
5
things you
seconds.
don't want to do.
5 seconds.
2, 1.
Keep those comments coming.
Nope,
Okay.
nope, all done.
Time's up. They're going to start generating the generator.
Generating.
Fire up the generator.
Fire up the generator.
The flux capacitor.
Wait, you've changed movies.
Oh, have I? Yes, I have.
I thought you were with the Willy Wonka theme.
Right? I think that was it. What the gentleman who played Doc Brown
Yes.
in all of the, what is that Christopher Lloyd?
Yes.
I think he would have been a good Wonka, as a matter of fact. Now that you mention it,
Oh.
he could have been a really like the old Wonka. Wonka's
Yes.
Wonka's dad. You know what I mean? If Gene Wilder like were to take a family photo and Christopher Lloyd was Wonka's dad, that would have been cool.
You know, they could do a whole pre-Willy Wonka movie with.
That
No.
didn't work so good with the Star Wars series.
No, you're right.
Still, I think so those of you who are still
Well-
having PTSD over the prequels from the Star Wars trilogies, sorry about that.
You know, there might be people with differing opinions than yours.
That's
but-
true. They could be. They might also be Star Trek fans, but we don't discuss that here on this channel.
Apparently we're good with football, European football, baseball, and hockey,
But no, Star Trek.
No Star Trek.
Nick, are you a Star Trek fan? Oh no, the tech guy has quit for the day. Folks, it's gonna go south from here. He's hitting me with his laser. He's setting his laser past stun.
different kind of laser.
We got phasers.
We have
Phasers.
Oh, phasers. We have phasers, not lasers. You probably hit your targets, unlike our stormtroopers. Okay, do we have a name? Still working on it. Okay.
The generator's still generating? Or randomizer's still
Yep, they're
randomizing?
randomizing the randomizer. First time in the randomizer. I have a spare.
Okay.
I don't know that we have as many. We might have made more
You
than we
know,
needed.
well, if you were just cutting from the strips,
Yeah.
and you had a little bit wider fabric than
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
did mass
Most
for,
likely. Most likely.
better to have more than not enough.
Early on, I actually did that, and I took apart my squares to make the triangles that we'll use.
Oh.
Yeah.
But we don't have to do
We
that.
don't have to do that. We're using a pre-cut kit. Again.
Jenny says the flux capacitor is from Back to the Future.
Yes.
Yeah, 1.21 gigawatts,
Patty
which
says
nowadays
Star Trek
isn't all that big.
Someone says Star Trek rules.
And someone says Star Trek rules.
Oh,
All
see,
right.
you
Nick says Star Trek
started it.
rules. See what we've started here? We'll decide next month. Early in the month.
All of a sudden, all your viewers are going down.
May 4th.
There's only
Oh no,
20
we've only got one left. It's a droid. It's one of those silly droids that can't shoot either.
We actually have 205 concurrent.
Nice.
And going and growing. I'm going to just start whittling down our 3-part strips
Okay.
while you're finishing that out, because I will need them subcut also at 2.5 in a little bit. And you know what I'm going to do real quick, if you don't mind, before
You're
I do
going to
that?
get coffee.
No, I'm going to get water. I'm gonna
Water?
I'm just going to go reload my cup with water.
All right. I'm just going to sew along,
You made me
and it'll probably
bracelet
get
to
much
match
more
my shirt.
quiet when Rob leaves the set.
And the quilt too. That is beautiful. I'm going to put it on right now.
Do we have any questions, Elijah?
Someone said they love science fiction.
Okay.
Tiffany, do you like Star Wars?
Not a greatest fan, no.
Wow.
Why?
You like Star Trek though, right?
No, not a big fan. No.
Really?
I actually am not a big TV watcher or movie watcher. I know that's weird. It's kind of like when you meet somebody and they're like, I don't like music. And you're like, how can you not like music? Or ice cream. Have you ever met somebody that said, I don't like ice cream? And you're like, are you human? But no, I'm not.
What's your favorite movie since you aren't a big fan?
Oh, my favorite movie? Since I'm not a movie fan, what's my favorite movie? I'm going to have to think on that one.
You're gonna have to
Next question, please. The generator has finished generating, and Rob is back with his
Water. Agua.
with his water.
What do you think Rob puts in his water?
What, you want to see? It's just water. Although I'm using the coffee cup, so it's a little dingy looking right now.
He has coffee.
Yeah. I wonder if we could put, no, I think we could challenge
Got
him to
himself
put
a
her
little
name
dirty
on
water
screen.
over there.
Yeah, okay. So let me,
Check this out, everybody. The Purple Cottage.
Eh.
all right. Okay, we've got our winner for the prize and the add-on. I've got the name memorized right now, so I'm just going to blurt it out if that's okay. Are we ready?
Blurred on.
Blurred on. Okay. So, Katie Nana is that's your name in the comments. Katie Nana, N-A-N-A. You're our winner of our first prize. Please go ahead and email info@stitchinheaven.com, and we will get your address info so we can send out that prize. I will make sure we include Tiffany's super cool template. Thank you again for that, Tiffany.
No problem.
And we'll get that sent out to you. And we have many more prizes, folks, so we'll do another one in a little bit. Thank you again for commenting. I think that worked pretty dang well because it took a while to generate the generator, and it wasn't due to lack of gigawatts in the flux capacitor. So that's a good thing. I am going to take a moment, though, and lose the shirt because it is getting warm in here, but I want to show something really cool I just acquired, too.
He's taking off his clothes and wants to show you something really cool. It must be a new tattoo.
Someone had a question for you, Tiffany.
Okay.
They asked, what's your next fabric line coming out?
The next, I have a fabric line that is coming out, should hit stores
Oh, they said when. When is it?
when in May, I believe. But you know, I just got an email yesterday about something about shipping containers, and you know, things don't always show up when they're supposed to. So this actually is from that line.
Ooh.
I know. How cool is
can
that?
people see the fabrics yet on
Yes.
the website? Is that what you said on the
I don't have them loaded on my website.
On Islands?
They are on Island
On
Boutique.
Island Boutique?
Yes, and the line is called Earthy Enchantment.
It's beautiful.
It's
Little sneak peek over there.
Yeah, right? And a cup from Grunge and Grace.
Yep.
I think it's okay that we promote our family and friends out there, right? This is
Absolutely.
what community is all
Absolutely.
about. So yeah, Krista makes beautiful enameled seam rippers, and I have a pen. Does she sell the pens? I have an early pen. I don't know if she
I
does the
don't
pens.
know.
I have one with tattoo fabric on it. I love it. The
Ooh.
tattoo fabric from Alexander Henry way back.
So on Monday, I did a lecture, so trunk show at a quilt guild north of Dallas.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry, something wrong with the machine?
no,
Oh, sorry. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
wow. I'll go a little faster.
No,
And,
north of Dallas. I'm just trying to be funny, you know.
I know you
and
are.
it doesn't always work. I get it.
And I took with me a dozen of the seam rippers that Krista had made,
Uh-huh.
and they are all gone.
All gone. Yeah.
All gone.
I have I have 2 treasured mugs, or cups, tumblers like that. I like that size a lot.
I do
And she does like the Stanley size with the handles.
I
that are
have one
really
of those
cool.
that won't fit in my carb, so it just goes from the house to the studio and back and forth because it holds so much.
Yes.
It's less trips into the house to get more water.
Here's the situation. I now know a gentleman with a 3D printer. And
Is it-
on my to-do list of 3D printing is the cup holder converter,
Nice.
because it's one of the 3D printed items that Braden, my son, can make for me.
Awesome.
And actually, I don't need it because a car that can go over 300,000 miles obviously has a decent sized water bottle or cup holder in it already. So the Sequoia will hold easily. It even holds this thing. That's really wide.
Yeah, I think that's the bottom of
Yeah.
the
Can we show
large
what
tumbler.
Tiffany's doing over there on the sewing machine? What was she doing?
I was adding. Where do you want to? Where did?
Somebody was asking what you were doing.
She was sewing on the short parts. They were probably busy commenting because I gave
Yes.
instructions. That probably wasn't smart.
No,
of
that
me.
wasn't smart. Down at the bottom of the page, we have the instructions to start to assemble this block that has a checkerboard around it. So I just started with the piece A in the middle, and you want to get the piece
I'll press one. So
the piece A that has 12 fabric. Is it fabric A?
it's fabric A, and they're 4.5 squares.
4.5-inch squares. And you need 12 of them. And I've just added the checkerboard to either side. And now I'm going to add, I put 2x2s together to make them a 4, if that makes sense. And now I'm going to add it around this block.
And the only thing she's watching for is to make sure that she always has a dark to light or black to white connection as she goes around. And I'm pressing here on the wool mat from the center green or that fabric A out into both of the pieces.
Okay. I am not going to pin because you don't pin.
Correct.
And we need to get this done today.
You gonna be all right?
I'm all right.
All right. Well, do one and see how it feels.
How it feels.
Oh, and these are extras.
Yeah.
Good. So you should definitely have extras.
Yep. And that would just be because the strip was,
Right. We
Had a little-
account for, yep.
we had a little extra cushion.
What it
to
is there's probably like two chunks were cut from one strip set and everything else was left, if I remember correctly. It was one of those mathematical things where I got to go up one more strip. Now what I wanted to point out when I was taking off my coat is I just received, look at this. I was just awarded a bracelet that was made by Nick's daughter, right? And
Sweet.
We met yesterday and she made it to match the quilt.
Move your wrist so they can see it a little better there.
Oh, is that better?
Yeah, they can see it now.
Look at that. Isn't that awesome? I love it.
Is it a carefree bracelet?
It is a little carefree, but it's also really perfectly laid out with the combinations of the colors. My daughter used to make these also. I've never tried one. It looks real. Is it hard to make? Oh, she's got her headphones on. No. Well, I'll pretend like it was.
She worked diligently
I'm sure she did.
for hours for you.
She's a Wolf Scout.
Okay, you were talking about the gear box, something in your truck?
Oh,
Or in your-
yes. Those of the longtime fans out there know that I have a small love for quilting in the backcountry. Actually, it's a big love. I just haven't got to do it enough yet. So I have rigged my Toyota Sequoia as what we refer to as an overlander, which means I can kind of camp out of it. It's like a little mini motorhome. Got a bed in the back. I put in a power bank. I have a solar panel. I have a little refrigerator. So I can go a couple of days off grid. And one of the things I think is best to do off grid is quilting. And so I've got an old Singer sewing machine that I've stripped as much of the electronics out of it as possible, so it only takes power when it's running. And I have been treating myself to quilting adventures in the backcountry. However, a while ago I was heading into Oregon and I went to one of my favorite places along the McKenzie River Wilderness, and I was just over 7 miles away from a cell phone signal when the entire gear shifter that put the automatic vehicle in and out of park, reverse, broke while the car was in gear and running. But I got it stuck in second gear. So I was going to have to drive either the 7 miles back to the road to get help at 20 miles an hour, or find some nice folks back at the hot spring I had just visited to get me out of this jam I was in. So anyways, I did, and I spent a couple days in the backcountry, and I got it fixed. And everything was great. I bought a new part. Apparently it's a weak link part on the vehicle. Replaced it myself. Had to do a little bit of
Jerry rigging?
Yes, and jerry rigging. Sorry, Jerry. He would have been proud. He really would have been. At any rate, so I bought the new part, got home, and then just a couple days ago, I'm backing into my driveway, and all of a sudden, nothing. It's stuck. So maybe there was a set screw that I never set tight enough or something, but it had basically completely backed itself out. And so now, even though the part wasn't broken, nothing was functioning. So I found myself again. But the best part about something like this is once you fixed it once, you know exactly what to do. So I reached into the side console, pulled out the Leatherman tool, which has the flip out Phillips head screwdriver, turned the steering wheel, undid the console, undid it, figured out what was going on. Because in this vehicle, you can't get it to go into, you can't start it again if you don't leave it in park. Right? So there were some challenges. So I worked through it. Everything's good. But yes, it's still creating adventures when you're talking about cars that have too many miles on them. Okay, I'm going back to my subcutting here.
You do that.
And watching the clock, I just say we just keep blowing through to get all these 12 blocks made.
Okay.
We're looking really good here.
Okay. I don't know what your plan was, but
My plan was to make the quilt today.
well, we need all blocks.
We're going to need them all then. You know me, I didn't have much of a plan. It seemed like such a great idea, and I did make it at home in roughly a day, but I got distracted, if that's easy enough to believe, and I wandered away, and I didn't actually sew it all in one day. I tried to time it to about an 8-hour window. But again, I don't think folks really want to watch and listen to us for 8 hours today. So we'll try to get all of our quilt done a little quicker.
Well, that's our goal.
That's
We're
our
going to be
goal.
done early.
We're going to be done early so that we
Ooh.
can go get that template from your house and watch some baseball. Is it on tonight?
Oh, I'm sure there's baseball on somewhere tonight because I.
If not, that European football seems to be on everywhere. We could always watch Star Trek. That's right. Everyone's a comedian here today. I love it. This is what we're all about. Nothing wrong with Star Trek. Hey, what about Battlestar Galactica, the original? Anyone ever watched that one with Twiggy and the robot? What up, Buck? And all that.
The remake.
You watched the remake? Is it good?
Yeah.
Okay, Nick says the remake is good.
Which way you're laying scenes and stuff like that? They want to know what's green.
Oh, absolutely. So what I'm going to do is reach in here and grab one of these blocks or two for some communication. Just grab this sausage here, basically. Oh, look at that. So right now, Tiffany has put on 2 short sides, and she's adding on a long side.
Go back to the pressing when you press the green.
Yeah, and also, do we have a camera that shows the block right now? I want to make sure that, okay, cool. So, and I apologize, we're actually using some neutral color thread, so they can't see great, but when we first put on the 2 short sides, I pressed away just to make life easier and give Tiffany a nice opportunity to line up the points as she comes through here. And now that she's put on one of the long sides, I'm going to again press away from that center. I don't know if there, and maybe I am asking, not maybe. Tiffany, do you know if there is a true theory behind pressing away from center? I find that when I do, my blocks seem to lay flattest. I don't know if there's a reason, if it's just maybe because I'm taking the time to press after every seam.
Yeah, I couldn't.
And then Nick, will you watch for follow-up questions in case I didn't get the answer they were hoping for?
Okay, when I am putting, okay, you pressed away from the green.
Yep.
And I added a piece on. When I add, I just want to make sure that my white is next to the black and the black is next to the white. This first one is going to nestle for me. This second one isn't. And you just have to watch and make sure that it's lining up nice on the second one.
Because of the way we've pressed dark to light.
But it's okay.
Yeah, makes sense. Are you saying that if I pressed one towards the green and one away from? No, because on the bottom end, you'd be at black versus white. So at this point, there's no way to get 100% nested.
Nope.
Or nestled.
Exactly.
Got it.
The only solution to having that little lump would be to press open, and I cannot even fathom pressing open on a quilt we're going to try to do in a day.
No.
Because I like to press open.
She likes to press open. It's impressive the way you do your ironing. You see what I did there?
I did. I heard it. I didn't see it. I heard it.
Do I have one of those cute little? I do. Look what I got.
What do you have?
Oh. Because I usually cut my chain piecing right here, you know.
Oh.
So this is it's a little thread cutter. Oh, I love it. Oh, that's so much better. Thank you.
You know, this is the only place you'll get one like this.
Right? These are
custom for us.
Stitchin Heaven.
Yep.
Maybe Gracie can put the link in for everybody for the cute little cube thread
Yep.
cutter.
There's other thread cutters out there, but but this is a good height and and the block is nice and heavy, so it holds it. I see some of them where I haven't used them, but they look like they could be top heavy.
I have one that I don't care for because the opening is too wide.
Oh.
It's a triangle shape, and it was a cute idea. It doesn't slide around because the triangle base is at the bottom, but because the top is a rounded plastic, it feels like
There they are.
it doesn't feel like I want it to feel. I have a hard time if I don't chain too far between, then I have a hard time cutting the seams.
Got it.
So I really like how narrow that is.
Yep.
And you can actually take these on an airplane as well.
Yes.
Because you can use them for cutting in your knitting bag and stuff. I carry fingernail clippers in my sewing bag for cutting.
I can carry these on the airplane.
Yeah?
But I do take the chance that some rogue TSA agent shall take them.
It is, yeah. And it is their job, and I don't complain when they do. This.
I think if it's a 4-inch blade or less,
Right.
you're supposed to be okay, but I've still had friends that had their scissors confiscated.
What you got to do, though, is if that TSA agent is taking you got to do a little profiling yourself is what I'm getting at. First, you look for any sign of quilterness on them. They might be wearing some scissor earrings, right? They may have a quilt-related tattoo of sort, right? They may have sneakers or shoelaces of some. There might be some sort of, because they don't get to wear flare, right? TSA doesn't get to do flare on their jerseys.
Right.
But there might be some indicator that they are a quilt maker, and that's
so you can make a contact.
be like, listen, quilt maker, I understand that you have a job to do here, but I can get you a deal on those if you just let me keep mine, right? Like I've got people that can help you with this. Like I don't need you to confiscate my stuff.
Oh,
I
see.
lost my Nerf gun recently, and it was an obvious
you?
mom. She's like, she was short on the 3-year-old's birthday party. I think she was running, maybe she was an aunt, or an aunt of sort, and she was late to the party or something was going on, and she's like, listen, I'm gonna steal this guy's Nerf gun, and then I've got the present when I get to the party. shy of packaging, but preloaded with darts. So yeah, I lost my favorite Nerf gun going through TSA recently.
You know, I don't remember which airport it was, but years ago, one of the airports had a display of the things that they had confiscated. One of the things in there was a leaf blower.
Oh, so I can't take my jet skateboard. Who would try to bring a leaf?
Exactly. Who needs a leaf blower as a carry-on? We joked about that for years.
In case you jump out and don't get a parachute, you can guide yourself to water.
Oh, goodness.
Yes, this show is not scripted because there's no way on the planet we could come up with this stuff unless we were just making a quilt and chatting. This is really fun. Are you having as much fun as I am?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes. I told you, I needed this. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Tiffany's a little carefree today.
You think she's getting a little
yeah.
carefree? She's not allowed to use her? Yeah. Okay, excuse me. Can we get a tight shot on carefree?
How bad?
It's perfect.
Oh.
It's like perfect. Like every single one of them. Yeah.
Did you see my panic there?
Yeah, no. It must be the pattern. That's probably what it is. Is the pattern so perfectly
The
written?
pattern is so perfect. So you're saying all that time I spend pinning and pressing open
It's just
is
poor
a
pattern.
waste of time.
Yeah, you just need to be a better pattern writer. That's all there is to it. Oh, I don't think I'm getting away with that one, folks. I have a feeling my subscribers just boom, right? All the Team Tiffany folks are just like, all for this head, all for this head. Also not from Star Wars or Battlestar Galactica.
All right, I don't know. We probably have some new people.
Oh yes, should we talk about what we're doing?
Well, I thought maybe you should talk about Team Tiffany, Team Rob.
Oh, Team Tiffany, Team Rob.
Because there's so much to talk about
There
it
is
that's
so much
important. Not
There
just that we're teams.
Teams. Yes, so Team Tiffany, Team Rob started 2 years ago now at our first sew along, 3 years ago.
2, 3?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It was our first sew along New Year's mystery quilt together.
Yes.
And we might have been halfway through the show, and we were trying to do it in our big, beautiful retreat center because we had people sewing with us live, but it was so loud we chose not to do that in the future.
We learn.
We learn. We try to learn as we go. But we were sewing along and we were pointing out the differences between the way that we create and the way that we work so that, you know, we all have our different methods. And I think I said something to the fact that, oh, if you're a slob, you might be Team Rob.
Actually, I think what happened,
Oh.
if
No,
what
I have
remember,
an issue with this kind of stuff. Go ahead.
I think somebody wrote in on our comments and said, I really want to be Team Tiffany, but I'm really more Team Rob. Or I started the day Team Tiffany, and they designated the teams.
And that's when okay.
And we were like, oh, this is fun.
Yes. Oh, and then the moment we said something about Rob and slob, I just like to
I don't
rhyme.
remember that.
See, I like to rhyme. That's the way I
Well, good,
remember.
good with Tiffany. You got one?
I'll have an epiphany in a moment.
That
for
would-
Tiffany.
that would
Yeah,
be-
Don't you worry about me.
Okay.
Right? So yeah, for me, that's how I kind of remembered it. And then everyone got excited, and when we went into our post-production meeting the following couple days, we said, oh, that was fun, and we think people really enjoyed this Team Rob, Team Tiffany thing, and there's some merit to it. And so at any rate, we decided, I think you might have said we should do t-shirts. 'Cause
We should
love
do t-shirts.
Let's do t-shirts. So then we decided to do t-shirts, and then Tiffany designed out the t-shirts, and then we decided we wanted for the next year to do a different shirt for every year. Mm-hmm. And that was super cool.
So Rob is Carefree Quilter, and I'm Passion for Precision.
Sure, Rob.
There we go. Passion, the Carefree Quilter. Ready? Here comes the back. So we get your signatures
I
on.
like the signature. Is that your signature?
Actually, that's my signature right there. Yep.
Oh, we got
Yep. And then you have Tiffany's, which is a little bit more legible.
Oh, my signature.
Yeah, the signature.
there's her
Yep.
signature.
Yep.
I like that.
And we'll do the same this year. We'll keep putting the dates on. I like the fact that we
Yes.
did Stitchin Heaven on the sleeves this year.
Yep.
So yeah, we're working on. We actually have been putting a lot of effort already into New Year's. One of the things I really like about working at Stitchin Heaven is kind of how organized we could be. You gonna press?
Yeah.
You want me to sew for a while?
If you're ready. I mean,
I think I might be ready to instruct, actually. I think it's time to move on to this because that's the 12
Yes.
of our block 1. So technically, folks, today, if you're just joining us, and I also didn't really tell you, but we only have 3 total blocks to make. We've got the big checkerboard here, which we're just finishing with the green square in the center, checkers around it. We have the checkerboard on point, which was the theme to the whole project. And then we're going to make these half square triangle, they're basically a broken dishes block is what we would call them. But if you look carefully, and this is even something that sometimes when I pick fabrics versus assemble quilts, I don't get quite the same tone. They look a little different on the table. So there's a hidden, this is why it's called the glowing checkered star. There's a hidden star around this checkerboard. So when we get into building our blocks into rows later on, I'm going to walk you through because the rows actually rotate to get this star format. Those of you who are working in your own palettes, you might find that this star format really starts to pop. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing in other folks' projects. So we only have the 3 blocks. We have the one we were just finishing, we have the one we're going to move into, and then the last one's real easy. It's just big monster half square triangles. It's just a little bit of trimming for that one, but that's probably post-pizza if I know what's happening today.
Have y'all designed the 2026 t-shirts yet?
We are working on the 2026 t-shirts right now, but they're not released yet.
If you've worked on them, I haven't seen them.
Oh.
Am I supposed to be working on them?
Well, and the concept that we
maybe
know
we-
what we're doing, we
Yeah.
just haven't put it through the process yet.
Someone
Yep.
said maybe the 2026 will have a checkerboard pattern.
Oh, well, if you'll note, actually the blocks on the shirts are from the year prior. Because
Yes. So far.
so far, do we tell them about my dream shirt? It's a while down the road. I don't know if these folks can be that patient. I can't be that patient. That's why it's my dream shirt. I think we'll tell them next year.
Okay. Okay.
All right. You can
All
change
right.
my mind if you want to, but we don't have to. I'm going to dive into instructing. So let's go overhead camera if we can, please.
Can you hand me those? I want to count
Yes.
them.
She's going to count them. Now that they're all done. You don't have to count them in between countings. I didn't count them.
Who are we?
We're going to bounce into making the checkerboard block that goes on point, but we just start by making a regular 9-patch checkerboard. So I'm going to need the strips that have the 3 parts in them earlier, and I was just starting to whittle down a couple of these black and whites. So what I'm going to do real quick is cut myself. I want these to read more black than white. So the black is going to be on all the corners, and that's why we're going to use 2 of the strips that have 2 parts black and 1 strip that has 2 parts white in it to build our perfect checkerboards. And in this part, because, let's go to the ironing board real quick. The fabrics have been pressed in opposite directions. They should be able to nest real nice when we're working on those.
Okay. You want to sew, and I will.
Sure. Do you want to trim?
I'll trim.
Okay, 2.5 as a reminder. Subcut those down.
Yes, sir.
I'll go ahead and stitch these, and yeah, I've got all the whites done. I think. No, there's the whites as well. And I think
Oh.
I'm going to try to stand for a bit, so I'm just going to push that out of the way.
That's fine. Okay. So you got whites here.
So as I get ready to do this, I am just going to nest that black against black right in there. This part works pretty nice. You notice how I just got on the machine when it got easier? I really am a good Tom Sawyer. And then this is also the machine I use at home all the time too. So this is another reason that when the 2 of us are stitching together like this, we like this machine a lot because we both know it pretty dang well.
Hey Rob,
Yeah.
are there any more instructions besides the 3-page pattern for the quilt?
There was a 3-page cutting information that had, I think, a picture of the quilt and the cutting info and the yardage requirement. But there's a full, I think it's an 8-page pattern, 5 pages of pattern plus the covers that is downloadable on today's description And that pattern should have been emailed to everybody that pre-registered. So that's the advantage of pre-registering for your email, is you might get your information in advance for the non-mystery projects. And on the mystery projects, we send out the info in advance also in case you want to cut and try to be a little ahead of schedule. But we don't tell you much more than what we have to allow you to enjoy the mystery part of it. So yes, if you haven't downloaded the full pattern yet, you may want to. And the cool reason, and one of the major reasons we use YouTube, is technically you can pause or stop or whatever, and when you come back, it's like you haven't missed the thing. Where on other channels, it jumps ahead. So I like that about YouTube. And of these checkerboards, I need to make 20. They're basically a 9-patch at this point.
If they can purchase the older shirts. Do you know if we still sell those?
Unfortunately, I don't believe there are any of the older shirts, the black versions, available. We do have the gray ones right now on stitchinheaven.com. And we usually put out the other shirts right around October, November, so that people can start rallying the troops for which team. And it's fun because in the past, sometimes folks think the teams are based on what colors we're working with, but it really was for us more about precision versus carefree. And again, folks, what we really want to make sure everyone's doing is learning about quilting and learning how to share quilting with the ones they love. We don't really actually compete or grade or judge each other. It's something fun. My friends like to tease me because I am pretty sloppy when it really comes down to it, and I know it. But I still love making quilts, and I love doing the designs. And for me, I used to make a quilt a day, and so at least I'm taking a week now. I feel like I'm slowing down a little bit.
Slowed down a little, enjoyed the process.
Yep.
Okay, do you?
No, I can just sit there.
Okay.
That one's done. These ones I'm gonna.
Does it matter how I press them now?
It really doesn't. I was
Okay.
pressing when I did mine from center out again.
Right. But once you've done both seams, it's not as easy.
No. And so would you rather them as two-part? You want me to
Yeah.
film at you this way?
Sure.
Okay.
Rob, you have a lot of people asking for the tees on that T-shirt.
Oh, what the
They're all saying they can't
Oh.
for the dream shirt?
The dream shirt.
Well, it's going to be sleeveless. That's all I'm saying right now.
No, it's not.
Some muscle shirts.
The muscle shirts. I got it, yeah, because it's not for a few more years, so I can start working on my beach muscles, biceps. Oh man, who's sewing over here? This guy's doing a terrible job.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I'm just folding stuff wrong, getting all crazy.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I get really excited about these shows.
Make sure to tell everybody to hit a like on the page.
Oh, that's right. If you want to know the mystery shirt, hit a like, share the video with your friends. That really does help though, folks. If you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe to the channel. Please make sure you comment on the videos. YouTube loves it when they see people are engaged with the videos. YouTube is designed to be a beautiful video platform for the viewers out there, right? So they reward us content creators by making good content. And they know it's good if you all put thumbs ups and subscribe and that stuff. What you hunting for, my friend?
Another ruler. I have a trick.
Oh,
Show everybody a trick.
she has a trick.
There we go. Found the ruler I wanted. So you flipped, well, I'm going to do these two at a time. But after you trim the salvage off, you flipped yours around.
Copy.
I don't want to flip mine around. So I'm going to line up the line on a ruler. I'm going to use a second ruler.
Ooh.
Yeah. And I'm going to trim that away. Now I can just start without having to flip my fabric around.
I like that.
Even her cutting's precision.
Even her cutting's precision. I won't mention I've learned to cut left-handed, but I didn't want to show off
Yeah.
because it's not a good idea.
Really?
Right? Well, I mean, unless you're really good at it, which I'm not.
So you cut left-handed. You're not really good at it, but you're going to talk about it, but not show off about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of like the t-shirts.
Thanks. I like how those are flying.
Flying geese. That's how that term was created. Did you know that? I know all quilt history, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
All quilt history. So that's how the flying geese block was created. So Ethel was sitting there, they were chain piecing, and she was throwing half square triangles at Gladys, and they were getting pushy back and forth. So then Gladys accidentally started sewing the half square triangles together, and they came into that flying geese shape. And then Irma
Who knew?
came along and documented it all.
Gladys, Irma, and who else?
Ethel.
Ethel.
Yeah, they're my quilter friends.
Awesome.
Actually, so here's fun. My daughter is named Ruby after my great-grandmother. I think I know I've told you this before, but my great-grandmothers were Ruby, Opal, not my great-grandmothers, the sisters of that clan. Ruby was my great-grandmother, Opal and Pearl. Those were the sisters' names.
I had an aunt.
They were all gem names.
I had an Aunt Pearl.
Oh, I think I just ran out of bobbin thread. It's coming. I think we're running out of bobbin thread soon. The noise
I'm
just
gonna
changed.
Did it? I'm going to move over and
Well, it's not going to get crazy if
Press.
I run out of. It'll be just fine if we run out of bobbin thread.
it won't be just fine if you run out of bobbin thread.
It's not going to blow up or anything.
No, but you won't be sewing anything.
Someone said they like your tips, Miss Tiffany.
Thank you.
Have you ever used a stripology ruler?
I have not. I know what they are. I know how they work, but I have not. Doesn't mean I won't someday.
Tiffany, are you left-handed?
No,
Right-handed?
right-handed. Why am I doing things backwards?
No, we have some left-handed people in the comments.
Oh, I ride a skateboard the wrong way. What is that called?
Goofy.
Goofy. I ride a skateboard goofy.
I'm not left-handed, I just ride a skateboard wrongly.
Everything else is right-handed. Skateboard riding is goofy. I have not ridden a skateboard in years. I had one. I went to school, UC Riverside,
Uh-huh.
California, and it's pretty hilly. And
Yeah.
the classes, I couldn't get from one class to the next in 10 minutes without a skateboard.
Right? That's pretty cool.
That was my mode of transportation.
You said UC Riverside?
Yep.
There might be a skate park on one of the campuses. There's definitely one at the city park in that area, because when I used to travel around teaching quilting to the local guilds in California, I always had my pads and my park deck with me because I love going to the skate parks. I was, here I was, 30 years old, trying to learn to ride vert in pools. Like, just talk about a trip to the dentist.
You know there's a skate park in Mineola?
I heard, yeah.
Have you been there yet?
Not yet. I'm waiting for Anita's kid to take me over.
Oh, they're painting murals. They're painting murals all around Wood County right now.
Oh, wonderful.
And I think there's a new one going up at the skate park. Don't quote me, but I think
Okay.
there is.
There's supposed to be a fun pump track on it.
Oh, I don't know what
speaking
that
of-
is.
It's like where you would flow with my surf skate now that I'm not trying to do tricks and all that stuff. Just cruising. Just
Gotcha.
cruising. Hey, I've got a recommendation.
Okay.
And I think the folks in this area, locals, will greatly approve. I recently listened, because I travel so much, I do a lot of audiobooks. Willie Nelson's It's a Long Story. So he grew up really close to these parts. Willie did.
Okay.
And the story of his life is just wonderful. He writes the book as he's 80, so 10 years ago now, if I have my Willie history correct. But it was just really fun hearing about and knowing the small townness of, and him talking about growing up, in Abbott, Texas, and being part of the gospel, music, and his mother and grandmother and all that being part of it. It was just really neat to hear. And
Awesome.
still returns Abbott and Hawaii. He has properties. Anyways, but he has I think he has his Western Village on the Abbott property. So anyways, just, I don't know. Recently completed that. And I figured our Texas fans out there that weren't too busy watching Star Trek might want to enjoy a little Willie history. Because when I was here a couple of months ago, my friend Mary took me over to see the mural of Willie Nelson, which was actually a ploy to get me to buy cheesecakes for the family.
Oh, yeah.
You heard that story too.
Well, they're good cheesecakes.
They're good cheesecakes.
We're plugging.
We're plugging all of our locals. Why not? They are good cheesecakes.
Rob knows his sewing history and Willie's history.
You're getting better on my Willie history. Remember, it's all quilting facts and some Willie facts. And with a statement like that, you know my day's going to get long.
All right. How many of these do we need, Rob?
I'm going to need 20 total.
Okay.
And I have no idea what number I'm on.
Oh, neither do I, but we'll count in a minute. We're not,
Not in any hurry.
we are in a hurry.
We are?
We're nowhere near 20. How's
Did
that?
you count for this one?
No. How could I count for that one? It wasn't done.
Well, that's one closer, though. You should have seen me try to build this block the first time. Like, how am I going to instruct this? I literally did. I made a 16 patch, and when it was done, there were more 2.5-inch squares in the scrap pile than there were in the block, because I just couldn't figure it out. But then, what we're going to do after this here is we're just going to add on some like creepy corners and then trim it down.
Okay.
Works every time. It's amazing.
Awesome.
Well, we'll see if it works. I should do these, keeping up so that we have a full count. Thanks again for coming to help me today.
I told you.
You know, I don't think the conversation would have been nearly as entertaining if I was talking to myself the whole time too. Or trying to talk to everybody out there without being able to see the comments. I love it when I can see the comments, but I can't sew and watch all the comments very well. I get too distracted.
We have 8 so far.
Okay, we're going for 20.
Yep.
Tiffany, is Rob pretty precise over there with this? With this
Yeah. Yeah, but you know what I think really helped? Nestling.
The strips were made so nicely to begin with. Is that
They
what you
were-
were going to
the
say?
strips
The strips
were-
were made so
they were-
precisely to begin with.
And then pressed so
Pressed so
nicely.
nicely, and
That's all important, you know.
it is.
It really is.
Well,
Peop-
because this is what is going to allow us to kind of blow through this quilt talk today, right? Like, there's a few, and I tried to write the pattern in all the order of like where you're like, all right, I'm getting kind of sick of this rogue sewing, and then all of a sudden it changes, and then it changes. You're going to have a hard time believing this. I have a serious problem with my attention span.
I'm not real sure how I'm supposed to comment on
Right?
that.
True. My friends in Peru would say, claro que sí. That is the truth. It is clear.
Oh, see, I went and counted. Now I'm going to count again because I think we're at 10.
It's because I told you I have to neurologically
Uh-huh.
count every 5.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay,
Action
10.
shot of Tiffany counting blocks.
So we're halfway there.
Okay. Ready? Okay.
Right.
Here, watch this. Now this is what I do. Because now I know you're at 11, right?
Uh-huh.
So now I got to go 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So
18,
you cut
19,
me
20?
3 more strips of
Yeah,
that, and then that way I know
absolutely.
right where I'm at. Thank you. 2.5. Not that you didn't know that, but it's just part of the inner teacher in me.
I have to
It's
tell
my inner
you.
voice coming across camera.
I have to tell you, when I picked up the ruler that you put the blue tape on,
Mm-hmm.
you and I are so different because I really expected the blue tape to be exactly on.
Oh no, I
The
wanted
line.
to see the line. No,
I
no,
noticed.
I wanted to see the line.
I
It
figured
was
it
just to get
out.
me on target,
Yep. I figured it out real quick. It only took me one
right?
that I cut
One wide
incorrectly.
cut?
Yeah, and I could trim it down, so it wasn't a big deal.
Someone asked what the finished size of the 9 patch is.
Well, if they started at 2s, 2.5s to finish at 2, it would be 2, 4, 6 plus the 1/2 inch seam allowance, so they should be 6.5. Am I right?
I believe so. But that's not the finished size of the block unit because it's
No.
only the size of the middle.
Right. If they ask 9, the 9 patch, that's
We have 2 more, and they're biased from here, what we're doing. So,
bias. I'm coming behind you. I need
good.
my water.
Quick update, we have over 100 likes and 200 watchers still.
oh, wonderful.
Oh, we have exactly 100 likes.
Woo! Good job.
Okay, so there's all my whites. Once I know I've got all those done, my brain will shift,
Shift.
shift. And then when
Someone
you're,
said you're not boring to watch. You're
oh,
never boring.
oh, wonderful.
As we got real quiet.
Right? Well, you know what I would love to know from the viewers at home, if they wouldn't mind giving us some feedback, is how many folks are starting or maybe have been quilting and using videos in the background. Like we were talking about football and baseball earlier. I don't watch quilting videos in the background while I'm quilting. I actually, and I don't want this to sound rude, I support my friends' channels, but I don't try to take their info. So I try not to watch much quilting because I like to have it feel, it may not be my own idea, it may not be
Exactly.
unique, but I would rather see somebody else do it and be like, oh, I've done that too, versus see somebody do it and be like, I want to do that.
Well, it
know
sits
if
in
that
your
makes sense.
sits in your brain, and
Yes.
then it comes back out, and you're like, "Oh, I thought of this, and it wasn't really
It
yours
wasn't.
because you saw it somewhere." I had early on when I was designing, I was very excited to share some of my patterns
Uh-huh.
with another quilt pattern designer, and she stopped me and she's like, "No, I don't want to see your work." And I'm like, "Oh," she goes,
Right.
"No, I don't want to accidentally steal it."
Right. Yeah. It happens because we get these subliminals.
Yep.
You know, I've been listening to this great book about Willie Nelson, and he talks about these, the beginning of Crazy. One of his buddies says it was his original lick, but they all agree that they're all the same 3 chords, and if it ain't yours, it's somebody else's anyways.
True. I would think.
And boy, talk about somebody that has played with a lot of different musicians. I think that's kind of cool too. And of all different genres, although he mentioned he had a reggae album out.
Really?
Don't bother. Sorry.
Okay.
I love Willie and I love reggae. I don't think I love Willie doing reggae.
Well, you are allowed to have an opinion.
I am allowed to have an opinion. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a couple, you know, he covers the Jimmy Cliff tune. Everyone's heard that, there's a couple of good ones on there, but they're just, and it's not his fault. The band doesn't play reggae on the daily, right? So he's still
Right.
using the family band, and they're just not
Oh.
quite getting it.
All right, we have a couple of answers to your question, Rob.
Which question is this?
What do they watch while they quilt?
Yeah, what do we watch while we quilt? We have the answers coming in.
Rock and roll music listeners.
Music listeners, okay,
We have some Netflix binge watchers.
okay, that makes
All right,
sense.
repeat these because I don't know if they can hear
Okay,
Elijah.
so we have Netflix binge watching,
And rock and roll.
and rock and roll.
Yeah.
So, okay,
We have someone who watches cleaning videos because she doesn't want to feel bad about not cleaning her house.
somebody watches cleaning videos because they don't want to feel bad about not cleaning their
Ingrid.
house.
That's
Oh, that's
Ingrid.
Ingrid.
Someone says they listen to audiobooks.
Yep.
Maybe they listen to the Willie Nelson book.
Yeah,
Yep.
maybe,
They
maybe
probably will now.
they listen to audiobooks. For some reason, I can't. I know a lot of people that listen to the audiobooks, and I have not been able to do that. My
No.
brain doesn't work that way. I can think about the next quilt while working on this quilt, but I can't listen to a book while working on a quilt.
Right.
I don't know.
Miss Patty watches tutorials that she's already watched.
Rewatches the tutorials.
Oh.
That must be my friend Patty Smith. She's looking for extra credit for it. She's coming to the retreat in August.
But
she's
you
trying
know-
to.
Patty Grayson.
Oh,
Oh.
well, never mind. Sorry, Miss Patty.
That really makes sense because because we don't learn everything in the video the first time. On anything we do. That's why in school we take the same classes with a little more oomph every time when, junior high on about biology or whatever, right?
Yep.
You
I
can't-
listen. I listen to music. I listen to audiobooks. I don't watch as much TV as I made it sound like. Only if there's something I'm really interested in, like a big live event or something. I will say, I'd like to know though, because it could be fun to hear from everybody else out there. Of the music listeners, let's just have people share favorite albums.
Elijah was laughing.
Yeah, I was laughing because someone added Willie Nelson books to their playlist.
Oh, nice.
A lot of audiobook listeners.
A
Yeah.
lot.
So let's make some recommendations for our community out there.
Oh,
Again,
that's a good
this
idea.
is a no opinion, please. Don't criticize others for what they like. No one
Yeah.
is harassing me for not being a Star Trek fan today too much. So let's just throw out some fun recommendations. Some great albums to listen to,
And books
some great
to-
audiobooks to listen to.
Someone said True Crime Podcast.
Oh yeah, I know
There's a lot of people
Oh,
listening to those.
Oh, okay. So yesterday on social media, I saw that they're doing a documentary on Netflix called The Quilters.
What?
I'm getting goosebumps.
Yeah, and you
It's-
stopped sewing.
It's incarcerated gentlemen making quilts for their therapy. And those quilts go to homeless shelters and children's and these things. And there's a lot of sewing programs in prisons around the United States. And it's very beneficial, and you have to be on your best behavior
yeah.
because then they're allowed to be around sharps and they're all accounted for. At one point, I actually was considering participating as the technician at our local mental hospital where they have a really large sewing program. But
Wow.
I didn't know enough about the industrial machines to feel comfortable, and I couldn't carry any technology in with me. So I would, every time I had a question that in regards to servicing a machine, it took me roughly 30 minutes to get through security. So I had to go I wasn't going to be smart enough for the job, is the truth, for those kinds of machines.
I knew somebody when I lived in California who was collecting yarn because she was going to the prison and teaching how to knit
Right.
and crochet.
Well, there's a group of kids I met, and the leader I met several years ago at a Houston quilt show, quilt festival, and I'm trying to remember something Army right now.
Anyways, you come back to that. The beginning of that was there's a documentary on Netflix.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
The Quilters.
the Quilters.
Talk about that right now.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
looks really, really, really good. And
Is it out now or is it coming soon?
there was a trailer. I think it's coming
it's-
soon.
Apparently, they've been hearing about it on podcasts and audiobooks.
Oh, great.
Wow.
Yeah, somebody shared it yesterday on social media, but I think this is a great way for us to put in our vote as creatives, let Netflix know what we want to see. Do more of these podcasts based on,
So it's
arts and crafts.
Is it a podcast or is it a documentary?
It's a
I can
documentary.
so I
I'm
can
sorry.
watch it.
Rob,
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt.
Is it
but
time for
it's
prizes?
Time for the next drawing.
Time for the next drawing. Okay,
Also, you draw.
I'll draw. Oh, I thought you said also.
I will sew. You will draw.
Look at this. Ready? We're going to tag team mid-seam. Okay, perfect. Switch over. Okay, so now, oh, easy. Okay, this one I can remember. Okay, so if you've just logged in, we are doing prizes today. And I will figure out what's in this prize bag because Tiffany wanted to be sewing. And you get the prize, you get the bag. We will ship it to you for free. We're going to do a 5-minute window where you will comment in a few moments in the comments. If you haven't commented yet, you may want to comment now just to make sure your commenting is available. Ooh, we have a beautiful Riley Blake Blossoms. This is a 10-inch square pack.
Ooh, is that batik?
They are batiks too, Riley Blake batiks.
I like
and on the
batiks.
back,
Did you know that?
I know you love batiks. Look at that. It's a nice
Oh, it's a soft palette.
soft palette. Really, really pretty there. And
Did you put the bow on it yourself?
I did not put the bow on it myself. That is our big prize with the bag going in here. Although, well, no, I was going to say, I'm not a very good bow tire. I didn't want to disappoint everybody.
You already lost your bow tie for the
I
day.
know, that's what I mean. It already came off. It was a clip-on. They knew I wasn't a very good bow tire. Okay, so do we have a clock ready to get started for the 5-minute timer? Okay, so for this one, in the comments below, simply, but you got to type it all the way out, glowing checkered star. In the comments below, you have 5 minutes starting 1, 2, 3. Go ahead and blow up those comments with glowing checkered star, and then we'll take all of those, drop them in our random generator, and we'll go ahead and get you that beautiful Riley Blake Batik prize. I might want to label these prizes 1, 2, so I don't get them wrong later.
Yeah, we need to be marking who already won.
Yeah.
Is that what you're doing?
Yep.
Good job.
And they're off. The comments are going like crazy.
Tiffany, do you need a shorter chair?
No, I'm okay right now. I'm okay. But thank you. If I decide I need one, I will let you know. Okay.
Okay.
There's 10 here. How many do you have here?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I have 6 right here.
Perfect. So we're at 20 now.
Yeah, so
So-
now you,
If you're just got like we were doing and just started going crazy with your subcutting through, you do have leftovers here, okay? And technically, watch this. I'm making up something as I go. This is fun. This is why you watch live Rob and Tiffany sewing. 2.5s, right? Mm-hmm. Got all these black ones left and all these white ones left, but look what we could do. We could make checkered binding.
oh, you could.
We could
Or
really
you could
make
make a
cool.
pillowcase.
Yep.
You know, the top of those pillows, or a little pillow.
You could actually, we may, and I don't know, if we had enough for binding, we would also then have enough for a checkered border around the, as an outer border.
Yeah, what color is your, okay, so your binding is
It's
black.
black.
You could just put a chunk of checker every so often.
Yeah, if you didn't have enough. I don't know if
Right.
we have enough. We would have to sew it all together and measure.
Which we're not going to do today.
No, because we're doing the other sewing. So let's move on. Now, I will go ahead. No, they're commenting. I'm not going to give any instructions
Oh,
until
that's
the next
right.
comments are over. Till the
That's
comments
right.
are over.
So you just
Yay.
look ahead. You know what, you wrote it, so you should know what we're doing
I know
next.
what we're doing. I might start doing it. I'm just not going to tell them
and
what
then
to
just, no, start doing it. And
Yeah,
then
that's a good idea.
after the prize is awarded, then
We'll
you
we'll
can go
walk them
back
through
and,
it.
yes.
Okay, I'm going to set these ones that we don't believe we need off.
Yep, off
for
camera.
right now. Yeah. Well, I can continue to make a big old mess down there. This is so cool the way this works. This next step. So you're commenting glowing checkered star in the comments to win a prize.
What are you doing right there, Rob?
I'm not going to tell them while they're working on their prizes.
We're just working.
We're just working. You mind your own business over there. You keep that camera to yourself, buddy. Have you seen construction like this before?
No. Are you just centering? You're just eyeballing?
Mm-hmm. For now.
Okay.
Yeah, it works pretty good though.
There you
We have
go.
a minute and a half left on the clock.
90 seconds to comment. Glowing checkered star in the comments to win yourself a prize. And it's that beautiful Riley Blake 10-inch batik bundle. I've got an idea for another project now too,
Not surprised. That's what happens to me too.
right? Well, I've seen them before. I haven't done one, but they're the folded fabric quilt blocks.
Yeah.
Have you seen those?
I
So-
haven't seen them in
A million years.
a million years.
Yeah.
We're at 30 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Ooh, look at the nice star you made.
So if that was a square that had been folded in half, right? They'd be prairie points, but they could flap.
Yeah.
But that would
And
be
do
a
you know
nightmare
how
to
much
quilt.
it would be a
so much-
nightmare to
but it'd
quilt?
be so much easier
to make these because
And then it would give you a nice quilted effect because you would have heavy and thin fabrics.
you could
5,
stitch these down.
3,
Yeah.
2.
Okay, here it is.
1.
That's
There
it.
we go, that's
Comments
done.
are closed. Good job, Elijah. All right. So we're going to now send those comments to the comment generator, random comment generator, and we'll be back shortly with the lucky winner of the prize. If you are that winner, you'll just simply email info@stitchinheaven.com and we'll get you dialed in. And then if I can get everyone's attention for a moment, I'll show you what we're going to do for the second part of the checkerboard on point step. So let's go overhead if we can. We're going to now be using, if you're working from the kits, we have these little black, it says COD, there's 8 of them. They're 2.5 by 2.5 squares that were cut on the diagonal. That's what COD stands for, I'm
I
assuming.
just thought it was black cod.
Oh, it is black cod. These are black cod tips. So if you go to Alaska, this is what you want to eat. It's the meat from behind their gill. It is. No,
Are
they
you
have a food
serious?
truck. My friends from Sitka, Alaska, will you please let my friend here in Texas know the importance of the black cod tip food truck in your wonderful town, often parked over
Who
by the
knew?
library.
I was
Yes.
being silly.
Oh yeah, no, they're wonderful.
Okay.
It's a delicacy. They deep fry them, if I remember correctly.
I'm
and
going
they're
to
just-
Sitka.
Are you? The food truck near the library is for black cod tips. So we'll be a line around the block. So don't wait till it's time to get back on the ship.
Okay.
Because you know how getting,
You assumed I'm going there on a ship?
I guess I did assume you were going there on a ship.
I am.
We'll talk about runners later. We had some really good runners on the last cruise. It's fun to watch the
Oh,
runners.
yeah, they are.
Yeah, it is. Okay, now back to the instructions.
Hey, Rob, can
Yes.
you move your instructions a little this way?
Yep, how's that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you see everything?
Better, Nick?
And a little down and to your left.
Here,
Down to your left.
to my left. Okay,
There we go.
and can you see the block also, Nick?
Perfect.
Thank you. Okay, this is where we're going in this step. This is how we're going to get there. We're going to take our checkerboard.
Can I move this?
Yes, please. And I've got these pre-cut triangles, or they were 2.5-inch squares that were cut on the diagonal. So it was a square cut across. One at a time, I'm going to stitch down, points in, raw edges out along the outer edge of this white square. What I'm doing to try to get this as centered as possible, but we're going to trim it to perfection. Thought you might like that.
Thanks.
I'm just going to look at the tip of this triangle and basically looking at equal distances of the lights around there, right? I'm just going to use those tips to somewhat center my square because I have this overlap. Look at how much I've given us extra out there.
Oh, nice.
Okay, but that's partly going to account for our 1/4-inch seam allowance. And so what I do, if you've been using a needle down method on your machine, at the moment I have it turned off because I need to come in here and kind of sneak in and start kind of in the middle of my block. This might be a time where you want to hold your threads, any of these kinds of things that might help you with your machines. Okay, and now I'm going to slowly sew across. Oop, and then my fabric moves, so now my needle can stay down because I'm in the block. I'm going to use a scissor or a stiletto, a purple thing, whatever I've got handy to recenter that. Again, looking at that tip there, dropping this down. And I just wasn't holding it as I started to sew is what happened. It's no big deal. And like I said, we're going to trim these into submission in a moment. After I get here, I'm going to cut my thread. And now I'm going to just start to work my way around the block, sewing on these triangles to all 20 of those squares we made already. So you want to get all of these on before we move on to the trimming or the adding of our next color. So we have one more step on this block as well. So earlier folks were asking what size we were at. I think we decided we should have been at 6.5.
Mail delivery.
Oh, mail delivery, number 1 on the prize. Okay.
Generator.
All right. Oh, the music for the generator came on. Actually, that was the music of the air conditioner turning off. But. Okay, so here we go. if you're listening and you were commenting, our winner for the prize number 2, the beautiful layer cake 10-inch squares from the boutiques of Riley Blake, Ben Neal. Our name on the comments is Ben Neal. Go ahead and email in for info@stitchinheaven.com. Thank you, sir. Beautiful. Thank you. And congratulations to Ben Neal out there. And I'm going to keep sewing these on. Now, while I'm sewing these on, Tiffany's going to go to the next step for all of the blocks. And that is going to be, again, she's going to start to press these edges over. So from the center out on all triangles, please, if you'll press those.
Okay. I want to, you keep sewing.
Okay, yeah. You
But I
have
want to say,
instructions?
obviously, we are sewing together and we are fast. And if you are nowhere near where we are, don't panic. Just sew what you can sew.
Oh, that's a great idea. And what
know-
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Were you going to
Always
suggest?
rewatch this.
Yeah,
Yes,
we can
we-
rewatch. But what I was going to suggest, and I guess I assumed Tiffany was about to say it and I was interrupting her anyways, was that you may want to stop where you're at and try to at least make one of the units we're making
Exactly.
as we do it, so that we'll make all 20 while you maybe make one, so that you feel like you really understand, or you have the opportunity to ask those questions today live. And that's what we're here for, in case there's something that you don't quite understand. So I'll just sew for a little while on these, and then I'll take you all to the next step, which will be trimming to make this into a checker on point.
There's also 2 of y'all.
There is.
Yeah.
And we
they're-
both sew
And
fast.
we're fast. So that's not fair. I just didn't want people stressed out and trying to compare and trying to keep up, and just do you. Don't.
You really want to know what was going to be unfair to the nice viewers at home, is I almost had a second sewing machine in here for Tiffany too. That would have really been unfair. We decided if we can't do it, the 2 of us with 1 machine and 1 iron in a day, then nobody should be trying to do it in a day. right?
Exactly. Yeah, because it's still not a problem. If we
No.
don't finish, we don't finish, and we'll finish it later. But
Oh, you know what though? Maybe not everybody has the new machines that I have and you have.
yeah.
Because my sewing machine will run after dark.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Even though I have the solar sewing machine, yes, my machine runs after dark. I wonder if anyone else's sewing machine runs roughly at 2 a.m. local time. Meaning that I think a lot of us sew late at night.
Is it only with a full moon?
Only with a full moon. You know what my brain went to when I heard about sewing with a full
Thank you
moon.
for the clarification on that, Miss Tiffany. She was stressing out.
No stressing.
No stress.
Quilting is not about stressing.
Are there questions out there that we should be trying to answer?
We had somebody ask why white thread rather than black.
Actually, the thread that we have is a taupe-ish kind of color. Yeah, honestly, if you were pressing mostly to the black thread would probably be a better choice. But when you're putting black and white together, you just want to use a neutral thread, in my opinion. What do you have any opinions?
I do.
Okay.
My opinion is if the thread shows your machine needs serviced, and I use whatever's on the machine from when I last was sewing.
There you go.
And my friends have also attested to that and teased me greatly when I turned in a block recently for a quilt that was a beautiful 30s print quilt, and I had used lime green thread on the bobbin and purple on the top. And they're like, what on earth are you doing? I'm like, press it. I mean, it doesn't show. But that really is partly the truth. Now, I don't stitch in the ditch. I do all kinds of quilting all over the place.
Well, machine quilting is different than machine
Yes.
piecing.
True, yes. And so, yeah, I don't really worry much about my thread colors. If anything, because almost every quilt I make, some portion of that quilt is going to show up on a video somewhere in construction method. So if anything, I'm using thread that shows up usually on camera better.
Right.
So a lot of times I will use that purple or green thread regardless of what I'm sewing on, because it's almost contradictory to whatever I'm using.
I also, yeah, your stitch length helps too. If you have,
Oh yeah, that's a great point. Talk about that.
Well, I like to turn the stitch length down a little bit. I don't know if you
Me as
noticed,
well.
but this one was not. When it came out of the box,
Oh.
it was a little too wide for me.
Funny. Okay, so it came out of the box on a 3. I took it to 2.4. She took it to 2.0. I hadn't noticed. So we're both the same in the way. But yeah, I like a narrower. Now, sewing on black on black, if I was using black thread, I may not necessarily use such a short stitch length because I've been known to take out stitches too nowadays. So black on black with black thread is really hard for my eyes to see. And so I will do a little bit larger stitch length so it's easier for me to unstitch if necessary. But almost any other time I'm down at about a 2 1/4, 2.0 stitch length as well because I also don't backstitch.
I don't backstitch either, but I love that you are adjusting your stitch lengths because you anticipate needing the seam ripper.
Yes.
I have the prettiest seam rippers because I use them frequently.
Right?
I had somebody once tell me, "Oh, you've quilted for so long, I bet you don't even have a seam ripper." And I'm like, "Are you kidding? I use seam ripper."
I've quilted so long I make my own seam rippers. I do.
You do.
Miss Jennifer was asking if the surface underneath that mat, the wool mat, is hot after all that ironing.
Let's see. Yes, it's warm.
And I'll keep sewing. Will you talk about not putting this on this?
Yeah, don't put this on this.
There you go. Excellent. I couldn't have said it better myself, I don't think.
You will totally warp your cutting mat. Oh, look, this one's a little warped right here.
I wonder how we know that.
I wonder how we know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to leave your mat out in the car in hot temperature. You don't want to leave. You want to leave your mat flat at all times, and you don't want to put a wool mat over it.
Yeah,
And-
the heat will really get them bad.
Yep.
Oops.
You know, Alex Anderson, we're using her ruler. She has a new cutting mat / rotary mat. Did I say that right? Wool and rotary mat combo. And she told me she worked on it for a long time to get whatever is in the middle of it absorbs the heat or reflects the heat so that it doesn't warp the cutting
That
side
makes
of
really
it.
good sense. I wonder if they put some Thinful Bright or something in there.
It appears to be thicker than that.
Right?
Yeah.
Maybe
But I
they
don't
put
know.
some hardy backer for some
Yeah, something.
something like industrial from your home. That's cool.
Yep.
I was giving
But
her
that-
some tips on what I thought they needed to do with their efficient Susan cutting mat.
Oh, yeah?
I like the concept behind all of them that are out there, but I have not yet found the perfect one. So I gave her my suggestions for the perfect one. We'll see if it works.
We'll
or
see
not.
if that happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm obviously just taking my time over here, which is great.
Well, I think what's going to happen is that I'm going to start doing those after this one, and you're going to start trimming
Trimming.
down.
I was wondering about that because I was thinking, or I was going to ask you if you wanted to start trimming. Do you prefer to sew or trim?
I think I'll sew.
Okay. Yeah.
If you're
that's-
asking.
No, yeah, actually, you get preference all day. You get to choose.
Let's get the close up of him sewing those triangles. Someone was asking for me.
Slow mo.
We don't have time for slow-mo.
sorry.
Someone asked, when is the best time to come visit the shop if you're a tourist?
Best time to visit the shop if you're a tourist. Probably the first Saturday of every
March.
month. March. Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Whether
Oh yeah. This is a beautiful time of year. April, March.
I'm just messing with you, but time of year is a little, and time of day.
You said you wanted to start sewing?
I do.
Okay. Want to trade?
All right. Yeah.
Trade mid job again. Hey, why do I have threads and fuzz in my coffee cup now? Oh wow! You know what's warm
You-
is the side of my coffee cup.
You needed a
I'm
little
sitting
more
next to that.
fiber, so I thought
need
I'd
more
throw
fiber
them
in my diet.
So I thought I'd throw them in there
Another good time to visit is during a bus trip.
during a bus trip, or get on a bus trip,
Get on a bus trip. We'll bring you here.
or one of our events. Sew Expo.
So Expo's
I'm not sure when the next Sew Expo is.
The
so maybe-
retreats page
Retreat.
has a page covered with the instructor led videos or retreats, but we also do free sews. And they usually have the word camp in front of them, and it's a lot of fun where you can kind of come
Yep.
and work on your own project.
You still stay at the retreat center and you still retreat, but yeah, you work on your own projects. It's not. It's
Oh, yeah, like Camp Summer Fun.
red wine and blue. Camp quilt some more.
Do they still get the discount for that?
We don't know.
I don't know. You're asking. We're just designers. We just make quilts. All right, let's go overhead real quick. And I'm normally a big ruler always guy. I'm not the kind of guy that buys rulers for the jobs. However, I have been known lately to design projects that fit my rulers, and this was kind of part of the whole base construction of it. I'm going to use a 6-inch square to make this happen, because watch what I can do. I can take my 6-inch square and we're going to lay it on the points we've added on, and I'm going to lay those diagonals of my 6-inch square, or my 3-inch and my 3-inch, right through where all that crosses, right?
Yeah.
Then I'm just going to take, and this is where I wish I actually had that
Rotary or
mat.
rotating mat.
I don't know what happened to ours.
Really?
It went missing after Expo, and I haven't seen it.
Huh.
I know. It wasn't the one, I'd already replaced the one I cut onions on the year prior. Now, the reason I like my Quilter Select,
Sorry.
that's okay, I saw you coming. The reason I like the Quilter Select rulers so much, though, is that grippy we were talking about earlier. Look at that, I can just spin all the fabric constantly with it, so it makes
You
life
talk
super
about
easy.
that? I don't even know. You can't see it, but it's just,
Yeah.
it's awesome. It just, watch.
Look,
I know, you're
look,
perfect.
it's so rad.
It doesn't matter where you set it.
Right?
So as soon as you get it centered,
Right.
it just grips the fabric.
Now, I could have pointed out to everybody at home, if they were really concerned, they could have been also watching for the 1/4-inch seam allowances as they go around there, okay? So, if anything, mine looked like they might have been a teeny bit short, which might have only meant that my 1/4-inch seam guide was 1 thread thick this morning when we started. But we're not going to change that now.
No.
It's not worth worrying about.
No.
I'm going to set this one aside. I'm going to trim these all down here using that 6-inch square. So if you have a larger ruler, I'll do one with a different size ruler so people can see. It's
Yeah,
going to be the
'cause-
same trick, laying a line through there. But yeah, let's do one with a big ruler.
Yeah, because not everybody has a 6. I was looking over your shoulder because I thought maybe it was a 6.5, but it's not. This is officially a
A 6-inch square.
6-inch square.
Yeah, so here's my 8.5 by 24. And so same thing. I'm going to come in here, but I'm only going to get 2 sides. So as I lay this out now, I'm looking, and so my 3-inch mark is still running straight through.
Tight camera.
Okay, so I've got a 3-inch mark running straight through the center diamond now because it's turned on point, and the 3-inch mark on the ruler. So same trick, even though I have a lot more around. This would be like if we were trimming half-square triangles or something, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and just trim off a side, and then another side. And then at this point, I would rotate the whole square, and then just find 6 and 6 in the corner. And I like to just kind of double check. I'm really making sure, if possible, I've got my 1/4-inch seam allowances, because I could cheat a little if I had to with my cutting. Maybe that's the carefreeness of how I do it. The real secret is I don't want any of those points to show up perfect, because if you get one, then you should get them all. And if I just make one of them go, they can just make them all go missing. It's so much easier, right? Don't have to worry about it. Easier to make them go missing than it is to have them show up. Just saying.
Just saying.
Just saying. Here, I'll do that again with this big ruler so people can see that. And then I'll get efficient on the small rulers. But yeah, just take your block, rotate it so you're cutting. Remember, you're now lining up to the triangles you just put on. If I didn't want you to use the triangles, I wouldn't have had you put them on. So anyways, using that 3 inches across, 3 inches across, because I'm squaring to 6 with a big ruler. And I like to also cut from the center of the ruler, or I don't like to cut from the corners, what I'm trying to say. Rotate again. Oops, lost where I was rotating to. Yeah, the corners I just put on. What am I doing? I got crazy.
Breathe.
Breathe. That ain't right. That's the ones I just put on. That's what I'm going crazy. You know what it is? It's coffee 30.
Again?
No, I
Oh, you
remember I
missed
didn't.
it.
No.
That's
no,
right.
no, 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 no. I'm actually pacing myself like a normal day. I'm not over caffeinating myself.
Well, you missed a coffee. You
I
went
did.
for water.
I did. Well, yeah, because it's probably about,
What time is it?
yeah, it's coffee 30. It's 11:30
Oh,
out here. And I usually don't actually go with this much energy for hours straight. Usually I take little breaks too, so pacing myself as best as I can. I think, though, you know, when we talked about this originally, if this was going to be something we could do in a day's time, because originally we were talking about doing it as a multi-day sew-along, and I didn't see the value in the multi-day sew-along. And I didn't see that myself being valuable on the second day as much. And that was part of it. It's just like taking the right pace through it and knowing that we were going to be sewing. This is the point I'm trying to make. Knowing that we were going to be sewing and having fun made it so I wasn't concerned about the time commitment. Here's another trick I can offer. When I do have to cut at the tip of a ruler, I like to come in kind of at an angle so that I can make sure that I'm not chopping that corner with my cutter. It's the easiest way to have to replace your blade and ruin your actual ruler. One bobbin down. One bobbin down. Did you win? Were you on bobbin chicken?
no, I
And you
lost.
have one already
Oh, there it
ready
is.
to go. And then the handy quilter can wind bobbins while it's sewing. So just drop that other bobbin up there and we'll reload, and next time we need it, it'll just be magically there.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that cool? I love that about that machine. It actually even has a dual, I don't know, can they see that on the camera? Elijah, can you show them the two spools on the back of the handy quilter? I know there's going to be some stuff in the background that's not beautiful, but
I can see it.
cool. Yeah, and so I always do that with my machines, and I just have the one on there.
How do I start it?
Oh, sorry, ready?
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Yep.
I knew how to start it. My brain went
Oh,
somewhere else.
I found myself like zoning out while I was putting on the triangles, and that's when I was like, all right, yeah, you're starting to, ready for a coffee reload.
If anybody needs a break, now's
Yeah. If
Yeah,
Don't-
Some people saying they're getting some coffee.
coffee breaks. Okay,
Good.
cool.
Good.
Well, that's great. Maybe we'll just, can I get you anything while I go to the coffee machine? Because I don't want you to stop sewing, by the way.
You don't.
Okay.
I'm
Do
not
it-
allowed.
Do as you like. This
No,
is
I'm good.
This block really takes the longest of all of them. We will have some half square triangles to trim, but this is the construction that takes the longest, right? Because we have so many pieces to involve ourselves with. But this is where the whole quilt was designed from, so we might as well make it awesome.
All right, I'm back in business now.
Someone said they need that machine in their life.
Oh, well, we have a link. Gracie, will you please put up the link for the Handy Quilter 510? This machine, okay, I'm going to do a salesman thing. I'm just going to do it.
Just do it.
I'm just doing it.
Just
I don't
get it.
normally do a salesman thing, but if I ever do a salesman thing, it's because I believe in the product that much. And if you don't need me to be a salesman, if Nancy's watching today, or any of my other friends, Karen, that I've sold these machines to, Carl, all
Well,
of
now's
you.
a good time for them to go get their coffee if they know what's coming.
Oh yeah, or they can also testimonialize.
Oh, true.
And say, you know what, he's right. These machines are awesome. Handy Quilter, this particular machine, we've got it set up with Handy Quilter, so they'll drop ship the machine straight from the factory to the customer. So if they order it, they don't have to wait as long for the turnaround. And because this machine is that semi-industrial machine, and I've never had a problem with any of them, I'm willing to allow that to happen. I don't have to put my hands on the machine before they arrive. Plus, at Stitchin Heaven, there's the 100% happiness guarantee, right? So of course, if there ever were an issue, it's a phone call to us, and we'll take care of it. But there's not going to be an issue because they're awesome. They're super sturdy machines. There are many versions of the machine out there. I think Handy Quilters is the most affordable. It doesn't actually come with all the extra accessories or the tables, but those all can be added on
If you need them.
if you need them. Like Tiffany
But-
at home has her table, or excuse me, her machine is set into her table. Scott made a beautiful sewing surface that the machine sits in. At home, sometimes you'll see me put an accessory table around mine, but I don't normally use it. So again, the only thing I've ever added on was a foot. This morning I got an email from Karen, if I remember it was from Karen, but she was asking, she had her bobbin case fall out on her handy quilter while she was sewing. My guess is, and she was concerned that she needed a new one. My guess is, like me, she just didn't get it reinserted after she changed threads, and about 4 or 5 seams later it fell out.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk with her personally and let her know I'm not concerned about it, but I can also get her an accessory if she needs, but not before I go get myself coffee.
Which foot did you buy aftermarket?
Just
curious.
Yes, I got the foot set that is the hopping free motion foot
yes.
with the stitch plate.
Yes.
Because I love the machine for free motion.
Yes.
If
You can go get coffee.
Yeah, okay.
If you get that hopper foot for the machine quilting, you just change the stitch plate out, because these feed dogs don't drop, which is one other issue you don't have to worry about, the feed dogs dropping, because most of us aren't doing machine quilting on our domestics anymore, but there are people that do. And so you just change out the thread plate, and it's a little higher and it covers the feed dogs. And then you can machine quilt. It goes 1,600 stitches per whatever.
Minute.
Fast. Minute. 1,600 stitches per minute. Rob's yelling at me from the coffee machine.
Tiffany, do you like coffee?
No.
Not a big coffee person?
Not a
Rob,
big-
Did you hear that? She doesn't like coffee.
I will drink some foo-foo coffee. You got to have more creamer and good stuff in it than
Foo-foo,
coffee.
Like Starbucks coffee?
It's even at that. It's got to be really, yeah. I mean, you can get Starbucks coffee that's strong. I'm not that strong coffee drinker. I love the smell of coffee. I just don't really love the taste, although
Really?
as I'm progressing through life, I'm starting to think I might like it a little bit more.
When's the last time you tasted coffee?
Oh, my daughter made me one a couple of weeks ago at her house, but like I said, it was full of lots of creamer and
Really?
lots of stuff.
Did you like it?
Yeah, there's one that Dutch Brothers has that's called an Annihilator. I can actually drink that one.
She's like, if it has tons of sugar in it,
Yeah,
we're good.
if it's coffee that doesn't taste like coffee anymore, you know.
Now, Tiffany, you own this exact machine at your
Yep.
place.
Yep,
Same one and everything.
same one, same colors. Yeah, it's the Handy Quilter 510, and I've had it for, I'd say 6 or 7 years, and it gets serviced. I was getting it serviced like every 3 to 6 months. Quite honestly now, I'm not sewing as much as I was at that time, so it's not getting serviced quite as often.
Do you go to Marlin to service your machine?
Yeah. Or I let Rob borrow it, and it comes back really clean and nice and serviced. There's a plan there. There's a method.
There's a method.
There's a method to my madness.
Yeah, we service machines here.
Yep.
Rob, did you hear what Tiffany said?
No, I actually took a full break.
She said she didn't like coffee.
Oh, no, she's a diet
Pepsi.
Pepsi.
I also said I don't really service my machine. I just let you borrow it.
That's right, and then it comes back clean.
That's what I said.
Well, I was always taught you were supposed to return it
Cleaner than you found it.
cleaner than you found it, yeah.
And I give it to you so that it will
Once or twice a
definitely
year.
will come back cleaner.
Yeah.
Rob, what kind of coffee are you drinking?
Today is the Signature Select, I believe, and from the Keurig cup pods from our friend Stephanie. She went on a coffee run a while back and came back with all of these wonderful coffee pods. So I have a basket of coffee pods that we share.
He has a big basket of coffee.
I have a big basket of coffee pods that we share. So anyways, yeah, I have my AeroPress. Carl, you'll be happy to know we had Pablo's Choice first round this morning. And that's Carl's favorite. He brings that out when he comes for retreats. And So we did that. I have some Pete's that I haven't gotten into because I'm still enjoying the Pablo's Choice. And I'm that much of a coffee guy that I don't want to open a bag until the other bag's been consumed for the freshness guarantee. And
You know, people who agree with you, Tiffany,
but they're not
some
coffee
people who
drinkers.
aren't big on coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Not everyone's into coffee.
Somebody said the best coffee doesn't even taste like coffee.
Oh, they're the leche con cafe kind of people. They're the yeah.
I'm thinking that's me.
Yeah.
Do you like coffee candy? Like coffee flavored candy?
No, I can do
Coffee ice cream?
coffee ice cream.
I like coffee ice cream. Do you like mud pie?
I can, yeah.
That's coffee ice cream.
Chocolate covered coffee beans.
Okay.
How is it that I can do that?
Yeah, those are that's raw. That's just eating straight from the plant, the raw coffee bean. Not really. I mean, it's been roasted.
No, they have to do something to it.
I wonder if anyone's tried that mushroom-based coffee stuff. That's supposed to be better for you than coffee. I'm afraid to try it. I would be interested to know if anyone has tried it and has liked it.
Mushroom?
You
Huh?
liked it?
It's not that bad.
It's not that bad? Does it make you feel any better? Works like
Is
coffee.
it-
Is there a, I've been told there's not I don't get a low from coffee. If anything, coffee's kind of gets me that low. It settles my brain down a little bit.
Is it caffeinated? The mushroom one?
I couldn't tell you. I don't.
Okay.
No. I don't
I'm
know.
thinking that's maybe, I don't know.
We
Right?
have some Diet Pepsi fans in the comments.
Yes.
Now we do have a question about the size of the end of step 6. So they asked what the size is at the end of step 6.
That end of step 6 was we're going to trim it down to a 6x6. Okay, so I guess that's what I didn't mention. We didn't do it. We just stitched on the triangles at this point.
Yeah.
So these weren't pre-trimmed down to
No.
a 6x6 because we had done a pretty nice job piecing.
Well,
Hang on a sec.
they were cut exactly at 2.5, and
Right.
our seam allowance is pretty dang good.
Right.
And if your seam allowance is pretty dang good, you shouldn't have to. This is 6.5.
6.5. So,
So
why
that
did I
ruler's-
ask them to trim it? Oh,
Because it's after you put your triangles on,
Oh.
you got to trim it to 6.
trim to check on the points. Oh, got it. So what I was doing is, making sure that they were at 6.25 because they were going to add on still all the way around. 6.5, right?
Yeah, but we didn't measure them.
No,
When we made
and
9
no,
blocks.
you are not trimming it right here. That if it, at the moment, while I'm not really reading my instructions, because I stop when I get nervous about that stuff. Okay, so what I saying trim the check on point, so the checkerboard on point to the 6. So yes, at this point is when it should finish at 6. Right now it's at 6.5 as the 9 patch, just like you said it would be. But on the triangles, everything gets pressed and trimmed down because we're trimming back to the outer triangles, and then it is a 6. Sorry, when I read the word check point, I was thinking of it as a checkpoint versus a checkered boarded point. Boy, that kind of gone south any better. Blah, 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 blah.
Carl Sass disagrees with you, Tiffany.
Okay.
He says that only coffee is the best. He
Only
says,
coffee.
no, just coffee.
You know, Carl can have his opinion,
Carl can have his opinion.
and I can have my opinion. And we can still be friends.
That's
Hi,
the
Carl.
cool thing about opinions. Yep. Yeah, don't let your opinion get in the way of a friendship, right? Unless your friend's wrong. So,
Oh, boy.
I saw a funny meme recently back to the coffee and the mushrooms thing. It was hilarious. It said all wild mushrooms are edible. Some only once. Right?
I had mushrooms growing in my front yard, and I have the Seek app on my phone. So I took a
Right.
picture of it,
Right.
and it told me what the mushroom was, and
Right.
it said whether it was edible or not. It said not suggested
Not suggested.
that it would be edible.
I think that would be a no.
That would be a no for me.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it might have
That's the app
some,
isn't quite sure, or I haven't
or it
used any of
has
those field apps.
hallucinogenic
Right.
tendencies, and
Right.
for most people, it's
Right.
not suggested.
Not suggested.
Coffee.
No mushrooms. We were
Oh.
on mushrooms.
Oh,
Andrea says that she gets a placebo effect from the it in her coffee.
Mm,
The mushroom coffee.
the
The
mushroom
mushroom
coffees.
coffee.
Yeah, there's folks that are using like I think it's lion's mane or something like that. That's supposed to be help for
Oh.
clarity. I think for me, clarity is going to come from taking that deep breath, like you said. You know, just slowing it down for a minute. You know, just because I get going and I get so excited about stuff. You hear me when I'm trying to explain, like even this morning. You know, I just take a deep breath.
So you don't have any problem when I tell you to take a deep breath. I'm sure you're probably over there going, Tiffany, leave me alone. I'm fine.
No. Remember, I'm the guy who has his Apple Watch set to try to help me not be the loudest person in the room. I know that I have some very, I'm just going to say annoying tendencies. Doesn't make me a bad person. It just makes me annoying at times. And so even to myself, and nothing worse than annoying yourself, right? But it just, you know, so, and maybe it's because I'm a recovering alcoholic that I've done a lot of self-reflection or what, but I just, there's things about me that I know aren't everybody's favorite trait, but I can't stop them so I can be aware of them, right? So I get, my ears don't work great, so I'm always loud, but then I get excited and I get louder. So I have a legit excuse, and then I have a non-legit excuse. So it's when I realize that I'm just getting passionate and yelling and screaming and I'm the only one in the room. And I can't tell you how many times my wife has had to come across the room at a function and say, hey, take it down a notch. You're really, I can hear you from you're the loudest person in the entire place. And that's embarrassing when you realize, you know. So little things like that you learn. And
Well,
so,
but she knows, I'm guessing, how to tell you so that it's not offensive.
It's like this, from across the room.
It's
Like, take it down. You're killing me here. No. 26 years. Yeah, we've got the signals down pretty good.
Good.
Miss Tiffany, remember how you said that you like the chocolate with the bean in the middle?
Yeah.
Yeah, Michael says that it's actually a roasted coffee bean and not a raw coffee
Okay.
Yeah, that was my
makes
bad.
more
Probably
sense.
why you like it.
Yeah.
That was my bad. I was pretending like it was raw.
I honestly didn't purchase them. I'm sure somebody else at a retreat or, you know, somewhere had them and saw the packaging and they said, try these. And I said, okay, but it wouldn't be something that I would go searching for on the shelves.
It might be like one of those gremlin things. Do not consume after midnight, though, for sure.
Oh,
Unless you're at a quilting retreat and you plan on partying all night making quilt blocks. Here's something. Let's go back to quilting a little bit here.
should we?
Maybe.
Okay.
Only because I'm really interested, and I'm so apologetic that I don't remember. I didn't write down the name of the person who asked me to do a checkerboard on point a couple years ago. And I'm just wondering if that person is on the video today, if that person is out there. They would know who it was because I've only been asked by one person ever to do a checkerboard on point. And so if that person has sent me that email, I would love to reconnect because this has been really exciting for me. And folks, rob@stitchinheaven.com is my email. And if you haven't seen the Wednesday tutorials, maybe you've only seen the live shows on Friday. Maybe you're starting to watch Scrap Masters, which actually Tiffany and I have been working on together. I've been doing a lot of the fun on the Friday live, but Tiffany and I were the ones who came up with that idea together. And so, any rate, I'm always open for suggestions, and especially after, golly, a decade on YouTube and a couple of different channels and probably pushing close to 700 or 800 videos if you count all the content I've done out there.
Wow.
You know, I like redoing quilts. Recently, I just redid the wonky log cabin tutorial because as I was teaching it in public, I learned a couple of new steps I wanted to share with everybody.
Isn't that crazy? Did you learn because you had changed something or did somebody show you something? Because I learn from students all the time.
The answer to the particular question of the wonky log cabin is I didn't review the video I had done a year ago when I started making a new wonky log cabin. And it seemed to be going better in 2.0. When I started teaching my workshop on the wonky log cabin, I had several students come to me and say, oh, well, Rob, in your video we just watched, you're sewing any different angle. you're sewing all these different angles, right? You're just laying fabric on and sewing it. Where in the 2.0 version, I have pre-selected the angle and I've trimmed the piece that I'm about to sew onto. So now it's just like you're doing, 1/4 inch seam allowances all day long. And the block's laid flatter because if you're sewing across the field, you have no way of guaranteeing your 1/4 inch, right? So therefore your threads could be doing this and your blocks could be wonky in a bad way. Because I was doing erratic squares, but they weren't supposed to be puckered. So that it was really that I learned in public that I wasn't teaching it the way I was teaching it on the video. I still go clockwise around. I still try to, sew onto the trap piece of fabric. I've learned some terms to help people remember where they're at in the block. Because I like working with blocks like this, where the block is now speaking to me. I'm not referring to the directions because I now know what my step is. Find the points I just stitched on, use those to square them down. I don't have to keep checking. This is the kind of sewing I do like to do. And I like one-off sewing. Like you were saying maybe about your patterns earlier. I like making something where I'm like, okay, I'm going to make this to fit this new computer. So I'm going to trim these pieces down and I'm going to add this batting and I'm going to quilt this and I'm going to add this pocket, and I think that stuff's fun too.
Yep.
And the other trick to coffee, I don't know if everyone's noticed at home, I just make the coffee. I don't drink it. It just sits next to me. Haven't touched the cup yet. Have you noticed?
It's steaming.
I know, that's why I haven't touched it. Thanks to Karen, I got one of these new super thermal cups that will melt your face off up to hours later. Guaranteed to melt your face off.
I don't know if that's a great selling point.
No, probably isn't. Unless you want face melting experiences. And if that, just go to your front yard. Which I've been meaning to talk to you. I thought you were using that mower, and I noticed that the weeds were getting or the lawn was getting a little tall out front. So,
I tried to hire a guy. He hasn't shown up yet.
right? I thought we had a guy hired over there.
We did, and he didn't show up either. So
Maintenance guys these days. It's 'cause-
I was supposed to get a new quote this morning from another guy or from another company. But yeah,
guy?
they've got 2 guys. But I might have to get out on that mower again.
Did you like it? Was it fun?
It was, but yeah, the riding the tractor mower part's fine. It's doing all the fine stuff. I got to get out there with the weed eater and the
whacker,
yeah,
right,
all that.
right.
And there's spots that the big mower can't get to, so I need to use the smaller mower. The smaller motor, that carburetor is
Oh, right.
trashed again.
Right,
so
right.
I can't do,
Are you still trying to run nitrous in the mower?
no.
Oh,
I was not trying to run nitrous. in the mower.
that'll ruin a carburetor like nothing, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. Well, when I noticed the welder was gone, I figured you'd hot rodded the mower and sold off. You traded the welder for the hot rodded mower modification.
The welder's still there. I have a welder. You know what? Here's the funny part. The little blue car is
Yep.
dead, and I can't find the battery.
Oh.
I've had a few people look at it. We cannot locate the battery
No,
to jumpstart it.
So it's not, okay,
It's just not visual.
You know who will know where the battery's at?
Who will know?
Andrew Lee. Because you know where it is? Oh, Nick can find it.
Come on over, Nick. I would.
Somebody's here.
Somebody's here.
Oh,
Yay!
oh my gosh, look at this. Come on over. Look at this.
Oh
We
my
have a
gosh.
special delivery. It's the Pizza Bunny. Can you see where you're coming, Pizza Bunny? Look at this. It's the Easter Bunny Pizza Bunny. Well, thank you so
I have
very
one.
much.
I have one piece left to sew, and
One
then
piece to sew, and
then I
we're
can have
taking
pizza.
break. This is wonderful. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Happy Easter. That's right. If you are in town, come on by and meet the Pizza Bunny anytime. I think she might be off duty here pretty
Yeah,
soon.
didn't she say she was
Yeah.
on?
Here. Oh, you finished.
Oh.
Why don't you take first lunch then? And I'm gonna set this. Is this okay over here?
Yeah, you're gonna put over there.
And I'll keep stitching away.
And Tiffany, we actually have Diet Coke over there too.
Oh, but it's not Diet Pepsi.
Guess what I brought?
A
A Diet Pepsi.
A Diet Pepsi.
She'll take a real Coke over a Diet Coke.
I will. I will.
Right?
Yeah.
And folks, I want you to understand, in Texas, that is a true sign of friendship. When you have learned that your friend's beverage choice, because in Texas, everything that is carbonated is referred to as a Coke, unless it's got alcohol in it. Then it's called supper. No. It's called beer, right? No, but so that's when I realized. The first time Anita went to go get everybody on the marketing team a Coke, she came back with a Sprite, a Dr. Pepper, and a Diet Coke. And everybody's like, she's like, anyone want a Coke? And everyone just raised their hand. And then she came back with all these different flavors, and I was so confused. And so I've been trained here now. Fruit punch, like high C, does not count because it's not carbonated. It's a punch. It's not a Coke. But so, yes. So
Okay.
that's when you are true friends, is when you know, because you really confused me when I went to get takeout that time, and I had to call and say they don't have Diet Pepsi. No, and I got you a Diet Coke because I thought I knew you were Diet Pepsi, and you're like, no, it's Coke or Diet Pepsi. It's not.
I'm surprised you remembered that.
This Darlene says she takes her Diet Pepsi wherever she goes.
Yes, you can't trust that they'll have it.
True. And my mom likes Diet Coke. We go into a restaurant and she'll say, I'd like a Diet Coke. And they'll go, we have Pepsi. Is that okay? And she'll go, I guess so.
If I
have to. It's
If I
better
have
than
to.
water.
Right.
Yep.
Or-
All right.
Okay,
So am I going to eat?
Yeah, why don't
you
you
want to turn
enjoy some
off my
pizza?
noise?
Yeah, I'll turn
So I
off
don't
your
have
noise.
to chomp on anybody's ear, in anybody's ear? Is that it?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to turn it all the way off, and
Okay.
then we can switch out batteries maybe.
Oh, I'll just take it off for a while?
I got you there. Yeah,
Okay.
perfect.
Cool. I'm going to go if I...
Enjoy. And what I'm going to do then is I'm going to actually complete out the rest of this block step while we're working, because Tiffany got me through all the hard work, which was getting these trimmed down to our 6-inch squares now. So this is our checkerboard on point. Still waiting for the viewer to come in to let me know that she's out there with the request. And then I'm going to now sort through my piles of stuff in my pre-cut bags, and I'm looking for fabric D. Making sure I'm saying this right. Yep, fabric D. And these were the 5-inch squares that were also cut on the diagonal. So we're going to take that diagonal side, and just like we did with our black little triangles, we're going to start laying these on side by side, but it gets even easier from here, folks. I guess I should have left this right here for you, sorry. Gets even easier because now when I go to lay this one on, it's going to come all the way over to the middle, and I can really see I have roughly 1/2 inch. See that little black V that's formed there like that? So this is how I'm going to, again, line up because of the long sides of my triangles. This is what triangle math happens in quilting. We have these long tips, so to find where center is, I'm just pointing that right there. Makes it real nice and easy. And again, I'm going to start, and I might even chain piece these today at this point, because we're going to do this to all 20 blocks again. Definitely doing opposite sides as we go. And don't get going so fast that you do right sides, that you forget to keep your right sides together. The reason I can chain piece on these blocks where I wasn't doing it earlier is I'm not starting in the middle of the block. I'm starting out on the edge. So I'm using that little corner. Some people call it a leader strip or a bunny tail. I think we'll call it a bunny tail today because we just had the pizza bunny come. So it's actually kind of that little grab on or gather that just got picked up by the needle and pulls this in so nice and smoothly. I also wanted to try to design a quilt pattern for all of you out there that like freestyle quilts, that maybe you've learned a trick or two in the pattern today, so that if you make your own blocks, you can experiment and invent a little bit as you go along with success early on. Because folks, this was not the first quilt I designed, and it won't be the last quilt I designed. But as I learn tricks for design, it always goes better, and that's one of the reasons I've really enjoyed palling around with Tiffany now that she's not here to defend herself the last couple of years is she does such cool quilt pattern design and blocks that are really multifunctional that we've been able to use them in a lot of different ways. We'll do another prize after we come back from lunch here, and we'll talk about Scrap Masters a little bit and stuff as we're working today. We're going to be trimming these blocks down as well, so try to keep that green centered in there as much as possible. I think my last block shifted a little bit. I'm not going to worry about it too much. And if any of you are concerned, this is probably where you have come up short on your fabric. Maybe when we were talking about that supply list issue earlier this morning when I said it should have been more than 1.25 yards. So when you were cutting these down, you might have pulled from the back end of the pattern, which is okay, to cut these triangles. But if you left yourself, or if you're feeling like you're short, you don't have these 80 triangles right now to go around these 20 squares, these checkerboard on point. What you may want to do is build out roughly 12 or 14 of these units, but not do all 20. That way you can get a couple rows together by the end of the day, and then if you need to put in extra fabric, you can acquire that later. Just kind of trying to think of what some of you might be experiencing right now. If you're like, oh boy, here I had all that fabric just right, but.
Yeah, we don't have any questions.
Great.
Anymore.
Perfect.
More people commenting about Coke and Pepsi.
Coke, more Coke and Pepsi debate. Good. Less filling tastes great. Less filling tastes great. I know.
Somebody said if they only have Coke products, then they get sweet tea.
Oh, that's a good idea. If you only have Coke products, you could always get sweet tea.
You like sweet tea, Rob?
No, I'm an unsweetened tea and I'm a black coffee. I don't mind a little sweetener in the tea if I have to, but I'd rather it be like an Arnold Palmer style if I want it sweetened. And those of you who do not golf, that's lemonade and iced tea together. But speaking of coffee, let's have a
Getting a big old chug of that coffee.
face melting caffeine poison, just hot as can be.
Now, Rob, are you excited for your glowing checkered star retreat coming up?
No? Yeah, of course. Yeah, glowing check. You want me to talk about glowing checkered star? So Elijah tossed me a softball there. Glowing checkered star retreat. We have, I want to say, roughly 4 or 5 spaces still available. Nick, I think I have a screen for you over there. And glowing checkered star retreat is in August. And we will be working on this project again, but we'll also be doing some fun add-ons. My goal is to have some new fun colorways to work with, maybe even a rainbow style version. Of course, the retreats that happen at Stitchin Heaven, there's a lot more shenanigans and sewing going on, which is what I think most of us are counting on. The retreat cost, I believe, is $7.99. And one of the things we've been talking about for a while is these golden tickets. So we put 5 golden tickets in the kits that were going out. So we had roughly 50 of these glowing checkered star quilt kits. So it was about a 1 in 10 chance of winning a free retreat here in Texas. So we did have a lot of people sign up early for the retreat, so we had to hold off some spots. But some of the people that had already signed up won the golden tickets. We know that there are 3 that have been claimed, to my knowledge, at this moment. If we've had more golden tickets claimed today, I'll ask the folks at customer service to let me know, because I would love to know if we found those last 2 golden tickets, but I don't know that we have. And as of yesterday, there were a few of the quilt kits still available, which mathematically means those golden tickets could still be here in Texas with us. But the retreat's not until August, so we know those last few kits will be purchased. They probably will be purchased today if you'd like to get them. And definitely by Wednesday, because that's when the full tutorial will come out. So I have a recorded version of today's workshop as about a 40-minute video slated for Wednesday, in case you want the short version to follow up with. And like I said, we'll be having a bunch of fun. There'll be 40 of us at the Glowing Checkered Star Retreat here in August. It's catered, so we have wonderful food. We'll have our Nerf guns. We'll have some silly games. We're building a shuffleboard for prizes on the counter in the sewing room, which has been a lot of fun. That started a couple years ago with a package of Starburst candies. And my good friend Jerry decided to put out prizes instead so he could win the quilt kit he wanted that weekend, which he did not. He won the mini Jane doll instead, which is a coveted possession for the retreat goers. If you're out there, Mini Jane, thanks for watching today.
Miss Andrea says that she's doing a quilting cruise to Alaska.
Oh, are you on the one with Tiffany already and Michael? Miss,
She says
Yeah.
it's the same dates as your Glowing Checkered Star.
oh, Glowing Checkered Star Retreat. Oh, Tiffany, are you going to be in Alaska on when we're all here? The All-Stars are here? Oh. Yeah, we do cruises in Western Caribbean, Eastern Caribbean, and Alaska. The Alaska ones fill up really fast, so you always want to sign up for those early. And let's go ahead. Oh, I was going to say, do you have a moment to go ahead and put up the special? We have the wonderful special right now. So Tiffany's doing a cruise, and it was a kind of an interesting itinerary. So we are doing a $500 shopping spree when you sign up for the Stitching at Sea. So it is in the Eastern Caribbean. It's a super fun cruise. Elijah's putting up a cool sample. This is from the Splice Magic. And if you don't know that technique already, then is it Splice Magic? Yep. Yep. If you don't know that technique already, it is a technique versus a single project. So what you're going to learn, I was even demoing it yesterday to our bus group. Oh my gosh, what you can learn and all of the different quilts you can make with this technique are amazing. So anyways, that's going to be really fun. And Heidi Pridemore, another wonderful educator, but many of you may know her as the Whimsical Workshop. That's her brand name, and she does a lot of patterns, a lot of actual free patterns that you get when you buy fabric lines. Heidi's done a lot of those for folks. So you might know Heidi's work, but maybe not under Heidi's name. So she's done other events with us before. She's a great educator, and she'll be on that cruise with Tiffany in October, the Stitchin' at Sea. So every now and again, we just have fun little incentives. We do little things. We like to treat you, but we also want to make sure you're paying attention. So if you're not getting our newsletters already, you want to sign up on stitchinheaven.com. We have down at the bottom of the page, sign up for newsletter, and that gets you in our email. But we also don't want to overdo it. So if you don't open an email every few months, we just take you off the list. So make sure you're at least opening an email once a month just to stay current, or don't if you're tired of the emails we're sending you. I mean, we do it for your benefit. Again, we're trying to build a community first. We know there's products involved. We know there's classes involved, and that's part of the fun in our community. But really, it's about sewing together. That's been Deb's mission, her dream forever, is just having friends to sew with. I think that's why she started doing so many cruises and stuff to begin with, right? I mean, you've known Deb longer than I have, Tiffany, right? So you think that yeah. No, yeah, her mic's turned off, but yeah, I think I can say that for Deb. She just really enjoys an adventure, and she loves to sew and quilt, and wanted to make that opportunity available for everybody. As I'm pressing these blocks at the moment, I'm pressing into the add-on piece like I've been doing all day long. So I'm just pressing over to the green, and then I'm going to sew on the opposite edge first, because once these two edges go on, we're going to trim this little bunny tail off here before we sew in the next pieces, and that just helps for bulk management at the corners. So like I said, this block is our longest block and the most of the blocks that are in the project, because this is our theme block for the project. Well, it's called a tumbler. I made it go tumbling. Okay. But it also didn't spill. I kind of like to do a status check for everybody else. How's our pace going for everybody that's trying to sew along at home? Is anybody needing me to try to speed up or slow down in any way? Does everyone feel like it's going okay out there? Give you a few moments to comment. Let us know.
And they have a little bit of delay.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said they tuned in and they saw Tiffany's quilt, and it's now on their due soon pile.
Oh, yes.
Splice magic.
Hey, Tiffany. Yes, sir. Did you tell the folks, I know I left while you were talking about the sewing machine a little bit more and telling some of your favorite stuff. Did you tell the folks about the financing and the pricing and all that? I was in salesman mode and I just walked away.
No, I did not.
Okay, I noticed that we have a sticker on it. On the Handy Quilter 510, this is the one that you can order online. We'll drop ship it to you. I believe it's like a $1,500, like $14.99 is I think the base price on it. But anyways, there's a sticker over here. Those folks that like financing, it's a wise choice for some folks. Anyways, $83 a month. And I'm believing that's only 2 months. Excuse me, 2 years, based on the price, is my guess. Because it's not much more than $1,500 or $1,600 for the whole machine. So sometimes when I look at stuff like that, and I think, well, I was telling Elijah recently, I've got this new craving to own the coolest flannel shirts. So I've gone on a little bit of a spending spree on flannel shirts recently. It started when my Aunt Sherry sent me a Blake Shelton branded flannel shirt that I really actually love. And I realized I had a Kelly Slater branded flannel shirt, and then there was another one I wanted. So I've got on this obsession of these flannel shirts are costing me more than this sewing machine would cost, is what I'm kind of getting at this moment. If I treat myself to a flannel shirt every month for a year, I could have bought a sewing machine. If I bought a sewing machine and a little bit of flannel, I could make a flannel shirt and then they'd be really cool, really custom. We'll let you know on the Fridays in the future how the flannel shirt obsession's going. The new ones arrived the day after I've traveled, so somehow I have a unique way of ordering things right before I leave, and then I obsess over them the whole time I'm gone. Last time I traveled, I had skateboard wheels on order. If you remember the story, I got home to the skateboard wheels, immediately ordered the flannel shirts, left town again. Now the flannel shirts are waiting at home.
Rob, what's your favorite color flannel shirt? You like the fall flannel?
My favorite color flannel shirt. Well, the one I have right now is a very nice forest green, kind of gray, black, and white. Almost matches the blocks. Not the quilt, because the quilt's got more yellow in it. It's more of the darker greens. It kind of matches my shoes, right? That's what we're looking at right there. I have an orange one, like the fall harvest orangey color from REI that I love. The outer known version, the one from Kelly Slater, it's made out of like a serape style, like old Mexican blanket, and it's a blue tones. Recently, my wife got me a shirt. This is the craziest one. I'll have to show everybody at home. So I did. I put it on. It was for Christmas. And I keep looking at it. And I'm like, well, it's a beautiful gray and white flannel shirt. And then every now and then I look over here and I'm like, well, it's got a blue tone to it. So when I took off the shirt, I realized every panel was opposite. So it had one blue sleeve, one gray sleeve, one blue panel front, one gray. The pocket, everything was opposites. It was kind of crazy. And it's cool once you realize it, but until you realize it, it was really messing with my sense of color. And so I don't know that I like that one or not. It's for special days. I have a really cool one from REI that's all polyester, but it's a brushed, not like a fleece, but it's designed to wick and stay nice and cool. That was one I didn't expect to like so much, and it's lime green and gray. The new one I ordered is I got a green one coming, and I have a black, and I think it's blue and purple yarns coming on the new one.
Rob, you had somebody say that you're going at a good pace.
Okay,
One person said that you're going a little fast, but they can rewatch later.
got it. And then no one's mad that I had a helper come in today? Good. I didn't even ask that question because no one's going to be mad when Tiffany Hayes shows up. They probably appreciate you slowing me down, Tiffany, in the way that you're keeping me mellow.
Rob, how are your flights down from California?
How were they coming in, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, it was really nice. If you didn't see the Friday live show yesterday, I thought I was flying on Wednesday, but didn't fly until Thursday. So I actually got a whole extra day. I had an 8-day work week. It was great. That's why I got the wonky log cabin tutorial finished this week. I thought I was gonna have to stop mid quilt, and that just doesn't work for me. Oh, it makes me so nuts. Ooh, what are the chances I could talk you into doing this so I can go have a couple slices of pizza?
That would be just fine. I just need it.
Okay, make sure she's all communicated. I didn't switch out the batteries in those. I don't know if we need to or not. Oh, upside down though. I think that wire's on upside down somehow. Yeah. Yeah, I had it on the back of her jeans, not the loops. It's probably that guy that had that mic pack mounted to the ceiling so he could see the electronics properly.
All right, Tiffany's all plugged in, ready to
Yep,
go.
yep, okay. So,
team.
tag team, here we go. Pizza time. Perfect. So I'm just sewing along. And, if you get all of the second sides on, and I'm pressing away,
Okay.
okay? But then what I would suggest is that we come back in and just follow the edge of the block to tip those, right? So
Yes.
that way they just nice and clean, easy to.
I can't just eyeball it.
Oh, you can,
Okay.
certainly. Because when you go to do that, yeah, you'll be sewing on this other piece over the top.
Yeah, no, but I can just, from the edge there, I can either ruler it or eyeball it.
Oh, you're gonna cut it off, but not with the ruler is what you're saying.
Maybe.
Yeah, however you want to do it.
However I want to do it.
However you want to do it.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm going to pizza.
Go to pizza.
Yep.
It was delicious.
Completely
Nice.
different quilt.
Yeah, who knows what you'll see when you get back.
I'm good with that.
You're good with that. All right. I'm not as talkative as Rob, so I need some questions or something. I need my stool back.
Miss Tiffany, how's your Saturday going so far?
My Saturday is wonderful because I would have been home probably by myself sewing alone, and instead I'm here sewing, having fun.
Sewing with the customers?
Yeah. So
We have some remodeling their sewing room. Any tips?
Ooh. Any tips on remodeling
Maybe
a
something
sewing
you
room?
wish you did and didn't do in yours?
this is personal preference for me, but I had the whole place painted white because I wanted the fabrics not to take any tinge from any color, any other color in the room. Some people need a lot of color and a lot of fun going on, which is fine. I just wanted to do it in quilts. But yeah, I painted the whole room white and made sure I had fabulous lighting.
Purity of color.
Yep, purity of color. Make sure you, well, for me, I wanted a design board and a cutting station. My ironing station and cutting station both had to be a little bit higher than normal because I'm a little taller than most. And if you're going to be in there working all the time, you want it as comfortable as you can get it. Those are my tips.
You know, we did a tour of Tiffany's.
Suggested you toss that out
We did a tour of Tiffany's on so special so places. Yeah.
Yeah, it was about a year ago.
Yeah, we could probably put a link somehow if we wanted to.
One of the first videos for me.
Was it one of your first ones?
And someone said, Tiffany, are you going to be teaching teaching any long arm classes coming up?
Nope. I do not have any long arm classes on my schedule. I don't know the long arm. I mean, I know what I do on it. And I've taught before when we did a cruise where we did long arming, but it was pretty basic stuff. I do have to say though, my husband Scott did digitizing for the long arm on the Pro Stitcher Designer. And I actually had an inquiry last night from my friend Erica, who wanted me to custom digitize a block. And the only way I know how to do it is in Scott Style, which Scott Style would have been using only a line tool and a 3-arc tool. And I actually hadn't even played with the Pro Stitcher since December. I pulled it up and within 2 hours I had a design to her. She had it approved by the customer. I sent it to, because I first just sent her a picture, put it in the right format, sent it to her, and she was stitching. So I was like, oh my gosh, my brain did remember how to do things.
Somebody asked, Tiffany, what pattern did you use for that bee in your sewing room?
Oh, that pattern, that is, I believe it's actually a Krista Moser pattern. It is the only quilt in my room, in my studio, that I did not make, and I purchased it as a charity auction. And I don't know if Krista actually has a pattern for just that size, but I think it's something like Big Bee or Big Bumble, something like that, and it's a Krista Moser pattern. Good questions.
Yeah, I guess we have some Tiffany fans.
I guess somebody's watched the video if they know I have a bumblebee quilt.
Laura said that she went with the all whites. Wait, no, that's Timmy. He said he went with the all white sewing room too.
All white sewing room. You know, when I was having it built, the builder was actually, I think, a little perplexed that I just wanted white, you know, plain white. And they're like, you don't want any color? I said, nope, just want it white. White baseboards, white walls, white roof or ceiling. Not the roof. The roof's on the outside.
Tiffany has one of the nicer sewing rooms I've seen.
Aw.
Very well organized.
I don't know how many sewing rooms you've been in, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I can compare with the amount of sewing rooms.
Rob virtually.
You did Rob's sewing room virtually. I would say in the most of the time I'm pretty organized. I don't do well in chaos.
Carl says he's privileged to sign your door.
Yes, I have a door. I think we mentioned that in this.
Yeah, we did. We showed the door.
It's got a lot more signatures on it now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Tiffany, are you doing more tours now of your sewing room?
No, you know what happens? I have this friend Rob who brings friends in when he does retreats, and then, you know, they come on over. Or there's other teachers that, when other teachers are doing retreats, sometimes I sneak on by and say hello. And I invite people, quilters that I know, to come on over and sign my door.
Everybody's soup during Expo.
Not everybody, but, you know, I do like to make soup. And I do like to feed a crowd.
She also likes hot tubs.
I do like hot tubs. My hot tub. Well, yeah. In the summer, it's not hot. In the summertime here in Texas, I just leave the water cold in my hot tub.
Ruth has a question for you.
Okay.
She says, how many projects do you have going on at once?
Oh, well, how do we define projects?
Physical and the ones that we're designing and arranging.
Yeah, well, there's totally different. I would say, oh gosh, I have a whole stack of unfinished, you know, quilt tops that need to be quilted. So that's, if we count those, there's probably a dozen. As far as quilts in progress, probably 4 to 6 at any time. But I work usually with fabric companies and by fabric lines, and those lines, there's deadlines. So I don't usually have too much chance to have unfinished projects.
I have a question.
Elijah has a question.
I have a question. And what was the inspiration behind the All Texas Shop Hop quilt?
Well, I don't know.
Besides just Texas itself.
Okay, so I got an email that tells me all the fabrics that I can use, and it gives me, it shows me the panel, and the panel that's the right size. And that panel actually has a lot of little squares around it, and I cut all those off, which you may or may not like. And then I just threw some really cool borders on it, and I just wanted to make it more simplistic. Instead of the one, I did one last year, and it wasn't in the magazine, it was their free, it was one of their free patterns. And it was busy, in my opinion. It was busy and, I don't know, just wasn't as pleasant to look at. This one I just wanted a nice, simplistic, framed panel.
Simplistic framed panel.
Yep, simplistic framed panel.
Did you do all the quilting on it too?
Yes, I did.
I like how you added the stars and stuff.
Yeah, it was somebody else's machine quilting digitized design, but it was an edge-to-edge design, but I did quilt it. I didn't design the quilting.
Now, we had some people asking if you're going to start doing more tutorials on our YouTube page.
Oh, do you want more tutorials on your YouTube page?
I don't know what to ask, but
Oh, Elijah asked. I don't know, let's see. Does anybody want to see me do tutorials?
I'm down. I'm down.
You're down?
I'm down.
It could happen.
Your number one fan.
Yeah, Rob's my number one fan.
Do you have any plans for Easter, Miss Tiffany?
Going to church, going to Mom's house for some, for something. I'm not sure. Mom's got it figured out.
I wonder if any of our commenters have any plans for Easter.
Yeah, you guys have any great plans for Easter? I would imagine if they're traveling, they're not hanging out with us today, unless they're just doing a short, you know, visit to friends or family. I might get to do some video calls with my kids so I can see my grandkids tomorrow. Because grandbabies are fun on holidays.
How many grandchildren do you have, Miss Tiffany?
I have 6, 3 boys and 3 girls.
3 boys and 3 girls.
3 boys and 3 girls. They range from about 9 months old to 13, but most of them are between 9 months old and 6 years old.
Yep, we have 2 comments saying that they want more tutorials by Tiffany.
All right, what do you want in tutorials? I mean, I can come up with stuff, but is there anything that you're missing in a tutorial?
Miss Ruth said that she finds her style to be a mix between Rob and Tiffany.
Nice. I would think that would classify most quilters. Rob and I can be, if we're talking just technique, we're a little bit extreme from each other, but design-wise, we both put out a lot of stuff. Bright, contrast stuff. At least that's what I think.
Rob does a lot of bright stuff.
Yeah, I like contrast. Mine doesn't necessarily have to be bright, but I do like contrast in my quilts. I feel like I appreciate the low volume quilts, but if you're going to go to all the work, I want it to be seen. I want it to make a statement. How many people watching have been on a cruise with me?
Ooh, a Tiffany Hayes cruise?
Yeah.
I hear those are the party.
Well,
That's where the party's at.
You think so? We do have fun.
What's your favorite cruise that you've been on, Miss Tiffany?
Ooh, I have different favorites for different reasons. I'm gonna say, the cruise, because of the cruise, Panama Canal is, if you ever get to go through the Panama Canal, that is awesome. My opinion is I like the really big ships, and you have to take a smaller ship, at least through the original canal. You had to take a smaller ship, and it was 17 days on a smaller ship. So, man, if I could get on one of those big ships and go through the Panama Canal, that would be great. But I've done a lot of them. and I love them all.
I remember you telling me the story of you doing the helicopter ride. Was it the helicopter ride or the train ride?
I've done a
in
train.
Alaska?
Yeah, done train ride. Haven't done a helicopter.
Not a helicopter yet?
No, we were hoping to do a helicopter one in Hawaii, but that just didn't happen.
Tiffany did a Cruise 101 video for anybody who is signed up for our cruises or wants to know more information about it. She answers all the questions in there.
We hope so, huh? We think we covered it all. Is anybody else eating lunch?
Miss Patty says that she's doing the 25-25 rule.
20.
25 feet away from 25 miles an hour. She says she looks good and she's happy.
Good.
Margot says he's cruised, but not for sewing.
Oh, I love the sewing cruises. I went on a cruise, I don't know, 2 months ago, a month ago, that was not a Stitchin Heaven quilt cruise. It was just a cruise for fun, and I almost didn't know what to do with myself the first few days because I really needed to go to the classroom and hang out with quilters, and there weren't any.
Do you think that someone could do a cruise while they're wheelchair bound?
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes,
Yeah, it's not that hard.
Very accessible.
very accessible,
The
yes.
cruises are very, very accessible.
Lots of elevators, there are rooms just for handicap. I actually went on a cruise years ago, not a Stitchin Heaven cruise, but my mom and my mother-in-law were both with us, and neither one were completely wheelchair bound, but neither one could at that time walk real far. So we had two wheelchair people with us. Rob, you're picking up the pieces off the floor?
I was sitting there looking at him, it made me crazy. And funny enough, this is the perfect time for me to come back on too, because when my grandparents were still alive, my grandfather loved to do family reunions on cruise ships because my grandmother was in a wheelchair for years and years and years. And it made it so easy for her to be involved with everything, and those of us who would take turns caring for her, because it was so accessible. You can
Yep.
wheel them anywhere. And a lot of times our cruisers will come on in the scooters,
Yes.
you know, and they can come to class, they can get to all the shows, they can get to all the events.
I was surprised on how many elevators there were.
Yes.
Yeah, no, very, very accessible, the cruises are. Because I didn't count on this concept. I travel a lot, right? I live out of a suitcase half of my month. And I normally travel pretty light and lean. And, oh, did it not come back on?
You didn't turn this one on.
Oh, sorry. Oh, it probably come through on Tiffany's okay, though. So at any rate, on the cruise, I really like it because you get on board and you can kind of unpack. So
Yes.
you're in a hotel that goes to different places, but you don't have to relocate, if that makes sense. So I really did, I like that concept a lot.
Yep.
It's
Someone
really
said
easy.
they went on the Shipshewana cruise.
No, Land Ahoy. It was,
Been to Shipshewana, yeah, last July, sorry.
okay.
And they're going to Alaska cruise with you in August.
Yay!
It's Miss Sharon Hansen.
Yay! Hey, Sharon.
Did you do Shipshewana already? I didn't realize that. I'm going to Shipshewana in June with Combat Quilter and Quilting Marine for a staycation.
I did it last July. Wait, what did I teach?
No, we don't travel and sew too much, do we?
Right? Well, I've gone as staff, Stitchin Heaven
Right.
staff, and I don't remember.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
No, I think I taught in Shipshewana.
Gotcha.
There was the one prior to that. Where did I? Oh, Lancaster. Lancaster,
Okay.
Pennsylvania, I didn't teach. I went as staff. But
Gotcha.
yes.
All right, I'm jumping back in
Yay.
as the pizza digests.
Right? It was good.
It was very good, and I saved some, and I left my dirty plate over there so I can have more later.
Hmm.
But
Make you happy?
it made me hoppy.
Hoppy pizza.
Although, we'll do a prize. Let's do a prize at 1 o'clock or at the top of the hour. For those who, right now we're 20 minutes out from a prize. Let's say that we're 20 minutes out from a prize. Right now, what I'm doing, even though I asked Tiffany to do
Yeah,
it,
I
she said
didn't-
she was going to do it willy-nilly style.
Apparently you didn't like that
which is
idea.
different than Willie Nelson
And
style.
I didn't.
By the way,
And I didn't get that far.
didn't
Apparently
get
you
that
thought I
far.
was going to get much further, or you ate much faster.
I ate quickly because I didn't want to miss any of the fun, and I was afraid that you were chit-chatting again over here when I wasn't on set because I could just hear you talking and talking and talking over here. I didn't hear much sewing going on. So what I'm actually doing right now, I just figured this out, super cool. I've got a 6-inch ruler. I laid it in the middle of that thing, and I'm just spinning it now
Perfect.
to trim those edges off. And they don't need to necessarily be trimmed off, but it's going to just make my life so much
Yep.
easier when I sew on the others, and then I'm not going to have that weird bulk in there. So yeah,
Yes.
just basically centering that ruler, it just helps trim everything down a little bit.
Yeah. I try to get rid of that bulk when I can because I do have a long arm machine.
Yes.
When that long arm goes over that bulk,
Or doesn't.
I haven't had that problem, but
I had my foot adjusted wrong.
oh,
It was my fault. I figured it out. It was my fault. I couldn't get over it. On my Super 60s,
Yeah.
too much bulk, and I couldn't get over it, and it would just run right into the edge of
Wow.
it.
But even if you have your foot adjusted right, it still like clunks through those thick spots.
Oh yeah, we're barely making it. Don't get me wrong, we're barely making it, but we are making it. Tiffany's going to go ahead and just add the other 2 triangles now to the sides that haven't been stitched onto. And I'm going to keep trimming these bad boys down. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to being in Shipshewana at this location. I haven't done one of the land-based events, and I get to go in a week early because I'll be there for the Quilt Festival in Shipshewana
Oh,
prior.
nice.
So
You did teach at Water
I
with Nancy Mahoney.
yes. Oh, so last night it was what Erica asked me to digitize was Nancy Mahoney's block in that quilt. Yeah. So that came
was
full
just-
circle. She was just here, yeah.
teaching, yeah. Did you come over and say hi?
I did.
I don't know her.
We love Nancy Mahoney.
Yeah, she does a lot.
The land events used to be called Land Ahoy, and now they're, what are they?
Socations.
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 Yes. They're the same. If somebody's been on a Land Ahoy and they're looking up Land Ahoy, they're going to need to look for Socations. But they're under the travel department area on the website. There's a few more this year too. I mean, a few more listed than we've done before, I think.
Yeah, San Diego, Lancaster.
Oh, San Diego just finished up.
Right?
Yeah.
Minneapolis and Shipshewana.
I think the Minneapolis one is different.
Is
As
it?
far as, yeah, I think it's a bring your own project kind of.
Oh,
I think. I can't remember all of the particulars.
Well, we're doing mini socations. I'm trying to get
Oh.
myself on the roster for those. I volunteered.
Did you?
Yeah. Well, because it's like a demo day, right?
Oh,
I want to show up and do Scrap Masters.
got it.
Wouldn't that be fun as a
Yeah.
day?
Yep.
Day workshop? Yeah.
Yeah,
I
because
don't know.
they don't look like there's no teacher project assigned to them
Correct.
on the minis.
Right. But I was suggesting that we make it something that shows that we do teach and we do have fun. And I was just looking for a way to go party more. Party with my quilting friends.
Absolutely.
But then I was told it was 3 days of teaching in a row. And I was like, well, I could do it. And they're like, can you do 3 days and then take a break and then do 3 days? I'm like, of course. I just can't do 10 days and then a day off in 10 days anymore. I used to do that. That was crazy. Remember those years?
I
Did
don't-
you ever do that?
No,
Whew.
not at that level. A
Crazy.
week. I mean, what is
Sisters was 5 days.
5 days? Yeah. Done Sisters and Road to California, things like that. They're
Yeah, but the problem with those, or not problem, the challenge for us is we're not just teaching during the days. We're always on at night doing
Yep.
something too.
Yep.
Whether we're doing a trunk show somewhere, whether we're doing a demonstration, we're doing sample spree, whatever it is, it just, that's where it adds up, is you don't go to bed until 1 a.m. and then you're up the next morning at 6 to get ready for a workshop. And
Yeah.
do that a few days in a row and it'll start to hammer on you.
Yep.
Dang, I like these rulers. I mean, it's just how they grip the fabric so well. I was hoping we'd get these here for a long time. Quilter Select. We have Quilter Select and Creative Grids. Those are the best out there. We got them both.
Yep.
I like the Quilter Select because they're less project-specific rulers, right? They're just kind of squares and rectangles, but they've got the grip, and I love the grip because well, you've noticed my muscles, right? I'm so strong that I just push the ruler a little bit. But I love the Creative Grids because they're project-specific.
Yes.
So like if you're doing something that you really are going to do a bunch of, go that route.
You can take these off.
Yeah. Let's reach up here real quick. I just realized we don't have to talk the entire time as long as you're sewing the entire time. They'll be able to know the video hasn't stalled out because they'll hear the machine.
Yes, true.
See, I was so worried about dead airspace all day that I have not stopped talking. If you hadn't noticed.
These are more words than I usually use in a day, so I'm going to get home and not need to talk.
Does that mean I'm not invited over for baseball after all?
No, you just sit quietly.
I have to sit quietly. It's not easy to do, Nick. I know what you're laughing about over there. At one point, Tiffany said she needed a friend just to come sit quietly, and I said I cannot volunteer for that job. I said I can come over, but I can't guarantee I'll sit quietly. I'm getting better at it.
You have sat quietly.
I have sat quietly.
When you draw or when you
Drawing
knit.
and knitting. Yep. I started the drawing last night. It was a tracing, really, but from an old rat fink. Like, it's hilarious. It's like this little old gnome, like smoking a pipe that's made out of a coconut. And all it is a nose and a beard kind of thing. But I made him leaning on a sewing machine.
Oh, jeez.
Tiffany, do you mind coming over here so I can fix your mic real fast?
No problem.
This will be your one sewing break for the day. It's a tech break. I can't fight against it or the union gets mad at me.
Okay.
It's a union break. I
Better?
can't say
Okay.
anything. Get in trouble for that kind of stuff.
I'm back.
Somebody said they did a class with you on quilting on the beach in Kona.
Oh, that's right. You want to talk about quilting on the beach in Kona?
I can't say anything about it yet, but I want to teach there.
Right. Well, why do you want to teach there?
Because I was there a couple weeks ago.
Right. You got to meet. Now, had you met Robert and Karen before?
No.
Did you get to meet them both, or just
No,
Karen?
just Karen.
Oh, isn't she
I
the
talked
sweetest?
to her on the phone, yes.
Yes.
But hopefully, yeah.
She's one of those people that laughs at the end of every sentence, and it just makes you feel so happy. I love her that way. Yeah. So Quilting on the Beach, Kona, Hawaii. It happens every February, and I think July or June, July. It's traditionally was February. They extended it into the summer months a while ago, but it's really fun. It's multi-day workshops with multi-teachers, and then luau's at night. I like it the best because there's an extended lunch break. We do an hour and a half lunch because there's often a trunk show or something going on, but it's held at the hotel that's right on the beach. So I go snorkeling during lunch while everyone else is. So there's nothing, there is nothing for me more rewarding than coming back to the second half of a quilt class after a towel change on the beach, dripping wet and crusting over with salt on my eyelashes as I start trying to teach sewing for the next half of the day. I mean,
I'm willing to try it.
oh, it
I
is
just
the
put
best.
on a, you
Yeah.
know.
Oh yeah. So I'm trying to get my friend Stephanie to go over there and teach too. Although it's not my show, so I have to ask permission. I can't just invite everybody. But yeah, I think that it's a wonderful event, and I'm a little disappointed when I first started here. Deb and I were talking about doing some sort of a tour around Hawaii together. Oh man, we didn't
That
pull
would
it
be
off.
awesome.
Now she's enjoying her retirement, so maybe it'll be just a Deb and I touring Hawaii together, but
Maybe.
without 40 of our closest quilting friends.
Yes.
But I thought that would be really fun. I wonder if anyone would let me teach them to surf. If they go to Hawaii, would they ever let me teach them Teach him to surf. That'd be pretty crazy, huh?
I'll snorkel.
The surfing isn't all that great on the Big Island. I don't want to be rude to the Big Islanders. And it's not bad, don't get me wrong, and it's warm water.
It's better than the surfing here.
It's a lot better than the surfing here in the pond in Texas. That's for sure. I have a funny surfing in Hawaii story though.
Okay.
So I was at Robert and Karen's house. I always stay in what's called the Ohana, which is the guest house below. And so I had noticed in the garage that they had a few old surfboards hanging on the shelf. So Robert said I could borrow the board, so I ran over, grabbed the board, and as I picked it up, the leash that you connect the board to your leg for safety, and the leash literally disintegrated. So I go down, I was gonna buy a rash guard. I had maybe $40 left for my trip. I was either gonna buy a rash guard, but now I had to buy a leash because I didn't bring a rash guard because I didn't plan to surf. Well, the rash guard keeps your chest safe from the wax, but it also helps you adhere to the board, right? So I bought the leash because you gotta have the leash, suited up, waxed up the board, but not with a lot of wax because I was in a hurry at this point. And I went to jump in the water, and I'd walk down and ask the locals where they get in, and they told me where to leave my shoes so they didn't get washed out. And they were kind of watching me like, is this guy going to survive? Or are we going to have to go EMS this guy out of the water? And so sure enough, I'm trying to be my best, surfer, and I get a running start, and I go and I throw the board kind of in front of me, and I go to jump on the board to start my paddling. But because I had no rash guard on the light wax, I slid right off the front of the board, head first into the water. The board flipped up, hit me in the back, and all the locals just walked away like, this guy's toast. They're like, we're not even going to bother saving him. It was the best.
Oh, goodness.
Yep, but that's Robert's surfboard story. And hopefully that leash is still on the... No, I brought the leash home. It's for my other board.
Oh, goodness.
You just when you thought you were done. Isn't this a fun game we're playing today?
Yes.
I'm having so much fun over here just pushing fabric at you. All day,
All
every
day.
day. But look at what a nice job you're doing.
Why, thank you. You just don't want me to leave and go home.
No, I do not want you to leave and go home at all. But I've been thinking about the blue car. Have you looked under the seat for the battery yet?
I don't think you'd get it under the seat. That seat is as low. I mean, that seat is bolted in.
Where are you thinking it's
I
at?
don't know, it could be anywhere, but
It could be anywhere.
if you,
Hidden spots.
yeah.
Nick just wants to drive the car.
Not necessarily.
And I don't know if I'd want to drive that
I
car.
want to see how it
Right? You want to drive? Elijah wants to drive the car.
How tall are you, Elijah?
Too tall.
Probably, huh?
6'4".
My son drove it. He's 6'5", but it was not easy. His knee was like way up on the side, and
Tiffany, tell everybody at home exactly what this car is we're talking about, please.
it is a replica of a 65 Shelby Cobra. And it is basically a street legal race car with 5-point harness, seat belts, and yes,
Is it a 5-speed, 6-speed?
5-speed.
And
And it supposedly has 510 horsepower when you can start it, and it's lightweight.
Yeah. Oh, because it's a fiberglass body.
Yeah, fiberglass body.
Yeah. Scott took me for a ride at one point, and it was pretty exciting, to say the least.
Yes, Scott had no problem stepping on that gas pedal.
Right.
Tiffany has a little more problem
Stepping on that gas pedal.
hitting it quite that hard.
I'm just going to slide these slightly
That's
there,
fine.
so I'm here.
You
Now,
can.
the big squares, this is the finished unit for the second part. It's an 8.5-inch square. So I've got an 8.5-inch ruler, right? So I can basically lay it on there and confirm that we're all but perfect.
Oh.
So I'm really just going to take a moment and just whittle down those corners. Just using the big ruler like I did earlier. So I basically, as I look with each square, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take 3 off while the ruler's in my hand, and then
Well, that means your math was perfect and our 1/4 inch is darn good, and
yeah.
yep. I don't like the idea of really having to trim down blocks.
Too
I
much.
think, no, especially because oftentimes you cut into your
Oh,
points.
Yeah, and
you
that's the other
know?
thing we should look at too, right? We've got right on there At
Okay.
the moment, I'm a little over
I'd
the
rather
quarter
be
inch.
over than under. You've got that here too, though. You got a little bit extra on
Yeah.
a couple of them. So,
Yeah.
and it doesn't take away from the visual of the quilt.
No, it's such a bold quilt that I don't think you're going to be able to spot any teeny points that have gone
No,
missing
I
or
wouldn't.
not.
Would not worry about it too much.
So I might just whittle. You're suggesting I can go totally carefree and just do this?
If you want to, but
Stephanie said, did you look in the trunk for the battery?
yeah, I can't. I did.
Could be behind the steering column.
Okay. The thing is, it's such a small car.
They could have put it in.
Anyway,
I think it's
I did
wireless.
It's wherever they found this spot.
it's not wireless.
Yeah,
It's not wireless.
Don't you just charge it? That's why it won't start. You forgot to charge it.
No. That's not how that one works.
Back to social media posts I found that I loved. Yesterday was the purebred dog post. Today's big one was, it was like two Pomeranians laying in their bed, and it said wireless doorbells in their charging pods.
Ah, that's
Have you
funny.
seen that one?
No, but it's funny.
Yeah.
I already did a Google search on where the battery could be, and it is all
All of those places and
are
more?
possible.
Oh,
Yes,
my goodness.
because it's a kit car, because somebody built it.
Right?
You have options of where you can put it. So we just have to figure it out. And I know the guy that built it, and so I sent him a message through Messenger. And I'm just like, remember me? I'm Tiffany. I own your car. Where's the battery?
Right?
And he hasn't answered me yet.
Send you a new one. No, I don't need a new battery. I just need to put the
No,
one
I
in
just
where
need
it was.
to know where it is so I can charge it.
We're about 5 minutes away from a prize. I just checked my watch. We'll
Ooh,
do a prize
I
here.
think I'm about 5 minutes away from the last of the sewing on this block.
Oh, that'd be cool. Well, let's just go to that. We'll put all these.
No, I might be sooner than that.
Oh, well, that's okay too then.
It's okay too. Well, you told them top of the hour though, so we
Oh.
don't want to mess that up.
That's
by
right.
much.
Because maybe they're coming back from a break or something.
Uh-huh.
That makes sense. I like the way you think. One of us has got to stay honest over here.
We're both trying, right?
You know how tempting it was for me to have half this quilt made like I always do?
That you might have got grief for that.
I would have got more grief for that than I would have for bringing you to help me, for
Yeah.
sure. I would have given myself grief for that. I never know. I always had this in mind. I purposefully never told anybody that I was doing it by myself, just that we were doing it. Oh, speaking of which, I'm gonna go recharge. I gotta go fill up the water on the iron again real quick.
Okay. He ditched me again. It gets way more quiet when Rob goes somewhere. More questions with Tiffany?
No.
That's funny.
Somebody said this was one of the most visually stunning quilts they've seen lately.
Nice. We need to tell Rob that when he comes back.
Tiffany, how are you sewing on those triangles right there?
I am centering them eyeball. I'm eyeballing it, so I'm not even looking at the center. I'm looking at the tips, how much each tip is hanging off. What was Rob's compliment?
Did somebody say nobody said anything about Rob.
No, I didn't get a compliment.
No, a compliment on the quilt. Most
Oh.
stunning.
Yeah, visually stunning.
Oh, I was wondering if there were many folks that didn't care for the green. You know, I knew I was being a little specific in choosing only one colorway for it, but we weren't sure folks were going to really enjoy or be interested in the kits and all of that, so we didn't want to make 3 different colorways. For the retreat, I want to do, I'm seeing one in purple already,
Oh,
and I'm seeing one in blue, and I'm seeing one in multicolor. Like a color wheel almost. I think it would be really
Oh.
cool. It's going to be a little harder to engineer, so I
Yep.
might have to redraft the pattern a little bit for that, which is, we've got months for that now. I just had to get this far today. This is how I live my life.
well, once we get this one done, you quilt it, and then your one sample is ready for. Oh, you already have a sample ready. Disregard me.
Because you know my normal trick. Well, okay, So when I was man sewing, that was one of the things I liked the least about man sewing, was that we were wasteful in the fact that we had a quilt on the background and then we would make all the step outs and we would use a part of them and then they just went into a giant scrap bin somewhere. I didn't care for that. And it was really time consuming to make an entire quilt to have on the back wall to then show how to make the entire quilt on the table. If you shoot the video backwards like I normally do now, but part of that is having not the opportunity to not make it all in one single day.
I'm trading you spots because I
Okay.
don't know what time it is, but I have a feeling we're
It's
getting
prize time?
close.
Boom! We are so good.
That's-
So yeah, I just felt like I was sewing so much extra that was unnecessary. If I just do the beginning of the video at the end of the shoot with the whole quilt in my hand, it works perfect. What's
you
our
go.
code? Okay, this is a good one too. This is definitely qualifies for today. Okay,
Are we
so
showing?
we're going to show the prize. Let's do this one on the wall because over here because they might be able to see what's in that one. Okay, so we have 2 prizes to do today still. This is our 3rd prize of 4, so we'll do another one in about an hour. I'm sure we'll be sewing that. Whoa, that's a pile of fabric, I'll tell you right now. So if you're just tuning in, we're going to do a comment, random generator, comment selector kind of thing. We're going to give you 5 minutes to comment. I'm going to tell you what that comment's going to be in a second. You get the wonderful Stitchin Heaven denim Shashiko tote bag.
Okay.
I know everything about quilting. And
Or you make it up.
or I make it up as I go. For those of you who've been actually listening to what I've been saying all day. Ooh. Now this looks to me like a super fun, this is a Riley Blake bundle. I wonder if I can see, it takes a village. Okay, who designed that? Can you see who designed that? I can't read
That's a
it.
tiny-
It's tiny.
It's very tiny.
The tiniest designer's name ever designed this. Riley Blake, it takes a village. Super, super cute. And wow, that's a lot.
Those look like fat quarters.
Does it say what's in there? Is it fat quarter? FQ. Yeah, these are fat quarter bundles. That's like an $83 bundle of fabric. Okay, so we're going to give you 5 minutes. Do we have a timer ready? Okay.
Go ahead and put it next to the back, see exactly what.
Oh, yeah, that's a great idea. This is why he's in charge of aesthetics. Do I have anything else in there? Nope, that's it. Okay, there we go. Okay, 5-minute timer, about ready to start. In the comments.
I'll start whenever you say go.
Okay, so the comment for this round is Happy Sew Day, S-E-W, Happy Sew Day. And you're going to get 5 minutes to comment. Go ahead and just blast those comments. Are you ready, Mr. Timer?
We're good.
3, 2, 1.
And we're just going to sew.
Wait, that's a 24-hour alarm. Hold on.
Okay. Those of you who are quick on the
New
fingers,
timer,
you've got an
new
extra
timer.
comment in there. We'll be back tomorrow.
I accidentally hit 23 hours.
We'll let you know who won the prize
All
tomorrow.
right, there we go. We're good to go now.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to slip this out of the way a little bit while we keep sewing. You're pressing. Oh, well, then let's just,
We got a head start.
well, let's get a head start on the next thing. So let's do this. We're going to do half square triangles. Do you want to mark? Do we want to mark them? Do you want to? We got to do 2 each. We probably want to mark them. Yeah, let's mark them. And therefore, I would recommend we just mark all of these dark ones.
Okay.
Does that work?
I'll mark for a while.
Okay.
You trim those. I'll mark some of these.
Okay.
And then we can get going. What do we have? We have marking tools.
Mm-hmm.
What is this? This will work.
That'll
right?
work. Here's this marking tool.
Perfect.
I did I used the seam tape when I did mine, and it works so good for this. And you know what? Let me see in my backpack. I know people are gonna
Oh, I have some.
seam tape.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I was looking for a marker that will be smoother.
Oh, I probably have that too, but if you want, the problem with the seam tape here.
I don't want to put it on someone else's machine.
Well, we
That's
don't want
my
to do
thing.
that, and it doesn't come out.
It doesn't come out. Yeah, I
far
have used it on
enough,
the table.
but I
Yeah.
did have it.
Nice. Well, this is what we're referring to, folks. This is wonderful stuff, but because this is a brand new machine and we don't have our table, we won't mark it that way.
Right.
But because we're gonna have to move the seam guide out of the way. So
Yes, we are.
forgive me because I'm gonna teach. No, I'm gonna use a trick because I'm not worried about this kind of stuff in my life. This gel roller for fabric, it is a permanent marker. So this is where most people would say don't ever use a permanent marker, but it is a gel roller, and watch how smooth it is on that line.
Okay.
it's gonna be 3 times as fast. See?
Yep.
Because a chalk pencil gets caught in the grain. So that's why a friction pen is a preferred tool, which I didn't have handy, but I have that because I've tested them for, I know this sounds braggadocious, but when I get to sign people's quilt blocks or t-shirts and things, then I want something that is not going to wash out for sure.
Cool.
So we're going to cut on the line that Tiffany is using right now to mark. So that is, and we're using dark fabric. So that's why I feel comfortable with the decision we just made. But I have had folks at home recommend that I never use a permanent marker because it could show through in the seam allowances and things.
Yep.
So just a little point for those at home. How are we doing on our prize countdown?
We're doing 2 minutes.
We got 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go to get your comments in. Happy Sew Day. For the prizes, you can win this beautiful Riley Blake bundle of It Takes a Village, which looks like a really, again, another baby-ish.
I see a theme here.
I see a theme here.
I think I am out of the baby making quilt stage, but you might be coming into it. But
You'll be happy to know I have already effectively Tom Sawyered a bunch of my friends into making my kids' wedding quilt for them.
Oh, good job.
Because my son attended the very first retreat in utero. My wife was 8 months pregnant and went and helped me at a sewing retreat for 5 days or 4 days. I couldn't believe she did it. And everybody fell in love with her at that point. And so the kids have come to every retreat since. And so it was really fun at the last retreat we were at in November. I encourage people to make the kids a quilt block and then give them the quilt block on the final night with a quick little message to how, because a lot of these folks had been married 40 to 50 years.
Oh, sweet.
So some really sage advice. It was really cool. And so then I'm going to sew those blocks together into their couch quilt for them.
Beautiful.
Maybe we'll have Grandpa Rob
That's right.
eventually.
Yeah, what do you want to be called? It's important.
Well, we already have a Papa.
Okay.
So,
Be Papa R
yeah.
or Papa A.
You gotta let it happen organically.
Gotta let it work.
That happens too. Sometimes it doesn't happen organically.
What do they call you, Tiffany?
Mimi.
Mimi.
Yeah.
She's a Mimi.
I want to be like Big G, like I wanted some maybe Snoop and I can work out a nickname for me.
There you go.
10 seconds.
10 seconds on the prizes. Keep typing those comments in.
6,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right.
Happy New Year.
Hey,
No,
keyboards
wrong.
down. No more comments. To the generator it goes. Okay,
This
so
is the New Year's Day so long.
No, it's not New Year's Day yet.
go
Don't
ahead
rush it.
and we'll take a few minutes in those comments. We're going to get them through the generator and they'll be back briefly the next few minutes, 5 or 6 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere and we'll let you know who won the big prize number 3. And in a moment, I'll just let all that excitement settle and then I'll talk to you about what Tiffany has started doing while you were all commenting. And I'm still trimming. But technically we have 2/3 of the quilt built.
It's probably also a good time to remind them to hit that like button.
Oh, that's right. From the production team, don't forget to like and share the video today. Make sure you're commenting plenty and make sure that you are subscribed to the channel.
I'd like to add a couple more public service announcements.
Public service now.
Please drink some water, get up, stretch,
yeah.
spin around, tip your head. When you feel good, come back.
Yeah, that is true. Water and a little break is not a bad idea.
So Rob, when are we doing a 24-hour show?
Oh no, Rob
Not this
can do it, but Tiffany won't show up for 24 hours. I might show up at the beginning and the end.
I don't actually think that would be good for me. I think that the inability for me to stay focused that long, I would be going insane in the last half. Like if I couldn't leave, if I was just literally in the same room sewing the whole time, yeah, I don't think I could physically do that.
I'm just going to say I don't think that's a good idea for us.
I don't think that's a good idea for us. I think this is a perfect idea for us.
Rob, somebody says that their husband's called Big Dude.
Big dude.
Oh, big dude. Well, you know what this kind of reminds me of, Tiffany, is the night that we got together to work on a Splice Magic project at Deb's. You and
yeah.
Anita and myself and Deb, and I think Christy came over,
Yep.
and it was just really cool. And that was like, it was interesting. It was one of our very first things we did. Just as I thought it was work, but I think it was team building when I look back at it. And I think Deb organized it that way on purpose in a lot of ways. But yeah, we all became the closest of friends like immediately because of that. Because we did. We spent 2 days sewing together on a project. Deb's dog had the runs.
I don't remember.
No, I think you might have left because it was.
Oh.
We were almost done getting some of the rows together. So Deb and I decided to stay, and we went in to take a break, and we had some soup or something. And Jack stayed behind in the sewing cottage, and we came back, and he had an accident like I'd never seen before,
Oh, goodness.
all under the sewing table. And Deb was so embarrassed, and oh, it was hilarious. And she's like, "He's just doing that because we're not paying attention to him." Jack's the dog, by the way.
Yes.
Oh yeah, just yeah, hopefully, right?
He's cute, too. He's a cute dog.
We've got a winner. Okay, let me come and get that winner certificate here.
Yeah, the generator's done.
The generator. Okay, here we go with the prize. I got to say it fast so I don't forget. Our lucky winner, prize number 3 from the random comments generator, Coretta Bishop. So Coretta Bishop, if you will please now email info@stitchinheaven.com. Give us your address and we'll make sure we get prize number 3 out to you probably on Monday. Congratulations. And we still have one more prize to go.
I wonder if Miss Coretta has any comments.
Oh yeah. Other than Happy Sew Day. Let me label that one real quick. I don't want to lose it. Cool. Excellent, excellent, everybody. I know I got a cool prize in the next one because I can see it sitting out at the top. And it's one of those prizes that I love. One of those things. I think that was the other thing I liked about starting at this shop too, because all of the different shops out there, they're unique, right? They're independents for the most part. And so they have their own things that they like. They have their own brands. They have their own styles, their fabrics, their tools.
That's why people go on shop hops. Because every shop is somebody's personality.
Yeah, some shops like Coke, some like that Diet Pepsi.
Right.
Exactly.
There's some shops will even play Star Trek if they don't know what's good for them in the shops. But they should be playing these videos, of course. So yeah, it was really neat. So the different techniques that you all were using here, the wool mat was something I had not used.
Really?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, when I saw a wool mat, I had PTSD for the first time that my Letterman's jacket got rained on in high school. And I say wool mat, I just don't think I can handle that. It smells like a wet dog named Jack. And no, Jack's not a Cocker Spaniel. The Cocker Spaniel has its own unique wet smell. Have you noticed that?
Nope. Can't say. I don't know that I've been around a wet Cocker Spaniel.
Yeah. You're not really missing much, if I
I'm
may
just going to
interject.
believe you on that one.
Miss Coretta says that thank you and that she just scared her husbands and the dogs.
Oh, nice. Her squealing.
We had somebody, Miss Crystal says that this is her first live on here.
Cool.
Yay.
She loves all the tutorials. Great job.
Wonderful. I would like to know how many folks are out there that have been with us all day so far. I bet there's a bunch. Comment
if you've still been.
Yeah, if you've been here all day, just throw in all day in the comments. I'd like to know how many of you have been able to tolerate this.
Rob, without looking at your watch, how long do you think we've been sewing for?
Oh, well, I just did a top of the hour. So I think I know, isn't it? I think I know what time it is, which would make it unfair.
Guess the time number exactly.
Oh.
How many hours and minutes?
Oh, okay. So I know we're in 4 hours. I have no idea how many minutes, right? Because I can't see what's on right there.
Look at the watch.
We can't look at it.
Random guess.
It's 1:12 right now, is my guess. Oh!
I was going to say
1:13.
So close.
Whoa, that was close.
We've been sewing
You know, I shouldn't have stalled. I should have gone with my gut. If I went
Yeah.
with my gut, I would have been on time. I
4
would-
hours and 20 minutes.
4 hours and 20 minutes. So that means that I would have been in at least 6 hours myself to get to this point. Literally, right?
Yeah.
Because if not almost 8 hours
Yep.
in theory.
Yes.
You have a lot of people who've been here all day.
Oh, fantastic, everybody. Thank
Yay.
you. Thank you. This is what we wanted. We just wanted something that we could sit and sew and enjoy you all day, and you could do the,
Did you just drop a y'all?
yes, ma'am.
Good job.
Anna, yes, ma'am.
I'm teaching them.
Yep. I'm getting better and better.
It happens faster than you realize.
Yeah, I know. I was fixing to never come on to any Texan, but
Do
no.
you go home and say it?
No. I do actually. Y'all actually makes more sense than most other phrases when you're talking to a group of people.
Uh-huh.
It really does. It's how fast you say it, or you can say you all. I actually once when I was a busboy, a local restaurant in Morro Bay, the floor manager there noticed I would go up to a table with ladies to bring water or bread or whatever, and can I get you guys some water? And she realized, she's like, there's not a guy at that table. What are you saying? And I never forgot that. So I always struggle with you guys in a group anyways. And then after a while of being at quilt guilds where it's the opposite, you'll have the one guy at the quilt guild that always gets offended if you call the quilt guild ladies.
Ladies, yes.
Right? Even though there's 900 ladies and one dude there.
Yep.
But nonetheless, you gotta call them quilters.
One of the
Because I'm the guy that's always yelling and screaming.
One of the young girls that lived next door to us for many, many years, she called everybody dude.
Right? Right?
We'd be like, really, dude? She's like, it's neutral.
Right. It's neutral.
So you should just get up and say, hey, dudes. It's probably not going to
There we
work
go.
either.
A
Nah.
couple people that said that this is the only thing they had planned all day today.
That's awesome.
Sewing
Me
with
too.
Rob and Tiffany.
It's
Yeah.
the only thing I had planned.
This is the
all
only thing
day.
I've had planned for today for months and months.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Oh, I guess I better talk about what we're doing here.
Yes.
Because I have all my trimming done. So blocks 1 and blocks 2 are complete at this point.
Yay, us.
Yay us. What we're going to do now, we're going to bounce into block 3. And if you listen carefully to the step-by-steps, it's not challenging at all. We're making half square triangles, but we're making 2 different colorways. So we had fabric A, 5x5 squares, and there were 80 of them. I've asked Tiffany to draw a single diagonal line corner to corner on all 80 of those. And in a minute, she'll start sewing and I'll take over this job as my guest. But now what we're gonna do is we're gonna pair right sides together, and it's technically the dark to a light, right sides together. And then we're gonna sew a 1/4 inch on both sides of the line. So this is a guide line, not a sewing line. And then, so that was, the light is the fabric C, and then fabric B is the medium. So what ends up in English, we're pairing one of these with one of each of these. And what I find to make my life actually easier is I don't keep trying to burn through all the stacks. So I'm just gonna feed you these as you go for a bit. And then if you want to start stitching, then I can start taking over the marking and pairing. Or you want me to stitch?
Yeah, you can stitch.
Okay,
you
cool.
gotta take that guide off, and
Yep. Okay. So
I'll
then,
just finish these up because I don't have too many more to go.
that sounds great. Thank you. Okay.
And then
So
I'll pair them.
on the guide over here, because we are now going down the middle of the triangle, and we've got a lot to do, I'm just going to kick it all the way out of the way. And now I'm going to use the foot as my marker right against that pencil mark or that pen mark. And again, chain piecing here all day long, but what we're going to do is we're going to do one side and then the next. So I'm going to do all 40 or 80, I guess I should say. And these are the little things where knowing that I would have Tiffany's extra set of hands is going to make it so this video doesn't end at midnight tonight. Because you can see now how quickly this is going to work for the 2 of us together. So if you have a small child you can trust around the house, if the husband is recovered from the panicking scream, any of those things. These are authorized for people that are not usually allowed to use sewing machines. They can stack fabrics for you. I remember one night, this was way back when, I was making gifts for some of the soldiers overseas, and we had a bunch of these little pillows to make, and we were going so fast. I had people handing and sorting and cutting. The machine never even stopped. It was just like, then I'd have someone hand it to me to the next one, and I would just feed it right in. It was like that the whole time. It was crazy.
Miss Carrie says she's been sewing all day for us, and that she took us with her to go see her mom. She
Oh,
went
nice.
to Walgreens.
Oh no,
We've been to Walgreens.
we've been to Walgreens.
We've been all over the place.
Awesome. Did we get anything good at Walgreens? Did we get candy, Easter candy?
And can you believe the machine's only running at half speed right now, too? I mean, you and I can believe that because we know the machine, but look how smooth it is. Just love it. I'll have to get out the original one of these that I had that I painted orange and covered in ink drawings. I think that this audience deserves a photo of that eventually soon. The other term for what we're doing right now is called sewing sausage. This is basically what we're making is sewing sausage.
Sausage?
Well, yeah, because look, it looks like sausage. All these little things connected by,
Oh,
I know. I used to make sausage when I was in the restaurant business.
things I didn't know about you.
Still can't find my ring.
A problem too. It's probably in the Kentucky Fried Chicken biscuits. A ring, yes. That was my food. I had two
Right.
food jobs.
Right.
That and just a little diner kind of place.
To any of our viewers today that haven't made sausage out there themselves, I don't recommend it.
No. It's so readily available at the grocery store or your favorite restaurant.
Yeah, because there's a guy making it back room.
Exactly. So that you don't have to do it at home.
Some 8-fingered kid that should be in high school right now, but he got his
Fingered kid.
yeah, because he's making sausages. That's what happens to your fingers. You know how it's made? It's a grinding machine. It just,
Yes.
Let's move on from that topic.
Okay. Thinking that's a good idea.
I think your pile's getting bigger over there. What's going on?
I know. Well, I'm trying to get through this colorway, and I have a
Right.
feeling that when you turn them around and go the other direction, I'll be able
Yeah.
to go back to drawing.
Gotcha.
'Cause I think we have a pretty good system
We have a good system.
going. I'm just a little
But-
bit ahead of you.
This is the part where probably everybody is like, really? Right? Really, Rob? Really? 80 of these things right now?
Yep.
So,
Really,
yes,
Rob?
I mean, again, if you were really making this quilt in a multi-day phase, this would be day 2 for me. Like, right, I'd start again on day 2 at this section.
Yeah.
And I would make all of these, or what I might do is sew them all, and then turn off the machine and then just trim them all kind of thing. Like for me, sometimes it's getting through that next step or that next phase. But I just had that emotion that said, I don't want to do this anymore. So if some of you are feeling this way, please note that only Tiffany and I are obligated at the moment. And she's only partially obligated. Only I am the one that's completely obligated. So don't do anything you don't all want to do, but it's going to be a radical quilt, and it's not going to be that painstaking, but I have a feeling we'll be doing a prize about the time we're finished up with these units. But once these units get put together, like we're ready to finish out the quilt. It goes into rows and we're done.
Oh, wrong one.
Oh crud. You know what I forgot to bring from home? I
What?
just realized. My
You're-
slotted trimmer.
I didn't bring one because I didn't know I was supposed to.
I know, because you didn't know what we were working on.
I didn't.
Hmm.
It would take me 25 minutes to get it and get back.
Yeah, I might have to go on a quick recon and see if we've got one somewhere. Although, what do these things finish out at? 5s?
4.5.
4.5s? That 6-inch square might be almost as fast. I don't have a 4.5-inch square. No, I don't have a 4.5-inch square. Yeah, I think I like the diagonals a lot on the Quilter Select rulers and the stick factor. But at this moment, with this many, the slotted trimmer wouldn't be a bad idea. Well, I keep taking it home because I use it so much, and I forget to bring it back. Didn't I forget to bring it back at New Year's too, and we had to use yours or something like that? Maybe I should treat myself to a second one.
Maybe. You didn't show it yesterday?
No. I'm just now thinking about it because I wasn't talking much about supplies yesterday.
Uh-huh.
I was thinking this was like no specialty tools, which it really isn't, but now I'm just thinking of efficient. Back to that emotion of I don't want to be here right now, so how do I get out of this location as quick as possible? I don't know why I use so many half square triangles because
they're awesome.
monotony, they are awesome. They're an awesome unit, but the monotony of them sometimes, and the
Yes.
amount I like to complain just don't go hand in hand. So as I trim these, I'm going to use my thread cutter on the machine, and I'm going to stack them so they're all exactly in the same format, so that it's all the rotation and everything's been made. I'm just that's a hint for everybody at home or at Walgreens right now. If you're at Walgreens,
Right?
pharmacy.
I am going to go see if there's a slotted trimmer I can swipe.
I think that makes it great. If there's one on the wall, I will pay for it. I think
All
it's
right.
worth it.
Can you shut me off, or do I need to?
Tiffany, look, somebody said a clearly perfect slot trimmer should be on the wall in the store, right there. I'll shut you off.
Okay, I'll go. Huh? You'll shut me off?
Tiffany will be back.
Yep.
Make sure she comes back, please. I have a feeling. Yeah, we take her car keys. Yeah. Keep her cell phone and car keys as ransom in here. All right.
Oh, Rob.
Yeah.
What new tutorials do you have planned coming up?
Ooh, okay.
Talk about.
Okay, so the newest tutorials, well, of course, on Wednesday will be this project coming up. We are doing the Epic Block of the Month series this year. So on the third Wednesday of each month is Charisma Horton's Epic Block of the Month. And that also features some of my fabrics, the New and Newer Worlds by Benartex. And then I've been talking about the Wonky Log Cabin 2.0 a bunch today. So that was filmed last week, right? No, that was filmed this week because it's Saturday.
It's a long day.
It's been a long day, a long week too. Filmed and edited all in this week and made in the last 2 weeks. And it's a million pieces, but it turned out really fun. So I'm excited about that one. And then what I want to do is we've developed this little random scrap block generator game that we're calling the Scrap Masters. And on the Friday Lives, I do the roll and the spin to assign the new random block of the week. A few weeks ago on YouTube, we put out how to master your scraps, which is basically a video on how to use the pattern and how to understand the units so that you could build all the different blocks. Well, at about week 12, my goal is to do a video that's called Scrap Masters Now What, which will be, we're going to have roughly 12, 16, 20 blocks, and it should start to form into a quilt of some kind, because they're all scrap and they're all randomly generated. I don't know exactly color-wise and things, so I may wait out a while to make sure that we have enough blocks, but I want to do another follow-up tutorial for Scrap Masters on how to build a quilt out of the scraps. Benartex is releasing my newest Worlds fabric very soon, so I have a tutorial for a very basic Storm at Sea looking design. that I'm working on. And then I also have the desire, as we were actually mentioning earlier, I want to see Tiffany do another block of the month. I would like to see you pick a block of the month to sew on as tutorials, maybe starting in the middle of this year or something. I don't know.
Okay.
That'd be fun. I haven't talked to all the powers that be to make sure that it can happen or not, but I just think that sounds like fun. And we love our block of the months. If you don't know, we do, golly, hundreds. No, I guess it's actually 60 to 70 a year, maybe a few more, but we generally put out between 8 a month. Yeah, roughly 8 a month. Different block of the months, all different styles, applique, patchwork, pre-fuse, laser cut, pre-cut.
Up the,
96?
Yeah, 96 a year. So I almost said about almost 100.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to sew on the other side of this line.
looks like Tiffany found that slot trimmer.
I
Yes, she
found it. We should have gone on a field trip. I should have taken Elijah and a camera and gone on a field trip.
That would have been fun. My fear is it would have cut off the...
Oh, no, we don't want to mess anything up.
Although that one time we had the camera going in the other... At New Year's, remember, we had a New Year's cam for a while.
Oh, but y'all wouldn't have had audio.
No, we wouldn't have the audio. That's right. Okay. Oh, and that's the cutter you like.
I know.
I know. I like the cutter over there because it's heavy. I don't like the cutter 1,000% because sometimes it's hard to get it to close safely.
Yes.
And that's why you like the one you have in your hand probably lots better. Okay, will you not only divide them in half, but also take them to 4.5s for me and tell everybody how to do that?
I will.
Thank you.
No problem.
And I'll just keep making these ones over here for now.
I'm going to cut a few of them apart and then
Yep.
I'll get the trimmer
Demo.
tool out and I'll demo. I didn't. Everybody was busy out there. I didn't tell anybody I swiped it off the wall, so we'll
Oh,
have
good.
to.
And then we'll just, why don't we just take really good care of it and we'll just put it right back in the package?
I don't think we can put the paper back on the back.
Yeah. We'll keep it here in the studio. We're gonna put one of those
Yeah.
stickers that says studio,
Studio
do not
only.
remove.
Yes.
So I'll stop removing it out of here. Studio, do not remove. Rob. This one doesn't belong in California, Rob.
Exactly.
Actually, mine got broken when I traveled with it.
I
recently.
bet,
The
I
tips
bet.
come off sometimes
Yeah,
if you're not
yeah.
careful.
All right. This is a slotted trimmer, clearly perfect slotted trimmer tool. Okay. There's 2 of them in here. Like Rob said, sometimes they break, which is why I think there's 2 tools. And
And there's 2 sizes.
yeah, there's 2 sizes, definitely. Oh, they're glued on here. Good. It's a good thing we take the paper off the back. Here we go. I should probably trim one down just with a square ruler before I use the slotted trimmer
Oh yeah, show
tool.
folks the regular method.
Okay,
Old school.
old school. Before,
Old school,
before
new
I-
school.
Yep. Are we on?
Yes.
Well, yes. Okay. Then I have to get a little organized here, get some things out of my way. So to trim a half square triangle, there's multiple ways to do it. I'm going to start with a square ruler and the most basic way to trim it down. We're trimming all of these half square triangles to 4.5 inches by 4.5 inches. So for this one, I am going to press it, and I'm going to go ahead and press it to the darker one. I don't think the iron was on long enough, but okay, am I in the spot?
We're good.
All right. I want to trim it down to 4.5. There is a diagonal line on a square ruler, most square rulers, this one for sure. And I want to set that diagonal line on the seam line. And then I want to make sure that I have at least 4.5 inches within the fabric. So I'm going to trim this side, and then I need to reposition on the 4.5 inch. Let's see, this is the 1/2 inch, so I'm going to get to the 4.5. No, this is a square ruler, so it doesn't have that. Got it. Okay, I need to find the 4.5. There we are. I've got my diagonal line up the seam, and I've got still just a little bit left that I can trim down. Trim once, and again, and now I have a perfect 4.5 inch half square triangle. Now we're going to get fancy with this slotted trimmer tool. And this one, are these white on the back? Cool. This one is the A trimmer, and I want the 4.5 inch line. It tells me that it's cutting at 4.5, but it's going to finish at 4. So I want the 4.5 inch line. The next thing I would do, I swipe the, I don't know, this side maybe is a little bit better. See the seam line? I'm going to put the 4.5 inch dotted line right on the seam line. And I'm going to trim here and here. And then I'm going to do what Rob does not like to do, but I'm going to show you how it's meant to work. You come back and you do in the little slots. And now you have a perfect 4.5 inch, and you can press it however you want. You can press it to the light, to the dark, or open, okay? But there's even a faster way. We figured this out, haven't we? Over time, half square triangles. I'm gonna put it again on the stitching line, but I'm sliding mine all the way over. And now I only have to trim here, and I'm not using the slots. I'm going to eyeball it here and here. And that is the fastest way I've found to trim half square triangles.
Yeah, because you're making all your cuts at once, really, and knocking the dog ears off.
Yep.
I have been in multiple debates about which is the most accurate, but at a certain
True.
point, we're talking about a threads difference. And the way I stitch, I don't think it makes much of a difference for me. There could be some debate about bias edges and different things like that, depending on how you make your half square triangles.
Yeah, not this way.
Not this way, though. This way is really secure, really solid. And it was that slotted trimmer and the wool mat were the two new tools that I had not experienced before I got here that I really, really do like.
What I am doing is, as I pick these up, if they're off a little bit on one side or the other, I'm finding the one where the seam, where the side edge is the straightest, and that's the side I'm going to use for my non-trimming side. And I'm just coming back and doing that. How are you doing? You need a new stack.
No, I'm great. These are the ones that'll be for you, and then I've got all of these to make still.
Yeah, but I haven't paired them.
That's
Is
okay.
what-
I have a feeling that if I pair them and sew them, we'll be close to at the same pace.
Deal. 'Cause
Although-
these still need to be pressed.
True, and eventually we're going to be sewing one medium to one light. So I might be wise to get some of those mediums going, so in the middle of it, I can start building units.
Got it.
But I've only got a few of these left, so I'll do this. But I might have you cut 50-50 or something, I don't know.
Okay. I'll press a few of these, and then I'll swipe.
Cool.
That way we'll have some units for you to start sewing together when you need to.
Are you pressed into the dark fabric?
I am.
Okay, it's not going to matter, but if you press to the dark fabric, they won't overlap on each other tough. Because you see how they come together up here?
Uh-huh.
So you're wiser to, if we didn't know, press into the dark is safe.
Okay, so what do you want me to do? You
Press
want
to
me
the
to press?
dark. Yeah, just like you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think that makes sense, right? Because if these were both to the darks
Yeah. They're gonna.
and they come together like,
Nope.
well, they'll be to the outside, so they're not going to get in each other's way.
Okay.
Yeah. That does still do this versus nest,
Uh-huh.
but I'm not too worried about that. I guess technically, if you really wanted to, you would press one to the light and one to the medium. That's what would make a nest, as I'm
I
saying
can
it
press.
out loud.
I can press the rest of them to the mediums.
Let's try that.
We're starting with the ACs. I'm pressing to the A. When we go to ABs, I'll do the first one to the B, and we'll see what
See how that fits up?
We'll see how that works out for
Okay.
us.
So I can hand you this now, just like this, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't she happy about that? Okay. And then, folks, just be aware, this is where I might have been able to do a little bit more contrast in the color choice. This is also partly why the star is hidden in here, right? Because of where it gets lost against this medium. So as you're working, because these colors, if you're working from the kit, are so similar, please make sure you're matching a dark green to a medium green while we go through here.
I forgot to trim that dog ear. Oh, I trimmed it. It just didn't come off.
This didn't come off.
Yeah. Apparently we got focused.
Oh. Uh-oh. I got it. That was my son calling. Which he normally doesn't call. So, because I have an Apple Watch, I'm going to take a few moments, and it was almost time for me to take a little break anyways. I was needing some water
Okay.
and a little air. So I think if it's okay, I might just go see if my son's okay,
You go see if your son's okay.
because I won't be able to think about anything else until I check in.
Yep.
It was so funny. Ruby called right at the end of the show yesterday. And it was like right as I was doing the closing anyways. I'm like, all right, there it is. I got to go. And funny, I have all my tools in Do Not Disturb, but I also have that family safety mode,
Yes.
which means they can get through. Only my family can get through even when I'm in Do Not Disturb mode. So
Which is important.
it is.
I put my phone on Do Not Disturb at 10 o'clock at night till 8 in the morning, but my kids, yeah.
Right? Yeah. No, same thing for me too, but I want to make sure that my in-laws, my wife, and my kids can get through. And my
Yep.
parents, of course. Sorry, Mom, Dad. Hi, Mom. No. No. She's probably watching today. My aunt and uncle are probably watching today. I went and took my uncle a quilt. He had a little health scare, which we're looking like we're going to be on the better end of. And I'm pretty sure it's the quilt that's helped so much. So,
Good.
anyways, I'm going to go check on Braden.
right.
I'm going to
You
let
go
you
do
do
that.
whatever you like. How's that sound?
I'm just going to try
And-
to catch up with you, so I'm
Okay.
just going to
Sounds
do
good.
stuff. Yeah.
Back to Tiffany sewing.
Back to Tiffany just sewing.
Don't worry, Tiffany, it ain't just you. I'm here.
You're here, but you're not sewing. We're not going to get done any faster
I
without
wonder
you
if
sewing.
Anybody has any questions for Tiffany?
Again, huh?
Questions with Tiffany.
Questions with Tiffany.
We're still getting comments saying happy sew day.
That's funny.
Someone said they're amazed on the amount of work that's put into this quilt. Can't go wrong with green.
Can't go wrong with green. Green is a happy color.
Miss Callie said for these blocks, she cut in the first part in half and used a 1/4-inch foot to sew the triangles together.
Yep, you can do that too, rather than drawing.
She says it's really fast.
Yes, some people don't like to put the triangle points in their machine. Some machines, those triangle points take a nosedive, and so that's a struggle for some people. I have found if I am sewing and trying to feed the triangles in, that it helps if I have a straight stitch plate on a machine. This machine has a straight stitch plate because it doesn't do zigzag, but if you have a machine that'll do a zigzag or fancy stitches, then it has a plate that allows that needle to go back and forth, but that also is a gap where the triangles try to take a nosedive. So if you want to sew triangles, you want to cut them apart and sew the triangles, then you should see if you have a straight stitch plate. That might help a little.
Someone said, you may have said this, but how big is the very first square finished?
I don't know that we said that. It should be 8.5 because this very first one, these squares finish at 2. So 2, 4, 6, 8 plus the seam allowance on either side makes it 8.5. Okay?
8.5.
8.5, unfinished. Once it's in the quilt, it'll be 8. But at this point, 8.5.
So someone said, can y'all clarify for me, for fabric D, they have all the questions for you, that's all I'm saying.
It's no, I don't know. I just showed up, but I'll do my best.
They said, can y'all clarify for me, for fabric D, do we need 85-inch squares and then cut them diagonally? Or do we need 45-inch squares cut diagonally to make 80 triangles?
Fabric D.
That's a pretty detailed question there.
Fabric D. Fabric D has, okay, it has, oh, it's the ones that go on here. I think that's the question. Fabric D, step 7. They're 5 inch by 5 inch.
Want me to reread the question for you, Miss Tiffany?
Yeah.
He asked, for fabric D, do we need 85-inch squares and then cut them diagonally? Or do we need 45-inch squares cut diagonally to make 80 triangles?
The second. You need 40 5-inch squares cut diagonally to make 80 pieces. So we'll make 20 of these squares and we need 4 of those the piece D triangles. So you need 80 triangles from the 5 by 5s. Does that help? Is that good?
There we go.
Oh,
Good
no.
job, Tiffany.
Is this Test Tiffany hour?
They got all the hard questions.
Okay, yeah. Hey, you guys, I did not even see the pattern. I saw the quilt. I did not see the pattern until I walked in here today. So,
Really?
yeah. Rob said show up.
Tiffany's just that good.
Oh, I don't know about that. Tiffany just showed up when she was told to.
Miss Patty has a question and asked, how big is your fabric stash?
Oh, my fabric stash?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm an anomaly. I don't have a big fabric stash. I have some batiks that I stash, but the way
You don't have a fabric stash?
No, I know, it's wrong. Nobody understands.
That's so wrong.
Nobody understands me. Because it's my business and the way I work from fabric line to fabric line to fabric line, and there's always another fabric line that I'm working with. And I never, believe it or not, until Rob and I decided to do this scrappy thing, Scrap Masters, I really don't have a big stash. And doing Scrap Masters, I've had to pull everything from my batik stash. So, really, not a big stash for me. I'm a weirdo in the quilt world.
What do you do with all your excess then?
With my excess stuff,
Yeah,
I donate it.
you donate it.
I do. I don't keep anything that's a printed fabric. I really don't keep.
Who do you give it to?
There's a local little guild in Mineola. Sometimes Stitchin Heaven has a what do we have? A scrap sew along kind of day. So I've brought my scraps in for that before too.
Did you hear that, Rob? Tiffany doesn't have a scrap. She doesn't have a scrap stash.
I did hear that, and that's also why I think her Scrap Master blocks are half size, because she has all these little tiny parts.
That is true. If you're following along, I'm behind on my Scrap Master blocks.
There's no behind, because
I
there's
know.
no rules.
I'm behind. He can say there's no rules, but I feel like I'm behind. But there really isn't a behind. But because he just said there's no rules, I am making all of the blocks, which Rob has designed at 12-inch finished. Mine are 6-inch finished. Partially because I don't have much of a stash, and not the kind of stash that most people have. And the other is that I don't have a lot of wall space left in my studio. Well, and I say that, which isn't really true because it goes all the way up, but I can't get on the ladder yet to fill that in. But I just want smaller quilts. I want lots of smaller quilts. What you got?
I've lost my mind. I've absolutely gone insane. I now am traveling with a bag of scraps so that on every Friday I can sew my blocks regardless of where I'm at.
Is that your scrap stuff?
This is my scrap stash. So talk about insanity. I have such a stash that I now have a scrap stash, and worse
Hey,
than
travel.
that, I've got to bag it in certain colors and bring it with me.
He has a travel
I
scrap
got a travel
stash.
scrap stash. This is
Anthony doesn't have a
ridiculous.
stash at all.
It's
Rob has too big of a stash.
This is redonkulous of all things. Yes.
Rob, how big is your stash?
It's a pretty good closet full. My stash originally was a McCall's pattern filing cabinet, and that was my personal goods. But then when I started doing the YouTube shows, you would get fabric sent from manufacturers, and it wasn't always what you wanted to keep around. So then there was the stash that I would part with quickly, and that because I'd sell it off at retreats and events and stuff, partially used projects and things. And then I also started designing fabrics, and when I started designing my fabrics, all of the projects this last 2 years have primarily been of my fabrics and coordinates. So that means that's a whole new scrap stash, which is what I'm really using for most of my scrap masters and my log cabins and all of those other fun projects, because they technically coordinate. And this is something I didn't expect happening. Tiffany, I don't know if you found, well, you kind of inadvertently said it too. I thought I had a lot more scrap stash capabilities. I didn't realize I was going to run out of certain color families, and like I think I'm going shopping for scraps. Yes, yes, that's exactly that was what I was looking for.
We're shopping for scraps.
Yes, I can't believe I'm saying it out loud, but I think it's time to go shopping for scraps. This is insane, but I'm having so much fun with it, and I don't think I'm the only one that's having this much fun with it. And at the end of the day, what if the scraps were, maybe for scrap style quilts, but they weren't sold as scraps? Like, what if you could do it? So I'm trying to figure out if there's a way I can make it so that it was pre-cut friendly of some kind or something. I don't know yet. I'm still dreaming. I'm still dreaming. But eventually we'll get there, because I want to, like I was saying, I have a desire to do this in workshops everywhere. But I will say that it took me 3 or 4 days to organize my scraps and stash to make it workable. And then when I went from Scrap Masters, which is mostly squares, into my log cabins, which was mostly strips, I then reorganized the scraps again. And that was interesting, because then I played with different color families and brought in a few pieces. But without thinking about it, I took some of my really long strips that were wide enough to be squares, consumed them all, and now I'm really short on what could become 2.5 inch squares for Scrap Masters.
Yep. Have you gone? No, you haven't gone the other direction yet.
No, but would you like me to stop
No.
and go the other direction on
No,
some of them?
I just want to make sure that when you do
We keep them
that, well, we keep them
Yeah.
separate, but that I get at least one pressed,
so we can try our
so we
method.
can, yes, so we can
That makes sense.
test.
Test. Yeah, shopping for scraps. That's a new one.
Scrap shopping.
Sure, scrap shopping. I wonder if you could get a prize for that, maybe.
Do you want me to make you a prize?
The Scrap Masters prize.
Yeah.
It's the scrap shopper. I'll accept it with my quilts together. I only have at the moment 3 quilt tops that need quilting, and one does not belong to me. But I traded a quilt top for a quilting on a quilt top for a sewing machine that I rehomed already. So now I have to quilt the quilt. You see what I did? I took the machine and I gave it to somebody else, and now I got to still quilt the quilt. It's really a cool quilt. It's an all batik New York Beauties quilt.
Ooh.
And no, Mark didn't make it, but I'm really excited to be stitching on it. My friend Mary made it, but I'm nervous. That's why I haven't started.
Oh.
I'm a little apprehensive about. It's just a really pretty quilt, and when I just do my own thing, it works for me. But I feel like this needs a little more symmetry, so I'm basically procrastinating with good excuses. It's not really procrastinating if the excuses sound valid. Did you know that?
Well, I think you just made that up.
Maybe. Sounds good. Hey, the people watching at home can go tell everybody it's true because they saw it on social media. Don't get me started.
Okay, I won't.
Can I erase
Don't
that?
start.
Can we do a rewind on that one?
Cynthia says her stash is turning into more of a batik stash.
Oh, Cynthia's got a batik stash.
Woohoo!
Margot says thank you for earlier, Tiffany, for helping out
Oh,
with the comment, with the question, the big long question.
okay. You're welcome.
Pre-cuts have been my shopping for scraps habit.
Ooh, pre-cuts.
And then Alice asked, what size scraps do you purchase?
3-yard pieces. Well, what if you made a real quilt out of it when you were done with the scraps?
What if you needed a border?
You need that yardage. Yeah, backings.
Scrap quilts don't usually have borders, do they?
don't
I
know
mean,
that
you
there's
can
a
do
rule
it-
to scrap
no,
quilts.
I
Probably
know.
not as often, though. I'm thinking about bordering my wonky log cabin quilts.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. It just feels like it wants a border right
It
now.
wants a border?
It feels like it a little bit.
Stripey Quilter said, it's hard to quilt somebody else's quilt. I feel so much more pressure to do my very best.
Yeah.
True.
Especially when you have Tiffany, doing it with you.
Right?
It's a passion precision quilter.
Piecer. I should say piecer. It's just this passion for precision.
You could become the precision piecer.
Yeah.
Precise piecer. Carefree quilter, precise piecer.
Yeah.
Tiffany, do you feel like you have to do your very best when it comes to making Rob's quilt?
No.
Do you feel like you can do your very worst when you're making Rob's quilt?
No, I don't. I'm not striving for my worst, but okay. Part of that is the time frame
Right?
that we're trying to do this in. You can't stop and be.
No, if you haven't noticed, we have not stopped working yet. I mean, like, I even did a light lunch. Missed 2 snacks already.
You missed 2 snacks?
I did. I eat so much. It's insane.
I have, somebody said that her stash fits in a box. She calls it a box.
Box,
but
it's-
her husband calls it a house.
Yeah.
Right.
Somebody asked if you cleared out Joanne's before they closed.
No. Couldn't get me to. Never mind.
Yeah. Apparently, I'm a fabric snob, so
Apparently, I'm a fabric snob too.
we're gonna go with no on that
You can
one.
keep your Joann's fabrics. Thank you very much.
Real quick question.
Did I say that out
When you
loud?
put your triangles on, you just eyeball center or measure?
On which block? On
Ooh, that's a good question. Counterpoint.
Counterpoint. Point. Counterpoint. Here with Tiffany Hayes.
Which block, Patricia?
I'm gonna guess. Okay, I'm gonna guess it's this one, and we centered them. We didn't mark them. We didn't press them. We didn't do it, finger press them. We just centered them, eyeball. And oh, when we added these extra ones, we centered those too, eyeball. So
I
the-
generally eyeball the tip of the triangle to the middle of the block. If it needs to be really precise, or I know I'm not trimming down at all, then sometimes, like if I'm using an engineered, well, if we're using the engineered kits at Stitchin Heaven, the corners have been taken off of the triangle, so everything fits perfect.
yeah, there's no.
But at one point, there was a square and a triangle we were working with, I think, before we started engineering them. And at that point, I was folding the square in half
Yes.
to quickly find center of the square that I would lay the tip of the triangle on.
Yes.
They actually said both, so they want to know the other one as well.
Yeah. So I think the
We
answer was
eyeballed.
eyeballing them. Because there was and the answer behind, or the reason behind that, is there was enough trimmable space around the outer edges.
Yes, we weren't sewing any triangles on that had to perfectly fit. We were going to trim them after, so eyeballing worked.
You'll find a lot of the quicker patterns. That was also part of the philosophy I tried. No, eighth style cuts, not a 7/8, not a 3/8. It's harder to see it on your ruler if you're working fast. It was better to cut big and trim down extra than it was to find those 1/8 marks we could have on some of these. So like these 5 inchers could have been 4 7/8, right? But they don't need to be. It's so much more efficient to have that teeny bit extra in these places. So when I first did the pattern, I went through and recalibrated some of the sizes
Yes.
so that it was actually a little bit more fabric being wasted, but a lot more time being saved, because I knew what we were trying to do with today's project. It's a pretty impressive quilt, if I can say so myself, to try to do in a day. Usually they're quilts that you stack a bunch of fabrics at once and you kind of cut them, like our Scrap Magic project or a Turning 20s, or where you just do layer cakes or something like that. I mean, you could make a quilt in a day pretty easy if you had all pre-cut 5-inch charm squares, right? And you were just making a checkerboard style.
Right.
But with all this cutting and trimming and bias and manipulation, I had to take some little cheats in the writing. How's everyone else holding up out there? Is everybody sewing along, feeling good? I assume pace is good because we've been on this step for quite a while. And again, just what you might want to do is about half of one color, half of the other at this point if you're starting to feel a little wore down. Also, I can point out, if you look at the quilt behind me, some of the half square triangles are made into blocks and some of the half square triangles are saved for the outside rows. So technically, if you were getting tired but you wanted to see more of the quilt center come together, you could add on the outer rows at the end. They can go on in two different fashions. So just kind of thinking of where my brain goes at this point. I'm always like just one square from the end, and I got to change the entire directions that I'm doing it in. It's ridiculous.
Betty Boop said she just made a 90 by 120 quilt with 5-inch squares and a 2.5-inch strip.
All in a day?
That's a good question.
I bet that's what she was referring to, because that's kind of what we were talking about. Of course, are we talking about a 24-hour day or a day where you're hoping your iPhone doesn't run out of juice and stops recording for you? Because there's also those fears going through my mind with everything plugged in and all that stuff. But we had that during New Year's. I had a little tech issue. So.
Somebody asked, do either of you use an AccuQuilt to cut your pieces?
I do not use AccuQuilt. I have. I just don't own one currently because I prefer to work from the pre-cut Stitchin Heaven kits.
And I just don't own one.
Just don't own one. Well, you do so many unique projects, though. I don't know that. Yeah, I guess though. But cutting bulk squares and strips would be good.
Miss Rabbit says she's not sewing along. She's just folding fabric and enjoying the banter.
Oh,
nice.
My friend Chris Marchini from the Rose City Originals in Portland. This is the person who I adapted their dice rolling game to help create Scrap Masters, right? So that particular community scrap quilt along is all based off of AccuQuilt. So he's got a if I remember the way it works, it's a 20 pattern book that is all AccuQuilt block system friendly. And the 20 die you roll tells you which page you're going to end up on. And what he's doing for his fabric generations is people are sending him an envelope of scraps. And so he opens up an envelope and does a block each week.
Fun.
Really cool. And then he uses his quilts for charity at the end and does some really cool things that way. So that's, like I said, I saw it happening a few years ago and was really inspired by it and wanted to figure out if there was a way we could adapt it.
Well, we're not the only ones using, not the only ones using dice and random
No.
ways to.
What about, I don't know if anyone else has got that cool spinning color wheel that we've got.
I don't think so either.
Because there's been a lot of asks for where can somebody
Yes.
get us such a spinning wheel, color wheel.
Tiffany, somebody asked, why are you only trimming one side of the triangle? And
Because
to the tip that you taught earlier.
Oh,
Yeah.
so somebody wasn't paying attention to the workshop that was going on here. Or has just joined us. Welcome. Tiffany would like to explain that again.
Joined us.
Okay. So if I put the slotted trimmer tool on here in the center, I can trim twice, once this way, And then I can come back in the slots and trim away the dog ears like so, but I find it much faster if the pieces of the fabrics are lined up really nice on one side, I just choose that side and I can slide the trimmer tool all the way to that edge of the triangle. I only have to do one cut, and I'm just coming back and eyeballing the dog ears, and I find that is like, what, 3 times faster?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm doing it, because it's faster and it's still accurate. I only have to do that one cut and the dog ears. Huh? Does the kit? No, I don't believe the kit came with, I don't see any backing fabric here.
We didn't get backing fabric here,
Nope.
but there is a tile there I made for us, Nick, that is from the web page. It would maybe say for the getting of the kit. I think with our block of the month, the backing comes at the end of the program, but this is a single shipment, so if it was going to have backing, it would come with it, is my guess. But I'm sorry, folks, I don't know that answer at the moment.
Somebody said it's remarkable that y'all are all doing this in one day.
Or it's crazy.
Yeah, it takes them 6
Remarkable,
months.
crazy, you know.
Oh, you know what I wanted to ask earlier to everybody that's watching is I would like to know how many folks out there, I'm going to ask it in different tiers, about how many quilts have folks made, right? So first of all, I want to know if anybody is on their first quilt ever. It doesn't have to be this one. Maybe they're just watching for instructions today. But if anybody that's watching is making their first quilt ever, and then the next tier is good. So you can just type in first quilt ever or whatever. But the next one I would like to know is if how many, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's several right now following along that have made 5 or less quilts. 5 or less quilt tops. I'm not even going to ask them if they've quilted their quilts. I'm
Yeah.
just talking about quilt tops because that's all we're talking about today.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know how many people are on their very first quilt, if there's anyone out there. And if there is, if there's no one out there on their first quilt, how many folks out there have done 5 or less quilts? Let's get a survey going. And then let me know, Tiffany, when you're ready for some of these medium dark combos like you wanted to experiment with.
Yeah,
so I
I'm
can
getting,
have
I'm
that
getting
set.
close.
I'd say we do a prize at the bottom of the hour.
Bottom
We've got,
or
yeah.
the top?
No, because we just passed the top of the hour. And I was kind of considering that when I went to check the cell phone from my son.
Is he okay?
He's okay.
Good.
Didn't tell me what it was about. I just asked if he needed to chat. He said no. Asked if I needed to call him back later. He said no.
Okay.
He was a man of few words. They might be painting the baseboards, or getting ready to paint the baseboards for their apartment.
Oh,
That's our next phase. I asked him to try to get the baseboards painted before I got home in a week because I'd like to get those baseboards up because they're starting to move furniture in and stuff. And it would be so much easier if we could just finish the job before we move in.
yep.
But Catherine's going to move into the apartment the month before the wedding because her lease is up on her place. So. And I don't know who's more excited, me or the Chihuahua, because the Chihuahua loves Catherine. So he's really excited to think she's going to be living next door. Oh, that doesn't feel very good. Oh, out of bobbin thread.
How long?
What's that?
How long did you run out?
Definitely lost bobbin chicken. I got an inch across the 6 inches we needed to go. Those are the other color combo, and they are double stitched, but they are not
Cut apart.
cut apart, obviously.
Got it. Some of these I am having to trim
Both sides.
both sides because
Yeah.
I can't get a straight edge. But if I've got a straight edge, there's no way I'm trimming from the center.
Bobbin number 2.
Rob, are your fabrics newer worlds? Because somebody asked about that just a bit ago.
because they saw the beautiful fabric back there, asked what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's Rob's.
So all of the
Already
fabrics.
sold out.
Okay, so this is a difficult answer. I'm going to give you the true answer, but it's going to sound a little confusing. So, and this is partly my bad. I thought I was being funny. I wanted to put out 9 prints at a time from the print collections because they kind of match the Shadow Blush, which is a solid looking fabric from Benartex. So the first 9 are called New Worlds. Then the next 9 were Newer Worlds, and I added a couple of stripes and wide backs.
Not confusing at all.
Not confusing at all. Then the next 9 will be called Newest Worlds, and I've added in an all over mandala print on that. So there's 9 plus 2 mandalas. Those are more pastel, and those are the ones that release in spring. So the ones on the set behind us are the 18 of New and Newer Worlds. This quilt features both New and Newer Worlds fabrics, 2 of each. And for a brief moment, New Worlds was listed as sold out on the website for Benartex. So we did the same on our site, but there was a confusion. And so really, all of the line will be available at least until what's called Groundworks, which is the 4th installment, which I was going to call Neutral Worlds because they were neutral backgrounds with colored prints, where everything else has been a tone on tone.
Also not confusing.
So at the end of the day, we are going to have them all available for about a year is my guess. I don't know how long until it's truly discontinued. If you had tried to get any of the new or newer worlds from Stitchin Heaven recently and you were told they were sold out, that's because we thought they were sold out, but they're reprinting them is what's really happened. And so they're technically they're back ordered at the moment, but they'll be in any day. And I believe they're listed that way on the website. And if not, you can let customer service know which of the ones you would like. And if you can't see them on our website, you can always see them on the Benartex website. And they're in the stacks. If you watch the show on Fridays usually, or the tutorials that I'm filmed in California in the last few months, I've actually already integrated the newest worlds into my stack on the set out there. So I have a bigger fat quarter bundle on my set that shows the pastels in play, and it's really cool. So I'm excited about it. But I'm also, that's one of the 3 quilts. So I had 3 quilt tops I need to quilt. One is New Year's quilt I haven't finished. One is the quilt I just did this week. And one is Mary's New York Beauty quilt. And then I have to finish the quilt that is the Storm at Sea version that's called Offshore Breezes, which will be a free pattern on the Benartex website. But it uses those, I might have shown you the way it was coming together, Tiffany, with the pastel blocks.
I don't think so.
I worked on it really feverishly for a couple days, and then I put it aside because I was using that to test the pattern. And then I was knowing that I wanted to finish it as a tutorial, but I wouldn't be able to put a tutorial up for months because people can't get the fabric for months. So I decided just to hit the brakes on it.
Yeah. Sometimes they need a timeout.
Yep.
We have some answers to that question.
Oh, answers to the quilt survey?
Yes.
All right, let's hear 'em.
One that says, I think I've done 5 complete tops, tons of blocks though.
Okay, so at least one person has done roughly 5 quilts.
Mrs. Rabbit says, yes, I'm on the 5 or less, busy life.
Okay, Mrs. Rabbit, you said, like as in,
Bunny?
That's the name, Mrs. Rabbit.
okay, very apropos for Easter, related to the pizza bunny.
Lacey Thomas says, I have only finished 1 quilt top, and it was a double tumbler.
Oh, I was gonna say, wait, Lacey is like a avid viewer, if I know correct. I recognize that name.
I am currently working on 3 separate tops. Barb G made one and a throw, only throw with no help.
So Barb G made one and decided to throw it away, if I heard correctly. No, she said she made a throw, and she's only made a throw, but she did it all by herself. Good job, Barb G.
Laura B said, I've only completed 1, but I have the blocks done for my 2nd.
So Laura B is approaching her 2nd completed quilt top. Oh, this is a great survey. I love it. Thank you all. You know what the next question is going to be, and we actually asked it earlier, but do we have more survey info before I interrupt myself?
Patricia
said hundreds.
Oh, Patricia said hundreds of first quilt tops. That's where I'm at. I'm a beginner with lots of experience.
Those are all the answers. I think there's a couple more beginners, but I don't
That's
know
great.
besides those.
Okay, so then for my beginners out there, I would really love to know. And again, you don't have to out yourself in the comments. You can email me, rob@stitchinheaven.com. But yeah, what are you really needing to learn? Where are you struggling? What aren't you finding on the internet out there that we can help you with?
Now, what do you want a tutorial on?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be something I'm good at because I've got Tiffany here now. So we're good. Between the two of us, we can probably teach you just about anything. And, well, how are you with foundation paper piecing?
I can do it.
I'm terrible at it. So, okay, you got that one.
I cannot do an art quilt to save my life, so you're
I can
all
do an art quilt.
You're on that.
Yeah, you know the key to an art quilt? Just don't make any squared edges.
Caroline,
That is hard for me.
Caroline Lagintius, I can't say her last name, said, I made 30 quilts last year.
Wow.
I still
Awesome.
call myself a beginner.
Yeah, Caroline's done over 30 quilts. She's still a beginner. I've done 300 plus quilts. I'm still a beginner. I think part of it is because of the kinds of quilts I like to make. Now, I have learned how important the sewing time is for my mental health. So I've stopped rushing quilts partly. Like, it's really a blessing for me when I get to spend 5, 6, 7 days in a row on a quilt. I really enjoy that. I used to struggle with unfinished projects. That made me crazy, but that's because I was thinking that the joy would come from finishing, but it didn't. The joy came from making. Right? So if you've heard that saying, it's not about the destination, but the journey. I think a lot of crafting and sewing is that same way. And so there's as much joy in doing this, even though I don't want to just be sewing straight lines all day anymore, but as there is to curling up under the quilt for me, I guess. And
Well, my version of unfinished quilts, unfinished projects, used to bother me. They don't bother me anymore because from every single one of them, I have learned something. And even if the something was, I'll say negative, but not necessarily. Maybe I didn't like that process. I didn't like those colors. I didn't like how it went together. I learned I didn't like that. I don't need to finish it to know anymore. I can
Yeah.
put it aside, done, and move on to something I
so
want
is
to
that
do.
an unfinished project or is that
No,
a
I give
finished
it away.
project?
I
Yeah,
just
it's
give it
done.
away.
Yeah, I got it. That's not an unfinished project.
No,
That was in a test, and that goes in the scrap master's pile. Because I had some of those little micro stars and stuff in my scrap master's quilts. They're rad. And those were experiments. Okay,
All right, Rob, we have some answers to the question you asked.
Ooh,
The second question you
good.
asked.
they want to know. What do
Okay,
they know?
the
Want to know?
Tutorials.
Yeah.
What kind of tutorials are they thinking?
yeah.
Somebody said that she struggles with flying geese
Okay,
And
I've been thinking about
FPP.
doing that one.
and FPP.
Okay, well maybe we could have Tina or something help us with
She
that too.
says it'll scare her.
Yeah.
Need help, somebody said need help with her Baltimore spring and the pre-fused applique. So the pre-fused applique that
Oh.
we use here at Stitchin Heaven, she's struggling with that.
Okay. I'm going to stop on. So there's a gal that just mentioned, in case you couldn't hear what Elijah was saying, there was a quilter that said struggling with the pre-fused applique from one of our block of the months. That one might be best served if you just email me direct, rob@stitchinheaven.com. Just put your phone number in that email, please, and I'll call you and we can talk about where your struggle is. I love fusible applique, and there might be a trick or two that I can offer that maybe even customer service here wouldn't necessarily know or whatnot. So I'd be happy to field that question personally. So yeah, just send me an email, and maybe even next week I can call you while I'm still here in Texas, and we can chat about what you're struggling with the applique there.
We got one that says, here's my issue. My brain skips around faster than my hands. Used to have a lot of ADD. Do you have any advice for her? Can you put a tutorial out for that?
A tutorial.
Okay, so yes. Is that the way you want them?
Yep.
Okay, so my advice, because I think I am very ADHD. My punchline has always been, I don't know because I couldn't sit still long enough to finish the test. I don't mean to be offensive when I say that, but if you watch the video that Elijah made about me in recovery, one of the major things I struggle with is my busy brain and my either inability to focus or the desire to focus on one thing only at a time. If you've watched me teach quilting on YouTube for the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years, you're watching me get control over my ADHD. It really is true. I learned, if you watch 2 years ago's videos, I had stuff all over the table at the beginning of the show. It was disarray and my brain jumped and jumped and jumped. The best videos are when I have the actual steps stacked in the order before the cameras ever start. So for me, when I have a very over anxious brain or busy brain or however we want to call it, for me then it's setting guidelines and barriers. I do time blocking for my creative work. So I'm going to give myself kind of like what we've been doing today between the prizes. I'm sewing through to a series of steps and then I stop. Usually I wander around. Fortunately, my little chihuahua is becoming a bit incontinent, so we go outside for walks all the time now. And, I should tell them what I'm doing here real quick.
Okay, time out.
Time out.
From story time.
ADHD, time out, break here. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're at the bottom of our page 2. We're going to build these half square triangles, and I want you to make sure at this point you do them exactly like we're doing them, which is I'm going to say light against medium, so your darks are on the outside, and light on the left. Dark on the right, light on the left. And I would strongly suggest you take one block and just set it where you're gonna look at it and use the rest of your blocks in that formula to start grabbing, putting right sides together, and then putting into the machine. I'm also going to keep my printed visual right there. Oh, and at this point I'm going to put the edge guide back on.
And if you were listening to us earlier talking about pressing, this is the AC block on the left, and I press toward the dark, the A block. This is the BA, and I press towards the B. And that'll help these nestle up here at the top.
And thank you for figuring that out.
Yeah, I should probably move them down here. We should go to a top view, and I can do that again.
Okay.
So, this is what we're working on. Am I in the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is what Rob's sewing together, but these are our half square triangle units. This is the lighter one, so this is the C, this is AC, just like this, AC, and press towards A. So I can write on this. This one I'm gonna press towards A.
It's a free pattern. We can always download more.
Yes, we can. This is BA, and this one I want to press towards B. That way, when Rob picks them up and puts them together, they're going to nestle. They're going to nestle right here. Okay?
Okay, now I've got a
Now,
trick.
I'm going to set them back how you wanted to have them. So that you
Okay. Yeah. So I'm here like this, looking at them.
put them right here.
So as I match them up, I fold them over, and I have two options. I can try to feed all of those layers of fabric underneath the presser foot, but I'm having a hard time. This is a very strong feed system, so it doesn't want to just grab that giant chunk. So what I'm going to do, once I've matched them, I pinch at the flat edges at the corner and just make sure that gets rotated into the machine, and it picks it up really nice. And now, because of the way Tiffany pressed them and nested them, I just keep my finger on that nest as it slides on through, and I get a perfect patch every time like that, really smooth. So if I really wanted to, I could take these blocks here and rotate them completely so that I can just start grabbing and stacking corner to corner at the machine. And if you need me to move that stuff out of your
No,
way,
you're
I'm
fine.
happy to, now that I have it figured out. And at home, every time I'm making a quilt, that's exactly how I do it. 1 or 2 practice, then I start looking at the common denominator and I start finding how can I make this more efficient for me while I'm doing it. And I want to thank everybody that's been watching the tutorials lately. I've noticed a trend, and yeah, I'm bragging a little bit. There's been a lot of super positive feedback about my teaching style and the clarity. So Tiffany, remember when we started talking a while back about we thought folks were listening as much as they were looking at our videos? You know, especially maybe I was asking if people were what they were sewing on or listening to while they were sewing. That's why I was asking that question an hour or so ago. Oh, speaking of that, we're a few minutes from prizes still.
Okay.
And And so at any rate, if I believe folks are going to let our playlists play in the background while they're just sewing on like a day like today, then I want to try to offer better verbal instructions so they don't always have to look up, right? I want to be the football game and not the European football game so that they know when they can look and they know when they can sew. So that's partly what I'm trying to do with the verbal instructions nowadays, and I'm really excited about it.
Awesome.
But it was neat because I've had a few folks saying that, oh, your instructions are very clear and things like that. Now, which way am I pressing these? To
The medium.
medium. Thank you.
Are you needing more of
Just
them?
one or two. Because see, I gave you all the lights, and then I just handed you the mediums
Right.
now, and so
Right, and I'm not even done with pressing the lights.
that's okay.
Just
I haven't made all the units yet, and then once I make the units, I got to make them again. Because this is only half of the block.
We have a couple more answers to that question, Ron.
Yes, please.
We have somebody else say FPP,
Okay.
but for some reason, understanding how to square up confounds me.
square up
Square up a finished quilt like
Finished.
before.
Square up like fighting, square up like.
a block.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm not sure. She didn't elaborate on that.
if
okay.
it's squaring up a block, you shouldn't. If it's squaring up units, that's one thing. If it's squaring up a block after all of the correct size units are sewn together, it shouldn't need squaring up. If it needs squaring up, you need to go back and evaluate your cutting, your pressing, and your 1/4 inch. Because most patterns, the mathematics should go together and it shouldn't need squaring up at the end of a block. What happens if it needs squaring up is you're going to cut into things that should be points. If we had to square up this block too much to get it to the right size, you'd be cutting off your points. But you need to, if you're feeling like you need to do a lot of squaring up, I think you need to go back and evaluate your basics, which are your cutting, your pressing, and your 1/4 inch seam allowance. Do you
And there's
agree?
I agree, except for there's one last thing that we don't talk about often enough. Can you guys make sure we're on the sewing machine camera, on the needle camera? Perfect. So what's going to happen, and I do this all the time, especially our new sewers or people that are sewing really fast. I think what happens is right about here, they feel like they're in the wind and they let go.
True.
Right? And what's going to happen if I let go, especially the more bulk or the more weight of fabric out here, is that's going to start to fall away and it's going to make this curve away, which in essence makes your corner longer, not shorter. And that's where people sometimes feel like they need to square up. So
True.
I've learned that I'm not going to get stabbed if I hold my finger here. Then notice where I've just shifted my middle finger. It's basically near the needle. But before I was confident with that, I would use a stiletto, a seam ripper. You can use, a lot of us will keep our scissor tips, handy like this. So I can use a scissor right in here to hold my, if I need to, just to hold in there. I can use, like I said, a stiletto or purple thing. But if I get that last couple of stitches to go right into my sewing space with that same 1/4 inch that I was up here, then when it opens up, it's nice and square and really doesn't need any sort of trimming generally.
Right.
But that's one of the things I notice a lot of times when folks are struggling and they feel like they do need to square up blocks at the end. If you look, it's usually the last 3 to 5 stitches worth that has started going south on them.
Yep.
Those are 2 parts put together there.
Okay. So when I get to the 2 parts, I'm going to press them all to the medium.
Yes, because they're going to spin and nest again. Correct.
Exactly.
Here's another one. It's from Chris Herman. He says, I've only started making quilt tops about 4 years ago. So far, I've made about 10, sent 7 of them out to be quilted. But my most constant problem is cutting off my points when trimming.
Seam
Chris
allowance.
Chris is struggling with seam allowance by points going missing. So it could be simple, possibly, Chris, okay, so I'm going to give you 2 pieces of information. I'll try not to wander around too long. And I do need a small sewing break, so this is good.
Okay.
So, Chris, if your math in your cutting, your math in your thread thickness, or your math the way you press is taking too much, no matter how well you stitch, your points will go missing. So recently I put out a video where I stitched together 3 1.5-inch strips of fabric so that when you're done, you measure the center strip and make sure you have a 1-inch strip of fabric. And what that really does is it tells you that your machine, with your weight of thread, maybe you're using a 30 or a 40 or a 50 weight. Those are all different weights and different thicknesses. The thicker the thread or how you press can account for roughly double the thickness of fabric, you know? And so what I'm trying to say is if you cut on the inside of a line, when you're making your square, you didn't cut the full square. You cut 1 thread shy. And then if you use extra thick thread, and maybe you're using a 1/4 inch seam allowance or a 1/4 inch guide that's set with a ruler at a 1/4 inch, well, by the time you sew that 1/4 inch, but you add the thickness of the thread and the narrowness of your cut because of the way it was done, you could technically lose a 1/16 of an inch all the way around that block very easily. So Chris, if you're struggling with your points going missing, one of it is please calibrate and make sure you're getting a 1/4 inch seam allowance that works for you. And if that's all of that still sounds like Greek, when you're sewing over your seam allowances, and we can show you this in a little bit, there's a way. I don't know if it's going to make any sense or not. Maybe I can show it kind of here. Yeah. And I don't even know if we're in the overhead camera. And I don't know if it'll show much. But what I'm going to try to do is point out at the tip of my scissor right here, hopefully you can see, that I have stitched, or Tiffany stitched, one of the two of us, right through where the threads crossed in the original patchwork. So I'm going to guarantee, or at least a strong bet, if I had my last nickel to wager, I would wager that that is a really nice point. But look, just in the same block, if you come down here, this is the one that Tiffany sewed, you can see that she has completely missed the cross thread.
Thanks there.
Yeah, you're welcome. So what's happened here is on this block right here, I can see the tip has been chopped by a stitch. So when I flip this over, left hand should be chopped, right hand should be good. And look at that. Okay, so Chris, if you're watching at home, even if you're not cutting and sewing, I should say cutting and threading and all of that stuff accurately, you can still land your thread right where you need it to get those points.
So I think, because
please.
today we were sewing fast and we were putting this on top, but I would have flipped this over and sewn from this side so I could see that I was not. Is that where you were going?
No, I wasn't going to make it nearly as simple to understand. Thank you.
No problem.
That was exactly what I was trying to say, but with way too much information.
I tell you, I run out of words faster. I got to conserve them.
I tell you what, that was perfectly stated, though. Yeah, hopefully that'll help you a bit, Chris. Give it a try, and if it doesn't, hit us up on a Friday live show and keep following up, or an email or whatever. We'll see how we can help you. Be happy to do our best.
Another person suggested cutting, binding, and on the bias.
Yes. A video about that?
Yes.
Okay, here's my thought on bias binding. Years and years ago, I don't know, 50 years ago, before we started to cut straight grain binding, everything said make a bias binding. Have you ever hung a quilt up? This one's pretty good, but have you ever hung a quilt up and it just does this down the sides? I think, just my own, process here, I think if you use bias binding, it would give, your quilt would hang better, because if you are pulling your straight of grain binding as you're putting it on, or you're pulling the quilt and not the binding evenly, I think that's what causes our wobbles. Where if you have a bias binding, there's more give in the binding, and the straight of grain on your borders, if you have a quilt with borders, should hang better. So I think bias binding, I don't do it, and we don't write patterns that way because most people don't do bias binding, but I think bias binding is important, and I think a video on bias binding would be good.
It's an interesting conversation you just had.
With myself?
Yeah, well, because first of all, I have fear.
You have
I've never
fear.
done bias binding, so there's fear.
Fear. Okay, we can conquer that.
And then what if it made my bacon borders worse? Hopefully Andrew's watching today and is getting a kick out of this conversation. I think some of that waffling that you're talking about along the edges of quilts comes from quilts that are long-armed, but without respect.
Okay.
I think they're over torqued in the frame,
Yep.
or they're not pulled tight along the sides, or they're pulled too tight along the sides.
We have so many variables.
Yes. And I don't know if the bias would help that or not. Here's what I can tell you based on your theory. I've never done bias binding, and I do have some quilts that don't lay super flat. So that does prove your theory could be correct. I don't know if that was
We
the
don't know.
problem in the quilt.
Right.
But I will say, remember earlier in the show when I was talking about standing on your strips and stuff? I have done that, and
Yes.
that is definitely torqued an edge of a quilt.
Yes.
I finished with a quilt that I had trims rectangle to begin with, and when I was done, I had a really long corner, and it was because sure enough, I had been standing. You know what even can happen sometimes? Like at home, I've got a really large cutting station, but it's next to my sewing machine, just like this. So the weight of the quilt, as it
Yes.
starts to drag across your non-slip mat, so when you're putting two rows together, you might find no problem, but when you're adding your 7th row to the other 6,
Yes.
all of a sudden the weight of that quilt being on the table, you could start to come up long at the end of your row. And this is the way you'll know it, folks, is you've measured everything, decently, perfectly throughout the day. Everything was going smooth. Your first few rows land, you start at the beginning and you end right at the end, and all of a sudden you get towards the end and your rows are starting to come long.
Yes.
You know something is happening, right?
I think, yes. I think if you can think that far in advance on the quilt you're working on and it works, you should sew this row this way and this row this way and this row this way as you're putting your rows together so that you aren't just shifting it all to one side.
Right? This is where I know we talk about pins, and I won't use that word, but clips I will use the
Okay.
word. I have become a big fan of those Wonder clips.
Yeah.
When putting rows together. I'll just put one at each block union, right? Just to keep it going. Anytime I have more than 4 or 5 blocks in a row that I'm going to put together, because I just find it helps me keep things. Well, even when I was doing the Arabella block of the month, at the end it was 108, and there's 4 borders on that quilt, right? I know. And I mean, putting on a 108 border is big.
Yes.
And it was all batik and everything. And so it was really good fabric to sew with, but it was still at the end, I was struggling a bit. So I started clipping the borders, and it really helped them sew on better. Again, partly that was the weight on the table. I think that's at home I always sew. My personal sewing setup is exactly what everybody watches on the videos, just like this. Always standing, always at the mat on the table and stuff, because that's partly the other thing that helps me with my ADHD on video is I've practiced while making the project all week in the same space I'm going to show how to make the project in. I used to make it in one space and then bring it to the set, and I was super disorganized, and I didn't know how my body worked during that project with those parts and pieces. Make any sense?
Yep.
Cool.
We have a couple of compliments.
Cool, and then we're going to go to a prize after the compliments, but I don't want to rush the compliments.
I have one more question, and they're asking, so when you cut your pieces, do you cut on the grain or against the grain? And that's the last question I'll ask, because I do have a lot of questions, but
Great.
and y'all have a lot of answers.
Don't we? We're full of answers.
Do y'all cut on the grain or against the grain?
I'm not sure I know how to answer that question because I'm not sure if they're talking about the difference between the warp and the weft of the fabric. Woven quilting fabrics has a teeny bit more stretch in one direction than the other. But my general method of quilting is fresh off the bolt, it never goes to the wash. I often use the fold on the fabric as my perceived straight edge. So I am cutting perpendicular to the selvage or parallel to the cut that came from the quilt shop. I'm going with the goods. And I don't even know if that is the warp or the weft. I apologize to all of you at home that I've just disappointed. You have that at all?
Well, a lot of these pieces, you're going to have a warp and a weft when you cut them down to pieces. So I don't know if that's what the question is. I'm wondering if the question is for borders. Because if you cut borders from salvage to salvage is different than if you cut them lengthwise.
Yes, and that for me is always answered based on math. Right?
Okay.
So on that Arabella, the borders were, because they were pre-cut, they came off of 108 backing. So it was non-pieced outer borders, which was amazing.
Yes.
Right? I love that because it's just the way that makes the quilt look. So if I am buying fabric that's going to be purchased originally for a border and the quilt is 70 inches long, then I'm going to buy 2 1/4 yards of fabric so that I have the 72, and I'm going to cut down those strips and I'm going to leave the leftovers for my stash bin.
Yes. I think there is a.
That makes sense why they would ask that question.
Yeah.
I'm going to check what our next price
Okay.
is too.
Yep. We have a lot of people saying thank you for the answering the questions.
Oh.
Somebody said they sent an email to you, Rob.
Okay, fantastic. I don't have any of my tech on me, so I'll look
You
at
got
that later.
some lovers, some people saying that your pattern are nice and easy to follow, and they
Great.
like the tutorials.
Great.
Somebody said there's no way they could tell you even had ADHD.
Oh, really?
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much a common. You know me, you know it's the case. But you know, I think that here's the thing: is it becomes a really popular thing to discuss right now. You know, especially a lot of us adults in our 50s and stuff. I think it's something we've all, and a lot of people have. We're becoming more in tune, more aware, finding more tools, having more conversation, like anything.
Yeah.
Mental health related. I think it's important that we just are able to communicate more and that we're able to find strategies that work and tools that work and that kind of stuff for us. You know, I think of it as a superpower myself.
We also have a lot of comments on the last word that we were using.
Waft?
Happy So Day.
Yeah.
Oh, happy.
They thought we were starting the prize giveaway, so that's probably a good segue into our
Next prize. Okay, so here's our next prize right here. Okay, so, here it is, though. We got to show them what it is. I'm getting so batty. Here's our next prize. I started making another. So, again, a beautiful Stitchin Heaven Denvis. That's denim and canvas. Denvis Shashiko bag. It's a new designer brand. And in this wonderful bag, you are going to get our favorite, the wool pressing mat that we were talking about.
I've been using it all day.
Yeah, and this is the mini. So this is the one that goes in your class bag. You take that with you. Oh, the clips I was just discussing, I actually didn't know those were in there. That's pretty funny. I love these clips. Like I said, these are awesome.
Definitely not staged.
Yep. Stitchin Heaven. This is a good tote bag for keeping your pens, pencils, your clips, and that kind of stuff in if you want. This is not big enough for your scrap bag for Scrap Masters. This might be a big enough bag for Scrap Masters. And then also in here, we have one of the really cool new Apple watches. It's the new Apple 17, and it also doubles as a pin cushion.
Yes.
The time on this screen is a little light, so you'll just probably want to put your pins on it.
Yes.
Which is, it's really strong. It's really, no, sorry. Okay, so the prize, here we go. We're going to give you 5 minutes in the comments. Get ready, comment below, 5 minutes to win the last prize of the day. And it's pretty fitting, being that it's our last prize of the day. We're getting close to our blocks, getting into a quilt. Folks, we're going to have you comment starting soon. Hoppy Trails. Hoppy Trails to you, Easter fans, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go ahead. You've got 5 minutes. Comment as many times as you like. Hoppy Trails. And we will get you in the random comments generator.
Not 24 hours anymore.
No longer 24 hours. And my guess, folks, on the time clock here, should we predict? We're going to be out of here in about 2.5 hours or less.
Okay.
This is a long step. The other one was more complicated. This is just time consuming. But once this goes, folks, we just start putting together the rows. This will be super quick.
Cool.
Okay, so I'm going to put the prize over here. That's prize 4 when we're ready. I'm back at the machine here doing these things. Hoppy Trails, last prize of the day. You've got probably about 4 minutes still to comment. And don't forget, I don't know if we have sold out at this point, of the glowing checkered star pre-cut kits that you see us working from today.
You know what I was going to suggest?
What's
Anybody
that?
that got a kit that maybe didn't know, would they all know that there's supposed to be a golden ticket
Oh,
possibility? Maybe
No,
if they
yeah,
have?
no, it's very possible that somebody didn't realize that the golden ticket was a special item in their bag. So yes, do we have a screenshot of what the golden ticket looks like? Can we put that up so folks know that wasn't part of the instructions in case somebody's sitting there like with it as under their coffee cup right now?
They're like, what is this trash?
Yeah, what is
Yeah.
this? What is this swag?
You might have a ticket. and didn't
Information
know
on the
it.
back to contact us right away. And I think technically it's a transferable situation. So if for some reason you couldn't make it in August, and I wanted this, the other reason we wanted to do a big gap between the virtual sewing event and the retreat, because I wanted to make sure people had enough time to clear their calendars and stuff. I was hoping anyways. So that was part of my dream in that. So, but technically, if you just know you already have your son's wedding also that same weekend in August or something, then you could technically gift it to somebody. It wouldn't hurt our feelings at Stitchin Heaven.
Looking at 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
2 minutes, 45 seconds. Hoppy trails. Hoppy trails.
They see me in the reflection.
Elijah, did you say there was other things you wanted us to discuss? There were some questions and things coming in, or that was before the prizes?
That was way before.
Gotcha.
The trail.
Now we're, oh, that's right, yeah. There's no distracting them at the moment. Got it, okay.
I can't scroll that far back. Man.
Somebody figured out copy paste.
Yep.
There's like hundreds of happy trails.
That's rad. How many viewers we got right now?
202.
Nice.
Woohoo.
But we've had over 200 for a
Nice.
while. And we have 173 likes.
That's awesome, guys. Thank you very much out there. I will go ahead and show the Scrap Masters at the end of today's video, just in case people have been hearing me talk about it but don't know what I'm talking about. We'll show that off.
What do you need from me?
The mediums
Okay.
as you go, but need and want, I guess, are two different statements. I can do stuff over here while you're doing that.
Even one. Zoom in on Rob cutting.
Had to try out the new green scissors. Oops, missed. That's the glasses fault.
Why such small scissors, Rob?
It makes you feel like you're a giant. Makes you feel like you're larger than life when you have scissors this size.
Alright, we have almost 50 seconds left.
Uh-oh, under a minute. Hoppy trails, under a minute.
Those are all, yeah, what are,
These are all doubles that have been stitched together too.
so you could cut them apart and I'll press them?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be in all stages, but some of these are for border, right? They don't all make into blocks, do they?
Well, no, they don't make all into blocks, but they technically get sewn
Still,
on the
they
end of the
still-
rows.
Okay,
so
so
if
they
we
still
have them
get
all done,
paired.
it's easier. Yeah.
So we got to pair them all, but not block them all.
We pair them all, but we don't block them all. Correct.
Got it.
There will be, and this is the information here, we're going to make 31.
Okay.
So we're going to need 62 pairs in a pile.
12 seconds left.
12 seconds left. Get those Hoppy Trail comments in.
8, 7,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, time's up. Comments down. No more comments. Keyboards down.
They just keep
What's that?
going. They just keep going.
It's
Well,
because
there's
they got the
probably a little
delay, right?
delay, Yeah.
They don't know it's over. It's a 4-hour delay. It's awesome. Yeah,
They commented happy trails instead of hoppy trails. Are they disqualified?
of
No.
course.
No.
You know me, I have to follow instructions perfectly at all times. Hey, does anyone know if Deb was watching today?
She commented earlier.
Oh, great.
I sent her a link.
Thank you, Elijah.
She had texted me, but I'd already been on airplane mode. I looked
Mm.
real quick during.
Was she texting to
Lunch.
see if you wanted to go shoot some pool?
No, she was texting to get a link to watch this or something.
Oh.
I don't even know exactly.
I didn't even tell her I was in town yet. I had to stay focused on this. All I had time to do was put on the new skateboard wheels.
I
before
saw
this.
her yesterday after I saw you.
Oh, okay.
So I
She
think I
did.
told her.
All right, the generator is ready.
Okay. Let me get that final
Yep.
name. Where are we at? Okay, here we go. The big prize bag with all the goodies. This is it, the final prize from the Hoppy Trails. Okay, this is exciting. Debbie with 1B Tapley. Did I say it right? Is that right? Debbie Tapley. Debbie Tapley, you're our final prize winner for the day. Congratulations. Please email in info@stitchinheaven.com and put your address in your email, and we'll get you that prize sent out right away for you. And thank you again for participating, and thank you for everybody for the comments and participating today. We're going to keep on sewing. Remember, the goal was to make our quilt top, so we're not going anywhere. We're just going to keep on stitching. My guess is a couple more hours until we're totally finished with the quilt top. Not so sure. My guess is a couple more hours until everyone walks out of this room and I'm standing here by myself. Whether
I was making faces you didn't see.
yeah,
Everybody else.
I haven't made eye contact all day. Are you kidding me? I've just been sweating and sewing, sweating and sewing.
Miss Alice has a question.
Okay, Miss Alice has a question.
She asked if we discussed cruises already,
A little bit.
and she asked if there's time to see the ports when we do go in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, will you take that answer?
Yeah, I'll take that. Since I'm just over here pressing. Absolutely. You can go to any port anytime we dock. We teach the teachers on the cruises. We teach the days that we're at sea. Now, if there's a port that you don't want to go into, you can stay in this classroom and sew all day, but the teachers won't be in there. But it's your cruise. You do what you want. So absolutely get off at the ports and go adventure, take excursions, wander the port, whatever you want to do.
Or even better, take an excursion with Tiffany on Stitching at Sea coming up.
Tiffany doesn't have any excursions booked yet.
Really?
Not for that one.
You thinking about going on one?
On an excursion?
Yeah.
I have to look at, maybe. Anybody want a zip line?
Yeah, I was gonna say the zip line's super sweet.
I did the zip line one time in Labadee, and I wasn't sure I wanted to do it, and then I did it, and I could probably do it one more time in my life. So,
If we get 30 people to sign up for that cruise right now, Tiffany will zip line on that cruise.
I'll
with
do it.
you.
Oh, so Elijah
Well, no,
just said
you only get one zip line. I can't zip line with all of you,
30 times.
but we can all go up and zip line.
Tiffany will sew half square triangles while zip lining.
Oh, no.
I've thought about trying to jump out of an airplane and making a block. Why not?
I don't know.
What if I took a parachute with me?
That would be helpful.
Oh, if I on the way down?
On the way down.
Let's see how fast you can make it.
New tutorial, Rob.
Nick is apparently wanted to take over the job as tutorial presenter because he's insisting that I quilt my own parachute on the way down from jumping out of the airplane, which means I probably won't make it to the next video, folks.
Does the airplane need to be in the air?
Oh, that's right. No. Oh, one of those jokes again. Does the airplane have to leave the ground for Rob to jump out of it with a quilt? No. Of
No.
course not. He's not foolish. He's crazy, but he's not foolish. Oh, let's see. Do you have some more dark squares for?
No, but why don't you put a couple of these together?
Okay.
You know, Rob.
And I'll get some more darks.
commented
Okay.
The whole last 6 hours about you with that mustache in the picture.
Oh, they want me to grow it out like that?
Somebody wanted to keep it.
Okay, these.
They want posters of the Rob?
They want posters with Rob's mustache.
Oh, goodness.
You didn't see that?
No, I didn't.
With the bow tie.
Because you had the kit in front of it.
Yeah.
Just
Okay,
like
is this what you're wanting? You're wanting dark and medium.
Yeah, the dark and mediums, and
Okay.
you wanted them pressed to the medium.
Yes.
Okay,
I think
I'll
I've
leave
been
that
doing that.
Oh yeah, but I just moved them
You
and
need
flipped them
more
over.
of them.
Yeah.
Got it.
So this lovely photograph here that they're talking about. We have a wall, or we had a wall where every employee had their photograph put up. And so this was my employee photograph, and then we redid the employee photograph wall. And so I thought it would be fun to move my photograph to Dee's office, and Dee is in charge of our retreats. And so we work together a lot. So I hung up my picture in Dee's office, and she liked it, and then she redecorated it to make it more appropriate. And then I found it this morning, or when I got back to town this week, at the door walking into this office, and I thought, well, you know, I think that she's trying to tell me that I should put this here on the set today. So that's what's happened with that wonderful little picture.
Rob, can you grow out a mustache?
No, I really can't. I tried to grow a mustache once, and when I went to rent a car, they gave me a windowless white van, and I decided that it just wasn't probably the right look for me. It was one of those no shave November things. Okay, now as I get ready to put these blocks together, let me just show the overhead real quick.
Yep,
We're
I'll
going to
move over.
match them windmill style, or excuse me, that's a broken dishes block or an hourglass block is what they really call that. So we're going to go ahead and match lights to dark, or lights and mediums in the center. The darks go all around all four sides is what I'm trying to say in English. So what that would look like with a quilt block, lay it here so that you have that dark fabric around, matching those up. This is why we were pressing opposite directions, so that now when I lay that here, this beautiful center seam is going to nestle together, as are my corners, and it's going to make for some really smooth 1/4 inch sewing. And we need a total of, what we say, 32 of these bad boys like this. 31. I need a total of 31 of these blocks, and the other ones you're going to use just as, you're going to leave as 2-part units. Let's go to the back wall if we can. Just, I don't, Elijah, can you see me okay here?
Yeah, I sure can.
Perfect. So just to point out what I just said, these are the squares that I just stitched together. This is all 4 of the half square triangles. But please note, on the outsides, we're going to have some of these that are just 2 parts. So please don't sew them all together in 4x4. Leave some of these as 2x2. We want 31 that look just like this. 31 that are just like the ones I just did, where there's 4 squares being used. And everything else will be left as 2x2s, and those will be used around the outside edges. And I prefer to put those into the rows while we're building the rows, instead of building a outside border of them. It's too many points to match for me.
Patty has requested that I tell you she wants a picture.
Okay, is that Patty Smith?
Yes.
Patty with 1 T, yep. Well, Patty, because you're already signed up for August, we might have to make that photo then one of the August prizes, which will give you one more opportunity to go home with that photo. And
I
if,
want to sign up.
right now, Elijah's going to sign up. Hey, maybe if they're all real nice, by the time August rolls around, that'd be the picture on the front of the t-shirt for everyone. Of course, if I say that too much, they might not show up. I don't know. 3. I'm keeping track now.
Are you?
Yep.
Okay.
Tiffany, how are the Canada quilting cruises?
Oh, they're awesome.
You've been
I-
on a Canada quilting cruise?
I've been on a Canada quilting cruise. I have one more. I have one this year. I'm not sure if there's any spots left on it, so I don't want to shout it out too much. But if you have the chance to get on a Canada one, absolutely.
I think we do standbys too.
Yeah, waiting list kind of
A
thing.
waiting list. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have waiting lists.
Which always, if you think you want to get on a cruise and it's a waiting list and you're like, get on the list, because things happen in people's lives, and every so often there are some openings on the cruises.
Yeah, and we try to show the cruise itineraries roughly year, 18 months out, so that you all have time to plan those bigger trips. But sometimes that is what happens. People jump on it right away, put in a deposit, and then if something major happens, they just transfer their deposit to a different event.
Right. So if there's a wedding or
Yeah.
a baby or some other reason they can't go.
So usually I think we ask for final payments like 60 days out. So right around that point, we'll often get a few people from every waiting list on the
Yep.
cruises that
Yep.
way.
I thought it was 3 months, but somewhere
Oh,
between
maybe it is. You might-
3
you're
months and
probably right.
60 days.
Yeah,
You can't ask us for the particulars, right?
not while we're making quilts.
Poof.
Light green, dark green. That's all I know right now. Light green, dark green.
I'm just trying to stay ahead of you with all kinds of pieces and parts.
It got
I'm
chaotic.
feeling a little frantic.
Welcome
over
to my
here.
brain. And I don't know why I just decided I needed to trim that open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Can I
6.
just say I'm tired of half square triangles?
Yeah. Why not? I did an hour ago.
hired about 5 hours ago.
I was hired to ask square triangles when I started this project.
All right, Rob, without looking at your watch, how long you think we've been
Okay, not looking at the watch. Oh, how long have we been sewing for? Okay, we started at 9 in Central Time. I have a feeling it's about 2:45 right now. I'm saying it's 2:48 right now. And I think that that would mean 5 hours and 48 minutes of sewing. Off by 10. 2:58.
We've been live for 6 hours and 5 minutes.
Oh, right, because I started the stream early.
Oh, well, that's not fair. That's
Yeah,
not,
that was a trick question.
that's not fair.
I guess technically 5 hours and 57 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's not bad. Okay, so I have lost 9 minutes of accountability over the last hour, though. I was only 1 minute off an hour ago, and now I was 10 minutes off. So.
Yeah.
Let's say it differently. How many folks out there really enjoy it when you lose an entire day in your sewing room? You wandering around morning time, and the next thing you know, the sun is setting. So
It's a good day.
I've told you about my cookbook idea, haven't I?
I don't think so. We're just pinging all over now.
Don't mind me.
Cookbook.
No, this actually has completely what to do with what we're talking about.
Okay.
I want to do a quilting cookbook. So it's a project for
Yeah.
and a recipe
Okay,
per day. And the harder the project gets, the easier the recipe gets.
that's good.
And at the end, the final project says plan for takeout.
Awesome.
Once you've got a punchline, you can write a book. Yeah.
Well,
It doesn't look like this. It looks like Epic.
Is it fast food?
Yeah.
speed
Plan
dial.
for take, and that actually started years ago. My wife teaches a dance class on Wednesday nights, and I was sewing, and I wasn't paying attention to the clock. And she came in and was in a hurry to get out and needed fed. And the only thing I could think about doing was fish stick tacos, which I had never made before, but it takes 12 minutes to make fish sticks, and that's about as long as it took me to get the beans hot, the tortillas hot, dice up the tomatoes, the cilantro, the onion, get the salsa on the table, and get her out the door. So fish stick tacos became a really quick speed meal, and that was when I decided. And then a couple of months later, I caught myself throwing in one of those frozen lasagnas because I planned to sew all day. Actually, let's stop. I had actually tried to use the frozen lasagna to settle down the heated bubble in the mat that I had created.
And then it defrosted enough that you had to cook
Put
it.
it in the, yes, it's exactly what happened that day. So then I decided I'm having lasagna for dinner, frozen Costco lasagna for dinner to make up for it. And that's when I decided, oh, this is great. So that the last project could be so intense, it just says get takeout. Or crock pot, crock pot quilting.
Sounds good. We
I
could do.
know. I'm sure I'm not the first person to think of it. But my idea this morning I had that I won't say on camera, I think I might have been the first person to think about it. Stephanie, you got the text message. You know what I'm talking about.
Someone said zipline sounds like a good name for an Irish chain quilt pattern.
Oh. Is it our friend from Ireland still?
This is Miss Rabbit. Mrs. Rabbit. She's Rabbit. I don't
Zipline.
think she said she's from Ireland, but maybe she is.
There was somebody from Ireland, but that was hours ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. I wonder if she's still watching.
If you're still watching and you're from Ireland, let us know. It's about 7 or 8 o'clock there now, I think.
Yeah.
Someone said she got to go to Hawaii from the waiting list.
Ooh.
In the waiting list.
Sorry I missed you.
I've done a Hawaii cruise. That's really fun. You leave. The one I did, we left out of California, and it was a 14-day cruise, and we went out around the islands and back. And it was
Oh.
like 4 days of classes on the way there, and a couple of sea days for just sitting by the pool, and then 4 days of classes on the way back. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of sewing.
The last one Stitchin Heaven did, it left Vancouver, British Columbia, I believe, and ended up in Hawaii. So it was just a one-way, and then you got yourself back home.
Right.
Right.
What about the Barcelona cruise? I mean, I know that one's sold out, but that sounds really cool.
Yep.
Have you ever done a Atlantic cruise like that?
Nope. But I'm on it.
You are on it. Oh, I didn't realize that.
You didn't know that?
No, dang.
Sorry, Rob.
What's your luggage doing that week? Who's teaching with you on that?
Raya.
Oh, really?
I've not taught with Raya before.
You haven't taught?
I know Raya.
You know her. You got to have her bring you those little biscuit things she does.
Okay.
What were those called, Elijah? Do you remember? Remember she made
She
those
brought-
little pastries for us?
Oh, she brought me some chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love Raya.
Yep.
She doesn't like me because I messed up her quilting.
No, Raya likes you.
She likes me now because I bailed myself out fast enough. She's not watching. I guarantee you she's not watching.
Mistake.
You know why she was so mad at me? It's 'cause I think,
She loves you, Rob.
yeah, but no, it wasn't a quilt that you had quilted though, Tiffany. It was somebody else had quilted a quilt, and I was showing off the sample for the class. Anita was holding it up or something for like a coffee with Anita way back. And I'm like, oh, look at the quilting in that. And she hadn't done the quilting; she'd done the piecing, and it was like super immaculate piecing. And I was so enamored by the quilt. Really, folks. So in fairness, again, I'm always making up excuses. It was the machine quilting that got me into quilting. I was never a piecer. I wanted to do quilting because I wanted to machine quilt the quilts. I wanted to be the tattoo artist to fabric. That's really what it was about for me, for a lot of years. And then being in my mom's store where there wasn't any other gentlemen in our area that were making quilts, I got a lot of special attention, and of course I love that.
Really?
Really.
Somebody says they have kayaking at 2 different ports.
Oh, on the
On one of the cruises coming up, yeah.
kayaking.
I think the kayaking would be sweet.
Yep.
I did the beach excursions. One of the things I didn't realize in the Eastern Caribbean is that a couple of the ports are kind of related to the ship. So you can get off with just your ship key
Yep.
and a towel and not need anything else all day.
Yep.
I found that really relaxing. Sometimes I try to plan too much and then I don't know what to do with myself. I know that sounds weird, but then it just becomes, so like on these days where you don't have to figure out how you're gonna get fed or how you're gonna get water or sunscreen or whatever you might need, and you're just like, I'm just gonna walk off the ship with my friends and not think about it. I really enjoyed that. That was at Coco Cay and also in Haiti.
Yes.
Although I think I've read that maybe Royal Caribbean is talking about not doing that Haiti port anymore.
That's the one in Labadee that I talked about the zip line for. So that's still on.
Oh,
the,
is it Labadee? Is that Jamaica? No, where's
No,
Labadee?
Haiti.
Haiti, yeah.
But it has its own little port that we stay in.
Right. But that, yeah. I don't know why they were talking about it. I didn't read the whole article. I just saw the headline. I probably should have read it, being it's someplace we go constantly. That was where they had one of the zip lines, I think.
Yes.
Somebody said Raya is tons of fun. Study up on your Swedish and Norwegian history.
She'll quiz you, and if you get the quiz right, you get Swedish chocolates, which are really good.
So I don't have to study because I'm in the other classroom always.
So you don't get to
from Raya.
qualify.
I don't qualify for the prizes.
That's
I'm sure somebody will share something with me.
I tell you, those little, they were like hazelnut chocolates, if I remember. They were so good.
She's brought me those. Yes.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you want to talk about giant disappointment?
No, nobody
okay.
asked about talking about giant disappointment.
Well, last night at Brookshire's, being that you mentioned it, I went in. You know what I was looking for?
No, do tell.
The bag of donuts.
Oh,
But not the chocolate and not the powdered, the bag of the crumb donuts that I like so much, because I was avoiding sweets, and somehow there was an end cap aisle with all the donut brand, and they had every single thing under the sun except for the donuts I wanted. They didn't have the little coconut crumb donuts. So then I wandered back to the bread and cereal aisle, where of course they're gonna have a secondary display. And they did, but again,
no.
none of the crumbs. They had the 6-pack of crumb donuts, but I wanted the bag. I'm here a
Oh,
week, right?
yep.
This is my one of my small obsessions. And so sure enough, they didn't have them. So I tried these cinnamon sugar powder ones, and they're okay flavor-wise, but they're not nearly as stimulating. They don't have the texture I was looking for. They just like another powdered donut. It's not all that delicious. A little disappointed. But to think that they
waste
had
of calories.
and $5.
And
But to think
$5.
that they had 2 different
displays
packaged pastry displays,
and not what you
completely
wanted.
loaded, but with no coconut donuts in it. Try the Family Dollar. Something about the name Family Dollar makes me not want to consume food from there. Although, if I'm willing to eat donuts out of a bag, when do I think they were made? In the last 2 decades? Probably not.
What are you out of?
Oh no,
What now?
I'm out of sense. I'm out of donuts. I got too distracted by my donut problem that I don't have.
I can't keep up with you.
How about some more of these lights?
Okay.
Or the light medium combos. How many? You want me to? What are we doing here?
No, I don't know what we're doing here.
My gosh, that's a lot of these to trim. Who came up with this pattern? I'll knock these ones down for us.
Okay, wait. I gotta
Carl
go
Sass
dark.
said that there's donuts in the Family Dollar next door.
Mm.
That's where he got them for you last time.
Oh, see, I didn't
So
go
you've
there.
already eaten them
I
from
went to
there.
Berkshire.
That was the comment, like,
Oh, there it was. Yeah, so I did eat half that bag of donuts
Well,
last night.
you've survived. You can get
But I
them
went
there again.
skateboarding in between. The first 6 and the second 6.
I like
and I
the-
don't know if there's technically 24 donuts in the bag, but I do know that I ate roughly half.
I like the chocolate ones.
I know,
You know.
because those were accidentally left behind at Christmas time or something, and the next time I came back, I said, Tiffany, the donuts are still here. And you
Yeah,
said,
no.
no, it's a different bag.
It's a whole new bag.
It's a whole new bag. And I said, I didn't know you liked these. You said, I didn't know I did either. I think that's Carl's fault too, as a matter of fact.
Oh,
Did
is
he bring
it?
those donuts over? Carl, did you bring those donuts to Tiffany's house last time? Yeah,
Hey.
because they thought they were doing me a favor by
Can you-
getting me the.
Can you get me water?
Yeah.
How do you?
The button, the black button on the side.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Yep.
Miss Tiffany, so you like the donuts from Family Dollar?
I don't know where they came from. They ended up in my fridge. They're the chocolate covered ones. Cake donut, yellow cake donut, chocolate outside. If I don't buy them, I won't eat them. But if I buy them, then I have to have 2 or 3 like every day.
What's your favorite kind of donut?
Oh.
French crawler.
What?
The French crawler.
Somebody said they like coconut donuts.
No, I'm gonna go Boston. What are those? Boston cream pie.
Yeah.
The Boston cream pie ones.
Yeah.
What's your
Have you
favorite
ever been
kind of
to?
donut, Rob?
Oh, sorry. Have you
Well,
ever-
that's. I thought we just went over that for the last 25 minutes. My,
I think we're on to
oh, real donuts?
real donuts.
Not bag donuts from the early 1980s. I'm gonna probably go. I'm probably a bear claw fan. Although I can do a lemon scone all day long too. I know that's not a donut. I'm not actually a sweet. I don't like the sweets as much as you would think.
Chocolate bars. I haven't had a real donut from a donut shop in years. And there are donut shops everywhere in Texas. I don't understand. But
I mean, there's so many donut shops, you could just accidentally eat a donut.
you could accidentally eat a donut because there's so many donut shops. So true. Up in Portland, there's Voodoo Donuts. They've got a good Boston cream pie donut. And sometimes just the round yellow cake donut with the sprinkles on top. The glaze and the sprinkles. Just a basic donut will do.
Not the old fashioned, the one that's kind of
No,
like
Scott
looks
loved
like a crown.
He loved those old fashions. That was his
Those are
donut.
good too because they're not as sweet.
They don't throw off the coffee.
Yeah,
Sweetness is-
Oh,
yeah.
Stephanie says lemon poppy seed scones.
lemon poppy seed.
Mm.
Yeah, those aren't sweet.
Mm-mm.
I like crepes, but I don't like sweet crepes. I like savory crepes.
Mm.
Somebody said team chocolate donut.
Mm-hmm.
Chocolate donut.
My all-time favorite candy at the moment. It used to be peanut M&Ms, and I just could never say no to it. But I found, as many of my close friends know, a couple years ago or a year ago, the Dad's root beer barrels.
Yeah, you can have all those.
I know, because I normally do.
Yeah.
Tiffany won't eat it, but I have started buying them off of Amazon by the pounds because it's the only place you can find them. My local drugstore doesn't have them anymore. You would think that if they sold out, they would replace them, but maybe they'd had them too long before I found them. I was in charge of getting candy for the tattoo shop one day. So I wandered. Those of you who don't know, I participate in tattooing on the nights and weekends at a local tattoo shop in California. So my job is to fill the candy dinosaur, because we don't have a bowl, we have a dinosaur. And after you get your line work done, you get a piece of candy. So anyways, I went over to fill up before that I'd been into those soft, chewy Mambas. They're like a now and later, but those are pretty good. So anyways, I found the Dad's root beer barrels, and my daughter loves Dad's root beer, and I thought, I'll give these a try. I don't like root beer much, but I'll give these a try. Oh, I fell in love with them. So good.
Somebody said voodoo donuts.
Yeah.
I didn't want to mention Voodoo Donuts.
Voodoo Donuts. I mentioned it when you were out of the room.
Oh, you're the one.
That was
Tiffany
me.
mentioned Voodoo Donuts.
Somebody said maple cream filled.
Yeah.
Forgot what it was.
If we're on candy, I'm a good basic Reese's peanut butter cup kind of girl. But only one at a time. One per day.
Oh,
I don't do a lot of sweet. I do a little bit. I need it, but not one package.
there's only 2 in a package, isn't there? 3.
Well, you can get the
king
4-pack.
size, the share size.
I thought there were only king size.
Oh, Nick thought there were
I don't see
only.
the smaller packages on the shelf.
No,
No.
that's because they
never.
don't put them at your eye level, right? They're at someone else's eye level. This is crazy. You know what's funny about me, Tiffany? Watch today. Every time I have put them back together and then rotate this.
Yes,
Do you think it might help if I just did this?
it might. Yes.
Yeah.
But only do what works because.
Only do what works, because now we're halfway through it. If we start messing with stuff now, we're going to get in trouble.
Exactly. Your brain is already muscle
Yeah.
memory to.
Do you want
that.
to trade jobs, or are you still happy with your position over there?
I'm fine.
Okay.
I don't know. I think I'm going to have to go back to dark ones.
Yeah, we're back ready for the medium dark ones again.
Okay. I'll set these aside. I'll pull some of these.
And I guess I could start trimming these, right? Because you're pressing those. That might
Sure.
be a good use of my time.
Those are the last ones to trim.
These are the last ones to trim.
Yeah, swoop in at the end and finish them up.
Oh, no. You go right ahead. Got all the time in the world. Were you going right on top of the threads with these?
Yeah, as best I could.
I wonder how many folks are actually going to sew until their quilt's done today.
Well, if they didn't have a buddy, that's not even fair.
I know. I didn't quite think about that. I hope nobody's disappointed with that. It was only because on the very first New Year's sew along, I caught wind that some folks were kind of racing against each other in some
Yeah.
way or another. And I thought, for the folks that like that kind of nonsense, maybe. But
Maybe.
just maybe. I was really excited when you told me after today I'd have my sample for class until I realized I already had my sample for class. I was really pumped when you mentioned that.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I almost did this one as a different color for that reason, but then I realized I would be strung up on my toenails probably if I
Yes.
started trying to teach. Because, I mean, how tough would that be to follow? And I've done
Yeah.
that kind of nonsense before myself,
Yep.
where you're so excited about something new. You're like, this is the old way of doing it, and here's the new way, and here, sorry your kits don't work anymore. And
Yeah.
I've been that guy in class.
Any idea what the weather's like outside?
Let me look. Yeah.
Oh, is there a day going on outside?
I don't know.
I haven't seen the sunlight.
When I passed by, it had started raining.
It had not
Must
started
be come
raining.
to the Weather Channel. It is 78 degrees Fahrenheit. It's cloudy.
I bet the humidity is lovely.
The humidity is 65%.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
And
I want-
it's going to rain tomorrow.
I wonder what the swell's doing back at home. I left when it was just starting to pump. I went home for a week and there was no surf. Jumped on a plane and the swell arrived again. That happens a lot in the spring.
It's actually pretty windy today, isn't it?
In California?
No, here.
Oh.
I don't have the weather for California pulled up.
It is 4 foot at 10 seconds. No, there's 13 knots of wind on my ocean right now at home. So
On my ocean.
no surfing. No
His
surfing at home.
His
Heard
ocean.
from him.
That's right.
Rob's Ocean, everybody.
Rob's ocean. My
No.
spot. 13 knots. That's too much.
Somebody
White
says
capping.
65 degrees and sunny in central Washington.
Oh, who's in Central Washington today?
Lori Conklin.
Lori
Sorry, I
Conklin.
said that wrong.
I like Central Washington. I was talking to Charisma Horton last night. She's out there in Central Washington. Or I guess she's considered Eastern Washington.
We have somebody from Venezuela in here.
Whoa, que
Carmen
bueno.
Sanchez.
Very nice.
Somebody from Southwest Ohio. Southwest Ohio.
Venezuela.
I
Is
think
that
you've gone international, Rob?
going to be Spanish or Portuguese? What are they? What Venezuelan? Is there Venezuelan? Yeah. No. What is
What's
the
this
official language? No, this is one of the things because I don't know all the different Latin countries and stuff like that, and it's of interest to me. That's all. I've been to Peru many a times, and they speak a lot of Spanish there, but it's not their native language. I think mestizo is their
Spanish.
native language. Spanish. Thank you. Spanish.
is the main language in Venezuela.
Venezuelan Spanish. Is that more Castellano? Did you hear how I did with my C in there? Castellano. Doing my best.
It's 76 degrees in central California.
Nice.
Central.
Central California.
What town?
Arkansas, 81 degrees and windy.
Mm-hmm.
Just become an international weather station.
Yes, we did. I asked one simple little question.
That's right.
Wonder what the weather's like in Venezuela.
Ooh,
I
send us
guess-
pictures. It was really fun. When I was working as a sales manager with Michael Miller, one of my jobs for the releases would be to interview some of the folks. And we had a gal that was designing, and she was, I can't remember if she was in Portugal. She was somewhere really neat, Argentina or something like that. And she would always do her videos in multi-languages and have a lot of really pretty scenery in the background. Or sometimes you couldn't hear what she was trying to say over the squawking of the parrots in the background or whatnot. Oh, and here's another little piece of information that I got excited about. I tried to capture it. So remember when I mentioned I went down to visit my uncle who was in San Diego who's having a health concern. So in San Diego, California, years and years and years ago, there was a group of wild parrots that got out. And they have breeded. And there are wild parrots that fly through the trees in Ocean Beach, California. And I'd forgotten about that until I was down there. And I was sitting outside actually doing my scrap masters in the morning. And I was on a little meeting and stuff. And these parrots, they're 5 and 7 thick in these groups, and they're flying, blazing through the trees, and it's like the craziest thing. You feel like you're in the tropics when you hear it, and then you look up and you're like, whoa, these are flying between like apartment buildings and stuff. This is really interesting. It was,
Believe that happened in Pasadena, California as well.
but I think in Pasadena it was macaws, the
Yes.
big old
Was
red
that
ones,
what it
the
was?
scarlet macaws. Yeah, these are the green
Something.
African parrots, I think.
Just seen just big birds.
Could you imagine, right? Yeah. You're looking for a big black condor and this red parrot flies over the top of you. Although I will say I was watching some of the cardinals out there this morning. Oh, because we don't get cardinals like that in
No.
California. No, man. I'm thinking to myself, though, that is terrible camouflage. You were bright red.
They also come out in the wintertime. That's
Right? Oh my God, right. There's nothing but white and this big red bird.
Yeah.
What if that's where Target got their logo? You know?
Oh.
Like the old Far Side. Bummer of a birthmark, Carl. It's two deers talking to each other, and the deer's got a black and white spot on his chest. How many of you out there quilting along today grew up on Gary Larson and the Far Side or Calvin and Hobbes? Any
How many blocks do you have made?
I don't know.
Well, you're going to want to stop sooner or later and count.
Okay. Not 31, that was my
You're
guess.
sure you're not at 31?
Nick's counting over there for me because he knows I can't pay attention. Oh, these ones aren't even. These are just tubers.
Oh, they're tubers. Okay.
Tubers.
Twofers, tubers, whatever
Yeah.
they are.
I said tuber.
I repeated.
I think a tuber is a guy trying to go surfing. Those ones are twofers. These are fourfers.
We need to know how many
One.
fourfers.
2,
Here goes Rob's counting game.
4.
2,
Shh.
3. What number are you on, Rob?
16. 16.
I can confirm.
Yeah, he's counting with
Thank
me.
you.
Now you all know why it takes a village around here because they're 16. So we got 15 more. We're exactly at halfway. Exactly halfway.
We have a lot of people that said love Calvin and Hobbes.
Oh, good. I loved Calvin and Hobbes.
I just watched a YouTube video on how to draw in the style of Calvin and Hobbes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
Nick says he just watched a video on how to draw in the style of Calvin and Hobbes.
It's a YouTuber that just demonstrates how to draw your favorite.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are going to need microphones next time.
Yeah.
This repeating after you thing, too many extra words.
They can actually hear me over the paint.
Well, remember the first sew along in here we tried to mic and eat and she kept turning the microphone off and then walking over here.
In Chicago, Hyde Park, in South Chicago, they have a wild green parrots as well. They managed to survive in snow. Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
In Chicago.
In Chicago, of all places. Home of the Bulls.
Oh, so you know basketball.
Oh, yeah, big basketball fan.
Parrots in Chicago. That's great.
We haven't talked basketball.
No.
Because I'm not going to be much.
No, I don't know much about basketball either.
Rob, what
Yes.
tattoos are you working on here recently?
What, is that a question or is that your question?
No, that's my question.
That's your question. Tattoos. So those of you who are participating, there's a name, Ingrid, that has been going on and off all day. So she's the one who I'm doing the sewing tattoo on, which is a full sleeve with a life-size Tula Pink rotary cutter and scissors and threads and flowers and all of that. I did a tattoo on my daughter just last week, a week ago today, which was nerve-wracking because it was a fine line hummingbird and it was my daughter. And right now, this week, I didn't have anything too prepared to work on tattoo-wise while I'm here at night. Doesn't mean that now that this sew-along is almost in the rearview mirror, I won't get to hustling. I got my supplies with me. Brought both tattoo machines with me. I was really busy at home the last couple of weeks.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think what happened is when I went out to Indiana, I went to a sewing event in Indiana as a guest and taught one day of classes and then had the last couple days just to be a guest. So I tattooed and put a bunch of pictures up and those folks had put in some really nice reviews on our tattoo shop website. So then throughout the week, we got a ton of walk-ins.
Nice.
And they were all, yeah, we were reading the reviews and we were really stoked to come into your shop and it was really neat.
Deb said to Tiffany that you should teach billiards lessons.
No.
Oh, billiards
who,
lessons.
Who said that?
Deb
Deb and Trell.
and
Deb.
Tiffany have a small billiards situation happening.
Situation. Yes.
You know, just a billiard situation where you accidentally come home one day and there's a pool table in your tattoo shop.
Did you know that, Elisha? There's a pool table in the tattoo
In
shop.
the tattoo shop now, yeah. It's all right.
You were getting one.
Right? The Harley's no longer there, but the pool table is. So we can. That's actually nicer for the people that are waiting for their appointments. They can shoot billiards.
I was wondering if that was going to be okay with you.
Of
Are you just
course.
going to tell them before they break to let you know?
Oh yeah, probably. So I don't jump.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was my concern.
Right.
I still have the Harley, it's just not
Alright,
in
lay
that
down
space.
on the pool table, get your tattoo on.
That's right.
No.
We all know that the pool table after year 3 becomes the table where you put your basting for your quilts. And then it becomes after year 5 where you stack all the fabrics you tend to use underneath the basting of your quilts.
I've had a pool table. At year 5 or 6, it became the
The pattern
place.
table?
No, it became where you folded laundry. I had 3
folded
little
laundry,
kids.
Yeah.
And then we got rid of the pool table because, I'm down to these.
Okay,
You wanna trim
that'll go
these?
with these. You want me to?
I would love for you to
Oh,
trim those.
do you want me to trim and iron? Do you want to keep sewing? You want to start sewing, or you just need a break
No,
altogether?
I'll just iron if you trim. I'm just tired
Okay.
of trimming.
You got it.
Okay.
Although, what am I going to do while you're sewing?
Well, I'm sewing?
Yeah.
No, you're going to keep sewing.
Oh, well then I don't have time to trim.
Fine.
No, I got time to trim. We're both done for the day, huh? Let's just
We're
stop
getting
right
there.
now.
Okay,
How
bye.
disappointing would that be to everybody if we
Yeah,
just
I
cut
know.
the feed and walked? See ya. Thanks for coming. No.
Ingrid says she loves the tattoo, Rob.
Awesome.
2 sessions in, super excited to see the progress.
She has no idea how long it's going to take. She is clueless to how many sessions
Not
that's
even
going
a
to take.
quarter of the way.
She has no idea how much trouble she's in. Boy, don't let her know. Phew, good thing she's not watching today.
Good thing.
Good thing. No, it's going to be really neat. She can sit forever too, man. That gal will just sit as long as you let her.
Mm-hmm.
And she drove 5 hours one way for the session last time and then 5 hours afterwards.
Whoa.
I know, it's crazy. At least she brought a friend. I was really nervous about her trying to drive home after that long of a tattoo.
How's your sleeve coming along, Rob?
Slowly but surely. It's taken longer than I expected, even though I knew what I was getting into. It's half colored in right now. The artist is doing more of a painterly approach to it. So I'm excited. I love the way it's turning out, but it's interesting. Tattoo ink settles over time in its values. And so when you're in the middle of a project, I guess it's almost like being right here, right now. Like we know what it can look like, but right now this is where I'm at in my tattoo is just crap everywhere. Just right? And sometimes I just don't have the patience left for it. And then what happens is I don't love to travel right after being tattooed, and I've started traveling a ton again. I've had some really great opportunities this year to get out on the road and be a good ambassador for Stitchin Heaven and doing more cruises, doing more events and all of that. And so I just, when I get home, I'll go home on the 27th, and then I don't have to be on the road until the middle of May. So I'll do 2 sessions while I'm at home over the weekends. But I have a feeling I've still got a lot of work to go. I don't mind being tattooed, but I don't enjoy the recovery. I don't mind the all day of sitting there. It's actually the only time I ever sit still. But while I am complaining, I will say that being that my right arm is being tattooed, I can't do anything. I can't draw. I just have to sit there. I scroll around on social media for about 2 or 3 hours until I can't stand it anymore. And then I just take a nap. Watch surf videos or whatever, but I feel like I've even been to the end of YouTube and back twice.
The end of YouTube and back.
Yeah.
I didn't know it had an end.
You would think with 65,000 hours of content a day uploaded to the platform that I wouldn't have been able to watch it all already, but I think I have.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah.
Glad you did it.
Well, I'm
Not
getting
me.
into the teeny bopper genre. I was watching a really interesting documentary just last night on it's called Bad Influence. It was about the influence of kids. I'm always concerned about my daughter and stuff, and the social media and the impact of all of that. And it was really eye-opening to see. I knew what was going on, but what adults were able to do by taking advantage of their kid stars. or growing the kid stars. Like, and the kids don't understand. They think it's all natural, and they don't realize how scripted it is. It's like any other reality TV, right? It's completely scripted. And it actually made me very proud of what we do with our channel, because we don't clickbait. We don't delete comments. You know, we don't do anything to affect the algorithm. We just make tutorials and hope people like them. Right? That's all there is to it. And Elijah, how many times have you and I sat down and said, man, that's going to be the best tutorial ever, and it gets like 3 views and they're all thumbs downs or whatever, you know? And then the next day we're like, I don't know if it'll work. And we put out one that gets 20,000 views in the first week, and everyone's like, you're the smartest quilter. You know everything about quilting. And that's where I found that out. You know?
That's
It's like,
what YouTube told you.
the people on YouTube told me. And it's got to be true, because I read it on social media. So, I mean, there you go. Trimmed.
Awesome.
Yay.
Am I the only one that's getting toasty over here because of the
Because
iron?
maybe, although I'm
Here,
getting
you
a little
missed
warm
something
too.
on that one, sir.
On that
Got
one?
the AC rolling.
Do you?
AC's rolling.
Okay,
No,
then
it
it's
just
me.
gets really hot and stuffy in here by the end of the day.
Okay.
When we extended the building out, we lost our vent.
Oh,
Here, can I have this pile over here?
yes.
Thank you.
I would have handed it to you.
I know, because I talked about not stepping over, but
Ding, ding, ding. Deb's the one that should be giving pool lessons.
she's getting really good, huh?
Yeah.
It's because she's watching all those YouTubes on trick shots. You know what I should do?
Do tell. What should you do?
Well, she's going to find out the trick now that I'm going to say it out loud, because she's still watching. But I'm going to watch all, because, you know, Deb and I share a YouTube channel account,
Oh,
right?
okay.
So I know what she watches every day. So I'm going to send you the trick shot links that she's practicing. And then you're going to improve on the trick shot, or at least know not to leave her. You want to watch your lie, right? Because it's where you leave the cue ball, it's going to really affect what happens from there, right?
Yes.
Set her up.
Set her up. You don't want to leave her set up. If you know she's been studying the bank shots, you don't want to leave her set up with a bank shot, right?
Because I'm that good.
Yes. Well, if I remember correctly,
That ball goes wherever it
you
goes.
whooped me pretty fast.
Did I? I don't think
And
so.
being, we've already confirmed that I am the sports aficionado around here today, so therefore I must be excellent at billiards as well. If I know this much about football, I must be excellent at billiards.
Okay.
We have a few people in the comments saying they're not too fond of crowds, so they're thankful that you guys are sewing with them today.
Oh, great.
Oh, yay.
They're slightly introverted.
Oh, good.
Great. When I was invited to man sewing years ago, that was part of the message I learned way back then, is not every quilter feels comfortable yet to go out into public at big classes. That was actually kind of why I was asking how many new quilters were out there today, because that's something we've learned. YouTube, especially because you can pause and rewind, or pause and catch up, it's a
Yeah.
great place to learn stuff.
Well, there's some people, even if they are great quilters, just aren't ready, just don't want to be in a crowd.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't prefer being in a crowd anymore. Like, even the airports and stuff are getting challenging for me. But
Deb says, hello, I'm a long way from doing trick shots. But I like to imagine she's saying, hello, I'm a long way from doing trick shots, y'all.
right.
I like how Elijah is interpreting the,
Right,
the
right.
dialect.
Hello.
Hello.
I like how Deb is paying Elijah $5 to try to throw us off, and only thinks she's not doing trick shots. You know, that's the key to sharking in the pool world, is pretend like you don't know how to hold the stick at first, right? And from that point on, it's all over with.
Chris says, how often do we have one of these all-day quilt alongs?
This is our first, Chris. This is our first.
Hold on to it.
Okay.
Well, we
I'm really enjoying it and would like to participate in the next time you do one.
Okay, so Chris asked, how often do we do an all-day sew-along? Well, normally the answer was once a year, and it was our New Year's mystery quilt along. And that wasn't necessarily an all-day. It was like a 9 or 10 till 5 or 10 till 3 kind of thing, because we're just showing how to make each block, but we don't really expect the quilts to be done. We heard people wanted to do something that wasn't a mystery and that was more of just a gathering. And so that's where this idea came around. And then meeting with the events team yesterday, we would like to make sure we have 3 events scheduled for 26. So what that means is that New Year's Day will be our next live sew along for this year.
Okay.
So New Year's Day 2026 will be our next one of these that is planned and organized. Friday afternoons, I might start doing a little more sewing on the Scrapmaster blocks. I don't know yet. I don't want to get myself into something I can't keep up with. But so our goal is actually to do the mystery quilt, one of these all day where you know what you're sewing on, and then I would actually think it might be fun to do a live Scrapmaster sewing day.
Oh yeah.
A whole, make it into a game day. Super fun. I think could be. I just think it'd be really outrageous. And then again, using the Facebook groups to see what people's projects come out with pretty quickly. I think it'd be really terrific.
Yep. So there's a Facebook group for this project, correct?
There is. I'm embarrassed. I didn't realize until yesterday. I am so embarrassed.
So you're not even in the group?
I signed up this morning.
Good to know.
Yeah, thanks.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
not
send you
signed
the
up.
link when I get
Then
accepted.
send me the link because
Yeah.
I want to see, absolutely want to see how people are progressing, if they have any problems, but also if anybody's chosen to do it from their stash
Yeah.
as
And
well.
I have a feeling that a lot of folks were using the So Well Facebook group for this, but yeah, we'll try to get it organized into just the Glowing Checkered Star Facebook page so that we can all see what each other's are working on.
Cool.
For sure.
We should ask how many people enjoy our Facebook groups.
Oh, that's a good question. We would like to know how many of you are participating and enjoy the Facebook groups, the private groups or the regular page.
Because we do one for each of our cruises, we do one for our block of the months. That's a good question. Nancy said, I would never have been able to finish the Arabella block of the month if it wasn't for Rob and his great instructions and his wild craziness, ADHD, crazy.
I think somebody went off. I feel like Elijah just like veered off a little bit.
That's why Elijah doesn't actually get a microphone. He's only slightly being heard in the background over there.
They can see the comments.
Right. They know when he's ad-libbing,
Yes.
mad-libbing.
Yes. Mad-libbing. We're getting close to having blocks.
Yeah. Oh, we're
Getting there.
We're actually just a few moments from building rows. I can't believe it, but we are.
Deb says we should do a mystery quilt along on Halloween.
Ooh.
Oh, move our mystery quilt along, Deb, or do one at Halloween and on New Year's? I'm afraid the events team would think that's too soon. I'm afraid, but I'm not.
That sounds like fun.
I don't even know if I'm around on Halloween. I must be.
Could we do it in costume? You must be, because that's why she's insisting on that we do it.
I don't know.
I love how Deb
So,
knows our schedules better than we do.
I need an assistant, a personal assistant that knows where I am when I'm supposed to be
I've got the
there.
gal for you.
I know you do.
She would love to, by the way.
What, Nick? You do? I thought you were offering to be my personal assistant. But you need your own?
We had somebody who wants you to talk more about Scrapmasters, Rob, what it is, because they've never heard of it yet.
Okay, well, I'll talk about Scrapmasters in a little bit. I want to make sure we get these blocks stitched up. And if the person that asked to talk about Scrapmasters isn't available to stay for another 15 or 20 minutes or so, then there is videos already out there that they can learn from.
Or they can go every Friday live.
Or every Friday live, we talk about it a bunch. But yeah, let me get through this stack right here will complete the blocks we need. That's why I pre-counted. And then I'll take a moment, we'll take a break. We'll talk about Scrapmasters and then we'll build our rows out. I think that'll actually be good because I want everyone to take a focus break before we talk about our rows, because the block orientation is actually important and it's not the same in every row. The blocks are gonna spin in the rows, so I really wanna make sure I slow down for instructions for that too a little bit. Get them out just right.
Someone said you're brave for not using pins or clips.
Brave or
Day's not over yet.
pick another word.
Yeah. What are you trying to say there, Tiffany?
Free. You're free.
Carefree.
You're carefree. That was the word I was thinking.
Okay, here's the question.
Two words or no?
It's one word.
It's one word.
We're going to go with one.
If I were to give a person the quilt that's hanging on the back wall, would they be disappointed with that quilt? That's my question. And if they say they would be disappointed with that quilt because of the construction, then I probably should improve my work set. But if you look at that quilt and it doesn't look too half bad.
You should find somebody else to give it to.
Oh, well, I wasn't going to give it to him. But, I mean, I was going to give him something, but it wasn't going to be a quilt. That's for sure. Give him a knuckle sandwich.
Knuckle sandwich.
Hey, when was the last time you heard knuckle sandwich? It's been a while.
I'm going to say within the last 10 years. I've heard it at least once.
Right?
But yeah, that's not a... You're reaching way in the way back.
I think a lot of people are saying both a New Year's Day and a Halloween.
Oh, they
Really?
want both.
Yeah,
Would
they
they
want
do
both.
both?
Yeah, would
Would they do two mysteries that close together?
do they want a mystery or do they want another sew along?
They want a Halloween quilt? What do they want?
What do we want?
What do we want? What do we want? Tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
Kind of seems like any sew along will do.
Yeah, any.
And it doesn't matter.
They just want
They
another
just want
sew
to
along?
Okay. I think the truth is, isn't this been fun for you and I?
Yes,
So why wouldn't it be fun to do this every day of the week?
not every day.
What if there wasn't half square triangles every day of the week? No. No,
Okay.
we wouldn't want to do this every. I was originally pushing for 4 times a year. We decided to go with 3 times a year for next year, but if the feedback is apparent, we're a unit around here, man. We know how to do this stuff.
We don't even need tutorials anymore. Let's just
Yeah.
do lives.
Yeah.
All the time, every week.
Listen, Buster. You realize that's going to mean I'm going to have to work all week. Right now, everyone thinks I'm working all
You're
week.
never going to California.
That's right. Sounds like I'm getting low on bobbin thread again over here. If I do, that will be the completed of the 3rd bobbin of the day, right? I'm on my 3rd bobbin and my 2nd iron full of water. I've been keeping track. Not that it's important for any reason.
When y'all are ready and y'all want to take a break from sewing, we could show a couple of our Halloween block of months.
Oh.
That's not a bad idea. Although, you see, he's trying to make it so I'm late. I got an hour and 15 minutes now. And he's trying to
Oh,
make me
he's trying
distracted.
to stretch
I
out
don't know
your...
what that guy's problem is right now.
What?
Maybe he's getting paid by the hour.
Maybe.
Unlike the two of us.
Like, somebody's getting paid?
Right, yeah. Oh,
I
I
thought
thought you were going to keep the quilt top because I already have mine.
No, I just thought I was here for fun.
As far as I know, my friend, that is exactly what you're here for. Sorry, did I not mention our compensation package for you today? No, that's not fair. You take the extra pizza.
Oh, thanks.
So just leave me a few slices.
We have some maybe smaller sew alongs and bigger sew alongs.
We could do
Maybe they don't have to be such big quilts.
Right.
Ooh. Maybe they could just be like we do 2 or 3 blocks and show how those could go together, and they could make as many of the blocks as they wanted. But we would have a medium-sized kit available. But I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud right now. I like that idea. A little bit. Yeah.
That's what you want. Are we allowed? Do you think we should brainstorm? Maybe we shouldn't brainstorm on camera.
We shouldn't brainstorm on camera.
No, because I
We
really
can-
want to right now, and it sounds super fun to brainstorm on
Steal your
camera.
ideas.
Yeah, that's the other thing out there, actually. True. That's why I stopped early.
Yes, yes. Other people will start giving us ideas, which we can look at them and think about them and continue to brainstorm after that. So,
Helen says I would do both. A mystery Halloween quilt would be great, or perhaps a Christmas one, and then a regular mystery quilt or a New Year's. Oh, man, it's got all kinds of options.
well,
Well, now we're going
we're already
Halloween, Christmas, and New Year's.
we're already on for New Year's. We're not
Right,
changing
right.
that one. That one's on.
Turkey pattern.
I feel like that's not separated enough. That's like every month back to back.
You know what it is, Elijah, is everyone just wants to spend their holidays with me
I thought it was me.
and you.
Oh,
Yeah.
and
Everyone other than my family wants to spend the holidays with me, apparently. All right.
oh,
No, my wife was, she's like, you're going to be gone on Easter? I'm like, I didn't even look. I was looking at the Saturday. I forgot to see what happened the day after.
Someone said medium size, maybe 9 to 12 blocks or a full mini.
How would that work?
I don't know. I did not fully think about
What you were saying?
what I was saying. It was just coming out.
Well, what if it was like a purse pattern? Or something that wasn't actually a quilt? Like a 3 or 4 hour project.
A lot of Halloween?
So the survey says Halloween. Oh, but don't be fooled. They're just trying to get one sooner than New Year's. That's all they're trying to do. They're just trying to get it. They're just trying to get it fast tracked. I know these people well. It's Carl again. He's had too much of that Pedro's. What is it called? Pablo's blend, not Pedro's blend. Coffee.
Wait. How many patterns? How many blocks are you at?
That's 31.
Okay, good.
I hope. I'm gonna recount after that, but hope that was supposed to be 15 right there.
Started a poll.
Huh?
You started a poll?
Yeah, is it Halloween quilt, New Year's quilt, or both?
Gosh.
We already have the New Year's.
See what they.
Please note, Elijah is
He went
only-
rogue.
Elijah's gone rogue. He is our part of the marketing team, but he's the newest member of the marketing team at the moment.
Everybody's saying both.
Oh, Jiminy Christmas! You better start learning
Don't
to quilt.
you say Christmas. They're
That's
gonna
oh
know that
no!
one
Did I
is.
say Christmas on camera? You know, you probably better learn to quilt there, young man, and start putting on these shows yourself. You know, the truth of the matter is, folks, I don't want to be too much trying to get out of the fun myself, but if you look at our events calendar online, we have something almost every 2 weeks, right? We have a retreat, we have a bus trip, we have a staycation, we have a cruise, we have something constantly going on around here. First Saturday, there's all kinds of things. But I do also understand that not everybody lives just around the corner, right? And they can't just always come in person. And that's why YouTube is so powerful. And that's why these virtual sew-alongs are so good. I hear and see all of that. But there's some merit there to some of that stuff. And of course, I love sewing in person as well.
Hey, you can't
Let me
blame
have
all
those.
this on me. Deb was the one that suggested it.
Oh.
That's all I'm gonna say. You remember that?
You know. Fortunately, Deb and the boss know each other pretty well around here, so. Okay, my friend.
I'm pressing. You pull those over so they look pretty on
Okay,
here.
pull these over. They look pretty.
Now, are you
You want
gonna?
it right here?
I don't know.
We're gonna take a Scrap Masters break. That's what. I
Okay,
promised.
that's what I'll press while you scrap masters.
You want to do that? Does that seem fair?
That
yeah,
seems
I think
very
I
fair.
can take actually just a moment break. Get my eyes, get my shoulders.
Yeah. Stretch a little.
You mentioned everybody should have a little water.
Oh yeah, water break.
I
Maybe
can-
open a window, get some fresh air. If there
that
is
would
any
be
available.
lovely. Can you open the window? Get some fresh air?
Is the shop closed? Almost. Well, we can leave the door open. I'm not too worried about noise at this point.
Some ventilation in here.
Oh, that helped.
It does. How's the rest of the team holding up over there? Everyone's good? Okay, fantastic. Oh, well,
Anybody willing to fill up my water cup?
I sure will.
Thank you, sir. I'd appreciate that. The air came on once the door got open. It must not have been able to pull air in or something. Look at those big blocks.
I know.
Mine look so tiny. Oh my gosh, Rob, we're almost done with the blocks.
We are done with the blocks. Oh yeah,
yeah.
I mean just the pressing.
Yeah.
While we're waiting for Elijah to come back so he can make sure the cameras are where he wants them. Yeah, the last pieces in your pre-cut kits, the fabric D, the 4.5 by 4.5 squares and the 8.5 by 4.5, those are literally the outside edge pieces and the 4 cornerstones. So these are also actually block units or units.
Awesome.
So I'm going to unpack them now also. So these and these are basically the same size unit. And then these will also work as the cornerstones in that
Nice.
as we go. So that's real easy. Again, if you have the pre-cut kit, 4.5 squares and then 4.5 by 8.5 rectangles. Okay, let's talk about Scrap Masters real quick. Just kind of as a palette cleanser, which is actually funny because that's why partially it was designed is as a palette cleanser. And what do I mean when I say palette cleanser? I mean that sometimes when we get super focused on a project, or if we're in a challenged moment, we're trying to figure out which fabrics go where or what quilt to do next, or maybe we've been working so long on a project like this and we just need to walk away and come back. At the end of every day, so even though I sew for a living, I am often building or experimenting, and what I want at the end of every day is successful, peaceful, just running the machine. My friend Mark, the Quilting Marine, says sending stitches down range. Part of that mental therapy, time, that just creating something. So Tiffany and I were talking about, wouldn't it be neat if we could just kind of create a block of the week that would be good for the live show, that would be good to use up some of our scraps, that would be something that everybody could do very easily, and would also, of course, build our community. And so we were talking and we thought, how could we do it? And we realized, and I'd mentioned my friend Chris that I mentioned earlier with his board game. So what we have for you all, and this is also a free download, this is called the Scrap Masters Random Scrap Block Generator. And on the pattern you're going to get, I'm going to point out number one, there is only one rule, and that is there are no rules. And then also there's a video on the website for Stitchin Heaven so that you can watch the download. The concept is that I have 6 patterns in here, numbered 1 through 6, and we're going to roll a 6-sided die to pick which block of the week we'll use, 1 through 6. Easy enough. The blocks in all of the 6 patterns, easy enough to say, are basically 9 patches, right? 3 squares by 3. Each unit is 4.5 inches, but I've used pink lines to subcut down the units, hopefully to use more scraps up, so that everything could be built off of 2.5-inch squares or 4.5-inch squares. And so on your first page, the units are labeled A, B, C, all the way through I on the back, and actually they kind of build as they go. And it will talk about all the different ways you can make the units based on the different amount of scraps that are available. So I want you to all download the pattern so that you have this, and if it gets destroyed, you can download another one. No problem there. And then, so for example, on the Friday live show, which is 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 Eastern every week, what we start by doing is we show off our blocks, and those are put up on the So Well Facebook page. And then I'll take and I'll roll the die, and we try to keep it on the table, which doesn't usually work very good, but we'll roll the die. So that would be 2. So then what I do is I pull out block number 2 for the week, block number 2, okay? And then we want to know what color family we should work in. So I've built us a really cool randomizer for color, or a spinning color wheel, so I make sure my blade is safe and that I've got a good rotation. Somehow it was landing on purple
A lot.
lately. So then I spin it, and we wait. And liners I pick, so I'm going to go with yellow-orange.
Nice.
Okay, because, and partly the reason I pushed yellow-orange is we've been getting the last few weeks a lot of reds and oranges and stuff, so I'm trying to get my way around the color wheel. So now I would say we're doing block 2 in a yellow-orange starting place. Use yellow-orange as your seed plant.
Right.
Right? Now, if you go complementary, tertiary, monochrome, which is what Tiffany's been doing a lot of, some folks are using like whites as the background and always using which color as the secondary. The patterns are written mostly in 3 to 4 tones, whites, grays, dark grays. But then what we're going to do, the final clincher is we take a 20-sided die, and this is going to represent the number of fabrics that you should use in your block that week. And this is just for the fun of it. So if I roll this one, I got a 3.
Ooh.
3 is the lowest possible number we can use.
Yeah.
I don't even like a 3.
Nope.
I might even just say, because of rule number 1 being there are no rules, let's add a 1 to that and call it a 13. 1s and 2s are automatic re-rolls. If I roll a 1 and then I roll a 2, it's going to be a 12. If I roll a 2 and then a 1, it's not a 21, because we're only going to be thinking about 20 fabrics. Because eventually, back to that shopping for scraps, I want to make this so that it might be able to work in like half-yard bundles or something. Mm-hmm. Because I'm thinking you can get a lot of cool pre-cuts that could work this style. All the blocks go back together. And did I show you this yet?
No.
Yes. So this is the new pattern I created. This is called Scrap Lattice. And what it would be is, if you aren't in another quilt pattern right now and you're enjoying Scrap Masters, well, when I say do 1 block, you might want to make 4 or 8. because with multiples, you can put together this whole quilt that is called the scrap lattice quilt. If you made all of the blocks each week, it would be organized in color. If you waited until you had all the blocks over the year, it would be super random in color, and it might take forever to get 12 of the number 6 blocks, right? So that's why I'm thinking that maybe if I wanted to do this quilt, if I rolled the 6, then you might make 3 or 4 each time. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
So this is, I wanted to do for folks who wanted to do multiples. But that's the Scrap Masters. That was not the official roll for the week. The official roll was yesterday and on Friday, and we had red, orange. I think it was block 3. Do you remember, Elijah? I don't remember which block it was now.
Not exactly sure.
And being that we're using my camera, or my phone as the camera, which has got the picture, I will definitely make the announcement. Friday live videos is when we do it, and it is a lot of fun. I'll show you a couple of my blocks I've come up with.
Do we have a link to the pattern?
The link for the Scrapmaster pattern is also on the Facebook page so well, and on any of the Friday live videos, it's in the description. Yes. And I believe it's also in the description of today's video. So here is one of the examples of about a 15 or 16 piece. That was actually a purple family. Here was one of my green families. So I'm doing a lot of multicolor blocks. Green being my favorite color. You can see I'm using green as often as I can to bring them back together. I think this is my favorite one so far. I really love. That was one of the ones where we did the violet, or excuse me, that was the red violet. And I used the blues and the greens all against there. This was the regular violet. I don't think it was as strong, but it'll certainly work nice in the quilt.
That's pretty.
This was about week 3, I think. I did this one on the cruise ship I was on.
Yeah.
I took my scraps on the cruise too. But that week I had rolled first, so I knew just to take my reds and oranges because I knew it was a red week. This was week 1 was the blue. Here was last week. And I think we've ironed installed long enough that we can actually get back into formula. So we can get into our project. And yes, if you have other questions on Scrap Masters, let me know. I've been loving it. It is super, super fun.
Stephanie says we're on block 3.
Block 3 this week. Yep. And it was it how many? Was it 7 fabrics we were using? Stephanie remembers. Carl remembers. Somebody remembers. I didn't write it down yet. That's my problem. Okay.
Yay, we have
We got it?
31.
We've got 31. Okay, let's do a quick block check. We have a double confirmed count, 31 on block 3, the hourglass block. Okay, I'm just going to look at my notes because I don't trust myself at this point.
Do you want to put them in order?
No,
Okay.
because they're going to go all over the place. Will you please make sure we have 20 of these? So 20 of the checkerboard on point.
It's 7, Rob.
It was 7? Yeah,
It was 7.
thank you. And we want to make sure, I'll count these. We're going to make sure we have 12 of our checkerboard outer perimeter. Perfect, and I've got 12 of these. Okay, so these are all the new units we're going to need. I think I'm going to do it like this, just for easy to see. Okay, so you've got your blocks, you've got your half blocks for the outer rows, and you've got your cornerstones. If you're following the pattern on page 4, this is the way it's going to work. And we technically have these different rows to build. I suggest we start with the blocks right now to make sense, and we'll come back and finish with that because it's actually easier to translate, right? So as we get more and more tired, we can do these blocks later,
Okay.
or those rows later. So the first blocks units we're going to do, and I just want to make sure I don't have any additional instructions that make it any easier to follow. I do. I thought I did. Okay, so I'm going to suggest folks work off of page 3 and page 4, right? Page 4 is the all-over layout, and page 3 is going to show you the individual rows. This is the part where you really want to watch where your light square, half square triangles end up. When I say light, I'm going to refer to this as the light, and it's not always in the same location so that the star builds around the beautiful checkerboard on point. So for that, I'm going to literally start by taking one of my rows here, and I'm going to rotate it in. I think what I'm going to do is just bring this just slightly up, and we're just going to build all the way across here as we go, just to
Okay.
show folks. So light on the top pointing in. These are squares. They're universal, so you're just going to go ahead and drop one of those in there. The next is going to be our hourglass block, and it's going to go at the moment light on the right. Each row, the lights remain in the same orientation until it gets to the end. Don't forget, we're splitting this block at the end. Hopefully that'll make sense when I show you. So I'm going to go light on the right. We're going to use 4 of the checkerboards on point.
I'm going to scoot you way.
Yeah, will you start scooting me down, please? And then I'm going to grab these again. Light on the right.
Up. We're just going to have to overlap these a little bit to get them all.
No problem. I can work that way. A light on the
Okay.
right. And then I should be ending with a checkerboard on point. So we should have 4 of these checkerboards on point right now.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Perfect. And this is where teamwork comes in handy when everyone's tired.
Yep.
I'm going to take my last half block unit and I'm going to put the light down at the bottom, which should be opposite from the light at the top over on that end.
Okay.
Now, for me, I find that patchwork at this point, especially because I do like to lay them out on the table, I want the bulk of my row to feed out of the machine.
Right.
And I don't want to have to rotate my block halfway through to get the bulk coming back out. So this is my trick, and I've always done this trick, but I start over here with block 2 technically, and I fold it on top of block 1. This starts to break my rule because I technically have my bigger piece on top of my smaller pieces of fabric, but there's not that much weight right now that it's going to matter.
Right.
I'm going to come on over to the machine. I've got my 1/4 inch seam allowance, but this is another opportunity, and I believe it was Chris that was asking about this earlier. But as we sew through here, I'm going to see if we can show trying to hit that point. So Tiffany had mentioned earlier, when she stitches through on something like this, she's going to try to make sure she can see those thread crosses as easy as possible. Make sure my bottom corner didn't go missing like we talked about also before. And I will press all of these after it's a row. Because what
Yes.
I really like to do is I'm going to try to nest the blocks in the
Yes.
row now. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so now what I've done, technically, to make life easy, is I am now holding block 2, and you've heard me say this in all my videos, I always sew by adding on the new piece on top. So therefore block 3, okay, and I just want to make sure I keep that seam. So as it comes over here, I can confirm that it's dark on the top, light on the right over there, push it over, fold it down, and just go ahead and start sewing. I think you would be wise to lay out 1 row at a time at this point. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew this row, and then I'm going to show you how to make the next row. And then once those rows, we're just going to blow through all of this. By doing it this way, by adding the half blocks on the end, we are accounting for the skinny rows on the outside. We've just added this piece.
Perfect. Much easier to
Yep.
do it now.
Yep, so then we only have the half square triangle rows at the
At the
end with the cornerstones.
Right, at the top and the bottom.
Bottom and the bottom. Yep, that's the only things that change really. So again, now I'm just adding on each block as I go. Shooting for the thread cross. And that one's not going to hit it at all. We'll worry about that another day.
Another day.
Hey, to keep one of those red cardinals warm in the white snow. Okay, Lisa, thank you for being here all day. Let us know how your quilt goes when you're finished. Okay, and then as I get ready to put on that outer skinny edge again, just making sure, you can probably see there's the light at the top, so my light's at the bottom. Just making that checkerboard effect or high contrast effect. Okay. So that is one of the row styles. Yay. Should we hold it up so they can see? That's one of the rows right there. And that's going to be the top row. And let's see, we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this.
Yep.
Makes sense?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll keep this.
Perfect. And then let me show you all how to do the next row. And we'll just start knowing that it's going to run out of space. So the next row is a completely different design. So we're going to start with one of our Fabric D, kind of a solid at the moment. So that's that skinny edge. And now we're going to go ahead and bring in, and the light is going to rotate to the left. So light on the left, upper left. We bring in the different checkerboard. And on these, excuse me, but also this is the thing. You want to make sure in your checkerboard rows that you lay them out so that the next checkerboard will start just like this.
So I'm seeing black in the upper left corner
Correct.
on each one.
And it wouldn't really matter if you did white in the upper left corner as long as they were all that way.
Yeah, because later you're going to...
Because this doesn't affect the star. It only affects all of the checkers. And this checker doesn't affect this checker.
Right.
Because it's black all the way around the outside. So you're safe if you're concerned about that. But as we go now, please make sure that we always lay out each block in the same orientation. So light, light, black, black, light, light, black, black, black. And you're going to have 3 of these. It's going to end on another one of your hourglass blocks. Light up here. And because this is an hourglass block, now we're going to have a solid on the outside edge, just like that.
Perfect.
Easy.
Easy.
Do you want to sew this? Do you want me to keep sewing this?
Why don't you sew? And then, either way.
Okay. Do you want to show those Halloween quilts?
Sure.
And then I'll,
You just sew away.
I'll sew this one, and that works for me.
Okay. I'm guessing these are, I didn't look at them close, these are block of the months, Halloween block of the months, Elijah? Are these Halloween block of the months? Are they currently available for sign up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's so spooky right there.
Okay.
It's coming up. So spooky right here.
And is there a link? Are we putting a link?
Sure, we'll put a link in the description below for this quilt. I love it.
It's cute.
It's a mini quilt.
Super cute.
Looks like it's all raw edge fusible applique.
Pre-fused?
Yes,
Pre-fused.
sir.
Yes, yes. Super cute. Its name again?
So spooky.
So spooky. And
We have a whole block of the month page on our website too that you can scroll through, and they're in the order of which they're going to start shipping. So if you see it and it says April, it's probably already started or will be shipped. No, it'll probably start shipping next week. So it's not too late. But any of the other ones, they're going to be shipping in the months to come. We generally show what's coming up.
And this one's Halloweenies too. Halloweenies too.
Are there wiener dogs in it?
It has a cow, like a little spooky cow.
Oh.
See the little spooky
Okay,
cow?
I'm going to try to fold it in half so you can see the bottom half of it.
That's what we need to do. We need to make
Have you seen this yet, Tiffany?
a wiener
No.
dog quilt called Halloweeners.
Huh. I'm
Karen-
seeing
Karen
it
would
upside
love
down
it.
on this side. It's super cute.
It is super cute. I'm really excited
The other one was super spooky. This one is not called
I
super
think
cute. It
Elijah-
just is super cute.
It's just funny. I think Elijah is keying in. He really likes applique quilts.
Oh.
Yeah, you do.
You do?
Yeah, every time I come into town, he shows me his new favorite quilt, and it's always a fused applique quilt.
Oh, it's a fused
The
applique.
last time it was Octopus Garden. The time before it was Dog Park.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know if it's just because they're so pretty and they're interesting looking on camera as well.
Yep.
But yeah, the last couple times I visited, he's always been excited, and it's been applique quilts.
Well, Patty Smith says, wow, the applique is beautiful.
There it is.
Well,
Patty's an applique quilt fan too. Who wouldn't be?
Jan says, I didn't think I would like a Halloween quilt, but that's adorable.
Yeah, now they want to do that as a sew-along too. Boy, you guys, these folks have read that book, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie.
Yep.
I'll drop the links to those.
Good job.
I actually got the name of those backwards. That one's Halloweenies too.
Oh,
The first one was Halloweenies too. That one's so spooky.
Well,
oh.
they'll figure it out.
Is there wiener dogs in that one?
You're pretty straight on with the wiener dogs.
Well, Halloweenies, you said? I want to get a wiener dog really bad. I'm going to name him Doc Schnitzel. I already got his name. And it's going to be spelled DX, like Dachshund Schnitzel. Because he's a wiener schnitzel?
Yes.
See all of it,
The
right?
wiener
It's so
schnitzel.
good.
You know, they don't have wiener schnitzels out here.
They don't?
Have you seen one?
You know what I saw as I was driving in last night?
What?
In-N-Out Burger.
Where? Dallas. In Dallas.
Somewhere between here and Dallas. It's 2 hours from here. It might have been in... Yeah,
Where-
maybe it was in Dallas.
Where did you fly into? Love?
No, I flew into DFW, but I got off on I went out out of the rental car lot, the left direction, and I ended up on the toll roads. Sorry, Dad, that's going to be an expensive one for you.
I know coming out of Dallas Love, there's an In-N-Out.
They send you, it's hilarious. They send it to you. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't believe it either. I just saw it. I felt like it wasn't right there, though. But it was on the 635, I think.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah.
Jan said, Rob, you nailed it. So long Halloween block of the month.
Oh, Halloween so-long block of the month. With wiener dogs?
With wiener dogs.
Named Doc, after my new dog, Doc Schnitzel?
Does anybody at your house know you're getting this new dog?
No.
No, I
Well,
didn't.
they all know I've been talking about it for a long time. The only one that doesn't approve is Winston. He's the current dog.
Current dog.
Yeah.
I kind of thought so.
Brenda said this is her first time watching. Guess she made it for the finale.
Nice.
Yay.
Yay. Has Brenda been sewing with us all day? It's her first time to watch a live show. She's just late for Friday.
Late for Friday.
She's tuning in to catch the Friday rerun. Now he's still here?
He's still
about,
here.
Talk about late for Friday. This guy's still sewing. He's been here for 24 hours. No, I don't think I'm going to do that again. I locked myself in the store once to make a quilt. That was fun. I knew that happened.
Yep. I heard it.
I heard it too. Man, we get used to these machines, don't we?
Yep.
Oh, that's what it was. It tied a knot on the
Well, that wasn't nice of it.
thread cut.
We'll blame that on the thread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blame it on something.
Not us.
You know, we could blame it on the rain.
The rain?
Yeah. It's a Milli Vanilli tune. Greatest limp seekers of all time.
Yep.
Miss Brenda said no, she hasn't.
She hasn't been here all day.
No, she hasn't been here all day.
That's okay.
Her bobbin is not working, so she's very sad.
Oh no.
Aw.
Is that the gal who emailed me this morning?
Not sure.
So I thought it was a Brenda or a Barbara or somebody. Maybe I thought it was Karen. Somebody emailed me this morning about a handy quilter bobbin.
And then somebody said, sorry if it's already been asked, but what are the fabrics behind you? He's talking about your Newer World fabrics, or she's talking about the Newer World fabrics.
Oh, the fat quarter bundle there?
Yeah, those are Newer World.
New and newer worlds. Yep.
And Newer Worlds. Right
All right.
All right.
Row. The other row.
That's
the
the other
alternate row.
The alternate row. Yep. And then what I'm going to show them real quick is this the other row on this page.
Uh-huh.
This last bottom one, we'll make that together, and then we can just start sewing blocks and blocks. What I like to do is get all of the rows made and then sew all of the rows together into the
Absolutely.
quilt top. And
Yep.
that's when we'll start probably using clips and stuff.
Okay.
How's your energy holding up? You doing okay?
I'm like,
Yeah, I'm starting to, I can feel myself slowing down as well, but I'm the one that decided to do this crazy thing, so let's keep it, I'll keep it going. I'll keep it going. Now on these blocks, or this skinny little row here, I'm going to do cornerstone, and it's just all these little ones here. So pointing the arrow into my lap, it's just going to be dark on the bottom. So it's a cornerstone, a print, a solid, a print, a setup. Here's the solid. And we're going to need 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, and 4 here,
and a corner.
and a cornerstone.
Good job.
Just like that. Okay? And again, because it's just the way I've always done it, I just kind of have to keep doing it that way. So I'm going to fold over here and then just keep working my way towards myself. It just works very nicely, unless you have somebody waiting to use that space. Then I'm not being a very nice host because had a guest come and I won't even share my sewing machine or space.
I think I used the sewing machine all morning,
You did.
and then I let you use the machine, and I did trimming and pressing.
That's going to be a terrible seam allowance. Did you see what I did on that one? Just crooked all day long.
This might be note to self: the later in the day we get,
Right?
the more crooked we get.
That's right. I like these rows. They're fast
They're
to sew together.
fast. You
They're
only
very
have 2 of
fast.
those.
We only have 2 of those.
Might as well
Knock the next one
knock
out.
the next one out.
Do you want to start laying it out for me, please?
Where do you want me to lay it? On the floor, or what do you
No,
want?
just below this row.
Oh, the next row.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This one. Yeah,
Yes.
let's just do one of those while it's skinny.
Okay.
I won't get in my way.
Absolutely. I thought you wanted me to start laying out the.
Quilt? No, that'd be too tough. And I have the design wall if that'll be easier when we do that.
Maybe so. I just want to make sure I press them so they alternate back and forth, so they nestle for you.
Mm-hmm. I got another trick I can show us too. This will be fun. I forgot that's actually not what I do at home constantly. Well, it is and it isn't, because I get a little more organized because sometimes they don't all fit across my table and sometimes they're coming off the design wall or floor.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another trick I can mention here in a sec. Awesome, thank you.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. So what I was going to say is I often do run out of space. So can you see these, Elijah? Are you guys on this kind of row a little bit? Because I'm going to move these fabrics a bit. I know I start over here sewing. That means I'm going to finish over here sewing, right? So what I do is, and I know I'm sewing on this seam when I get here. So I'm going to take and I'm going to slide them all down.
Mm-hmm.
And I put them on top of the next one. And I'm being very systematic about this because I don't want to make a mistake. And then I stop as I have my last 2.
Right.
Key. This is the seam.
Mm-hmm.
That, at this moment, I rotate to the sewing machine.
Oh.
That way I know that's the piece I grab. So from
Right.
here, watch my hands. I'm going to come here. I'm going to grab the 2 like I do. And I'm going to sew them together. I'm going to cut the thread. Now this is the seam. So all I have to do is drop my unit
Over. Yep.
and fold it right down. And that way I never spin once I did the first spin of all the units or all the blocks or whatever. I'm not spinning each time and accidentally forgetting. So that's one of the tricks I learned maybe just 3 or 4 years back, was keeping the seam at the machine, so I always knew. And it even works with triangles. It's crazy when you're doing 60-degree triangles because you have one up, one down, but it still works. So we had 2 of these skinny rows, one for the top, one for the bottom. Yeah, I'm getting a little pushy over there.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Yahoo. Do we have many viewers still with us? Or are we starting
We
to?
have 165.
Oh wow! So most of the whole
Wow.
party's still here, huh?
Yes, sir.
Oh, and look, if I get confused, it might look like, because I am confused. Remember, I can always use the other blocks because all of the blocks per row are the same. So this isn't correct, right?
Yep.
That's correct. And then before I seal it down, let's make sure they're all heading that way. Yeah.
Good.
Because I moved out of your way and I rotated again.
Ah, sorry.
No,
I
no,
was-
because
I was pushy.
I kind of thought that once I got into that, well, I was dealing with what was technically a solid, so I could use either edge, right?
Yeah.
Like I could use either edge of that.
Yes.
Someone said they have at least one of each block finished.
Yay!
All right.
She had to stop and rip out a ton of seams though.
Oh no, that's because she was
Sorry.
trying to do it at Walgreens.
Yeah.
No, she accidentally sewed 3/8 instead of 1/4 seams.
Oh,
Ooh, that'll mess it all up.
that'll make those points go missing too. Okay, so that's the last of the skinny rows we need.
Okay.
Okay, so these are my across here again. So seam. Oops.
Someone has a correction for you, Rob.
Yes,
Missing one block in what you just laid out.
I was.
That's what I think so.
Okay.
Maybe my ankle didn't catch it.
They're both the same length. They're talking about the skinny row. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, and cornerstones. I got the same thing.
It might have been that I had one hidden.
Yeah. I think we're okay.
I think it's because you had one on the wool mat and you didn't.
So they didn't see it. That makes sense. Okay, so these are the blocks I'm using now.
See, it means they're watching now.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
are. Oh,
They're not sewing
oh
anymore.
no, they're watching. Yeah, no, they'll catch every time, which is great. Because
Yeah.
there was one, I don't remember which project it was right now, but I didn't even realize it was wrong until like weeks after the video was out. Didn't even realize I had a block in upside down. It was crazy. Okay, I just want to double check. So, because I'm making sure that I made this one. So I want a light, perfect. Got it. So I'm doing it right. And a lot of times I will. I'll kind of slowly go through the first couple seams so that I don't have to tear out the last 8 seams. I got to learn how to get through that a little bit better, I think. Oh, that'll do it. And again, the checkerboard on points are also universal blocks. The only ones that aren't are those windmill blocks. Whatever the hell those things are called.
Close to.
I know.
I know, I should have known you or something.
Huh?
I really should let you sew. I feel like I'm just being really
No,
selfish
I'm
here.
going to have to start pressing soon, and I just want to make sure that I'm pressing them all correctly. So I'm just waiting for you to get these rows done.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just can make sure I press them all the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can do the other rows. So you're fine.
Somebody asked if Carl's still here.
Oh, Carl, are you still out there, buddy?
I'm pretty sure he is.
He
said
took the day off.
He said he took the day off.
Yeah, I was just going to say it out loud. Yeah, Carl took the day off work today. Don't tell everyone over at his job what he's doing, but yeah.
Because he might have been.
Yeah, he was fighting that illness again. He had the quilt box again. He's been getting them a lot lately.
Has he?
The quilt box.
Yeah, the quilt box.
Funny.
He's had them bad this year. I think he's had to miss several days of work. It's been terrible. Poor guy. He has to keep going to like Ohio and Georgia.
Just to cure, just
to
for the
cure it.
cure.
Just for the cure, yes.
Shipshawana.
Shipshawana, Texas.
Yeah, Carl's here.
Carl's here. Of course he is.
He said Texas. He's gonna have to come to Texas.
Carl will be out here in August. He's signed up for the retreat already. Carl is, Patty is, Stephanie is, Ingrid is, Mark, Andrew, Johnny, Marcia.
Mark's coming.
Yeah, Quilting Marine will be here. Lisa and John are signed up. Is that right? That's right. Points in. Who else do I know? Oh, Lori's coming back and her sister Cindy, I think. Cheryl's coming back, I heard. Met her at one of the last retreats.
Carl says he retires in November.
Yeah,
Who does?
Carl.
Carl? In November? Then he's going to be here all the time.
He'll be here more than Rob.
Come check into the Purple Cottage and you see his laundry laying on my bed. Like, what the heck?
Rob will be in the studio watching the Friday Lives.
Right.
Here in California. He wants to be that close to it. Congratulations, Carl.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Rob, when do you retire?
I retired about 3 years ago. And I started working here. I'm serious. Best job ever. Doesn't feel like a day of work. And I still get my severance, or whatever it's called. My retirement fund. They send it to me every couple of weeks. It's great. Living the dream. Actually, my uncle, who had a chiropractic business that he built and sold, he challenged me to retire when I was young. And I didn't make the deadline that he had done. And so I told him, I'm like, yeah, no, no way will I ever make that time frame. And he's like, oh, sorry, but he goes, you're already retired. He's like, man, you're doing what you want to do every single day and happy about it. I was like, oh, how cool is that?
Yep.
So I think retired isn't an age. Actually, the rules are it's a state of finance. It's not a state of age or mind. It's a state of finance, right? When you don't have to work for anybody else anymore, you can retire. Or the state of mind of it's not really work,
There you go.
which is where I'm at. Because I certainly don't own my home, but one day I will. But not tomorrow. It won't be tomorrow, pretty sure about that.
You're doing great.
Good, because you could see me starting to look at like how much longer is this day going to go on? Or like how many more blocks are there on this planet?
I think I have a while before I retire.
Yeah,
At least another 2 years.
a couple more years. Well, you're working on you got the travel vehicle already, as I do, right? Yeah, I wonder if I should upgrade my car before I retire.
Get a different.
Something with like maybe only 200,000 miles on it. Get a newer Toyota with like 250 on it or something.
Yeah.
Be good.
There you go.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you finally got the stereo to work right. And the antenna finally doesn't go all the way up anymore. You don't have to. Yeah, 342,000 miles on the Sequoia right now. I'm going 500,000 with it if I can.
Rob, have you ever gone down the motorcycle route?
Oh no, I'm not safe on motorcycles. I have a
Not
fear
these. You cannot have these yet. Okay? These are mine.
Those are yours. You keep those over
I will-
there.
I
Do
will
not
let-
let me take those.
No, I'll let you have them when they're your turn.
Yeah, really. For the folks at home who thought that just sewing all day was tough, try to do it while talking and teaching all day and watching what's going on around the room when there's 5 cameras and lights and people moving. That's great.
It's great.
I really do appreciate you coming today, though. Thank you so much. There's no way I could have done this without you. No way.
Aw.
Plus, it would have been nowhere nearly as much fun.
We do have fun.
We do have fun. And we can talk more about sewing stuff. Because if it was just me in here talking to the guys, we would have been talking about probably Star Trek most of the day. And we have ladies on the team, but they're not in earshot. They're running the computers and the customer service and all that stuff. So I can't talk Star Trek with them.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's like when you take the first wrong turn going to that house for the first time, you always just take the same wrong turn.
Wait, like my house?
Yeah, just that's the way you get to Tiffany's. Go to not Albertsons, Berkshire's, and turn around. You know, I missed your house again recently and had to do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It was just because I was listening to the radio and
Oh.
singing along and just kept flying past it, and no way possible enough time to slow down. I have multiple landmarks that I look for now.
Yep.
Kathy says she got 1 year and 2 months before she's retired, but she's not counting.
1 year and 2 months.
Carl says never counting.
Never counting. My friend up in Washington has, I think, 47 months. He's not counting either.
Oh, geez.
40. You know my friend in Washington, Scott.
Yes.
Yeah.
CMD says they got 10 years to retire.
Yeah, don't count C&D.
Yeah. 10 years.
How long does he's got? That's almost 4 years.
I know. It's 1 month shy of 4 years. 47 months. He's got the countdown going.
Wow.
I get
She
the.
said she'll talk Star Wars with you, Rob.
Who will?
Star Trek. I mean Star Trek.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
She said I would talk Star Trek with you, Rob.
Oh, and-
you almost messed that
yeah.
up.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, we got one more of those. Let me set up one more.
Patty Smith said, question, which Star Trek series is Rob's favorite?
Oh, gee. Here we go.
I'm gonna go with.
None of the above.
No, I'm going with, because I recently watched it with my kids maybe 2 years ago. It was like the early when they first came out on the movies, and William Shatner was still Captain Kirk, and it was not Genghis Khan, but the Wrath of Khan, and they put those crazy bugs in the guy's ears at the beginning. So I've seen that one. But I remember that, like, the scary part where they're going into the black whatever abyss, and it's like the cinematography and the build up to the black hole portion is like hours worth of like me not sewing. It was just terrible. I remember that portion also.
So that one's his favorite one.
That's my favorite one. Now, I have a good friend, quite scientifically minded, who is a bigger fan of Star Trek than Star Wars because he is convinced that everything that happens in Star Trek could happen, versus Star Wars isn't as believable.
I know they made Star Trek movies, but one was a TV show.
Right.
Star Trek's TV, Star Wars was movies.
Right.
And then, like, both, I never really picked.
Right? You didn't have a favorite Star Trek series because it was on every week.
Picard is my captain.
Oh, Picard is your captain? Okay.
That was the series airing when I grew up.
Okay. Oh, Captain, my Captain, Picard.
Patty says the second Star Trek movie is her favorite.
Is that the Khan one?
I'm not sure. Well, actually, no, she didn't say her favorite. She just said the second Star Trek movie.
Mm.
Brenda said Ricardo Montalban. Yeah, was Khan.
Yes. Sounds like we've got some pretty serious Trekkies out there.
Yeah. Chris says Deep Space Nine is my favorite series. And Chris also says he only has 159 days until he retires.
Right?
159 is when that you can start counting, I think.
159 days.
That's 4 months.
As soon as you hit
Right.
160, that's when
Well,
no,
no,
that's
that's
8 months.
Yeah, I'm counting actual days. He's counting work days.
Yeah. Oh, wow. No, 30 days in a month. He had 159 to go.
we have a detailed response.
Yeah. Oh, very detailed response.
Well, some of the things that have happened in Star Trek have taken place. The communicator is on our cell phones.
Right.
I don't know what that is.
And I think the last time they actually tried to teleport somebody was in the Wonka film, and it didn't
Bring
go
it
well.
back around.
Bringing it back around to Wonka, I think that's where the teleportation situation got out of control, and we were concerned about what happened to that poor person that got
TV Mike.
was it TV Mike? Mike
Mike
TV.
TV.
He got blasted
He
into
says
TV.
we have cell phones and laptops and tap screens because of Star Trek.
No, that was the Jetsons. Talking on your communicator on your wrist, I believe, was the Jetsons. Now, what I don't actually know, because I'm just being silly over here, and I really don't have anything against Star Trek.
We
It's
have
just
a lot of Star Trek fans.
I know. I have nothing against Star Trek. It was just the thing to say hours ago against Star Wars
They're
versus
still
Star Trek.
holding on to it.
They're holding on to their Star Trekness. So, okay, what aired first, the Jetsons or Star Trek?
Ooh.
Can we get a ruling from Google on this one?
Yeah, I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna vote Jetsons.
I'm voting with the Jetsons as well, which is going to just completely vaporize all of the Trekkies theories out there. Because if it happened on the Jetsons, it also happened on Star
Okay,
Trek.
I got the answer.
Okay, get your votes in. Question of the day: what came first,
They're all
Elroy,
Googling.
Jetson, or Captain Kirk? Rosie, was that the
Rosie
robot?
the
Rosie
Riveter.
the robot.
Rosie the robot. Yeah.
Okay, what's the answer?
The Jetsons aired first.
Jetsons aired
Debuted
first.
On September 23rd, 1962.
62 for the Jetsons.
Star Trek premiered on September 8th, 1966.
Oh, 4
Oh.
years later, they made it
That's
into a real
plenty of
movie.
time.
Oh yeah,
To copy everything from the Jetsons.
absolutely. So technically, Trekkies out there, you have the Jetsons to thank for all the technology that's happened.
Dick Tracy talking to his watch in the comics.
Dick Tracy did talk to his watch. That's a comment. And at one point, when I got the Apple Watch, because I love to name everything, I named it Little Dickie. And I thought, because of Dick Tracy, but I thought that was kind of inappropriate, so I named it Richard instead.
Oh, yeah. And
So my watch is named Richard.
Timmy made a good point. Now they have in-ear translators in
Oh.
modern day.
In-ear
Also,
translators.
that's a Star Trek feature.
You sure George didn't have one of those?
144 languages. That's pretty crazy.
144 languages, all alien dialect. Most likely, basically. Now wait, how many languages does C-3PO come with, though? I mean,
Programmed for technically everything.
right. So I'm thinking a droid, a communications droid like 3PO, would be much more powerful than an in-ear communications device. Plus, he translates droid too.
Are you trying to tell me that Star Wars is better than Star Trek?
I've been saying it all day, man. Been saying it all day.
I don't know. You seem to have a fan base that don't agree.
I have a fan base that are more into this. You know what it is? It's probably the fact that these folks are so intelligent out there, and they're based on the fact that the Star Trek thing really did help bring what the Jetsons decided to make happen. So I can see where the Star Trekky folks feel, especially if you have any direct relationship to Steve Jobs and Star Trek. I think, I can see where you're coming from a little bit.
Deb said she had Wiener Schnitzel and Tyler for years when she was a kid.
Really?
Deb, what does
Where
that have
did
to
it
do with Star
go?
Trek?
We
What does Wiener Schnitzel now have to do with Star Trek?
we were on
I know.
Halloweeny dogs, Wiener Schnitzel.
Wiener
She
You're-
might not be caught up in the feed.
Oh, right. She
might be late.
was watching trick
her,
shots on.
Deb.
She was studying trick shots for a while, and she's back.
Gosh.
And that's what happened. She's still doing Wiener Schnitzel jokes.
Deb, where'd Wiener Schnitzel go?
Yeah.
I need a chili cheese dog.
Oh, man. I don't know if I've ever eaten a Wiener Schnitzel.
Really?
I had Schnitzel in Germany, but it wasn't
It's
the
not.
same.
No, Wiener Schnitzel is chili dogs.
Yeah. You know what I really like is the Wiener Schnitzel van. That's what I want.
Oh,
I
the
want the hot
Wienermobile.
dog. I want the Wienermobile.
They had something on Facebook a while ago wanting people to drive it around the country.
Really?
Yes, Rob, really.
Oh,
That'd be the best tutorial ever.
I would make fast food fabrics. And I would Benartex and I are coming out with fast food fabrics, and we're going to put it in the Wienermobile.
And you're gonna quilt it every.
And I'm going to race around the country in the Wienermobile, setting the land speed record for the fastest quilt delivery service. I'm starting my
and entertainment.
and entertainment. It's going to be like a cross between the Montreal Comedy Show, UPS, and Friday Live Fun Day with Rob, and all of the quilting knowledge that comes with it, being that he knows everything about quilting, as we determined
Brenda
earlier.
gave you a correction. That's Oscar Mayer.
Oh, that's Oscar
Oh,
Mayer.
it is Oscar Mayer.
Oh, Brenda's a baloney fan.
Dang it! I've been called out.
Brenda's a baloney fan, and she's correcting me that it wasn't the Wiener Schnitzelmobile, it was the Oscar Mayer
Your
Wiener vehicle.
Wienermobile. But they still want drivers.
They still want drivers.
I saw that part.
I think you and Tiffany would be for the job.
I'm having all kinds of terrible thoughts in my head over here right now.
Tiffany needs
I can't
some,
even
some
describe.
quiet time once in a while.
Yeah, Tiffany's having her quiet time while Rob's having crazy time in his head.
Miss Gina says this feels so much like a retreat. How many random conversations happen on retreats?
Oh, all day long. Oh, that's how you know where your real friends end up by the end of the week. You start gravitating into the conversations that have no pertinence, but you don't get your quilts done, and it's way more fun. You can quilt all the time. You can't have these conversations all the time. Oh, by the way, if you wanted to know if a handy quilter 510 could run 8 hours straight, the answer is yes. Yep, just eats a few bobbins, hasn't skipped a stitch yet, hasn't broken thread yet.
And a little bit of oil.
Yeah, a little bit of oil.
A little bit of oil, a little Earl halfway through.
They all need that though.
Yeah. You ready to tell me no when I try to put this one on wrong? I'm getting there.
Okay. I gotta iron and keep track of you.
Good luck. Best of luck with that. That
Okay.
didn't go very good. That started going south. Let's start that over.
Oh. You've made it pretty far without a seam ripper.
I have made it pretty far today without a seam ripper. Let's not get carried
Yep.
away, huh?
Okay.
You know what's in trouble in about an hour from now is that last half bag of donuts. I just had a massive craving for one last cup of coffee and that bag of donuts.
Coming back to the donuts.
I'm back to the donuts, man. Well, I was just reviewing the senseless conversations throughout the day.
Donuts circled back around.
Circle back around to the disappointment over the donut bag. But how happy I will be to have those second place donuts pretty soon.
Got leftover pizza too.
I know.
I'm not eating leftover pizza.
You're not? I'm
No.
having leftover pizza for dinner,
You're not a
chicken
cold-
spaghetti.
cold
Oh!
Pizza for breakfast type go?
Yeah, I could do that.
How
It's
did
not
I-
breakfast.
How did I do that? I got the end of it to sew, not the beginning.
I don't know.
You know what it was? I just said how great the machine was running, and it's like, check this out, dude.
Yeah.
It's like, good luck with that, buddy. Sewing machines are cat-like.
Rob, have you had to use the seam ripper at all yet?
No, not today. I've used one in the past, but not today.
You know what they are?
I know how to use them. Okay, that one's also
Okay.
Is
completed.
it because you don't want to fix your mistakes, or is it
It's because the mistakes aren't big enough to fix. That's what it really is. The mistakes just aren't bad enough to fix. I'm going to take this whole stack of blocks. Look at me trying to teach again. And being that they're all organized, now I'm going to rotate them so they're all facing the right direction for the last of this. Because these are just going to go bop,
Yep.
bop, 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 bop all day
Yep.
long.
Yep,
yeah,
yep,
Gina's
yep.
saying don't jinx it.
Don't jinx
Don't
it. I
jinx
started
it.
to. I even tried to knock on wood and I jinxed it. So.
I'll just do this.
That sounds like it's ready for a bobbin soon. Okay, double checking my instructions. Green in the right. Do-do-do-do.
Do-do-do-do.
Ba-da-da-ba-ba. Oh, let's rotate these too. Perfect. Oh, did you notice that? I think I'm wearing 7-hour deodorant.
I did not.
It's new. It's this,
New scent.
because I believe we're in the 8th hour. Keep them down. Keep those wings in.
I don't even know what time it is.
Don't make me guess. I think it's after 4. Oh, it's getting close to 5. Oh, we have 12 minutes to be on time for getting this done in the prescribed allotment.
We're not going to do it.
We're not going to do it, and we're not going to rush, but we're going to stay on camera till it's done, right? I got it. I got it now. I can't leave now.
Okay.
No way. We're too dang close.
Everybody else is like, we're out.
Everyone else is like gone.
They'll still have 170 viewers.
Yeah, no, they're all here.
Goodness.
It's only the camera crew and the customer service crew that's out of here. Don't mind us. We'll just keep sewing all
I
night.
actually have 170 laptops sitting in the back going.
Oh.
Right. He's got that data farm just cranking away.
Yep. They're pretty good because they're even making comments.
Right.
It's got that AI thing making quilt comments back.
ChatGPT is doing the
Yep.
Wow. And that now I'm impressed.
Somebody said, "Whoa, Rob, TMI." Betty Boop says her hubby's making dinner.
Nice, Betty Boop. Betty Boop's hubby's making dinner.
What time's dinner ready? What are we having?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are we eating for dinner?
Leftover pizza. You're not having leftover pizza, you said?
I don't know what I'm having.
1, 2, 3. Oh,
What'd you do?
nothing. Just double checking.
Okay.
Measure twice, cut once.
Sharon says this was amazing. Y'all are both great. Love the banter.
Love the banter. Yeah, I don't know how you would do it all by yourself this long, really.
No, I don't. I don't think you can plan this one by yourself, Rob.
Mm-mm.
I don't know that you ever did plan it by yourself. You always had.
I always had the hopes for company, for sure.
We should tell them if they haven't been on the New Year's one that we go a little less frantic. We just
Oh yeah, because we spend about 5 hours, but we just show you how to make all the steps in the quilt,
yeah.
and we do a soup recipe, and we have fun that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's pretty elaborate.
This one
Yeah.
is intense. This is labor intensive. I mean, we've been at this.
Well, but my concern with if we only did it in the same way we did the mystery quilt, but everybody already had the pattern in advance,
Yeah, there
wouldn't be enough information provided to really warrant a sew along.
Right, right.
So that's why I wanted to try to make the whole quilt, because the instructions were, I thought, pretty easy as far as block construction. And the fun in the mystery is we have to make a bunch of blocks. So even on the mystery, we teach you how to make enough blocks to make a couple of rows so that you can see the mystery start to develop that day. But you don't get to see it until the end of that 4 or 5 hours of sewing.
Yeah, it's not up behind us.
It's not up behind us the whole time. So that was partly what we were
Well,
playing with. I
and
think,
we have two versions when we do.
oh yeah, we're sewing both colorways and stuff on the New Year's Day. Or at least the pattern's written for both colors.
Yep.
We have another question.
Okay, we got a question coming in.
It's from Karen. She said, I was wondering how the cordless iron is holding up with all that ironing and not being on the charging base for so long?
Oh,
It seems fine.
well, yeah, so that this base here is plugged in.
Yeah, but I keep taking it off for a while.
Right.
I think
So,
is what the question
Yeah,
is.
right now it's reheating, so the red light is flashing. But yeah, it'll run all day, and technically, I have owned 2 of those irons in the last 8 years of quilt making. So I've done 500 or 600 quilts with 2 irons, and it's on 8 hours a day when I'm using it.
Yeah, if we're not pushing things to the limit right here, I don't know what is. Cause
Yeah.
I would own a cordless iron. Those things are cool.
Yeah. Yeah, because nothing has had downtime today, right? There's been one of our hands has been on both the iron and on the machine all day. And everything has been running like literally full power all day.
Hey,
Yeah.
is it late enough I can say that the struggle bus did not show up today?
I think that's a fair statement.
No,
I think it's
no
very, very
struggle
fair
bus.
statement. I wasn't even to talk about the struggle bus.
Well, I thought we were close
Someone
enough.
Says they're debating about gravity-fed irons.
Gravity fed.
I've never heard of that.
I don't know what a gravity fed iron is either.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're talking about like the big Laura Star irons, the steam bed irons and stuff, where the iron, the bed like on the Laura Star sucks the steam. It's a specific kind of dry mist.
Yeah. I don't know.
They're pretty amazing. We have those here. Those are incredible.
Yes.
And I've used those, and I had one a million years ago from the Foff brand when I was a Foff dealer, and it was really cool. Yeah, we used it recently for making garment. We were doing those quilted jackets, and something that you want to really press and hold, that Laura Star iron was, Kevin was using it. He brought it all the way to retreat.
Wow.
That was cool. Now, when we do get to ready to put these rows together, I think they're technically universal again.
The gravity-fed iron.
I've never seen that.
Oh, it looks like it's connected to a steam tank, right? Yeah, that's just the handle. It's like a Laura Star style where it's got the steam bed below it.
Oh,
It looks like.
Oh,
Yeah.
because the water's up high? That's why it's gravity fed?
Oh, I see. So that it doesn't have to pull it up and pump it up. So it's like a IV bag. The water comes down into, but the water's not on the iron. The water's in a unit through a hose. That's kind of cool. So what would be the advantage, I guess, is not having to have a motor that pumps the water up. One less thing to break at the end of the day.
Sharon said, has anybody noticed that irons are not as hot as they used to be?
I've noticed that.
Yes.
I've noticed that irons are not as hot as they used to be. That was a question that was just asked.
But also, if you have your iron too hot, it burns you. If you're using a wool mat, it discolors your wool mat too.
Yeah.
So it depends. If you want a hotter iron, no wool mat. Use the wool mat. You don't need as hot an iron. You know.
I think just personally steam does a lot for us anyways. So you don't necessarily need a hot iron if it has an easy steam feature, right?
Okay, these ones I need to. Are these universal when I turn them over?
I believe so.
I'm
The
trying to-
easiest way to check is to take 2 rows that are the same and spin one on top of it and see if the lights show up in the same place.
Okay.
They
I
should.
I can just do it looking at the picture. Yes.
Yeah. So at this point now, as long as all the blocks are in the right order, as long as we stagger the rows, there's no top or bottom, is what I was hoping was the statement.
Margot has a suggestion. They say you could also do a tag team sew along where you have 4 instructors and swap in and out so the 2 of you aren't being worked to death.
Not a bad idea. I don't certainly
was
feel like
not
I'm.
exaggerated.
I don't feel like I'm about to die over here in any
Nah, not
shape
dying,
or form,
but-
but I am tired a little bit. I've been standing and sewing for 8 hours straight without much of a break.
Tag team and Carl.
Yeah. Okay, so when I was up at Oregon, I was at a quilt fest up there, and they did an Iron Chef style quilting event.
Yeah.
And what it was is, yes, you got there was 4 team members and 3 were working at all times. So you had a person you tagged in to relieve or with an idea. That person couldn't watch what was going on. They were clueless until they got tagged in. So that was kind of fun. And then at the end, I was one of the judges, and we were judging both on like construction, creativity, completion, color management, all kinds of different things.
Wow.
So it was pretty cool.
How many teams?
I think there was 6 or 8 teams. 6
Wow.
teams. And they had signed up in advance, and most of the teams had matching T-shirts. So that was really cool. They were having fun, and that was what was important. But yeah, I was teaching my workshop that day, and they were doing the iron quilter.
So a little, the person who talked about the gravity-fed iron says it's supposed to be a more continuous stream of iron. Also might last longer than a regular home iron.
Yeah, it's definitely an industrial tool.
And said, Uncle, I've hung out with you all day, but you guys have kicked my butt. So they're crying uncle.
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
Well, keep in mind, I had an unfair advantage. Both of us sew pretty fast and pretty hard most every day, and we know how to work pretty well together over the years.
If
so.
they need to bail, they can
Yeah,
they
please.
can come back and watch the last 15 minutes
Yep.
some other time.
Yeah, or keep in mind, folks, the video that comes up on Wednesday this coming week is the standard recorded tutorial that Elijah and I created last month. So we have, I think it's about 35 minutes or so.
It's a lot shorter.
Lot shorter.
No banter.
No banter, start to finish. Here's how we make it all. So that would be probably the easier way to stay organized step by step, because it's not nearly as long as a production. This is it. Putting the last blocks together, Tiff.
Awesome.
Look at this.
Well, I got rows ready for you to sew.
I know. I figured you'd say that.
I know.
I was kind of hoping you would want to, show off your skills at the end here over at the machine, but I'm happy to. I'm wondering, though, if we should clip our rows. I think I might want to at this point, just because I'm starting to get pretty poor at this machine. It's my excuse anyways. I don't know. Do you think we should take the time to clip them? Should we try to put 2 together? That's another thing you can do sometimes, too. You can do 2 by 2 by 2 so
Yes.
that the weight isn't growing.
Yes.
Slowly, it grows in multiples. So it just gets twice as heavy each time. Sometimes that actually is very effective.
Oh, Erin says she's watching till the end.
Ah,
With
nice.
her feet up.
With her feet up. And come on, got her feet up. I don't even know if I'm going skateboarding tonight. Yeah, I am. I changed my mind.
Real quick like you did.
After another 24 donuts and a couple of slices of cold pizza.
And some more deodorant.
Yeah. It's just this natural stuff. I'm trying to take better care of myself. Tell you what. Crowd control is what it is. Dang, man. You know how long I've been dying to have this quilt at home, too? This quilt has been here for months. We've been promoting it, and we hung it here, and then last time I didn't have enough space in my suitcase to get it home. I actually don't think I have enough space in my suitcase this time to take it home either.
Now we can hang one of them up.
Yeah. Oh, I can, because it came in as a kit. And I'll just fold it back up. I'll take just the quilt top home. I won't quilt it here this week. Oh, that would be fun. I could leave the top unfinished and quilt it at the retreat in August and show folks how to stitch it. Because a lot of times at our retreats, we have access to one of the long arms.
Yep.
Because the first time Carl came out here, I quilted one of Carl's quilts on it. I felt kind of selfish. He's like, would you want to maybe work on this quilt with me? I'm like, yeah. And I took over, loaded it on the frame, and just quilted the whole top. I'm like, thanks, buddy. He's like, I don't know if he wanted to try it or not, but I didn't give him a chance. Rumor had it that's what he wanted, but I think. The last checkered block. Oh, that's a cool feeling. Yeah, think about how accomplished everyone's feeling right now, huh?
If they've gotten as far as you.
No, just being all day, just enjoying. No one's gotten nearly this far, I don't think. I mean, unless they started early. And that's also partly why the pattern was available, you know? It was
You
supposed
should ask that question if
Yeah.
anybody's actually gotten as far.
Yeah, did anybody start ahead of schedule, and has anyone had their quilt top done? Let us know in the comments, please. Like, that would be interesting. Did you like having the pattern early? If you did, was obviously understandable enough that you could get further along. Would you change any of that for the next one that is not necessarily on Halloween? Probably not on Halloween.
Well, and they can't have the pattern early on a mystery either.
No. Can't have the pattern early on the mystery. Oh, that's right. We're talking about Halloween the 26th being a mystery quilt. I'm pretty sure Erin told me we're not doing another one of these until New Year's this year. She's in charge of our events around here. She's the gatekeeper to the fun.
The gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper to fun.
People are liking this though.
I'll tell you what. Well, and hats off to Miss Deb too, because years ago when I first started, she asked me if we could work on a virtual retreat. That was one of her ideas. And I was like, I don't know about a virtual retreat. I don't know if that's my shtick or not. But I think an all-day sewing day would be fine. I think we could do that. I got a blast. All right, and you got the, okay, so that gets ironed.
So
And you want me to go ahead and sew this to that.
Oh yeah, I have 2 rows up here to iron, huh?
Is this the one that goes to this? To first,
I believe so. Look at the picture to
Look
just
at your
verify,
picture.
please.
got it. Yep.
You making sure all the things go in the right ways?
Yep.
That was a quick look.
Yep. I'm good. Don't you worry about things over here. I'm going to show them. I'm going to show everybody at home. So, here's kind of what we're looking for. Yes, we're going to do a skinny row, and then we're coming into the rows that have the checkerboards on point. Let me steal this.
Absolutely.
Okay, so here's where we're at. We're going to go a skinny row, a checkerboard on point, then the big block with the 3, and we're just going to alternate as we go. What you're looking for, and it actually shows better here on my original diagram, the dark star points forming around on the big block. We're going to get that in the overhead camera for you. Okay, so it's the dark star that forms around the checkerboard perimeter block. And as I pull this away, you can start to see where these darks come around. So you're also kind of watching light, medium, light, medium, light, medium as it goes around. So that's one of the ways that you can confirm as you're bringing in your blocks, but the blocks should all go together at this point as long as you haven't accidentally rotated the skinny row. The
Right.
skinny row is not a universal row. So make sure when you put on your skinny row that you have your 2 darks touching, bring it over. And I was suggesting we look for clips earlier, but right now what we can also do is just secure each seam as we go. And because now there's going to be more weight, I want you to notice that the quilt is actually sitting on the table in front of the machine. It's not hanging off of the table. So this is going to give me a little extra just benefit of not having all of the weight hanging off of the table. Had I been seated, I would accordion fold the rows into my lap. But because I'm not seated, I don't have that opportunity to keep the weight up in the air. So now I want to be ginger about the way I get these together.
You want to be ginger?
I want to be ginger about the way I get these together.
Ginger, what does that mean?
Listen, we don't have time for a whole Gilligan's Island dissertation this
Are you
afternoon.
sure?
Maybe. Would everyone like to hear my opinion on Gilligan's Island? No. I actually think Gilligan's Island was the precursor to the Jetsons, where they learned all that technology using coconuts and bamboo. I mean, that's really it. I think maybe Captain Picard could take a lesson from the professor himself.
When did Gilligan's Island come out?
I'll look that up right now.
Oh, Gilligan. Was that in the 50s or was that a 60s sitcom?
I feel like it was.
You might as well look up Flipper while you're there.
Flipper. Oh my gosh.
Gilligan's Island came out September 26, 1964.
64.
In the middle.
So Gilligan's Island came out between
Every
the
single one
Jetsons.
of them were in September.
Oh yeah, it must,
Well,
because that's the
that's-
new
that's-
season.
There
Yeah.
was, yeah, but
They used to
way
have
before
seasons
your
on television.
time. Yes, we had a TV guide. We could
Oh, it
only
came in the
watch
paper.
we could only watch what was on TV when it showed. There was none of the streaming stuff.
There was
or-
no VCRs.
There was
or
no
beta players.
VCRs. Man, you missed a show. You were done. You just missed it.
And Thursday night was the night.
Best night of TV, huh?
Best night of TV. It was prepared that way for years and years. It was, and the networks would fight for it. Who had the best shows on Thursday
Yep.
nights?
Yep.
Those were the good old
Total
days.
different world.
That's when the water cooler talk was not to be missed. You couldn't just go watch it another time.
Nope.
There's no, yeah, that's right. No such thing
no
as a spoiler alert.
No.
So still just lining up my block unions to the best I can, and it's not going too shabbily.
I like that it's not too shabbily.
Rob, you have a lot of people who like the idea of a virtual retreat.
Oh. Well, I'm glad, because this is what we just did today, in my opinion.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for being here. Well, but okay, so I want to know, and maybe they need to send an email in, rob@stitchinheaven.com, but what would they do at a virtual retreat? What does a virtual retreat look like? What have you gone to at virtual retreats?
Yeah,
I
what does
know,
that mean? What does that mean to you?
Okay, help me with her name. Adita
Edita?
Sitar.
Edita.
Adita Sitar does a wonderful virtual retreat, I've been told. But,
Really?
but she's got all the kits and everything super organized and all the packaging and everything. And I don't know if I'm that kind of an organized individual or not, but that was partly kind of what I started looking at in modeling originally. And I realized I just didn't have that kind of, I didn't think I had that kind of gusto for the first one. She really does a nice job.
Timmy says he's done a lot of virtual retreats, but the company went out of business, and he is shattered that he can't do them, do a weekend retreat online.
A weekend
So
retreat.
A weekend retreat.
They're a weekend virtual retreat.
Right.
Okay. So we still need somebody to send emails to Rob that say,
Yeah, give me
How-
a better rundown of what you're
yeah,
interested in,
what
please.
does that mean? How many hours a day? Are we on all the time? I mean, we can't be on while we're snoring, but
Stephanie says a virtual retreat is on Zoom and you could sew together and interact with everyone. But we need more details than that.
like
Stephanie.
how
Stephanie,
many?
do they get to watch me skateboard that way? Like, do I have to work the whole time? When do I
Yeah.
go on break again? Folks, I walked over while you weren't looking, while you're doing my job for me of building the virtual retreat, and I grabbed the third row. And just following the instructions, I'm literally just now matching up corner to corner, matching up block by block. I'm going to continue to monitor how the stretch factor is working before I decide if I want needing to use clips at all today. So far, so good.
Timmy says we'll send an email, no kits, a theme. So there's a theme.
Okay.
But so do the people then on Zoom all day get to interact with each other? Like, how do the people enjoy each other? I want to know that part of it. How do the retreaters interact? Is it because of Zoom? I think you have to do Zoom too so you can regulate registrations.
I would think it would be like this live, where maybe everyone gets to have themselves shown on the camera.
Yeah, because that's why
Yeah.
it's on a Zoom, is you can, and you might show your workstation or whatever. Maybe you show what you're working on,
And Rob and Tiffany are the instructors.
right? What if we did it in a very remote location?
On a cruise.
No, the cruise has, the Wi-Fi is terrible. But what if we, I mean, you know me, like, I just always want to do it better, I guess. Sorry, I didn't mean, I don't mean that people don't,
Deb said.
oh no,
Deb said.
no, not Deb.
Should I say it in the way I think Deb's gonna say it?
Yeah, give us your best Deb.
He said, "Tell him to talk to Deb about what a virtual retreat is."
Oh yeah. Oh no, no, Deb. I still have your emails, Deb. Don't you worry about it, Deb. I've got those emails still. I don't know why I opened up this can of worms. I already had Deb convinced that this
I
was the
don't think
best I could do.
I don't know if we opened up the can of worms.
Oh, we didn't open up the can of worms?
I don't know.
I don't know.
No, they just said they like the idea of a virtual retreat.
That's right. It's Elijah opened up the can of worms.
I was gonna say that.
Elijah's got to come up with the virtual retreat now. This is it. This is easy. Because think about it. We don't have to be responsible. None of us do. Not the audience, not us, I don't know. I like sewing in person. Maybe that's just me being selfish. Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. I don't know what to do at this point other than just sew as fast as I can go.
I think that's the biggest thing that they're saying is they want to actually speak and like communicate
Oh,
and ask questions.
and not have to type.
Yeah.
And not have it come through
yeah,
a
they're
mediator.
talking through me.
Yeah. Talking to me through, yeah. That makes sense. So that when we weren't in instruction mode on Zoom, everybody could have their mics open.
I could also see where that could be hectic though and chaotic.
It's a challenge. I mean, whenever you go to those conferences at the beginning and everyone's just talking to each other, whoever talks gets the camera and the mic, and it just can be very hard to follow. I think personally, but I'm not opposed to it.
You're still on that same bobbin you were talking about that it was, or did you change bobbin? You changed bobbin.
You jinxed me.
No, I didn't. I got,
I was on the same bobbin about 6 blocks back. Did you hear the sound? I didn't hear it.
no, but you were out of bobbin before I said it, so how could I jinx it?
I don't know. Now you have to finish sewing. That was my bobbin. I'll do
Fine.
it. I'll do it.
Fine.
I'm not making another bobbin though. I'm done. No more bobbins.
That's the last bobbin we need.
You go away over there.
We're getting a little,
4 bobbins. No, I'm happy as can be. I am just so close to the end, and I am ready for a little bit of a break, right? So just because we've been hustling all day. But I'm excited. You know that the minute this thing's done, I'm going to come back and stare at it for hours. Because I love doing that at the end of a quilt, just staring at it. Oh, there goes the instructions.
we don't need those
we don't
anymore.
need those anymore.
We don't need no stinking
And I'm just going to
instructions.
go ahead and I'm backing up about a square,
Yeah.
an inch or two from where my bobbin ran out. Back in, stitch into that, and here we go. That was my practice. It's like golf a little bit. I like to take a practice stitch.
You were pre-perfing those.
Yeah, I was perforating in case I need to go back in and check that for later. I like to mark my 1/4 inch with an empty needle.
Seems a little.
Ann says she's enjoyed her 7-hour deodorant on the 8th hour.
Yeah.
But she's not here.
That's right. That's why they like the
And you
virtual
don't even
retreats.
know.
Ann doesn't know that Tom's deodorant is guaranteed for 7 hours.
You don't understand what the virtual team has to go through here.
You don't understand that everyone's eyes are watering in the room right now, and it's not because they're so full of joy. Glad it wasn't yesterday when I was wearing the week before's t-shirt.
I think we need a different subject.
Yeah, let's move on.
Moving on.
Back to virtual bobbin sewing. Let's not do virtual retreat sewing anymore, too. Oh, but did we hear? That's the answer I haven't heard. How many folks
Yeah.
have got their quilt top done? How many folks got a head start and were actually
Ahead of us.
ahead of us today?
Oh, yeah, you want me to...
Yeah, let's see what we can find out
See if
information
anybody-
that ways.
If they did, they need to go over to the Facebook group and post it.
Yeah. So that when I get approved to be part of the group, I can see it.
Same here.
You might have been approved.
I didn't even know
Already.
there was a group.
Loretta said she started early, but nowhere near where y'all
Okay.
are.
She's probably too busy looking at her prize
Carl
stash.
said I did all blocks are made, just need to put it together.
Nice.
Okay.
So Carl, is he no, he's around where you are.
Yeah.
Timmy said, loved having it early. I cut everything before, but I ran behind so quickly. Lacey said, only the cutting done before, and I liked having it early.
I guess I could hand those to
It
you.
helped with understanding it, so she liked having it early.
You make sure your seam allowance is going the right way.
Margot says I started early and sewed all my strip
It should
sets
be.
together and had my 2 and 4 unit checkerboards ready to go.
They do
but
okay?
got behind when I had to rip seams because I was using the wrong seam allowance. Tyler Neal said, I like having the
Yeah, now we got it.
pattern early because we were going to be late this morning. So that let me get started and be closer where y'all are at. So they all like having the pattern
Yeah.
early.
That's the advantage of not having it be the mystery.
Yep. But the mystery we don't push so hard either. So
No.
the mystery's just a different,
It's a whole different concept.
yep.
Quilters, that's the coolest thing about quilting is there's something for everybody in quilting. There really is. Whether it's the different colors of fabrics or styles of fabrics you like, the different kinds of constructions you like, you know, the different personalities you like, the different, some people do it for decor, some people do it for warmth, some people do it for design, you know, like all kinds of different things about quilting that
Yep.
people get into. It's really cool.
Someone said they preferred this format
Over the New Year's?
over the Zoom idea
Okay.
Oh,
because no one's talking over each other.
Yeah. See, I had considered that. I actually attended one and didn't care for it.
All preference.
yep.
Preference, yeah. I'm finding that as I get more sensitive and older, I really struggle with a variety of different sounds at the same time. It's just something that starts to make me feel very anxious. Sometimes my ears are plugged, and so everything's also the same volume, and I can't tell where things are coming from. And that makes me very uncomfortable. And so sometimes if you're in a big room like that, you know, and it's just whoa, 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 whoa from everywhere,
Yep.
it just makes me very confused feeling. Blue tape removal from the 2.5 inch marks.
Yep. I put the slotted trimmer tools away.
Nice. I'm going to just treat the studio to those. We're going to just leave those here so we always have them.
Yep. We like them.
We like them, and I keep forgetting to bring them back. I think I might have forgot to bring them at New Year's too.
Well, they'll travel. They don't travel as well. They're a little more sensitive, dainty, something like
Dainty.
that. Something like that.
Do you have any other new notions you've been playing with that you really like?
No, I'm on hiatus.
Hiatus from experimenting, or just
Yeah.
is there
I'm
a
just-
reason you went on hiatus? Were you doing too much shopping, or?
No, gosh, no. I just got a lot going. Got a lot of travel this year. A lot of change in my life this year, and I'm just not. My head's not wrapped around making brand new things. Creating new quilts I can do because
Oh.
that's. Is
Oh,
that
I'm
what you
sorry.
meant?
Yeah, I was asking if you had seen anything.
Oh,
I
if
wasn't
I'd
asking if you had
seen
invented anything.
Oh.
No, that would have been putting you on the spot. I know you've invented things in the past with your templates and stuff because I love like the goddess tool and things, but no, I was referring to more that there was something you'd found out there that
No.
mostly conversation for our friends at home.
Right. No, I haven't found anything out of the ordinary lately. Not that it isn't there. I just haven't found it. I'm going to the H&H show.
Oh, are you?
Yep.
Have you been before?
Yep.
This your first year?
I've been before.
Okay. I haven't been yet. I hear it's the new place to be
It is the new place to be for a trade show.
for trade shows. Would you mind just
I'm just hanging on to it.
hang on to that?
I can do this.
Which one do I need now? The big squares?
Yep. Yes.
I see 5 rows on the ground, folks. We're getting close. So 6 more seams and we're out of here. That goes that way. Seams, that's going that way.
Again, Rob, you have people who say they like this format too. I mean, all the people who like the virtual retreat idea also
Right.
like this format as well.
Okay, so what you're saying is there's kind of an equal poll taken?
Yeah,
Okay.
they like this format because you can type out the question and it doesn't interfere with the instruction.
Right.
And but the other one's more interpersonal and you can ask the question yourself.
The one I went to, it was scheduled throughout the day when the instructions and the instructors were on. And throughout the rest of the time was open conversation, open sew.
That's cool too. Though.
That works. So that's when everybody can get to know each other virtually. But when the instructors were trying to teach, they closed everyone's mics.
Nice.
And
Yeah,
then went into presentation mode so that the screens weren't bouncing around for everybody and stuff.
Okay. So there's a way.
There's a way. A lot of this tech stuff, if you know what you want bad enough and you know how to ask the right people or the right questions, you can get it to do what you want it to do, I think. because it is an important thing. Although the other thing I don't like as much about Zoom personally is I haven't figured the technology behind the camera angles, right? So with this, we're running a live feed using Appell technology that is not cheap, but it's very effective. So we have 4 cameras that are iPhones, and they can all be controlled from where Nick is at the technology station. He can zoom, he can focus, he can lock focus, he can change lighting. So that way I don't have to be as set up to begin with, and things can move around. And on Zoom, my understanding is you have, at least the way I've done it, again, I'm probably not doing it correctly, but if you want multiple angles, every camera is logged in as a viewer. And so it's harder to switch angles while you're in a presentation mode. It's almost better to do it as a pre-recorded, right? But in here, if I say, hey, come to the main, like put me on needle camera, in 2 seconds, hopefully everybody will be seeing what I'm sewing on the needle camera. Hey, put me on the needle camera, would you? There you go. See what I mean? It's that fast. And so
Nick clocked out.
I don't, no, Nick was,
You talk.
he's sleeping over there.
Realize what you were
Right. So
He's ignoring you.
yeah. So the point being is that Nick can go ahead and put back on the main camera if you want, but that's why we have multiple people in the room, and that's partly what I was trying to do too much of on New Year's. Last year I thought I could run the tech station and sew and entertain, and there was a pretty serious vote taken, and it was unanimous that Rob was only sewing on sewing events from here on out. I got a little overrun. I think that I was the struggle bus, I think, during New Year's.
Well,
Definitely driving it.
all of that conversation about our struggle bus is no longer existing.
Right.
So,
No need. But that is also, again, what I like about being here is we take our jobs seriously. Even though I say it doesn't feel like it's work, it doesn't feel like it's work because we know what's expected of us, and we do. After every event, Monday morning, we will sit down with let's talk about all of the things we loved, all of the things we didn't like. When did the links go out? What, was Rob behind schedule on this? Did we get that? All of the different things. That's really important so that we can improve. Because that's what we did after the New Year's event, and we decided to use this as the next improvement zone. I think we've done a great job.
Betty asked, why not have permanent cameras like one in the overhead ceiling?
Well, Betty, we do have permanent cameras,
Yeah.
but because they're permanent, you still have to choose which angle you're looking at.
It's also the iOS runs with the system that we're using at the moment.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
all the Apple phones and everything run with the system.
Elijah, do you want to take the follow camera and kind of show them what the room looks like?
The room's a mess.
I know the room's a mess, but they can now see what we've done for the last 8 hours and what the behind the scenes kind of look like. I'm cool with that at this point.
You can see up there, there's the iPhone we're using for the overhead camera that we have hooked up for you guys to look down. And then right here we have a main camera, which is what we use to go and ride into Stephanie. We're on the side camera right now, which is what we do all the zoom in and tight ends on.
Yep, so the main camera hasn't moved all day. It's been on a tripod fixed.
And then you can see over here, there's Nick, there's the studio section. That's where me and Rob work, back in there. Here's where
I brought you
Tiffany's
one.
doing
Oh, thank
all
you.
of her placements together.
On
Kind
the
of
floor.
fun. Here we take photos of all our quilts on this wall right here. All right, hold on, let me go back around this way.
make them dizzy.
This is the light box. We take photos of our products in here. This is my switcher studio. I do a lot of our other lives like Quiltworks or anything like that. I'll end up sitting over here and I'll switch with the actual cameras. But for this virtual so long, we're using iOS devices. So it's just a little nicer.
And
Here's where I've been sitting all day. And then we have a stash of quilts right over there.
There's Tiffany's quilt. So part of it is when we have a cameraman like Elijah that can run all the tech and a tech operator, then Elijah's system with the big DSLRs or our fancier cameras, our super high-end cameras, that might be what we use for New Year's, because now we have that. But we wanted to make sure that we knew how to do and how to monitor comments and all of that with our tech we had been using. So When I'm by myself on Friday, I prefer the Apple Tech system because I can do it all by myself while I'm teaching on Fridays and stuff.
Photo of Tiffany.
Oh.
We're gonna get a photo of Rob of this.
I didn't even smile or anything. I'm out of. I'm a
Are you
mess
out of smiles?
now. No, I'm
No.
not out of smiles. But
You just weren't warned.
I was not warned. Whatever I did to brush my hair and put on my face this morning is long gone. Kind of
Right.
like your deodorant.
What are you trying to say?
Just making a statement.
Just making a statement.
Just making a statement.
Keep those wings in. How many more rows we got over there? 3 or so left?
17.
17 rows. That's not possible. Inconceivable. Oh, that's what we're going to do. Next sew along.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I'm going to pick movie phrases. And when I say the movie phrase, the first person to name the movie it was in will be a prize winner.
Are you going to say this is the next movie phrase,
No,
or you're just
they've
going to
gotta be
randomly
listening.
drop them?
They got to be listening all day.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
I like it.
So, we'll practice. When I said inconceivable,
Yeah.
do you know where that came
No.
from? Okay, someone out there does.
Remember, I didn't watch a lot of movies.
That's right. You were watching football.
I will fail. I will fail your test.
Yeah.
Oh.
Princess Bride.
The Princess Bride. Tech guy's got it. Yep, Nick's got it.
Oh, never mind, that's the same voice actor.
Yeah.
Same voice actor.
Yeah, Princess Bride. One of the best movies of all times. Do you have a favorite movie?
Somebody asked earlier, and I never did come up with one. No. I'm going to say no.
I was asked that, and it took me several days to come up with my answer. And at the moment, and I did say Princess Bride. It's a good one. But I might be with Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. No? Yeah, that was a pretty good one. Pretty funny in a lot of ways.
Oh, you know, one thing we didn't show was the quilt thing up there. That's
Oh, that Scott built us, yeah.
Yeah.
The quilt runner rack.
This was one of the last things Scott built here at Stitchin Heaven. Was this amazing quilt rack that we can hang all of our quilts up on and just draw them right on
Yep.
over.
Slide them in and out of the camera. It's
He was
really cool.
talented. I remember he came in here and bothered me for 4 days straight.
Wait, it took him 4
Wait,
days to
he
put that
also
up?
built the corbels, didn't he?
I don't
What's
think
that?
He built the corbels that sits on. I remember him cutting
Yeah.
those at home and
he
painting
built
them.
all that.
Yeah.
He was really good.
I thought so too.
Mm-hmm.
They asked what about characters from sci-fi movies? What's your favorite character from a sci-fi movie?
Oh my goodness.
Mine?
No, they're not
me?
asking me.
Favorite character from a sci-fi movie?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I probably would have to go with Groot.
Groot
Groot from the
I see it.
Avengers, right?
from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Guardians of the
I knew
Galaxy,
one.
and then he got into the Avengers. Yeah, yeah, he's pretty cool. Oh, although, who's the
I don't know which end.
who's the raccoon from Rocket? Yeah, he
Rocket.
was cool too.
Unfortunately, Karen, we only have 2 mics at the moment, so there's not a third for me. 2.
They
We
want a
need-
Mike
we're-
Elijah.
A mic.
Yeah, you need a mic.
I'll bring mine next
That
time.
goes on Monday's list.
Monday's list. We need to mic the.
Mike, Elijah,
communicators.
and Nick.
Okay, 3
We're
more
getting
rows
there.
down there.
Is there 3?
Is there
4.
4? Oh, darn it.
Sorry.
It's all right. I'm kicking up the speed on this machine though. At
All
this
right.
point.
Woo!
Hold on.
I'm
Can I
gonna
get a helmet, please?
just call it a Cobra. Put on that five
That's
point
right.
harness, and
Can I get some 550 horsepower going?
sounds like it.
Well, we've met enough banter at this point. Let's make some quilts. The only problem when you're going that fast is all of the little seam
Yes.
allowances. It just starts to destroy stuff.
Cranked up.
It was. But because I was showing off, I now stitched some of it backwards, and we're just going to stop showing off. Or not.
Someone has a question.
Okay, question time.
Are you using scant 1/4 inch or 3/4 inch?
True.
A true 1/4 inch.
That's a whole nother debate.
Whole nother debate.
Wash, pre-wash, don't pre-wash. Scant quarter, regular quarter. What else? There's a whole bunch of them. Press open, press to the dark side.
Polyester thread or cotton thread.
Stephanie said now you're sewing like Stephanie.
Yeah.
Since you cranked it up.
Yeah. Stephanie's got one of these machines too. Just in a different color.
Are you all the way up?
Yeah. But I have to keep stopping because of the seam allowance.
Yes. Yeah, it almost doesn't. It almost sews too fast.
Yeah. Or you just got to not worry about your way your seams flow. But then that gets ugly quick.
Starch or no starch?
Ah, it's
No
another
starch.
one. Starch.
No starch for Rob?
No starch for Rob.
Steam or no steam?
Steam when needed. A little mist when needed. Boxers or briefs?
I thought we were on quilt topics.
I did too. Quilted boxers or briefs. That's a trend we're not going to start around here.
Okay.
Yeah, the quilted jackets are cool though. I
Yeah?
like those.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I know. We're almost there.
These are some long seams.
Yes. Who designed this quilt?
Dang. Who decided to make it in a day? And we have, as a matter of fact,
Yes.
completely made this thing in a day. How
See if
rad
your
is that?
seam or if your seam goes the
Yes.
right way.
Yep,
Good. We are so close.
we are. We got 2 big rows and a skinny row
Yep. After this one.
after this one. So I have
Yeah.
this seam and 3 more. What time is it? 5:30. Okay, so I'm going to be an hour late. I'm going to be an hour longer than I expected, which is not bad when you guesstimated this whole thing. And I'm really glad we didn't try to do it by myself.
Hey Rob, how
Yeah.
do you feel about having almost 73,000 subscribers?
Oh, how do I feel about almost 73,000 subscribers? I'd feel a lot better if it was 103,000 subscribers right now. I will be wearing that silver play button as a belt buckle very soon. This time I will be very proud to display it.
You get a silver. What do you get?
On YouTube, when you hit 100,000 subscribers on your channel, they send you a silver play button in a beautiful shadow box.
Okay, everybody on needs to tell a friend and have those
Go
friends tell 2
subscribe.
friends and
Yeah.
2 friends so that we can see the belt
Yeah,
buckle.
Belt buckle.
Yeah, what I'll do is probably have a belt buckle made, and I won't actually, the silver play button needs to stay in the silver play button right there, I think, right? And we'll remove my picture and put it right there. It's a little personal for me.
Yeah?
It's a little personal for me.
Okay.
I have a play button that I don't have. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I've earned one before, but it isn't mine. And this one won't be mine either, because it's a team effort around here, but it will be greatly cherished. Greatly cherished.
It was catching on
Thanks.
on a thread. Oh, guess I could get the next block row.
Coveted silver play button. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. My goal, I'm going to say it personally, and I would love everyone's help out there. My goal is to hit 100,000 subscribers before the end of this year. The first year I was here, we did over 25,000 subscribers in a year. And things obviously, because that's when you first come to a new place and
Right,
stuff.
right.
Things have settled a little bit, but we're now growing faster because we have more audience. So it's not impossible, but sitting with only 8 months left on the calendar, it's going to take some work. But yeah, we would love it. The last couple of months, we've been hitting a couple thousand subscribers a month again.
We've been really doing good.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot, and that's awesome. And what's fun is, again, it's not like what we were talking about earlier. It's not clickbait. It's not purchase subscribers. There's nothing inorganic going on, which is how we know that it's really well. And in quilting, I don't think there's much inorganic stuff going on online with that, because it doesn't make any sense to try to build a subscriber-based business on quilting, because there's not much money in advertisement on YouTube in comparison to just actually selling kits and things, right? So if you had an audience that wasn't engaged, it wouldn't do you any good. We have an audience that's engaged, and that's why they participate. And that's why we can sell kits, and that's why we can sell events and all those kinds of things. We can fill up cruise ships because we have the wow factor.
We don't fill up the whole cruise ship.
No, we don't fill up the whole cruise ship. I don't want to deal with 6,000 quilters on a week. I'll deal with 80 of you.
80.
I think that's enough.
80's
80's
good,
plenty.
yeah.
It takes 5 or 6 of us staff members to handle 80 quilters. 2 teachers at all times, all that. Okay.
I'm not sure which end you need.
Okay. The business end.
The business end. The end where the seams nestle. The other end.
The other end.
Here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yep. Oh boy.
We can see the end.
We can see the end. So close.
It's right there on the floor, huh?
Been there all day.
It hasn't been there all day.
Not like that.
No.
Rob, somebody
Yes.
said you'll get there. Y'all are the goat.
Yeah.
Aw.
Anthony, have you ever been called a goat?
Nope.
You know what that means?
Greatest of all time.
Oh, see,
Mm-hmm.
the OG.
Reversible quilts are plain back.
Reversible quilts are plain backing. I go plain backing. Reversible quilts are really hard to load on a long arm. If you're quilting them on a domestic machine, you have a little more control on where they sit. But I think they're harder to do. But that doesn't mean I'm not against pieced wild crazy backs, which could kind of be a second quilt.
I will not consider my backing as a second quilt. So I don't consider that a reversible quilt, but I have been known multiple times to patch my backgrounds all day long, mostly just because of whatever's available. Tiffany, if you actually want my Super 60 quilts in my black suitcase over there, I'm pretty sure it's got a multiple pieced back on it.
That's what I'm digging in.
Yeah. Is there a quilt in that box? Yeah. Is it black and gray on the back?
Yeah.
And that was mostly because of whatever fabric I probably had. Now I have my own wide backs. So now that I have my own wide backs, I have a roll on my long arm. So that's a cheat, of course.
Yeah, so this one's pieced.
Yeah, but I even pieced wide backs. But yeah, I'll just whatever. Oh, look at the bottom. Oh, is that the?
I don't know. What you got?
It's just where the sleeve came across. But yeah, so it's like, it's crazy
yeah.
patchwork on the back. And I did one recently that was multiple colors of green because it just was what I had available. So sometimes it's the leftover fabrics I have from the project. Sometimes it's, but a lot of times I'll have 3 or 4 different big chunks of fabric on the back of a quilt. I like to use a lot of solid backings because I like to do a lot of machine quilting. And now that my fabrics or my quilt tops are pretty busy, you don't always see the quilting. So I like on that quilt where you can use the back to show the stitches and the front to show the design. I'm still pretty intimidated by my long arm. I'm using it more and more. I'm getting better and better at it. I think I showed you my idea with the laser level at the bottom of the long arm. Did I show you that last month I was here?
Nope.
So one of the reasons I don't like a long arm is because I am watching where the sewing is going because I am doing it all free motion, no computer aided on the long arm. And because of that, I'm not watching where the back of the machine hits that rail that could be sitting in here. And so what'll happen is I might be coming in, into this nice glorious curve and I hit that rail and it flattens it out. So recently I found I could take a laser level and I can shoot it across the bottom edge of the quilt to tell me right before the back of the machine hits the back rail.
Huh.
So I bought myself a 1/2 inch of wiggle room, haven't flattened a curve since.
Nice.
So excited about it.
And I'm pretty much all computer on mine.
Yeah, so you have the opportunity to program yours for precision to begin with and stuff.
Yeah, I either do edge to edge or custom quilt per block.
Mm-hmm.
So totally using the computer. And you're totally not using the computer.
I can generally quilt as fast as I can program the computer to quilt it for me, and then I gotta wait for it and I gotta roll it still. So I'll just go for it. But it was machine quilting that got me interested in making quilt tops.
Right.
I got into quilting to do the machine quilting. Just And the folks that have been following the story, I actually wanted to be a tattooer when I was younger, but I didn't. I was scared of the lifestyle. I was scared of the people, so I got into basically tattooing fabric with machine quilting.
Yep.
And now come
I'm
full
not sure
circle.
which end you need.
Neither am I at this point. Come full circle, I'm now tattooing
Quilters.
quilters, right?
Somebody asked,
Yep.
hold on, Rob, who quilts your quilts?
I quilt my quilts. I quilt all my own quilts.
Yeah, Rob quilts his own quilts.
Tiffany quilts Tiffany's
Somebody
quilts.
asked, Rob, when will you get Gus on a skateboard?
Oh, okay, so Gus rides a skateboard about once a year. Gus is our giant bull in the front of the store. And he rides his skateboard in and out of Expo every year. Right?
Yeah.
It's a true statement.
It takes what, 6-8 people?
6-8 guys, we put them on a giant furniture dolly and we roll them into Expo. Now Armando, our metal armadillo, he just gets carried in. But Gus rides his skateboard into Expo once a year. Yep.
Linda said, Rob, in one of your tutorials, show us how you set the laser up on your long arm.
Yep.
I do the same thing.
She's using the laser. Linda, are you already using a laser, or you want to use the laser because you hate flattening your curves? And I would love to show that. That's a great idea. You know what, though? Because I will forget at this moment, and I didn't know if other people would be interested, I'm going to ask Linda to email me that request, rob@stitchinheaven.com, and I would love to, but I'm going to need a reminder.
Yep. Because our brains are going to be done in,
I am thinking
in about
about donuts,
10 minutes.
skateboarding, and pizza at the moment.
And a wiener schnitzel?
And a wiener schnitzel on a ride on the wiener truck. No, but what I wouldn't do to cuddle up with a little small dog right now, it sounds pretty nice.
You can borrow my dog, Stir Fry.
Stir Fry, is he here today?
No, he's not here.
I was going to get a dog because Mona had acquired a 2-year-old Chihuahua out here. And I said, well, I'd be happy to take the Chihuahua, but she'll just have to stay with you the nights I'm not in town. And apparently 24 nights is too much each month for me to leave my Chihuahua somewhere else. So when Dana had her dog at first, the puppy, Nico would come over and stay during the days in the cottage with us because he was being crate trained, and I'd go over and let him out and walk him every couple hours. It was so fun.
Patricia said, thanks folks, it's been fun. I appreciate today. I'm half done.
Oh,
Half
Patricia's
done.
half done. Nice.
Patty says, idea, sometime can you show how to do the laser on the long arm to mark the bottom bar?
Okay, that same request. Perfect.
Yeah, Linda and Patty both asked that same thing.
Sure, be happy to.
Um,
Maybe I can find the tools they can
Robert,
use.
thank you for doing the event. Today has been very delightful.
Wonderful, folks. I'm so glad you've all been here.
Well, anything could happen within the next few.
Right? We got the skinny strip to put on.
Hopefully
Are you
it
going to
could
press
catch
it
on
before
fire
we
and
show
get
it off?
some-
or
No, it's done when it's done.
It's done when it's done. We'll press it another time.
Anything can happen in that quilt in the next.
I think a quilt top is
You
done
stop
when,
over there.
when it's sewn, when the last stitch is
That's it,
in,
huh?
I'm calling it done.
We cut the people immediately.
Yeah, get those questions
Yeah,
in now.
there's gonna be
Tiffany's
no
going
goodbye.
to kick the power strip and leave.
Yeah,
She's
get
out.
the Questions in now, people.
We have one seam left. We
Yep.
have done it.
That last stitch all goes black.
9 hours. Yep, 8 hours, 45 minutes. Is that right?
It doesn't even feel that long.
No. Yep. 53. We're going to be out of here. A perfect 9-hour day. 9-hour quilt tops. Not too bad. And it's not one of those, I mean, don't get me wrong, but it's not like a goofy 3-yard quilt. I mean, this is a, can I say badass? This is a badass quilt.
You can say whatever you want.
Say whatever I want. I'm not Mike. It's not a recorded video.
You're
It'll
not
be out there
mic'd?
forever. Yeah. Well, okay. Don't forget, folks. Skinny strips have a direction.
Direction.
They point into the quilt. Take those points, point them into the quilt. Don't get so carried away. I'm checking to make sure I'm saying it right. Don't get so carried away that Jack has to come out to play on the last seam. We don't want that.
No,
And we're not talking about Deb's little dog right now.
no, we're talking about Jack.
Jack the Ripper.
Did Deb name her dog after
A
Jack
seam
the
ripper?
Ripper?
I don't think so.
I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't think so. What is Clay's dog's name? Aren't they're brother and sister or something like that? Or
Are they? I didn't know that.
Oh,
I know.
yeah.
I know Deb's other dog's name,
Cooper?
Cooper.
Yeah. But yeah, well, the first day I was here, Clay's dog had come to work because he just got back from the groomer. And I was like, it's a guy's dog? I hope
Rob,
you saw
just
that,
keep
Clay.
sewing. Just keep sewing.
You want home? What do you want to go home? I'm going to start telling jokes.
Oh goodness.
No. Just keep on swimming. See, that would have been a prize right there.
Yeah. Finding Nemo. Just keep swimming. Who sang it or who did it?
Who did that? That was Ellen DeGeneres.
But what's the name of the fish?
Oh, Dory?
Dory. Good job. See, I know some kid movies.
Oh, well, yeah. But in Finding Nemo 2, did you know that fictitious aquarium in town is Morro Bay?
I did not.
That's where I live. Yeah, that whole Finding Nemo 2 was made for me.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's why the octopus. Troublesome octopus. Actually, I've only seen that movie once. I need to revisit it. That was the Father's Day movie that my kids wanted to take all of the guys to go see. And they were so excited that my kids had saved up their money and bought us tickets to the theater. And they didn't realize it was the All-Star basketball game was on. And there's nothing more that the guys didn't want to do than go watch a cartoon. And the ladies, the grandmas were so excited to go with the kids, but the kids didn't get the grandma's tickets because it was Father's Day. The grandmas had to buy their own tickets. So talk about a disaster. And it was
boy.
funny, but it was when I first used that lesson to talk to the kids about when you give a gift, you can't always predict how it's going to be received. So the giving of the gift is the best you can do. Give your best gift, and then what happens from that moment on is what happens from that moment on. And they learned that lesson well that day. All right.
So
This is
close.
pretty exciting. I know. It's starting to sound like I ran out of bobbin thread again. I really don't want to jinx myself, but I couldn't have, could I?
No.
No.
Oh, he goes so slow.
On that last one? Yeah, because this is the only point I'm going to match up all day. The last corner. If the last corner matches, the whole quilt worked. Look at that. Whole quilt worked. Just like that. Boom.
Yeehaw!
Yahoo! We did it, my friend.
it?
That's
Oh,
it.
Hold it up.
Yeah, here, if you take this corner. Yay!
Ta-da!
Ta-da! Right there. I love it. From bag to quilt. Just like that.
Just like that.
Just like that. A few short minutes of quilting. I love it. I love it. Awesome job. Thank you so much, teammate.
Yep.
I got to
That
fold
was
it
good.
up just right. That was good. Okay. Well, we'll stay on for just a couple of seconds and make sure if there's any questions we need to finish up with. But I think I'll start wishing you all a wonderful evening. And if you're celebrating Easter tomorrow, Resurrection Sunday, enjoy. Thank you so very, very much for being here as part of this virtual sew-along. We appreciate all the feedback.
Lay that on the table. So
Yep,
Yeah.
we get that
yep.
Nice
You got it. You ready?
Yeah, let's show it.
Thank you for all that bought the kits. We really do
Nice.
appreciate that. Are we still down looking for our golden ticket winners out there? Did we hear from any of the new golden ticket winners today?
Anything about the
Okay.
tickets. I
So
think
at
they're
this
still
moment,
out
we
there.
think there's a couple of golden tickets out there possibly still. And those will be redeemed for the August retreat. We also have a few spaces in the August retreat that are available for purchase. So we would encourage you to sign up really soon. My guess is those seats won't be available much longer after this wonderful day. And again, thank you all for being here. Anything you want to say in closing?
And
Thank you.
Murphy said he lasted the whole day.
Yay! Fantastic.
Awesome.
Again, folks, thank you all
Tiffany,
for
were
being
saying-
here.
You were saying something?
No, I'm good.
She's like, I'm good.
We're good.
I'm done.
Closing thoughts, Tiffany. Come on.
Closing thoughts. It was fun. Thanks for
Thank
for letting
you.
me play.
Yeah. Oh, I couldn't have done it without you. I literally could not have done it without you. So.
A lot of people saying awesome job. Thank y'all so much.
Great.
They're all saying thank you. Y'all
Awesome.
did amazing.
Oh yeah, folks, please make sure you start posting your photos on the Facebook group for the Glowing Checkered Star.
Yes.
If that's difficult to find for whatever reason, or you're already a member of the So Well Facebook group, you're welcome to post them there too. I'll probably grab some photos to share on the Friday Lives. Join us for Friday Live, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, where we'll roll and spin for Scrap Masters next week. Again, I'll be doing Friday Live from here before I leave town, so I'll be here all next week. If any of you are locals or close, come by, grab a hug, bring a cup of coffee. I'll probably still need it at that point, and say hello. And again, folks, just thanks for being here. We really appreciate you. We really appreciate all the support. And most importantly, we really appreciate you being part of our quilting community here at Stitchin Heaven. It really means the world to us. So thank you very much. Until we see you again, please stay well.